You fool! Warren is dead. HorrorBabble's Vampires, 16 Tales of the Undead. Since the first appearance of a vampire in Robert Southey's 1801 epic poem, THALABA the Destroyer, we mortals have endured a morbid fascination with these peculiar creatures of the night. They come in many forms, charming and seductive, ghastly and terrible. When the lights go down, they prey upon us, thirsty for our life-sustaining, vital fluid. Join us as we explore a number of classic yarns concerning the various guises of the vampire, from Aleksey Tolstoy's horrifying description of a vampiric family in The Family of the Vourdalag, to Robert E. Howard's tale of a creature loosed from bondage after having been buried for over 3 centuries in the Horror from the Mound. Thank the gods these creatures are merely fictitious, aren't they? As always, see the video description for chapter times. And without further ado, The Brotherhood of Blood by Hugh B. Cave. It is midnight as I write this. Listen. Even now the doleful chimes of the Old North Church, buried in the heart of this enormous city of mine, are tolling the funereal hour. In a little while, when the city thinks itself immune in sleep, deep cradled in the somber hours of night, I shall go forth from here on my horrible mission of blood. Every night it is the same. Every night the same ghoulish orgy. Every night the same mad thirst. And in a little while. But first, while there is yet time, let me tell you of my agony. Then you will understand, and sympathize, and suffer with me. I was 26 years old then. God alone knows how old I am now. The years frighten me, and I have deliberately forgotten them. But I was 26 when she came. They call me an author. Perhaps I was, and yet the words which I gave to the world were not, and could not be, the true thoughts which hovered in my mind. I had studied things which the average man dares not even to consider. The occult, life after death, spiritualism, call it what you will. I had written about such things, but in guarded phrases, calculated to divulge only those elementary truths which laymen should be told. My name was well known, perhaps too well known. I can see it now, as it used to appear in the pages of the leading medical journals and magazines devoted to psychic investigation. By Paul Munn, authority on the supernatural. In those days I had few friends, none, in fact, who were in harmony with my work. One man I did know well, a medical student at the university in Cambridge. His name was Roger Threng. I can remember him now as he used to sit bolt upright in the huge chair in my lonely Back Bay apartment. He filled the chair with his enormous, loosely constructed frame. His face was angular, pointed to gaunt extremes. His eyes, you will have cause to consider those eyes before I have finished. His eyes were eternally afire with a peculiar glittering life, which I could never fully comprehend. And you can honestly sit there, spilling your mad theories to the world, he used to accuse me in his rasping, deep-throated voice. "Good Lord, man, this is the 20th century, a scientific era of careful thought, not the time of werewolves and vampires. You're mad." And yet, for all his open condemnation, he did not dare to stand erect, with his face lifted, and deny the things I told him. That sinister gleam of his eyes, there was no denying the thoughts lurking behind it. On the surface, he was a sneering, indifferent doubter. But beneath the surface, where no man's eyes penetrated, he knew. He was there in my apartment when she came. That night is vivid even now. There we sat, enveloped in a haze of grey cigarette smoke. I was bent over the desk in the corner, hammering a typewriter. He lay sprawled in the great overstuffed chair, watching me critically, intently, as if he would have liked to continue the heated argument which had passed between us during the past hour. He had come in his usual unannounced manner, bringing with him an ancient newspaper clipping from some forgotten file in the university. Thrusting the thing into my hand, he had ordered me to read it. That clipping was of singular interest. It was a half-hearted account of the infamous vampire horror of the little half-buried village of West Surrey. You recall it? It was known luridly as the crime of 11 terrors. 11 pitiful victims, each with the same significant blood marks, were one after the other the prey of the unknown vampire who haunted that little village in the heart of an English moor. And then, when the 11th victim had succumbed, Scotland Yard, with the assistance of the famous psychic investigator Sir Edmund Friel, discovered the vampire to be the same aged, seemingly innocent old woman who had acted as attendant nurse to the unfortunate victims. A ghastly affair. But Threng held the newspaper clipping up to me as a mere trick of journalism. He denounced it bitterly. "What is a vampire, man?" he sneered. I did not answer him. I saw no use in continuing a futile debate on a subject in which we had nothing in common. "Well?" he insisted. I swung around, facing him deliberately. "A vampire," I said thoughtfully, choosing my words with extreme care, "is a creature of living death, dependent upon human blood for its existence. From sunset to sunrise, during the hours of darkness, it is free to pursue its horrible blood quest. During the day, it must remain within the confines of its grave, dead, and yet alive." "And how does it appear?" he bantered. "As the usual skeletonic intruder, cowled in black, or perhaps as a mystic wraith without substance?" "In either of two forms," I said coldly, angered by his twisted smile. "As a bat, or in its natural human substance. In either shape it leaves the grave each night and seeks blood. It obtains its blood from the throats of its victims, leaving 2 significant wounds in the neck from which it has drawn life. Its victims, after such a death, inherit the powers of their persecutor, and become vampires." "Rot!" Threng exclaimed. "Utter sentimentality and imagination." I turned back to my typewriter, ignoring him. His words were not pleasant. I would have been glad to be rid of him. But he was persistent. He leaned forward in his chair and said critically, "Suppose I wish to become a vampire man. How could I go about it? How does a man obtain life after death, or life in death?" "By study," I answered crisply. "By delving into thoughts which men like you sneer at. By going so deeply into such things that he becomes possessed of inhuman powers." That ended our discussion. He could not conceive of such possibilities, and he laughed aloud at my statement. Bitterly resentful, I forced myself to continue the work before me. He, in turn, thrust a cigarette into his mouth and leaned back in his chair like a great, lazy animal. And then she came. The soft knock on the door panel, so suggestive that it seemed from the world beyond, startled me. I swung about, frowning at the intrusion. Visitors at this hour of night were not the kind of guests I wished to face. I went to the door slowly, hesitantly. My hand touched the latch nervously. Then I forced back the foolish fear that gripped me and drew the barrier wide. And there I saw her for the first time, tall, slender, radiantly lovely as she stood in the half-light of the outer passage. "You are Mr. Pohlman?" she inquired quietly. "I am," I admitted. "I am Margot Verney. It is unconventional, I suppose, calling upon you at this hour, but I have come because of your reputation. You are the one man in this great city who may be able to help me." I would have answered her, but she caught sight then of Roger Threng. Her face whitened. She stepped back very abruptly, fearful, or at least so I thought, that he might have overheard her. I am sorry," she said quickly. "I thought that you were alone, Mr. Munn. May I return later? Tomorrow, perhaps, when you are not occupied?" I nodded. At that particular moment I could not find a voice to answer her, for she had inadvertently stepped directly beneath the bracket lamp in the wall, and her utter beauty fascinated me, choking the words back into my throat. Then she went, and as I closed the door reluctantly, Roger Threng glanced quizzically into my face and said dryly, "Wants you to help her, eh? I didn't know you went in for that sort of thing, man. Better be careful." And he laughed. God, how I remember that laugh, and the cruel, derisive hatred that was inherent in it. But I did not answer him. In fact, his words were driven mechanically into my mind, and I hardly heard them. Returning to the typewriter, I attempted to force myself once more into the work that confronted me. But the face of that girl blurred the lines of my manuscript. She seemed to be still in the room, still standing near me. Imagination, of course, and yet, in view of what has happened since that night, I do not know. She did not return, as she had promised. All during the following day I awaited her coming, restless, nervous, unable to work. At 11 in the evening I was still pacing automatically back and forth across the floor when the doorbell rang. It was Roger Threng who stepped over the threshold. At first, he did not mention the peculiar affair of the previous night. He took his customary place in the big chair and talked idly about medical topics of casual interest. Then, bending forward suddenly, he demanded, "Did she return, man?" "No," I said. "I thought not," he muttered harshly. "Not after she saw me here. I used to know her." It was not so much the thing he said, as the complete bitterness with which he spoke that brought me about with a jerk, confronting him. "You knew her?" I said slowly. "I knew her," he scowled. "Think of the name, man. Margot Verney. Have I never mentioned it to you?" "No." And then I knew that he had. At least the inflection of it was vaguely familiar. "Her story would interest you," he shrugged. "Peculiar, man. Very peculiar, in view of what you were telling me last night, before she came." He looked up at me oddly. I did not realize the significance of that crafty look then, but now I know. "The Verney family," he said, "is as old as France." "Yes?" I tried to mask my eagerness. "The Chateau Verney is still standing, abandoned, 40 miles south of Paris. 100 years before the Revolution, it was occupied by Armand Verney, noted for his occult research and communications with the spirit world. He was dragged from the chateau by the peasants of the surrounding district when he was 28 years old and burned at the stake for witchcraft." I stared straight into Threng's angular face. If ever I noticed that unholy gleam in his strange eyes, it was at that moment. His eyes were wide open, staring, burning with a dead, phosphorescent glow. Never once did they flicker as he continued his story in that sibilant, half-hissing voice of his. After Armand Verney's execution, his daughter Regine lived alone in the chateau. She married a young count, gave birth to a son. In her 28th year, she was prostrated with a strange disease. The best physicians in the country could not cure her. What kind of disease? I said, very slowly. The symptoms, he said, sucking in his breath audibly, baffled all those who examined her. 2 small red marks at the throat, man, and a continual loss of blood while she slept. She confessed to horrible dreams. She told of a great bat which possessed her father's face, clawing at the window of her chamber every night, gaining admittance by forcing the shutters open with its claws, hovering over her. And she died. She died in her 28th year. And then I shuddered. Her son, Francois Verney Leroux, lived alone in the chateau. The count would not remain. The horror of her death drove him away, drove him mad. The son, Francois, lived alone. Threng looked steadily at me. At least his eyes looked. The rest of his face was contorted with passion, malignant. Francois Verney died when he was 28 years of age, he said meaningly. He too left a son, and that son died at the age of 28. Each death was the same crimson marks at the throat, the same loss of blood, the same madness. Threng reached for a cigarette and held a match triumphantly to the end of it. His face, behind the sudden glare of that stick of wood, was horrible with exultation. Margot Verney is the last of her line, he shrugged. Every direct descendant of Armand Verney has died in the same ghastly way, at 28 years of age. That is why the girl came here for help, man. She knows the inevitable end that awaits her. She knows that she cannot escape the judgment which Armand Verney has inflicted upon the family of Verney. Roger Threng was right. 3 weeks after those significant words had passed his lips, the girl came to my apartment. She repeated, almost word for word, the very fundamental facts that Threng had disclosed to me. Other things she told me too, but I see no need to repeat them here. You are the only man who knows the significance of my fate, she said to me, and her face was ghastly white as she said it. Is there no way to avert it, Mr. Mann? Is there no alternative? I talked with her for an eternity. The following night and every night for the next 4 weeks she came to me. During the hours of daylight I delved frantically into research work in an attempt to find an outlet from the dilemma which faced her. At night, alone with her, I learned bit by bit the details of her mad story and listened to her pleas for assistance. Then came that fatal night. She sat close to me, talking in her habitually soft, persuasive voice. I have formed a plan, I said quietly. A plan, Paul? When the time comes, I shall prepare a sleeping chamber for you with but one window. I shall seal that window with the mark of the cross. It is the only way. She looked at me for a long while without speaking. Then she said, very slowly, You had better prepare the room, Paul, soon. You mean, I said suddenly, but I knew what she meant. I shall be 28 tonight, at midnight. God forgive me that I did not keep her with me that night. I was already half in love with her. No, Do not smile at that. You too, after looking into her face continually for 4 long weeks, sitting close to her, listening to the soft whisper of her voice, you too would have loved her. I would have given my work, my reputation, my very life for her. And yet I permitted her to walk out of my apartment that night, to the horror that awaited her. She came to me the next evening. One glance at her, and I knew the terrible truth. I need not have asked the question that I did, but it came mechanically from my lips like a dead voice. It came. Yes, she said quietly. It came. She stood before me and untied the scarf from her neck, and there, in the center of her white throat, I saw those infernal marks, 2 parallel slits of crimson, 1/8 of an inch in length, horrible in their evil. It was a dream, she said, and yet I know that it was no dream, but a vivid reality. A gigantic bat with a woman's face, my mother's face, appeared suddenly at the window of my room. Its claws lifted the window. It circled over my bed as I lay there, staring at it in mute horror. Then it descended upon me, and I felt warm lips on my neck. A languid, wonderfully contented feeling came over me. I relaxed and slept. And when you awoke? I said heavily. The mark of the vampire was here on my throat. I stared at her for a very long time without speaking. She did not move. She stood there by my desk, and a pitiful, yearning look came into her deep eyes. Then, of a sudden, I was gripped with the helplessness of the whole evil affair. I stormed about the room, screaming my curses to the walls, my face livid with hopeless rage, my hands clawing at anything within reach of them. I tore at my face. I seized the wooden smoking stand and broke it in my fingers, hurling the shattered pieces into a grinning, maddening picture of the Creator which hung beside the door. Then I tripped, fell, sprawled headlong, and groped again to my feet, quivering as if some tropic fever had laid its cold hands upon me. There were tears in Margot's eyes as she came toward me and placed her hands on my arm. She would have spoken to comfort me. I crushed her against me, holding her until she cried out in pain. "Merciful Christ!" I cried, and the same words spurted from my lips over and over again, until the room echoed with the intensity of them. "You love me, Paul?" she said softly. "Love you?" I said hoarsely. "Love you? God, Margot, is there no way?" "I love you too," she whispered wearily. "But it is too late, Paul. The thing has visited me. I am a part of it. I can keep you away from it," I shouted. "I can hide you, protect you, where the thing will never find you." She shook her head, smiling heavily. "It is too late, Paul. It is never too late." God! The words sounded brave enough then. Since then I have learned better. The creature that was preying on her possessed the infernal powers of life and death, powers which no mortal could deny. I knew it well enough, even when I made that rash promise. I had studied those things long enough to know my own limitations against them. And yet I made the attempt. Before I left her that night, I hung the sign of the cross about her lovely throat, over the crimson stain of the vampire. I locked and sealed the windows of my apartment, breathing a prayer of supplication at each barrier as I made it secure, and then, holding her in my arms for a single unforgettable moment, I left her. The apartment above mine was occupied by a singular fellow who had more than once called upon me to discuss my work. He, too, was a writer of sorts. We had a meagre something in common because of that. Therefore, when I climbed the stairs at 11:45 that night and requested that he allow me to remain with him until morning, he was not unwilling to accede to my request, though he glanced at me most curiously as I made it. However, he asked no questions, and I refrained from supplying any casual information to set his curiosity at rest. He would not have understood. All that night I remained awake, listening for signs of disturbance in the rooms below me. But I heard nothing, not so much as a whisper, and when daylight came, I descended the stairs with false hope in my heart. There was no answer to my knock. I waited a moment, thinking that she might be yet asleep. Then I rapped again on the panels. Then, when the silence persisted in haunting me, I fumbled frantically in my pockets for my spare key. I was afraid, terribly afraid. And she was lying there when I stumbled into the room. Like a creature already dead, she lay upon the bed, one white arm drooping to the floor. The silken comforter was thrown back. The breast of her gown was torn open. Fresh blood gleamed upon those dread marks in her throat. I thought that she was dead. A sob choked in my throat as I dropped down beside her, peering into her colourless face. I clutched at her hand, and it was cold, stark cold. And then, unashamed of the tears that coursed down my cheeks, I lay across her still body, kissing her lips, kissing them as if it were the last time that I should ever see them. She opened her eyes. Her fingers tightened a little on my hand. She smiled, a pathetic, tired smile. "It came," she whispered. "I knew it would." I will not dwell longer on the death of the girl I loved. Enough to recount the simple facts. I brought doctors to her. No less than 7 expert physicians attended her and consulted among themselves about her affliction. I told them my fears, but they were men of the world, not in sympathy with what I had to tell them. Loss of blood was their diagnosis, but they looked upon me as a man gone mad when I attempted to explain the loss of blood. There was a transfusion. My own blood went into her veins to keep her alive. For 3 nights she lived. Each of those nights I stood guard over her, never closing my eyes while darkness was upon us. And each night the thing came, clawing at the windows, slithering its horrible shape into the room where she lay. I did not know then how it gained admittance. Now, God help me, I know all the powers of that unholy clan. Its nocturnal creatures know no limits of space or confinement. And this thing that preyed upon the girl I loved, I refuse to describe it. You will know why I make such a refusal when I have finished. Twice I fought it, and found myself smothered by a ghastly shape of fog that left me helpless. Once I lay across her limp body with my hands covering her throat to keep the thing away from her, and I was hurled unmercifully to the floor with an unearthly, long-dead stench of decayed flesh in my nostrils. When I regained consciousness, the wounds in her throat were newly opened, and my own wrists were marked with the ragged stripes of raking claws. I realized, after that I could do nothing. The horror had gone beyond human power of prevention. The mark of the cross which I had given her, that was worse than useless. I knew that it was useless. Had she worn it on that very first night of all, before the thing had claimed her for its own, it might have protected her. But now that this infernal mark was upon her throat, even the questionable strength of the cross was nullified by its evil powers. There was nothing left, nothing that could be done. As a last resort, I called upon Roger Threng. He came. He examined her. He turned to me and said in a voice that was pregnant with unutterable malice, I can do nothing. If I could, I would not. And so he left me, alone with the girl who lay there, pale as a ghost, upon the bed. I knelt beside her. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Dusk was beginning to creep into the room, and she took my hand in hers, drawing me close so that she might speak to me. "Promise me, Paul," she whispered. "Anything," I said. "In 2 years you will be 28, she said wearily. "I shall be forced to return to you. It is not a thing that I can help. It is the curse of my family. I have no descendants. I am the last of my line. You are the one dearest to me. It is you to whom I must return. Promise me." She drew me very close to her, staring into my face with a look of supplication that made me cold, fearful. "Promise me that when I return, you will fight against me," she entreated. "You must wear the sign of the cross. Always, Paul. No matter how much I plead with you to remove it, promise me that you will not." "I would rather join you, even in such a condition," I said bitterly, "than remain here alone without you." "No, Paul. Forget me. Promise." I promise." "And you will wear the cross always and never remove it?" "I will fight against you," I said sadly. Then I lost control. I flung myself beside her and embraced her. For hours we lay there together in utter silence. She died in my arms. It is hard to find words for the rest of this. It was hard then to find any reason for living. I did no work for months on end. The typewriter remained impassive upon its desk, forgotten, dusty, mocking me night after night as I paced the floor of my room. In time, I began to receive letters from editors, from prominent medical men, demanding to know why my articles had so suddenly ceased to appear in current periodicals. What could I say to them? Could I explain to them that when I sat down at the typewriter, her face held my fingers stiff? No, they would not have understood. They would have dubbed me a rank sentimentalist. I could not reply to their requests. I could only read their letters over and over again in desperation and hurl the missives to the floor as a symbol of my defeat. I wanted to talk. God, how I wanted to, but I had no one to listen to me. Casual acquaintances I did not dare take into my confidence. Roger Threng did not return. Even the fellow in the rooms above me, who shared his apartment with me that night, did not come near me. He sensed that something peculiar, something beyond his scope of reason, enveloped me. 6 months passed, and I began, slowly at first, to return to my regular routine. That first return to work was agony. More than one thesis I started in the proper editorial manner, only to find myself, after the first half-dozen pages, writing about her words, her thoughts. More than once I wrenched pages from the roll of the typewriter, ripped them to shreds, and dashed them to the floor, only to gather them together again and read them 100 times more because they spoke of her. And so a year passed, a year of my allotted time of loneliness, before she should return. 3 months more, and I was offered an instructorship at the university to lecture on philosophy. I accepted the position. There I learned that Roger Threng had graduated from the medical school, had hung out his private shingle, and was well along the road to medical fame. Once, by sheer accident, I encountered him in the corridors of the university. He shook my hand, spoke to me for a few minutes regarding his success, and excused himself at the first opportunity. He did not mention her. Then, months later, came the night of my 28th birthday. That night I did a strange thing. When darkness had crept into my room, I drew the great chair close to one of the windows, flung the aperture open wide, and waited. Waited and hoped. I wanted her to come. Yet I remembered my promise to her. Even as I lowered myself into the chair, I hung a crucifix about my throat and made the sign of the cross. Then I sat stiff, rigid, staring into the black void before me. The hours dragged. My body became stiff, sore from lack of motion. My eyes were glued open, rimmed with black circles of anxiety. My hands clutched the arms of the chair and never relaxed their intense grip. I heard the distant bell of the Old North Church tolling 11 o'clock, and later, hours and hours and hours later, it struck a single note to indicate the half hour before midnight. Then, very suddenly, a black, bat-like shape was fluttering in the open window. It had substance, for I heard the dead impact of its great wings as they struck the ledge in front of me, and yet it had no substance, for I could discern the definite, unbroken shape of the window frame through its massive body, and I sat motionless, transfixed, staring. The thing swooped past me. I saw it strike the floor, heard it struggling erratically between the legs of the table. Then, in front of my eyes, it dissolved into a creature of mist, and another shape took form. I saw it rise out of the floor, saw it become tall and lithe and slender. And then she stood before me, radiantly beautiful. In that moment of amazement, I forgot my danger. I lurched up from the chair and took a sudden step toward her. My arms went out. Her arms were already out, and she was standing there waiting for me to take her. But even as I would have clasped her slender body, she fell away from me, staring in horror at the crucifix that hung from my throat. I stopped short. I spoke to her, calling her by name. But she retreated from me, circling around me until she stood before the open window. Then, with uncanny quickness, she was gone, and a great black-winged bat swirled through the opening into the outer darkness. For an eternity I stood absolutely still, with my arms still outstretched. Then, with a dry, helpless sob, I turned away. Need I repeat what must already be obvious? She returned. Night after night she returned to me, taking form before me with her lovely, pleading arms outstretched to enfold me. I could not bring myself to believe that this utterly lovely, supplicating figure could wish to do me harm. For that matter, I could not believe that she was dead, that she had ever died. I wanted her. God, how I wanted her. I would have given my life to take her beautiful body once more in my arms and hold her close to me. But I remembered my promise to her. The crucifix remained about my throat. Never once did she touch it, or touch me. In fact, never once did I see her for more than a single fleeting instant. She took birth before my eyes, stood motionless while I stumbled out of the chair and groped toward her. And then the awful power of the sign of the cross thrust her back. Always the same, one maddening moment, and hours upon hours of abject, empty loneliness that followed. I did no work. All day, every day, I waited in agony for the hour of her coming. Then, one day, I sat by myself and thought. I reasoned with myself. I argued my personal desires against the truths which I knew to be insurmountable. And that night, when she stood before me, I tore the crucifix from my throat and hurled it through the open window. I took her in my arms. I embraced her, and I was glad, wonderfully glad, for the first time in more than 2 years. We clung to each other. She too was glad. I could see it in her face, in her eyes. Her lips trembled as they pressed mine. They were warm, hot, alive. I am not sure of all that happened. I do not want to be sure. Even as her slender body quivered in my arms, a slow stupor came over me. It was like sleep, but more, oh, so much more desirous than mere slumber. I moved back. I was forced back to the great chair. I relaxed. Something warm and soft touched my throat. There was no pain, no agony. Life was drawn out of me. It was daylight when I awoke. The room was empty. The sunlight streamed through the open window. Something wet and sticky lay upon my throat. I reached up, touched it, and stared at my fingers dispassionately. They were stained with blood. I did not need to seize upon a mirror. The 2 telltale marks of the vampire were upon my neck. I knew it. She came the next night. Again we lay together, deliriously happy. I had no regrets. I felt her lips at my throat. Next morning, I lay helpless in the big chair, unable to move. My strength had been drawn from me. I had no power to rise. Far into the day I remained in the same posture. When a knock came at my door, I could not stand up to admit the visitor. I could only turn my head listlessly and murmur, "Come in." It was the manager of the house who entered. He scuffed toward me half apologetically and stood there looking down at me. "I've been having complaints, sir," he scowled, as if he did not like to deliver his message. "The chap up above you has been kicking about the noises you makes down here o' nights. It'll have to stop, sir. I don't like to be telling you, but the chap says as how he's seen you sitting all night long in front of your window with the window wide open. He says he hears you talking to someone down here late at night, sir." "I'm very ill, Mr. Robel," I said weakly. "Will you call a doctor?" He blinked at me. Then he must have seen that significant thing on my throat, for he bent suddenly over me and said harshly, "My God, sir, you are sick." He hurried out. 15 minutes later he returned with a medical man whom I did not recognize. The fellow examined me, ordered me to bed, spent a long while peering at the mark on my neck, and finally went out, perplexed and scowling. When he came back in an hour or so, he brought a more experienced physician with him. They did what they could for me, but they did not understand, nor did I undertake to supply them with information. They could not prevent the inevitable. That I knew. I did not want them to prevent it. And that night, as I lay alone, she came as usual. 10 minutes before the luminous hands of the clock on the table beside me registered 11 o'clock, she came to my bed and leaned over me. She did not leave until daylight was but an hour distant. The next day was my last, and that day brought a man I had never expected to see again. It brought Roger Threng. I can see his face even now, as he paced across the room and stood beside my bed. It was repulsive with hate, masked with terrible triumph. His lips curled over his teeth as he spoke, and his eyes, those boring, glittering, living eyes, drilled their way into my tired brain as he glared into my face. "You wonder why I have come, man?" "Why?" I replied wearily. I was already close to eternity, and having him there beside me, feeling the hideous dynamic quality of his gaunt body, drew the last tongue of life out of me. "She has been here, eh?" He grinned evilly. I did not answer. Even the word "she" coming from his lips was profanity. I came here to tell you something, man, he rasped. Something that will comfort you on the journey you're about to take. Listen. He lowered himself into the great chair and hunched himself close, and I was forced to listen to his savage threat, because I could not lift my hand to silence him. I used to love Margot Verney, man, he said. I loved her as much as you do, but in a different way. She'd have none of me. Do you understand? She would have none of me. She despised me. She told me that she despised me. She. His massive hands clenched and unclenched, as if they would have twisted about my throat. His eyes flamed. Then she loved you. You with your thin common body and hoary brain. She refused me with all I had to offer her, and accepted you. Now do you know why I've come here? You can do nothing now, I said heavily. It is too late. She is beyond your power. Then he laughed. God, that laugh! It echoed and re-echoed across the room, vibrating with fearful intensity. It lashed into my brain like fire, left me weak and limp upon the bed. And there I lay, staring after him as he strode out of the room. I never saw Roger Threng again. I wonder if you know the meaning of death. Listen. They carried me that evening to a strange place. I say they, but perhaps I should say he, for Roger Threng was the man who ordered the change of surroundings. As for myself, I was too close to unconsciousness to offer resistance. I know only that I was lifted from my bed by 4 strong arms and placed upon a stretcher, and then I was carried out of my apartment to a private car which waited at the curb below. I bear no malice toward the 2 subordinates who performed this act. They were doing as they had been told to do. They were pawns of Roger Threng's evil mind. They made me as comfortable as possible in the rear section of the car. I heard the gears clash into place, then the leather cushion beneath me jerked abruptly, and the car droned away from the curb. I could discern my surroundings, and I took mental note of the route we followed, though I do not know that it matters particularly. I remembered crossing the Harvard Bridge above the Charles River with innumerable twinkling lights showing their reflections in the quiet water below. Then we followed one of the central thoroughfares through a great square where the noise and harsh glare beat into my mind. And later, a long time later, the car came to a stop in the yards of the university. Once again I was placed upon a stretcher. Where they took me I do not know, except that we passed through a maze of endless corridors in the heart of one of the university's many buildings. But the end of my journey lay in a small, dimly lighted room on one of the upper floors, and there I was lifted from the stretcher and placed upon a comfortable, brocaded divan. It was dusk then, and my 2 attendants set about making my comfort more complete. They spooned broth between my lips. They turned the light out of my eyes. They covered my prostrate body with a silken robe of some deep red color. "Why," I murmured, "have you brought me here?" "It is Dr. Threng's order, sir," one of them said quietly. "But I don't want—" "Dr. Threng fully understands the nature of your malady, sir," the attendant replied, silencing my protest. "He has prepared this room to protect you." I studied the room then. Had he not spoken in such a significant tone, I should probably never have given a thought to the enclosure, but the soft inflection of his words was enough to remove my indifference. As I have said, it was a small room. That in itself was not peculiar, but when I say that the walls were broken by only 1 window, you too will realize something sinister. The walls were low, forming a perfect square with the divan precisely in the center. No hangings, no pictures or portraits of any kind adorn the walls themselves. They were utterly bare. I know now that they were not bare, but the infernal wires that extended across them were so nearly invisible that my blurred sight did not notice. One thing I shall never forget. When the attendants left me, after preparing me for the night, one of them said, deliberately, as if to console me, "You will be guarded every moment of this night, sir. The wall facing you has been bored through with a spy hole. Dr. Threng, in the next room, asked me to inform you that he will remain at the spy hole all night, and will allow nothing to come near you." And then they left me alone. I knew that she would come. It was my last night on earth, and I was positive that she would see it through by my side to give me courage. The strange room would not keep her away. She would be able to find me, no matter where they secreted me. I waited, lying limp on the divan with my face toward the window. The window was open. I thought then that the attendants had left it open by mistake, that they had overlooked it. I know now that it was left wide because of Roger Threng's command. An hour must have passed after they left me to myself, an hour of despair and emptiness for me. She did not come. I began to doubt, to be afraid. I knew that I should die soon, very soon, and I dreaded to enter the great unknown without her guidance. And so I waited and waited and waited, and never once took my eyes from the window, which was my only hope of relief. Then it must have been nearly midnight. I heard the doleful howling of a dog somewhere down in the yard below. I knew what it meant. I struggled up, propping myself on one elbow, staring eagerly. A moment later, the faint square of moonlight which marked the window frame was suddenly blotted out. I saw a massive, winged shape silhouetted in the opening. For an instant it hovered there, flapping its great body. Then it swooped into the room where I lay. I saw again that uncanny transformation of spirit. The nocturnal spectre dissolved before my eyes and assumed shape again, rising into a tall, languid, divinely beautiful woman. And she stood there, smiling at me. All that night she remained by my side. She talked to me, in a voice that was no more than a faint whisper, comforting me for the ordeal which I must soon undergo. She told me secrets of the grave, secrets which I may not repeat here, nor ever wish to repeat. But it was a relief from the loneliness and restlessness of my heart to have her there beside me, sitting so quietly, confidently, in the depths of the divan. I no longer dreaded the fate in store for me. It meant that I should be with her always. You who love or ever have loved with an all-consuming tenderness, you will understand. The hours passed all too quickly. I did not take account of them. I knew that she would leave when it was necessary for her to go. I knew the unfair limits that were imposed upon her very existence. Hers was a life of darkness from sunset to sunrise. Unless she returned to the secrets of the grave before daylight crept upon us, her life would be consumed. The hour of parting drew near. I feared to think of it. With her close to me, holding my hand, I was at peace, but I knew that without her I should lapse again into an agony of doubt and fear. If I could have died then with her near me, I think I should have been contented. But it was not to be. She bent over to kiss me tenderly, and then rose from the divan. "I must go back, beloved," she whispered. "Stay a moment more," I begged. "One moment. I dare not pull." She turned away. I watched her as if she were taking my very soul with her. She walked very softly, slowly to the window. I saw her look back at me, and she smiled. God, how I remember that last smile. It was meant to give me courage, to put strength into my heart. And then she stepped to the window. Even as she moved that last step, the horrible thing happened. A monstrous, livid streamer of white light seared across the space in front of her. It blazed in her face like a rigid snake, hurling her back. There, engraved upon the wall, hung the sign of the cross, burning like a thing possessed of life. She staggered away from it. I saw the terror in her face as she ran to the opposite wall. 10 steps she took, and then that wall too shone livid with the cross. 2 horrible wires transformed into writhing reality by some tremendous charge of electricity glowed before her. She sought frantically for a means of escape. Back and forth she turned. The sign of the cross confronted her on every side, hemming her in. There was no escape. The room was a veritable trap, a trap designed and executed by the infernally cunning mind of Roger Threng. I watched her in mute madness. Back and forth she went, screaming, sobbing her helplessness. I have watched a mouse in a wire cage do the same thing, but this was 1,000 times more terrible. I called out to her. I attempted to rise from the divan and go to her, but weakness came over me, and I fell back quivering. She realized then that it was the end. She fought to control herself, and she walked to the divan where I lay and knelt beside me. She did not speak. I think she had no voice at that moment. I held her close against me, my lips pressed into her hair. Like a very small, pitiful leaf she trembled in my arms. And then, even as I held her, the first gleam of dawn slid across the floor of that ghastly room. She raised her head and looked into my face. "Goodbye, Paul." I could not answer her. Something else answered. From the spy hole in the opposite wall of the room came a hoarse, triumphant cackle in Roger Threng's malignant voice. The girl was dead, dead in my arms, and that uncouth voice from the wall, screaming its derision, brought madness to my heart. I lunged to my feet, fighting against the torture that drove through my body. I stumbled across the room. I reached the wall, found the spy hole with my frozen fingers, clawed at it, raged against it. And there, fighting to reach the man who had condemned me to an eternity of horror, I died. My story is finished. The chimes of the Old North Church have just tolled a single funereal note to usher in the hour, 1 o'clock. It is many, many years since that fateful night when I became a creature of the blood. I do not dare to remember the number of them. Between the hours of sunrise and sunset, I cling to the earth of my grave, where I refuse to stay until I have avenged her. Then I shall write more, perhaps, pleading for your assistance that I may join her in the true death. A spike through the heart will do it. From sunset until sunrise, throughout the hours of night, I am as one of you. I breathe, I drink. Occasionally, as at this moment, I write, so that I may speak her name again and see it before me. I have attended social functions, mingled with people. Only one precaution must I take, and that to avoid mirrors, since my deathless body casts no reflection. Every night, I have visited the great house where Roger Threng lives. No, I have not yet avenged her. The monster is too cunning, too clever. The sign of the cross is always upon him to keep me from his throat. But sometime, he will forget, and then, then. When it is done, I shall find a way to quit this horrible brotherhood. I shall die the real death, as she did, and I shall find her. The Nightmare Road by Florence Crowe. The wind moaned dismally around the eaves of the hunting lodge, and the cold rain beat against the windows, making us all grateful for the cheer and warmth of the big, open fireplace. There were 5 of us who had come up to J.P. Draper's lodge for a little holiday. Draper was a genial man in his middle 30s, well-educated and widely traveled. He knew good liquors and told a story well, quite the ideal host. He was of distinguished appearance, with a broad streak of perfectly white hair drawn straight back from just above his right eyebrow to a little below the crown of his head in the back, where it became intermingled with the black and finally was lost. He had an odd mannerism of caressing the white streak when in deep thought, which, of course, drew attention to it. We had all been in a reminiscent mood and telling some tall tales. Somehow, our talk had turned to things occult and supernatural. I think the loneliness of the lodge and the dismal rain, with the tapping of the ends of the limb of a tree on the window pane like ghostly fingertips, had something to do with it. Finally, someone asked J.P. to tell us some experience he might have had that was touched with the occult. J.P. was stroking his white streak in that absent-minded way of his, but he looked up at the speaker and said, "I shall tell you about something that happened a couple of years ago when I was in Germany. I was on a hiking tour through the Harz mountain district. As you know, the more elevated portions are rough and dreary, and the soil is sterile, but the scenery is very interesting, with the rounded and graceful form of the Bracken towering above all the other mountains. The Rostrap, which stands nearby in the same group, is not so tall but is far more rugged in aspect than the Bracken, and it was in this district that the events occurred which I shall relate. I had been enjoying it all immensely until the night of All Hallows Eve. The goal I had set for the evening was the town of Goslar, situated on the Goss at the base of the Rammelsberg. There are some public buildings there I wished to see which were erected in the 15th century. The Imperial Palace, in part a ruin, and the Gothic Church, the treasure of which is a number of Luther's manuscripts. The people of this town, and indeed of the whole district, are hard-working and God-fearing. The more ignorant are, however, very superstitious, believing in all sorts of witchcraft, charms, and magic. Several friendly persons had mentioned that it was All Hallows Eve that vampires, witches, and other cohorts of the devil would be abroad that night, and it were well that all good folk should be indoors with a holy cross on the door to protect them. I paid no attention to their talk, of course, and the day itself was uneventful, except that toward evening, when I realized that it would be after dark before I could reach Goslar, I stopped for refreshments. The good woman who served me offered the hospitality of her home for the night, and warned me against being abroad after sundown. I thanked her, but said I would press on, as I would surely arrive in Goslar in time to secure lodging. She appeared troubled that I insisted on departing, and at the moment of my departure thrust a crude wooden cross into my hand, saying, "All who are abroad tonight will be in great peril and will surely need the protection of the Holy Cross. Keep it with you. They will try to get it away from you, but don't let it go a minute. They will try all sorts of tricks, but don't let them have it. Don't let them fool you." I felt foolish, but I thanked her for her kindness and, thrusting it into my pocket, forgot all about it until later. As the sun neared the horizon that evening, an air of expectancy seemed to hover over the land, and the long shadows cast by the strange rock formations took on weird shapes. A queer, coppery glow covered the sky, and the whole earth appeared to bask in the reflected glow from some vast devil's pit. The wind blew cold and chill, and moaned as it rushed by, as though it fled in fear of something. When the sun sank from sight, I looked toward the west, and a long line of birds or bats was streaming across the sky. with that infernal glow behind them, it created a most uncanny effect. I could well understand how an ignorant and superstitious person might imagine them to be vampires, bats, and witches flying to some unholy tryst. I was swinging along at an easy pace, but still covering the ground in good time, when I heard a feeble hail. It came from a little distance from the road, and I stopped and listened. It came again from the direction of a mass of rocks, and I turned my steps toward them. As I neared the rocks, I saw a poor, feeble old man lying in a twisted position as though in pain. "Are you hurt, my good man?" I asked as I bent to raise him from the ground. "Yes, but do not touch me. I am badly hurt. I think I am dying. All day I have lain here waiting for help, and now I fear it is too late. Before I die, I should like to see the Holy Cross. Do you have one?" I remembered the one I had in my pocket, and drew it forth and was about to place it in the old man's hand when he spoke in a voice astonishingly loud and strong for one dying. "No, no. Put it on the rock here beside me, so that it may be the last thing my eyes behold." I was astonished at his vehemence and the look which crossed his face, almost one of terror, I should say. I was nonplussed for a moment, and stood holding it rather uncertainly in my hand. Again the old fellow repeated his request in the weak and whining voice in which he had first spoken. I had stooped over to do as he asked when I happened to glance at his face again. Such a fierce look of exultation and triumph crossed it that I thought of what the old woman had said. They will try all sorts of tricks. Still, it was not with real seriousness that I thought of it, but it occurred to me that he was probably fevered and did not quite know what he said. Therefore, I reasoned, I would place it to his lips, as would be pleasing to the pious man if his mind were clear. I made the move to do so, and had almost touched him, when a horrible shriek burst from the creature's lips, and he leaped up and beyond my reach as though propelled by some mighty force stronger than human muscle and sinew. In an instant he was gone, but the sound of his shriek still trembled on the air. Hurrying back to the road, I started off rapidly toward Goslar, thinking to myself that he was probably a robber, but superstitious nevertheless about kissing the cross in the very act of committing a crime. And I wondered why he had mentioned the cross in the first place. And again the words of the old woman rang in my ears. "They will try to get it away from you." Just a coincidence, I decided. He was merely trying to throw me off guard by pretending to be dying, so that I should be unprepared for an attack. Still, highwaymen were not common in the district. At that moment, a great night bird swooped down with an unearthly scream. I almost jumped out of my shoes. Then I laughed as I thought how amusing it was that strange surroundings, loneliness, and an unusual experience work on one's nerves, till the cry of a harmless bird could throw one into a momentary panic. I had gone but a little way when something round and white rolled from behind a large rock. It had grown much darker, and the dim light seemed to play tricks with my sight, for it looked like a skull. I gave myself a mental shake for being such a fool. It couldn't possibly be anything but a rock that some small animal had loosened, and it had rolled down an incline. I was about to move on when I heard a noise from behind the rocks. I thought of the highwayman and prepared for another attack. Sure enough, something was coming. I could hear someone running over the stones. Suddenly there burst from behind the rocks a skeleton, a hideous, headless human skeleton running after its own skull. The skull kept rolling while the skeleton ran after it and disappeared from sight. It was almost too much for me, and I muttered aloud, "I must be crazy, or else they're right, and this is the devil's night." There was nothing to do but go on and try to reach Goslar before my imagination should play any more grim jokes on me. I was still holding the wooden cross in my hand, and somehow, imagination or not, I was glad I had it. I had been hurrying and was somewhat breathless when I saw a light in the distance. It was a welcome sight, and I slowed my pace somewhat, as I did not wish to rush up like a small boy frightened of the dark. As I came nearer, I noticed many figures milling about a big fire. Some travelers camping out, I thought. Maybe gypsies, I decided, as wild shouts of laughter reached me, and I noted that the figures were all moving about quickly in what was undoubtedly some sort of dance. However, I welcome the thought of being among even so villainous-appearing a lot. I came to within a few 100 feet and halted to look them over before making my presence known. My eyes first fell on the bonfire, for so strange a one I had never seen. It burned with a strange, bluish light intermingled with bursts of crimson sparks. It was so remarkable that I scarcely saw the rest of the scene for a moment. Suddenly, my fascinated gaze fixed on something moving in the fire. I rubbed my eyes and looked again. The fire was not burning ordinary sticks of wood, but snakes. Serpents, large and small, squirmed and twisted as though executing some devil's dance of their own as the flames mounted higher. A particularly bright flare occurred, lighting up the whole company, and I looked at the people. What people! Their eyes all glowed like the red stoplight on an auto, and their visages were demoniac. They shouted in wild bursts of laughter, in which there was no mirth, only echoes of dead curses and groans. I tried to turn and slip away, but I could not. I seemed rooted to the spot. I raised my eyes and saw that grimmest of all structures, a gallows. At the end of the rope, hanging from the scaffold, dangled a human figure. My chest suddenly felt as though it were bursting from the horror and pity of beholding a hapless human so murdered by the fiends that made such terrible sport. Even as I watched, the hanged creature began to wave its arms and dance on the air. As it danced, shriller, wilder laughter rang out. Suddenly, the rope parted, and the creature floated to the ground and joined in the wild revelry. My senses were reeling. I thought I had surely gone mad, and this was the hell of insanity. I don't know whether I laughed or began to pray. I think I tried to pray, and I must have made some noise which attracted the attention of that terrible host, for they all turned at the same instant and rushed toward me. Red light flashed from their fiendish eyes, and clawed hands stretched out to grab me. Instinctively, I raised my hands, as one does in trying to ward off a blow, still holding the cross. They stopped, as though transfixed at sight of what I held in my hands. Suddenly they set up a terrible howling and screeching as they danced and flew about me, but did not come any closer. I perceived that they would not touch me, so long as I was thus protected by the cross, and so, holding it extended before me, I stepped forward. Those directly before me moved aside, leaving a gap, and I passed through. Numbers of the awful things followed me, and I could hear their screams and wails and the sound of great wings thrashing the air. I stumbled on, feeling that I'd been on this awful road forever. I was breathing in great sobbing gasps, grasping the cross with a strength that numbed my fingers. I tried to pray, but all I could say was, "Oh God." Far in the distance, I again saw a light. I almost feared to approach it, but there was the chance that it was a house, a human habitation. There was ever a rustling behind me, and I felt a cold wind on the back of my neck, like an icy blast from the lowest, frozen pit of hell. I stumbled along, and as I came closer to the light, I could see that it was shining from the window of a house. Nevertheless, not to betray myself again into the presence of another such company as I had just escaped, I approached the window and looked within. There on his knees, I saw the dark-garbed figure of some saintly man of God, his white head bowed in prayer. I knocked on the door and heard the good priest move. I called aloud for admittance, and he answered me, asking, "Who is there?" I do not know what I answered, but the door was opened, and I fell across the threshold, noting as I fell that the mat just within the entrance was made in the design of a cross. When I opened my eyes, the glorious mountain dawn had flooded the world with light, and I was resting on the good man's own couch, and he sat in a great chair close beside me. He smiled and placed his hand on my forehead, saying, "You are less fevered now, my son. I think you will soon be all right." I felt very grateful to the good priest, but my eyelids were heavy, and I slept. After a while, the fever left, and I was entirely recovered, but since that time this streak of white has marked my otherwise youthful head. Our host smiled as he stroked the white streak across his head and looked at his guests. Vampire Village by Edmund Hamilton. Knock again, I told Croft. There's always someone up in these village inns, and it's not midnight yet. I've almost hammered the door down already, he replied. Either these Transylvanians sleep like the dead, or... What, the devil? What's the matter? I inquired. He was shaking his hand ruefully. Bruised my knuckles on something on the door, he said irritably. He detached it from the door, then passed it to me. I saw that it was a little wooden cross. A mighty inconvenient way of expressing religious fervor, exclaimed Croft, as he knocked again. I looked up and down the white road, gleaming in the starlight. Along it were strung the score or so of high-peaked frame cottages that formed the village of Cranzac. Croft and I had counted, as we had swung through the Transylvanian hills all day and evening, on getting here a late supper and lodging for the night. But now Cranzac seemed to offer small prospect of either supper or bed, for from the shuttered windows of its houses showed no lights, and our hammering at the inn's door had produced no response. We had heard voices inside the inn as we had approached it, but at our first knock they had become abruptly silent. Croft, annoyed by hurting his hand on the cross, called out now in our defective Hungarian, "Let us in. This is an inn, isn't it?" An elderly, tremulous voice answered, "It is the Inn of Cranzac, yes, but it opens to no one tonight." "Why not?" my companion demanded. The same voice answered, "Because this is the night of vampires, sirs, the night of St. George, when all those who were in life vampires and servants of evil rise again to work evil until dawn. No door here in Cranzac will open until dawn." "Night of the devil?" I exclaimed. "What kind of craziness is this?" Croft laughed, turning from the door. "No use, Barton. We've run into their superstitions, and it looks like no lodging for us tonight." A different and shriller voice called from inside. "If you want lodging, go on to Wiesland," it told us, and was followed by a buzz of 3 or 4 voices within. We stepped back into the road, baffled, looking along the villagers' houses. Each had some sort of cross at its door, and each was still dark and without invitation. "Well, it looks as if we go on to Wiesland, wherever it may be," I said. "Wiesland. I don't remember it on the map," Croft said. "But these villages are all pretty close together, so it can't be far." "Forward march, then," I ordered, and we started along the road in the starlight. "The night of St. George, night of the vampires," I repeated, as we swung out of the village and on through the dark pine woods. Was that whole village sitting behind locked doors in fear of that old vampire superstition, Croft? He nodded. "It's a very deep belief here in Transylvania. These Transylvanians believe implicitly that when people die, who have sold themselves to evil, they become not dead, but undead, become vampires who rise from their tombs by night to suck blood and life from others." "I've read something of the belief, of course," I said, "but I thought vampires could rise any night between sunset and dawn. I didn't know this St. George's night was the only night in the year in which they could rise." Croft laughed. "There's a distinction between vampires, Barton. All vampires can rise from their graves each night until priests have carried out over their graves the binding and exercising rites that prison them there. But on this one night each year, St. George's night, even these prisoned vampires, who far outnumber the others, can rise and work evil until dawn. Which is why St. George's night finds them locked up back there at Cranzac," I said, shaking my head. "And those crosses on the doors?" I asked, jerking a thumb toward the little wooden one Croft had passed me, which I had thrust into my breast pocket. He smiled. "To protect them from the vampires tonight, of course. A cross is the one sure weapon against vampires, you know. The one thing they fear. It's almighty interesting, this vampire superstition. And mighty inconvenient for us," I added. "If this Wiesland's people are as terrorized by vampires tonight as Cranzac's, we're out of luck for sure." We hitched our knapsacks higher on our shoulders and bent to the steady task of walking. The white road wound through dense forests up a long slope that seemed to pass between the big hills ahead and to the right. There was no moon, but the thin starlight outlined the road clearly in its windings through the dark pine woods. As we swung on for steady mile after mile, it came to me that the very gloominess of this somber Transylvanian landscape must be at the bottom of its people's fearful beliefs. It would be easy to believe, I speculated, that in the midnight darkness of the hills about us, supernatural beings of evil were moving, loosed this one night from the tomb. We could see once or twice black flying shapes of considerable size moving in the starlight low over distant woods, and while it was apparent enough to Croft and me that these must be hawks or owls searching the night forests for prey, I could well see, I thought, how any Transylvanian seeing them would believe them vampires abroad on this, their night. Croft's voice at last interrupted my speculations. "There are the lights of a village down there," he announced. "Wieslants, I suppose." We had reached the rim of a bowl-shaped valley some miles across that was encircled by the hills. Down in the darkness at this bowl's center gleamed a little pattern of lights, with at one spot the red aglow of fires. "Nothing shut up about Wiesland, apparently," I said with rising spirits. "We may get supper and a bed tonight after all." "Looks as though there's a chance of it, at any rate," Croft agreed. We swung down into the bowl-like valley toward the village's lights. Wiesland, it was apparent as we entered it, was a place unusually ancient, for the houses along its little streets were more antique in appearance than any we had yet seen. They had the grotesquely carved scrollwork and odd-shaped doors and windows common to the houses of the section a few hundred years ago. These houses were illuminated with yellow candlelight, but we could see no occupants in them as we passed among them. The reason for this was explained when we neared the open green at the village's center, for large fires were burning there, swift, gay music was audible, and gathered round the firelit green and dancing to the music were the people of Wiesland. As Croft and I approached, we could see these people only as black shapes dancing between us and the glowing fires. Their dark forms spun with such swiftness that to us, with the light in our eyes, they seemed to leave the ground and whirl through the air in the mad rush of the dance. Croft and I drew nearer and stopped in the shadows outside the firelit green circle, watching with astonishment. A half-dozen fires spilled ruddy light across the green, and around each fire one of the strange dances was going on. The dancers were clad, the men in outlandish, brilliant jackets and tight trousers, the women in similarly bright skirts and bodices, the festal attire of Transylvanian peasants. Yet these costumes were of an older and odder style than any others we had seen. Around the green's edge in the firelight were 100 or 2 villagers watching and applauding the dance. They were clad like the dancers, there being in fact no modern dress visible. At one place was a peasant orchestra of stringed instruments pouring out the wild, swift music. Beside this, a tall, white-moustached and fierce-faced oldster was calling above the din to the dancers as they whirled and spun. I had never seen such a strange picture of mad gaiety, and Croft and I watched, marveling from back in the shadows. These anciently dressed villagers seemed flinging themselves into the merriment of the dance with utter abandon. The eyes of dancers and spectators alike glowed crimson, apparently from reflected firelight. Suddenly, one of the spectators glimpsed Croft and me back in the dark. He uttered a stabbing cry, and instantly all of them were rushing toward us. In our momentary stupefaction, it almost seemed that they were hurtling through the air to attack us, a crowded vision of crimson eyes and white gleaming teeth. But when almost upon Croft and me, they stopped short as though struck back. They encircled us, giving vent to a babble of excited cries in a Hungarian dialect that was almost beyond our understanding, while their excited, gleaming eyes held upon us. The din was immense. "Excitable beggars, aren't they?" said Croft. "Can you make out what they're shouting about?" "Not while they're all crying at once," I answered. "What's the matter with them? I thought for a moment they were attacking us." "These Transylvanians are all an excitable bunch," he said. "This looks like the headman of the village coming, and he ought to be able to calm them down." It was the tall, white-moustached oldster who had been calling to the dancers, who now shouldered through the throng toward us. He was dressed like the rest in the brilliant ancient festal costume, which set off his tall figure well enough. He bowed to us, his eyes sharp upon ours. "Welcome to Friesland, sirs," he addressed us, in the oddly twisted dialect of the others. "We did not expect strangers here tonight." "I'm sorry if we've intruded on your festal celebrations," Croft told him. "We didn't mean to do so." The other waved the apology aside, smilingly. "My people here, I am Mihai Halos, headman of Friesland, see but few strangers, and so are excited when any visit our little village." "Well, it's not by intention we came," Croft said. "Back at the last village, Kranzak, everyone was locked up for fear of vampires. They must have been afraid we were vampires ourselves, for they wouldn't let us in but told us to go on to Friesland." Halos's smile deepened, and a laugh ran through the crowd. "Kranzak's people are much afraid of vampires on this night, it is true," the headman said. "For not far from Kranzak was located the vampire village." "Vampire village?" Croft repeated interrogatively, but Halos waved his hand. "It is a belief in this part of Transylvania. I will tell you the story later. It keeps many villages in fear on this night." "Well, I'm glad at any rate it doesn't keep you of Friesland locked up," I remarked. "We didn't fancy walking all night." "You'll find excellent accommodations here at Friesland," Halos assured me. "Indeed, you could have come at no better time than tonight." Again, the chuckling laugh ran through the crowd, though I could see nothing humorous in the words. These gleaming-eyed, strangely dressed villagers were making both Croft and myself rather uncomfortable by their staring at us from all sides, and Halos must have seen this. "Our inn is over there at the green's edge," he said. "May I not lead you there?" We protested against his taking the trouble, but with true Transylvanian courtesy he waved our protests aside. Halos motioned the villagers to make way for us, and was turning again toward us when I bumped awkwardly into him face to face. To my surprise, he staggered and fell to his knees, his hand on his heart, and his face contorted by a spasm of agony. He regained his feet, though, before we had time to help him up, and I apologized as best I could for my clumsiness. "It was not your fault," he said, with hand still on his breast. "But I have a weakness here, and the thing in your breast pocket prodded me when we collided." I looked down and saw projecting from my breast pocket the little wooden cross Croft had handed me at Kranzak, which I had forgotten. "I'm very sorry," I said. "It was stupid of me to run into you." Halos smiled and shook his head, but I noticed as we started through the crowd toward the inn that he kept Croft between him and myself. Apparently, he did not intend trusting himself again to my awkwardness. And as we moved through the gay-dressed villagers who parted to allow us passage, I even thought that they shrank rather farther away from me than from Croft. It was a little discomforting to me. Halos talked on urbanely as he led us to the inn. The music behind us had recommenced, and the villagers were again dancing by the time we came to the ancient-looking inn at the green's edge. We followed the headman into the stone-paved, broad-beamed tavern room. A great fire flickered in a wall fireplace, and behind the small bar at the room's end, the fat and white-haired innkeeper was serving bottles of queer, twisted shapes to a dozen gay-costumed men and women. They had been engaged in wild talk and laughter as we entered, but fell dead silent at sight of Halos and ourselves staring toward us. I was struck again by the trick of the firelight falling upon these people's faces to make their eyes seem somehow crimson-lit. The fat innkeeper came forward, and Halos made introduction. "This is Callant, innkeeper of Wiesland, and as excellent a one as can be found in Transylvania," he told us smilingly. "He will be glad to see you, for it is not often he lodges strangers." "Not often," admitted the fat Callant, laughing in a strange way. "In fact, it is not often that I have custom of any kind. You will wish 2 rooms, sirs?" "Oh, 1 room will do for both of us," Croft answered. "We're more concerned about supper than the room right now." "If you will do us an honor," Halos interjected. "Our Wiesland festivities on this feast night continue all night, and some of us leading villagers always have supper here at 2 o'clock. You would honor us by joining us." "We'll be honored to do so," Croft said. "It's almost 2 now, so Barton and I had better brush up a little." "I will show you the room, sirs," said Callant, turning with a candle toward the narrow stair that rose back in the shadows. We were entering the dark stairway with him when Halos's voice stopped us. He was gesturing with an amused smile toward the wooden cross that still projected from my breast pocket. "That emblem of piety were best left in your room, sir," he told me smilingly. "On this night, piety is forgotten here, and we think but of merriment." Croft and I laughed. "It's not really mine," I told the head man. "But of course I'll leave it. I don't want to be the skeleton at your feast." As we went up the dark, narrow stairway after the fat Callant, I heard a sudden babble of wild voices break out in the tavern room we had just quitted. There cut across them and silenced them the sharp voice of Halos, and I smiled at this evidence that our courtly host could play the tyrant over his simple subjects when so inclined. The stair led up into a long hall, dimly lit by 1 or 2 candles in wall sockets along it. There were doors but half visible in the shadows, and Callant led us to one of these and opened it, gesturing inside as he placed his candle in a socket inside the door. "This will suit you, sirs," he told us. "It's a little musty. We don't often have custom here, but should be comfortable enough." "It's quite all right," we assured him. "Tell Halos we'll be down in a few moments." He bowed and withdrew. We looked about us. "Musty is right," I commented. "Looks as if it hadn't been used for centuries." The room, in fact, was covered with dust that lay thick over the floor and furniture and old-fashioned wooden bed. Through the odd-shaped windows we could glimpse the green outside, where the fires still were burning and the dark shadows of the dancers whirling to the wild music. Croft and I spruced up as well as possible and then left the room. When we emerged from the dark stairway into the inn's tavern room again, we found the head man Halos there with 24 or more men and women. They were without exception dressed in the antique festal costumes to which we were now accustomed. Halos almost rushed to meet us as we entered the tavern room, his eyes alight. But a little from us he stopped, staring at my breast. I looked down and saw that I had forgotten to discard the little wooden cross from that pocket. "Oh, I'm sorry," I said, "but I suppose having the thing doesn't really matter?" "Of course not," he told me courteously. "Will you not meet some of our people? These are my own 2 daughters." He made introductions, and we chatted as best we could in our halting Hungarian with the gay groups. I was somewhat chagrined, I admit, to see that they tended to gather around Croft and to avoid me. Recalling the headman's words, I suppose they judged from the cross projecting from my pocket that I was some strict and serious devotee. Croft saw my isolation and shot amused glances at me now and then, for he was making great progress with the 2 brilliant-cheeked beauties Halos had introduced as his daughters. Halos himself talked with me, though at a little distance, until the fat Callant appeared from another room, to announce that the supper was ready. We passed into the candle-lit dining hall, where a long table laden with Transylvanian dishes and wines awaited us. Alos seated himself at the table's end, with Croft and the younger daughter at his right, and me and the elder daughter at his left. But before I could address a word to this elder sister, she pulled her chair as far as possible from me, and turned her back upon me to talk to her other neighbour. The supper was gay, and Croft and the younger sister opposite me were of the gayest, though I was feeling somewhat chagrined at the cold treatment these people accorded me. I made up for it by attacking the spicy foods and strong wines with vigour, nor was Croft much behind me, since we had not eaten for a dozen hours. The foods and wines were as delicious as I had ever tasted, but seemed strangely lacking in filling qualities. In fact, after disposing of a half-dozen dishes and several glasses, I felt really as hungry as on beginning. Yet, though Croft too looked a little puzzled, the others at the table seemed not to notice it. The room rang with laughter, chatter and clink of glasses, with echoes now and then of the dance music from outside. Callant hovered about to see that all were served, and at the table's end Halos was the picture of a courteous host. During a lull in the chatter of voices, Croft addressed him. "You said you'd tell us about the vampire village located near Kranzak," he reminded. "I'd like to hear the story, if the rest don't mind." Halos smiled, and I saw suppressed mirth on the faces of our companions, Callant grinning in the background. "Why, all here know it well," the headman said, "but if it would interest you." At our quick assurance, he went on. "We of Transylvania have for many centuries known that vampires do exist. We have known that men and women who sell themselves in life to the forces of evil do not, when they die, become dead, but undead, vampires. By day, vampires lie as though dead in their graves, but by night rise as though living and suck blood and life from whatever unprotected people they encounter. We Transylvanians know also that against the cross vampires are powerless. So whenever a vampire's grave is detected in this country, priests perform over it ceremonies of the cross that bind the vampire in his grave. Yet even vampires so bound and prisoned can, on one night of the year, the night of St. George, still rise and work until dawn. Almost 250 years ago, there was in this section of Transylvania a village located not far from Kranzak. And this village near Kranzak came to be haunted by vampires as no village had ever been before. The forces of evil worked there until in the graves of that village lay some hundreds of vampires who came forth each night. It was, then, a vampire village. The living people left in it fled to Kranzak and other places, but the vampires remained. Each day that village lay deserted and untenanted beneath the sun, but each night the vampires rose to move through and inhabit the village as though alive, venturing often to attack people in nearby villages. So at last the people of the surrounding section came with many priests to put an end to this vampire village. Over each grave the priests carried out their binding rites, prisoning each vampire thus. From then on, though no living people ever again inhabited it, the vampires came forth no more by night, save on that one night each year, the night of St. George, when all vampires are freed. On that night, the vampire village again swarms until dawn with its undead inhabitants. And since the night of St. George is tonight, Croft smiled, they feared back in Kranzak that we too were from the vampire village? That is so, said Halos, also smiling. For despite the centuries that have passed, they of Kranzak and the other villages still fear this night of the year, when the vampire village wakes to life again. But you here in Wiesland tonight don't seem to have much fear of the village of vampires, I said. They all laughed at that. It is because St. George is our patron, and so on his festal night we have his protection, Halos explained, and can give ourselves up to merrymaking without fear. Croft shook his head. Strange, the power of some of these beliefs, he said. Yet they fit with your ancient houses and costumes somehow. The elder Halos girl laughed. These costumes we wear on this festal night, all of us, but they must seem very odd to you, she told Croft. They seem beautiful, he told her. Yet they make me feel as though Barton and I had in some way strayed into the past. Our dances are ancient ones too on this night, she said. Will you not come with my sister and me to watch them? Her invitation so pointedly excluded me that Croft shot a grinning glance at me as he accepted. Coming along, Barton? He asked as we all rose. I shook my head. I'm going upstairs and get some much-needed sleep, I told him. It's almost morning, you know. Our company passed back into the tavern room, Croft between the two sisters, and I with Halos at my side. It was evident to me that Croft had made an impression on the two gay-clad beauties, for their eyes and little white teeth gleamed alike as they laughed up to him, their hands tightening on his arms in a caressing and almost possessive manner. I'll be up shortly, Barton, Croft told me as they turned to the door. I could stand some sleep myself, all right. Sleep? There is enough of sleep in the world, exclaimed the younger sister. Tonight is a festal night, and not for sleep, but for life. For life. She spoke with astounding vehemence, and with eyes really fiery, rather startling Croft, and myself also. Halos, his own eyes crimson, shot her a furious look, and at that she dropped her lashes demurely. As Croft went out with them, I gave him a meaning glance, telling him not to make a fool of himself over the two Transylvanian beauties. Most of the company followed them, and I bade them a general good night. To Halos and Callant, who remained, I added my thanks before starting up the stair. As I went up the dark stairway, I thought I heard a quick step below and turned, but there was no one beneath. I heard Halos's voice hissing to someone, evidently Callant. Not yet, you fool. He has it still with him. Callant's muttered answer was inaudible, but their dispute was apparently no affair of mine, and I went on up to our room. In the dim candlelight, the musty bed was unattractive, but I sat down, yawning, glancing out the dusty window. The fires on the green still glowed red, but the music had stopped, and the dark shapes of the villagers seemed clustered round some object of interest. I loosened my collar, tossing onto the table with a smile the wooden cross whose significance of piety had given the villagers such a distaste for me. I was tossing our fat little blue guidebook after it, when it occurred to me to look up Wieslant's exact location in it. Croft had said that Wieslant was not on the map, and I found it to be so, there being no village at all marked there between that of Kranzak and the distant one of Holf. Somewhat puzzled, I turned to the book's text, but found no description of Wieslant there either, and was giving up with disgust at the inefficiency of guidebook makers when the name Wieslant in a footnote caught my eye. As I started to read this, I was aware subconsciously of two things, of a rush and commotion among the dark crowd out on the village green, and of the rustling sound of someone moving in the hall outside my door. But had thunder detonated about me, it could not have aroused in me the unutterable horror that was rising in me as I read the fine type of the footnote. The words seemed dancing before my eyes. Wieslant, approximately midway between Kranzak and Holf, deserted entirely in 1683 through fear of vampires, still called in that section the Vampire Village, now almost wholly in... and even as the terrific truth smashed home to my reeling brain, there thrust to my ears from the green outside an agonized scream in Croft's voice. I leapt across the room and flung the door open. Halos and Callant stood out it with eyes gleaming hell crimson at me out of the faces of fiends. The two shot as one through the air toward me, and as they bore me backward I felt their sharp fangs at my throat, felt in my face their breath like airs of cold corruption from the grave. But as I reeled backward with those two hell vampires upon me, my outflung hand touched the table, and something on the table that my fingers closed on instinctively, and that I thrust against them. It was the little cross, and as it touched them, it hurled them back across the room and against the wall as though titanic forces had smitten them. With eyes red flames of hell, Halos and Callant glared from there at me as I swayed to the door, Croft's scream stabbing again and weaker to my ears. I was flinging myself down the dark stairway, with the two black, fire-eyed shapes of Halos and Callant after me, the cross still clutched in my grasp. I was reeling out onto the green to hear again Croft's muffled cry. Croft was down, and the madly whirling, scarlet-eyed vampire throng was upon him, white teeth seeking his throat. Half of them were rushing toward me, black fiend shapes against the fires that were dimming, as a faint promise of light showed eastward. Black vampire shapes that were about me and separating me from Croft. They recoiled and parted as I stumbled forward, extending the cross. They raged about me like mad shadow shapes of hell, their baffled shrieks in my ears. I was at Croft's side, and those upon him recoiled as I dropped beside him with the cross. He seemed senseless, and I felt my own senses going, and the cross dropping from my weakened fingers as around us raged the ghastly vampire horde. They were closing upon us as the cross slipped from my nerveless hand. The fiend faces of Halos and his daughters and all the others spun closer in a mad vista of red eyes and avid lips and sharp white teeth. And then from the paling east struck a grey shaft of dawn. Instantly, it was as though grey mist enveloped the vampire throng and all the village about us, a mist that darkened in my mind as I lost consciousness. The dawnlight eastward had changed from grey to gold when I came back to consciousness. Croft was stirring weakly, and as he sat up, I saw and picked from the ground beside me, automatically, a little wooden cross. We staggered to our feet and gazed dazedly about us. Ancient, weed-grown ruins stretched in the golden light around us. There were broken masonry outlines of building foundations, and in one place an enclosure of half-visible, time-worn tombstones, but there was no standing house or structure, or any sign of life. Croft and I stared wordlessly, wildly, all the world silent about us in the light of the morning sun. The Horror from the Mound by Robert E. Howard. Steve Brill did not believe in ghosts or demons. Juan Lopez did. But neither the caution of the one nor the sturdy skepticism of the other was shield against the horror that fell upon them, the horror forgotten by men for more than 300 years, a screaming fear monstrously resurrected from the black, lost ages. Yet, as Steve Brill sat on his sagging stoop that last evening, his thoughts were as far from uncanny menaces as the thoughts of man can be. His ruminations were bitter, but materialistic. He surveyed his farmland and he swore. Brill was tall, rangy, and tough as boot leather, true son of the iron-bodied pioneers who wrenched West Texas from the wilderness. He was browned by the sun and strong as a long-horned steer. His lean legs and the boots on them showed his cowboy instincts, and now he cursed himself that he had ever climbed off the hurricane deck of his crank-eyed Mustang and turned to farming. He was no farmer, the young puncher admitted profanely. Yet his failure had not all been his fault. Plentiful rain in the winter, so rare in West Texas, had given promise of good crops. But, as usual, things had happened. A late blizzard had destroyed all the budding fruit. The grain which had looked so promising was ripped to shreds and battered into the ground by terrific hailstorms, just as it was turning yellow. A period of intense dryness, followed by another hailstorm, finished the corn. Then the cotton, which had somehow struggled through, fell before a swarm of grasshoppers, which stripped Brill's field almost overnight. So Brill sat and swore that he would not renew his lease. He gave fervent thanks that he did not own the land on which he had wasted his sweat, and that there were still broad rolling ranges to the west, where a strong young man could make his living riding and roping. Now, as Brill sat glumly, he was aware of the approaching form of his nearest neighbor, Juan Lopez, a taciturn old Mexican who lived in a hut just out of sight over the hill across the creek and grubbed for a living. At present, he was clearing a strip of land on an adjoining farm, and in returning to his hut, he crossed a corner of Brill's pasture. Brill idly watched him climb through the barbed wire fence and trudge along the path he had worn in the short, dry grass. He had been working at his present job for over a month now, chopping down tough, gnarly mesquite trees and digging up their incredibly long roots, and Brill knew that he always followed the same path home. And watching, Brill noted him swerving far aside, seemingly to avoid a low, rounded hillock which jutted above the level of the pasture. Lopez went far around this knoll, and Brill remembered that the old Mexican always circled it at a distance. And another thing came into Brill's idle mind. Lopez always increased his gait when he was passing the knoll, and he always managed to get by it before sundown. Yet Mexican laborers generally worked from the first light of dawn to the last glint of twilight, especially at these grubbing jobs, when they were paid by the acre and not by the day. Brill's curiosity was aroused. He rose, and sauntering down the slight slope on the crown of which his shack sat, hailed the plodding Mexican. "Hey, Lopez, wait a minute." Lopez halted, looked about, and remained motionless but unenthusiastic as the white man approached. "Lopez," said Brill lazily, "it ain't none of my business, but I just wanted to ask you, how come you always go so far around that old Indian mound?" "No sabe," grunted Lopez shortly. "You're a liar," responded Brill genially. "You savvy, all right. You speak English as good as me. What's the matter? You think that mound's haunted or something?" Brill could speak Spanish himself, and read it too, but like most Anglo-Saxons, he much preferred to speak his own language. Lopez shrugged his shoulders. "It is not a good place, no bueno," he muttered, avoiding Brill's eyes. "Let hidden things rest." "I reckon you're scared of ghosts," Brill bantered. "Shucks, if that is an Indian mound, them Indians been dead so long their ghosts would be plumb wore out by now." Brill knew that the illiterate Mexicans looked with superstitious aversion on the mounds that are found here and there through the Southwest, relics of a past and forgotten age, containing the mouldering bones of chiefs and warriors of a lost race. "Best not to disturb what is hidden in the earth," grunted Lopez. "Bosh," said Brill. "Me and some boys busted into one of them mounds over in the Palo Pinto country and dug up pieces of a skeleton with some beads and flint arrowheads and the like. I kept some of the teeth a long time, till I lost 'em, and I ain't never been haunted." "Indians?" snorted Lopez unexpectedly. "Who spoke of Indians?" "There have been more than Indians in this country. In the old times, strange things happened here. I've heard the tales of my people, handed down from generation to generation. My people were here long before yours, Signor Brill." "Yeah, you're right," admitted Steve. "First white men in this country were Spaniards, of course. Coronado passed along not very far from here, I hear tell. And Hernando de Estrada's expedition came through here, away back yonder. I don't know how long ago." "In 1545, said Lopez. "They pitched camp yonder where your corral stands now." Brill turned to glance at his rail-fenced corral, inhabited now by his saddle horse, a pair of work horses, and a scrawny cow. "How come you know so much about it?" he asked curiously. "One of my ancestors marched with de Estrada," answered Lopez. "A soldier, Porfirio Lopez. He told his son of that expedition, and he told his son, and so down the family line to me, who have no son to whom I can tell the tale." "I didn't know you were so well connected," said Brill. "Maybe you know something about the gold de Estrada was supposed to have hid around here somewhere." "There was no gold," growled Lopez. "De Estrada's soldiers bore only their arms, and they fought their way through hostile country. Many left their bones along the trail. Later, many years later, a mule train from Santa Fe was attacked not many miles from here by Comanches, and they hid their gold and escaped. So the legends got mixed up. But even their gold is not there now, because gringo buffalo hunters found it and dug it up." Brill nodded, abstractedly, hardly heeding. Of all the continent of North America, there is no section so haunted by tales of lost or hidden treasure as is the Southwest. Uncounted wealth passed back and forth over the hills and plains of Texas and New Mexico in the old days when Spain owned the gold and silver mines of the New World and controlled the rich fur trade of the West, and echoes of that wealth linger on in tales of golden caches. Some such vagrant dream, born of failure and pressing poverty, rose in Brill's mind. Aloud he spoke. "Well, anyway, I got nothing else to do, and I believe I'll dig into that old mound and see what I can find." The effect of that simple statement on Lopez was nothing short of shocking. He recoiled, and his swarthy brown face went ashy. His black eyes flared, and he threw up his arms in a gesture of intense expostulation. "Dios, no!" he cried. "Don't do that, Signor Brill. There's a curse. My grandfather told me." "Told you what?" asked Brill. Lopez lapsed into sullen silence. "I cannot speak," he muttered. "I am sworn to silence. Only to an elder son could I open my heart. But believe me when I say better had you cut your throat than to break into that accursed mound." "Well," said Brill, impatient of Mexican superstitions. "If it's so bad, why don't you tell me about it? Give me a logical reason for not busting into it." "I cannot speak," cried the Mexican desperately. "I know, but I swore to silence on the holy crucifix, just as every man of my family has sworn. It is a thing so dark, it is to risk damnation even to speak of it. Were I to tell you, I would blast the soul from your body, but I have sworn, and I have no son, so my lips are sealed forever." "Ah, well," said Brill sarcastically, "why don't you write it out?" Lopez started, stared, and to Steve's surprise, caught at the suggestion. "I will. Dios be thanked, the good priest taught me to write when I was a child. My oath said nothing of writing. I only swore not to speak. I will write out the whole thing for you, if you will swear not to speak of it afterward, and to destroy the paper as soon as you have read it." "Sure," said Brill to humor him, and the old Mexican seemed much relieved. "Bueno, I will go at once and write. Tomorrow as I go to work I will bring you the paper, and you will understand why no one must open that accursed mound." And Lopez hurried along his homeward path, his stooped shoulders swaying with the effort of his unwonted haste. Steve grinned after him, shrugged his shoulders, and turned back toward his own shack. Then he halted, gazing back at the low, rounded mound with its grass-grown sides. It must be an Indian tomb, he decided, what with its symmetry and its similarity to other Indian mounds he had seen. He scowled as he tried to figure out the seeming connection between the mysterious knoll and the martial ancestor of Juan Lopez. Brill gazed after the receding figure of the old Mexican. A shallow valley, cut by a half-dry creek, bordered with trees and underbrush, lay between Brill's pasture and the low sloping hill beyond which lay Lopez's shack. Among the trees along the creek bank, the old Mexican was disappearing, and Brill came to a sudden decision. Hurrying up the slight slope, he took a pick and a shovel from the tool shed built onto the back of his shack. The sun had not yet set, and Brill believed he could open the mound deep enough to determine its nature before dark. If not, he could work by lantern light. Steve, like most of his breed, lived mostly by impulse, and his present urge was to tear into that mysterious hillock and find what, if anything, was concealed therein. The thought of treasure came again to his mind, piqued by the evasive attitude of Lopez. What if, after all, that grassy heap of brown earth hid riches, virgin ore from forgotten mines, or the minted coinage of old Spain? Was it not possible that the musketeers of de Estrada had themselves reared that pile above a treasure they could not bear away, moulding it in the likeness of an Indian mound to fool seekers? Did old Lopez know that? It would not be strange if, knowing of treasure there, the old Mexican refrained from disturbing it. Ridden with grisly superstitious fears, he might well live out a life of barren toil, rather than risk the wrath of lurking ghosts or devils, for the Mexicans say that hidden gold is always accursed, and surely there was supposed to be some especial doom resting on this mound. Well, Brill meditated, Latin Indian devils had no terrors for the Anglo-Saxon, tormented by the demons of drought and storm and crop failure. Steve set to work with a savage energy characteristic of his breed. The task was no light one. The soil, baked by the fierce sun, was iron hard, and mixed with rocks and pebbles. Brill sweated profusely and grunted with his efforts, but the fire of the treasure hunter was on him. He shook the sweat out of his eyes and drove in the pick with mighty strokes that ripped and crumbled the close-packed dirt. The sun went down, and in the long, dreamy summer twilight, he worked on, almost oblivious of time or space. He began to be convinced that the mound was a genuine Indian tomb, as he found traces of charcoal in the soil. The ancient people which reared these sepulchres had kept fires burning upon them for days, at some point in the building. All the mound Steve had ever opened had contained a solid stratum of charcoal a short distance below the surface, but the charcoal traces he found now were scattered about through the soil. His idea of a Spanish-built treasure trove faded, but he persisted. Who knows? Perhaps that strange folk men now called mound builders had treasure of their own which they laid away with the dead. Then Steve yelped in exultation as his pick rang on a bit of metal. He snatched it up and held it close to his eyes, straining in the waning light. It was caked and corroded with rust, worn almost paper-thin, but he knew it for what it was, a spur rowel, unmistakably Spanish with its long, cruel points. And he halted, completely bewildered. No Spaniard ever reared this mound, with its undeniable marks of aboriginal workmanship. Yet how came that relic of Spanish caballeros hidden deep in the packed soil? Brill shook his head and set to work again. He knew that in the center of the mound, if it were indeed an aboriginal tomb, he would find a narrow chamber built of heavy stones, containing the bones of the chief for whom the mound had been reared and the victims sacrificed above it. And in the gathering darkness, he felt his pick strike heavily against something granite-like and unyielding. Examination, by sense of feel as well as by sight, proved it to be a solid block of stone, roughly hewn. Doubtless, it formed one of the ends of the death chamber. Useless to try to shatter it. Brill chipped and pecked about it, scraping the dirt and pebbles away from the corners, until he felt that wrenching it out would be but a matter of sinking the pick point underneath and levering it out. But now he was suddenly aware that darkness had come on, and the young moon, objects were dim and shadowy. His mustang nickered in the corral, whence came the comfortable crunch of tired beasts' jaws on corn. A whippoorwill called eerily from the dark shadows of the narrow, winding creek. Brill straightened reluctantly. Better get a lantern and continue his explorations by its light. He felt in his pocket, with some idea of wrenching out the stone and exploring the cavity by the aid of matches. Then he stiffened. Was it imagination that he heard a faint, sinister rustling, which seemed to come from behind the blocking stone? Snakes! Doubtless, they had holes somewhere about the base of the mound, and there might be a dozen big diamond-backed rattlers coiled up in that cave-like interior, waiting for him to put his hand among them. He shivered slightly at the thought, and backed away out of the excavation he had made. It wouldn't do to go poking about blindly into holes, and for the past few minutes, he realized, he had been aware of a faint, foul odor exuding from interstices about the blocking stone, though he admitted that the smell suggested reptiles no more than it did any other menacing scent. It had a charnel house reek about it, gases formed in the chamber of death, no doubt, and dangerous to the living. Steve laid down his pick and returned to the house, impatient of the necessary delay. Entering the dark building, he struck a match and located his kerosene lantern hanging on its nail on the wall. Shaking it, he satisfied himself that it was nearly full of coal oil, and lighted it. Then he fared forth again, for his eagerness would not allow him to pause long enough for a bite of food. The mere opening of the mound intrigued him, as it must always intrigue a man of imagination, and the discovery of the Spanish spur had whetted his curiosity. He hurried from his shack, the swinging lantern casting long distorted shadows ahead of him and behind. He chuckled as he visualized Lopez's thoughts and actions when he learned, on the morrow, that the forbidden mound had been pried into. A good thing he opened it that evening, Brill reflected. Lopez might even have tried to prevent him meddling with it, had he known. In the dreamy hush of the summer night, Brill reached the mound, lifted his lantern, swore bewilderedly. The lantern revealed his excavations, his tools lying carelessly where he had dropped them, and a black, gaping aperture. The great blocking stone lay in the bottom of the excavation he had made, as if thrust carelessly aside. Warily, he thrust the lantern forward and peered into the small, cave-like chamber, expecting to see he knew not what. Nothing met his eyes except the bare rock sides of a long, narrow cell, large enough to receive a man's body, which had apparently been built up of roughly hewn square-cut stones, cunningly and strongly joined together. "Lopez!" exclaimed Steve furiously. "The dirty coyote! He's been watching me work, and when I went after the lantern, he snuck up and pried the rock out and grabbed whatever was in there, I reckon. Blast his greasy hide! I'll fix him!" Savagely, he extinguished the lantern and glared across the shallow, brush-grown valley, and as he looked, he stiffened. Over the corner of the hill, on the other side of which the shack of Lopez stood, a shadow moved. The slender moon was setting, the light dim, and the play of the shadows baffling. But Steve's eyes were sharpened by the sun and winds of the wastelands, and he knew that it was some two-legged creature that was disappearing over the low shoulder of the mesquite-grown hill. "Beatin' it to his shack," snarled Brill. "He sure got something, or he wouldn't be traveling at that speed." Brill swallowed, wondering why a peculiar trembling had suddenly taken hold of him. What was there unusual about a thieving old greaser running home with his loot? Brill tried to drown the feeling that there was something peculiar about the gait of the dim shadow, which had seemed to move at a sort of slinking lope. There must have been need for swiftness when stocky old Juan Lopez elected to travel at such a strange pace. "Whatever he found is as much mine as his," swore Brill, trying to get his mind off the abnormal aspect of the figure's flight. "I got this land leased, and I done all the work digging. A curse. Heck! No wonder he told me that stuff. Wanted me to leave it alone, so he could get it himself. It's a wonder he ain't dug it up long before this, but you can't never tell about them spics. Brill, as he meditated thus, was striding down the gentle slope of the pasture, which led down to the creek bed. He passed into the shadows of the trees and dense underbrush, and walked across the dry creek bed, noting absently that neither whippoorwill nor hoot owl called in the darkness. There was a waiting, listening tenseness in the night that he did not like. The shadows in the creek bed seemed too thick, too breathless. He wished he had not blown out the lantern, which he still carried, and was glad he had brought the pick, gripped like a battle-axe in his right hand. He had an impulse to whistle, just to break the silence, then swore and dismissed the thought. Yet he was glad when he clambered up the low opposite bank and emerged into the starlight. He walked up the slope and onto the hill and looked down on the mesquite flat wherein stood Lopez's squalid hut. A light showed at the one window. "Packing his things for a getaway, I reckon," grunted Steve. "Oh, what the—" He staggered as from a physical impact, as a frightful scream knifed the stillness. He wanted to clap his hands over his ears to shut out the horror of that cry, which rose unbearably and then broke in an abhorrent gurgle. Good God! Steve felt the cold sweat spring out upon him. Lopez, or somebody. Even as he gasped the words, he was running down the hill as fast as his long legs could carry him. Some unspeakable horror was taking place in that lonely hut, but he was going to investigate if it meant facing the devil himself. He tightened his grip on his pick handle as he ran. Wandering prowlers, murdering old Lopez for the loot he had taken from the mound, Steve thought, and forgot his wrath. It would go hard for anyone he found molesting the old scoundrel, thief though he might be. He hit the flat, running hard, and then the light in the hut went out, and Steve staggered in full flight, bringing up against a mesquite tree with an impact that jolted a grunt out of him and tore his hands on the thorns. Rebounding with a sobbed curse, he rushed for the shack, nerving himself for what he might see, his hair still standing on end at what he had already seen. Brill tried the one door of the hut and found it bolted. He shouted to Lopez and received no answer. Yet utter silence did not reign. From within came a curious, muffled, worrying sound that ceased as Brill swung his pick crashing against the door. The flimsy portal splintered, and Brill leaped into the dark hut, eyes blazing, pick swung high for a desperate onslaught. But no sound ruffled the grisly silence, and in the darkness nothing stirred, though Brill's chaotic imagination peopled the shadowed corners of the hut with shapes of horror. With a hand damp with perspiration, he found a match and struck it. Besides himself, only Lopez occupied the hut. Old Lopez, stark dead on the dirt floor, arms spread wide like a crucifix, mouth sagging open in a semblance of idiocy, eyes wide and staring with a horror Brill found intolerable. The one window gaped open, showing the method of the Slayer's exit, possibly his entrance as well. Brill went to that window and gazed out warily. He saw only the sloping hillside on one hand and the mesquite flat on the other. He started. Was that a hint of movement among the stunted shadows of the mesquites and chaparral, or had he but imagined he glimpsed a dim, loping figure among the trees? He turned back as the match burned down to his fingers. He lit the old coal-oil lamp on the rude table, cursing as he burned his hand. The globe of the lamp was very hot, as if it had been burning for hours. Reluctantly, he turned to the corpse on the floor. Whatever sort of death had come to Lopez, it had been horrible. But Brill, gingerly examining the dead man, found no wound, no mark of knife or bludgeon on him. Wait, there was a thin smear of blood on Brill's questing hand. Searching, he found the source, 3 or 4 tiny punctures in Lopez's throat, from which blood had oozed sluggishly. At first he thought they had been inflicted with a stiletto, a thin, round, edgeless dagger. Then he shook his head. He had seen stiletto wounds. He had the scar of one on his own body. These wounds more resembled the bite of some animal. They looked like the marks of pointed fangs. Yet Brill did not believe they were deep enough to have caused death, nor had much blood flowed from them. A belief, abhorrent with grisly speculations, rose up in the dark corners of his mind, that Lopez had died of fright, and that the wounds had been inflicted either simultaneously with his death or an instant afterward. And Steve noticed something else. Scattered about on the floor lay a number of dingy leaves of paper, scrawled in the old Mexican's crude hand. He would write of the curse on the mound, he had said. There were the sheets on which he had written. There was the stump of a pencil on the floor. There was the hot lamp globe, all mute witnesses that the old Mexican had been seated at the rough-hewn table writing for hours. Then it was not he who opened the mound chamber and stole the contents. But who was it in God's name? And who or what was it that Brill had glimpsed loping over the shoulder of the hill? Well, there was but one thing to do: saddle his Mustang and ride the 10 miles to Coyote Wells, the nearest town, and inform the sheriff of the murder. Brill gathered up the papers. The last was crumpled in the old man's clutching hand, and Brill secured it with some difficulty. Then, as he turned to extinguish the light, he hesitated and cursed himself for the crawling fear that lurked at the back of his mind. Fear of the shadowy thing he had seen cross the window just before the light was extinguished in the hut. The long arm of the murderer, he thought, reaching for the lamp to put it out, no doubt. What had there been abnormal or inhuman about that vision, distorted though it must have been in the dim lamplight and shadow? As a man strives to remember the details of a nightmare dream, Steve tried to define in his mind some clear reason that would explain why that flying glimpse had unnerved him to the extent of blundering headlong into a tree, and why the mere vague remembrance of it now caused cold sweat to break out on him. Cursing himself to keep up his courage, he lighted his lantern, blew out the lamp on the rough table, and resolutely set forth, grasping his pick like a weapon. After all, why should certain seemingly abnormal aspects about a sordid murder upset him? Such crimes were abhorrent, but common enough, especially among Mexicans who cherished unguessed feuds. Then, as he stepped into the silent, star-flecked night, he brought up short. From across the creek sounded the sudden soul-shaking scream of a horse in deadly terror, then a mad drumming of hoofs that receded in the distance, and Brill swore in rage and dismay. Was it a panther lurking in the hills? Had a monster cat slain old Lopez? Then why was not the victim marked with the scars of fierce hooked talons? And who extinguished the light in the hut? As he wondered, Brill was running swiftly toward the dark creek. Not lightly does a cowpuncher regard the stampeding of his stock. As he passed into the darkness of the brush along the dry creek, Brill found his tongue strangely dry. He kept swallowing, and he held the lantern high. It made but faint impression in the gloom, but seemed to accentuate the blackness of the crowding shadows. For some strange reason, the thought entered Brill's chaotic mind that though the land was new to the Anglo-Saxon, it was in reality very old. That broken and desecrated tomb was mute evidence that the land was ancient to man, and suddenly the night and the hills and the shadows bore on Brill with a sense of hideous antiquity. Here had long generations of men lived and died before Brill's ancestors ever heard of the land. In the night, in the shadows of this very creek, men had no doubt given up their ghosts in grisly ways. With these reflections, Brill hurried through the shadows of the thick trees. He breathed deeply in relief when he emerged from the trees on his own side. Hurrying up the gentle slope to the railed corral, he held up his lantern, investigating. The corral was empty. Not even the placid cow was in sight, and the bars were down. That pointed to human agency, and the affair took on a newly sinister aspect. Someone did not intend that Brill should ride to Coyote Wells that night. It meant that the murderer intended making his getaway and wanted a good start on the law, or else Brill grinned wryly. Far away across a mesquite flat, he believed he could still catch the faint and faraway noise of running horses. What in God's name had given them such a fright? A cold finger of fear played shudderingly on Brill's spine. Steve headed for the house. He did not enter boldly. He crept clear around the shack, peering shudderingly into the dark windows, listening with painful intensity for some sound to betray the presence of the lurking killer. At last, he ventured to open the door and step in. He threw the door back against the wall to find if anyone were hiding behind it, lifted the lantern high, and stepped in, heart pounding, pick gripped fiercely, his feelings a mixture of fear and red rage. But no hidden assassin leaped upon him, and a wary exploration of the shack revealed nothing. With a sigh of relief, Brill locked the doors, made fast the windows, and lighted his old coal oil lamp. The thought of old Lopez lying, a glassy-eyed corpse alone in the hut across the creek, made him wince and shiver, but he did not intend to start for town on foot in the night. He drew from its hiding place his reliable old Colt 45, spun the blue steel cylinder, and grinned mirthlessly. Maybe the killer did not intend to leave any witnesses to his crime alive. Well, let him come. He, or they, would find a young cowpuncher with a six-shooter less easy prey than an old unarmed Mexican. And that reminded Brill of the papers he had brought from the hut. Taking care that he was not in line with a window through which a sudden bullet might come, he settled himself to read, with one ear alert for stealthy sounds. And as he read the crude, laborious script, a slow, cold horror grew in his soul. It was a tale of fear that the old Mexican had scrawled, a tale handed down from generation to generation, a tale of ancient times. And Brill read of the wanderings of the caballero Hernando de Estrada and his armored pikemen, who dared the deserts of the southwest when all was strange and unknown. There were some 40-odd soldiers, servants, and masters at the beginning, the manuscript ran. There was the captain, de Estrada, and the priest, and young Juan Zavilla, and Don Santiago de Valdez, a mysterious nobleman who had been taken off a helplessly floating ship in the Caribbean Sea. All the others of the crew and passengers had died of plague, he had said, and he had cast their bodies overboard. So de Estrada had taken him aboard the ship that was bearing the expedition from Spain, and de Valdez joined them in their explorations. Brill read something of their wanderings, told in the crude style of old Lopez, as the old Mexican's ancestors had handed down the tale for over 300 years. The bare written words dimly reflected the terrific hardships the explorers had encountered: drought, thirst, floods, the desert sandstorms, the spears of hostile redskins. But it was of another peril that old Lopez told, a grisly lurking horror that fell upon the lonely caravan wandering through the immensity of the wild. Man by man they fell, and no man knew the slayer. Fear and black suspicion ate at the heart of the expedition like a canker, and their leader knew not where to turn. This they all knew. Among them was a fiend in human form. Men began to draw apart from each other, to scatter along the line of march, and this mutual suspicion that sought security in solitude made it easier for the fiend. The skeleton of the expedition staggered through the wilderness, lost, dazed, and helpless, and still the unseen horror hung on their flanks, dragging down the stragglers, preying on drowsing sentries and sleeping men. And on the throat of each was found the wounds of pointed fangs that bled the victim white, so that the living knew with what manner of evil they had to deal. Men reeled through the wild, calling on the saints, or blaspheming in their terror, fighting frenziedly against sleep, until they fell with exhaustion, and sleep stole on them with horror and death. Suspicion centered on a great black man, a cannibal slave from Calabar, and they put him in chains. But young Juan Zavilla went the way of the rest, and then the priest was taken. But the priest fought off his fiendish assailant and lived long enough to gasp the demon's name to De Estrada, and Brill, shuddering and wide-eyed, read. And now it was evident to De Estrada that the good priest had spoken the truth, and the slayer was Don Santiago de Valdez, who was a vampire, an undead fiend, subsisting on the blood of the living. And De Estrada called to mind a certain foul nobleman who had lurked in the mountains of Castile since the days of the Moors, feeding off the blood of helpless victims, which lent him a ghastly immortality. This nobleman had been driven forth. None knew where he had fled, but it was evident that he and Don Santiago were the same man. He had fled Spain by ship, and De Estrada knew that the people of that ship had died, not by plague, as the fiend had represented, but by the fangs of the vampire. De Estrada and the black man, and the few soldiers who still lived, went searching for him, and found him stretched in bestial sleep in a clump of chaparral. Full gorged he was, with human blood from his last victim. Now, it is well known that a vampire, like a great serpent, when well gorged, falls into a deep sleep, and may be taken without peril. But De Estrada was at a loss as to how to dispose of the monster, for how may the dead be slain? For a vampire is a man who has died long ago, yet is quick with a certain foul unlife. The men urged that the caballero drive a stake through the fiend's heart and cut off his head, uttering the holy words that would crumble the long-dead body into dust. But the priest was dead, and De Estrada feared that in the act the monster might waken. So they took Don Santiago, lifting him softly, and bore him to an old Indian mound nearby. This they opened, taking forth the bones they found there, and they placed the vampire within, and sealed up the mound. Dios grant until Judgment Day. It is a place accursed, and I wish I had starved elsewhere before I came into this part of the country seeking work, for I have known of the land and the creek and the mound with its terrible secret ever since childhood. So you see, Senor Brill, why you must not open the mound and wake the fiend. There the manuscript ended with an erratic scratch of the pencil that tore the crumpled leaf. Brill rose, his heart pounding wildly, his face bloodless, his tongue cleaving to his palate. He gagged and found words. That's why the spur was in the mound. One of them Spaniards dropped it while they was digging, and I might have knowed it had been dug into before, the way the charcoal was scattered out, but good God. Aghast, he shrank from the black visions, an undead monster stirring in the gloom of his tomb, thrusting from within to push aside the stone loosened by the pick of ignorance, a shadowy shape loping over the hill toward a light that betokened a human prey, a frightful long arm that crossed a dim lighted window. "It's madness," he gasped. "Lopez was plumb loco. There ain't no such things as vampires. If they is, why didn't he get me first instead of Lopez? Unless he was scouting around, making sure of everything before he pounced. Oh, hell, it's all a pipe dream." The words froze in his throat. At the window, a face glared and gibbered soundlessly at him. Two icy eyes pierced his very soul. A shriek burst from his throat, and that ghastly visage vanished. But the very air was permeated by the foul scent that had hung about the ancient mound. And now the door creaked, bent slowly inward. Brill backed up against the wall, his gun shaking in his hand. It did not occur to him to fire through the door. In his chaotic brain he had but one thought, that only that thin portal of wood separated him from some horror born out of the womb of night and gloom, and the black past. His eyes were distended as he saw the door give, as he heard the staples of the bolt groan. The door burst inward. Brill did not scream. His tongue was frozen to the roof of his mouth. His fear-glazed eyes took in the tall, vulture-like form, the icy eyes, the long black fingernails, the mouldering garb, hideously ancient, the long spurred boots, the slouch hat with its crumbling feather, the flowing cloak that was falling to slow shreds. Framed in the black doorway, crouched that abhorrent shape out of the past, and Brill's brain reeled. A savage cold radiated from the figure, the scent of mouldering clay and charnel house refuse, and then the undead came at the living like a swooping vulture. Brill fired point blank, and saw a shred of rotten cloth fly from the thing's breast. The vampire reeled beneath the impact of the heavy ball, then righted himself, and came on with frightful speed. Brill reeled back against the wall with a choking cry, the gun falling from his nerveless hand. The black legends were true then. Human weapons were powerless, for may a man kill one already dead for long centuries as mortals die? Then the claw-like hands at his throat roused the young cowpuncher to a frenzy of madness. As his pioneer ancestors fought hand-to-hand against brain-shattering odds, Steve Brill fought the cold-dead crawling thing that sought his life and his soul. Of that ghastly battle, Brill never remembered much. It was a blind chaos in which he screamed beast-like, tore and slugged and hammered, where long black nails like the talons of a panther tore at him, and pointed teeth snapped again and again at his throat. Rolling and tumbling about the room, both half enveloped by the musty folds of that ancient rotting cloak, they smote and tore at each other among the ruins of their shattered furniture, and the fury of the vampire was not more terrible than the fear-crazed desperation of his victim. They crashed headlong into the table, knocking it down upon its side, and the coal oil lamp splintered on the floor, spraying the walls with sudden flame. Brill felt the bite of the burning oil that spattered him, but in the red frenzy of the fight, he gave no heed. The black talons were tearing at him, the inhuman eyes burning icily into his soul. Between his frantic fingers, the withered flesh of the monster was hard as dry wood, and wave after wave of blind madness swept over Steve Brill. Like a man battling a nightmare, he screamed and smote, while all about them the fire leaped up and caught at the walls and roof. Through darting jets and licking tongues of flame, they reeled and rolled, like a demon and a mortal warring on the fire-lanced floors of hell. And in the growing tumult of the flames, Brill gathered himself for one last volcanic burst of frenzied strength. Breaking away and staggering up, gasping and bloody, he lunged blindly at the foul shape and caught it in a grip not even the vampire could break. And whirling his fiendish assailant bodily on high, he dashed him down across the up-tilted edge of the fallen table as a man might break a stick of wood across his knee. Something cracked, like a snapping branch, and the vampire fell from Brill's grasp to writhe in a strange broken posture on the burning floor. Yet it was not dead, for its flaming eyes still burned on Brill with a ghastly hunger, and it strove to crawl toward him with its broken spine as a dying snake crawls. Brill, reeling and gasping, shook the blood from his eyes and staggered blindly through the broken door, and as a man runs from the portals of hell, he ran stumblingly through the mesquite and chaparral until he fell from utter exhaustion. Looking back, he saw the flames of the burning house and thanked God that it would burn until the very bones of Don Santiago de Valdez were utterly consumed and destroyed from the knowledge of men. Count Magnus by M.R. James. By what means the papers out of which I have made a connected story came into my hands is the last point which the reader will learn from these pages. But it is necessary to prefix to my extracts from them a statement of the form in which I possess them. They consist, then, partly of a series of collections for a book of travels, such a volume as was a common product of the 40s and 50s. Horace Marryat's Journal of a Residence in Jutland and the Danish Isles is a fair specimen of the class to which I allude. These books usually treated of some unknown district on the continent. They were illustrated with woodcuts or steel plates. They gave details of hotel accommodation and of means of communication, such as we now expect to find in any well-regulated guidebook, and they dealt largely in reported conversations with intelligent foreigners, racy innkeepers, and garrulous peasants. In a word, they were chatty. Began with the idea of furnishing material for such a book, my papers, as they progressed, assumed the character of a record of one single personal experience, and this record was continued up to the very eve, almost, of its termination. The writer was a Mr. Wraxall. For my knowledge of him, I have to depend entirely on the evidence his writings afford, and from these I deduce that he was a man past middle age, possessed of some private means, and very much alone in the world. He had, it seems, no settled abode in England, but was a denizen of hotels and boarding-houses. It is probable that he entertained the idea of settling down at some future time which never came, and I think it also likely that the Pantechnicon fire in the early 70s must have destroyed a great deal that would have thrown light on his antecedents, for he refers once or twice to property of his that was warehoused at that establishment. It is further apparent that Mr. Wraxall had published a book, and that it treated of a holiday he had once taken in Brittany. More than this I cannot say about his work, because a diligent search in bibliographical works has convinced me that it must have appeared either anonymously or under a pseudonym. As to his character, it is not difficult to form some superficial opinion. He must have been an intelligent and cultivated man. It seems that he was near being a fellow of his college at Oxford, Brasenose, as I judge from the calendar. His besetting fault was pretty clearly that of over-inquisitiveness, possibly a good fault in a traveller, certainly a fault for which this traveller paid dearly enough in the end. On what proved to be his last expedition, he was plotting another book. Scandinavia, a region not widely known to Englishmen 40 years ago, had struck him as an interesting field. He must have alighted on some old books of Swedish history or memoirs, and the idea had struck him that there was room for a book descriptive of travel in Sweden, interspersed with episodes from the history of some of the great Swedish families. He procured letters of introduction, therefore, to some persons of quality in Sweden, and set out thither in the early summer of 1863. Of his travels in the north there is no need to speak, nor of his residence of some weeks in Stockholm. I need only mention that some savant resident there put him on the track of an important collection of family papers belonging to the proprietors of an ancient manor house in Västergötland, and obtained for him permission to examine them. The manor house, or herrgård, in question is to be called Robeck, though that is not its name. It is one of the best buildings of its kind in all the country, and the picture of it in Dalenberg's Ancient and Modern Sweden, engraved in 1694, shows it very much as the tourist may see it today. It was built soon after 1600, and is, roughly speaking, very much like an English house of that period in respect of material, red brick with stone facings, and style. The man who built it was a scion of the great house of De la Garde, and his descendants possess it still. De la Garde is the name by which I will designate them when mention of them becomes necessary. They received Mr. Wraxall with great kindness and courtesy, and pressed him to stay in the house as long as his researches lasted. But, preferring to be independent, and mistrusting his powers of conversing in Swedish, he settled himself at the village inn, which turned out quite sufficiently comfortable, at any rate during the summer months. This arrangement would entail a short walk daily to and from the manor house of something under a mile. The house itself stood in a park, and was protected, we should say grown up, with large old timber. Near it you found the walled garden, and then entered a close wood fringing one of the small lakes with which the whole country is pitted. Then came the wall of the domain, and you climbed a steep knoll, a knob of rock lightly covered with soil, and on the top of this stood the church, fenced in with tall, dark trees. It was a curious building to English eyes. The nave and aisles were low, and filled with pews and galleries. In the western gallery stood the handsome old organ, gaily painted, and with silver pipes. The ceiling was flat, and had been adorned by a 17th-century artist with a strange and hideous Last Judgment, full of lurid flames, falling cities, burning ships, crying souls, and brown and smiling demons. Handsome brass coroni hung from the roof. The pulpit was like a doll's house covered with little painted wooden cherubs and saints. A stand with 3 hourglasses was hinged to the preacher's desk. Such sights as these may be seen in many a church in Sweden now, but what distinguished this one was an addition to the original building. At the eastern end of the north aisle, the builder of the manor house had erected a mausoleum for himself and his family. It was a largish, 8-sided building, lighted by a series of oval windows, and it had a domed roof, topped by a kind of pumpkin-shaped object rising into a spire, a form in which Swedish architects greatly delighted. The roof was of copper externally, and was painted black, while the walls, in common with those of the church, were staringly white. To this mausoleum there was no access from the church. It had a portal and steps of its own on the northern side. Past the churchyard, the path to the village goes, and not more than 3 or 4 minutes bring you to the inn door. On the first day of his stay at Robek, Mr. Wraxall found the church door open, and made these notes of the interior which I have epitomized. Into the mausoleum, however, he could not make his way. He could, by looking through the keyhole, just descry that there were fine marble effigies and sarcophagi of copper, and a wealth of armorial ornament, which made him very anxious to spend some time in investigation. The papers he had come to examine at the manor house proved to be of just the kind he wanted for his book. There were family correspondence, journals, and account books of the earliest owners of the estate, very carefully kept and clearly written, full of amusing and picturesque detail. The first de la Garde appeared in them as a strong and capable man. Shortly after the building of the mansion, there had been a period of distress in the district, and the peasants had risen and attacked several chateaux and done some damage. The owner of Robek took a leading part in suppressing trouble, and there was reference to executions of ringleaders and severe punishments inflicted with no sparing hand. The portrait of this Magnus de la Garde was one of the best in the house, and Mr. Wraxall studied it with no little interest after his day's work. He gives no detailed description of it, but I gather that the face impressed him rather by its power than by its beauty or goodness. In fact, he writes that Count Magnus was an almost phenomenally ugly man. On this day, Mr. Wraxall took his supper with the family, and walked back in the late but still bright evening. "I must remember," he writes, "to ask the sexton if he can let me into the mausoleum at the church. He evidently has access to it himself, for I saw him tonight standing on the steps, and, as I thought, locking or unlocking the door." I find that early on the following day Mr. Wraxall had some conversation with his landlord. His setting it down at such length as he does surprised me at first, but I soon realized that the papers I was reading were, at least in their beginning, the materials for the book he was meditating, and that it was to have been one of those quasi-journalistic productions which admit of the introduction of an admixture of conversational matter. His object, he says, was to find out whether any traditions of Count Magnus de la Garde lingered on in the scenes of that gentleman's activity, and whether the popular estimate of him were favourable or not. He found that the Count was decidedly not a favourite. If his tenants came late to their work on the days which they owed to him as lord of the manor, they were set on the wooden horse or flogged and branded in the manor house yard. 1 or 2 cases, there were of men who had occupied lands which encroached on the Lord's domain, and whose houses had been mysteriously burnt on a winter's night, with the whole family inside. But what seemed to dwell on the innkeeper's mind most, for he returned to the subject more than once, was that the Count had been on the Black Pilgrimage, and had brought something or someone back with him. You will naturally inquire, as Mr. Wraxall did, what the Black Pilgrimage may have been. But your curiosity on the point must remain unsatisfied for the time being, just as his did. The landlord was evidently unwilling to give a full answer, or indeed any answer on the point, and, being called out for a moment, trotted out with obvious alacrity, only putting his head in at the door a few minutes afterwards to say that he was called away to Skara and should not be back till evening. So Mr. Wraxall had to go unsatisfied to his day's work at the manor house. The papers on which he was just then engaged soon put his thoughts into another channel, for he had to occupy himself with glancing over the correspondence between Sophia Albertina in Stockholm and her married cousin Ulrica Leonora at Robeck in the years 1705 to 1710. The letters were of exceptional interest from the light they threw upon the culture of that period in Sweden, as anyone can testify who has read the full edition of them in the publications of the Swedish Historical Manuscripts Commission. In the afternoon he had done with these, and after returning the boxes in which they were kept to their places on the shelf, he proceeded, very naturally, to take down some of the volumes nearest to them, in order to determine which of them had best be his principal subject of investigation next day. The shelf he had hit upon was occupied mostly by a collection of account books in the writing of the first Count Magnus. But one among them was not an account book, but a book of alchemical and other tracts in another 16th century hand. Not being very familiar with alchemical literature, Mr. Wraxall spends much space which he might have spared in setting out the names and beginnings of the various treatises: the Book of the Phoenix, Book of the 30 Words, Book of the Toad, Book of Miriam, Turba Philosophorum, and so forth. And then he announces with a good deal of circumstance his delight at finding, on a leaf originally left blank near the middle of the book, some writing of Count Magnus himself, headed Liber Nigre Peregrinationis. It is true that only a few lines were written, but there was quite enough to show that the landlord had that morning been referring to a belief at least as old as the time of Count Magnus, and probably shared by him. This is the English of what was written. If any man desires to obtain a long life, if he would obtain a faithful messenger and see the blood of his enemies, it is necessary that he should first go into the city of Karazin, and there salute the prince. Here there was an erasure of one word, not very thoroughly done, so that Mr. Wraxall felt pretty sure that he was right in reading it as Eris, of the air. But there was no more of the text copied, only a line in Latin: Coera reliqua asius materiae inter secretura. See the rest of this matter among the more private things. It could not be denied that this threw a rather lurid light upon the tastes and beliefs of the Count. But to Mr. Wraxall, separated from him by nearly 3 centuries, the thought that he might have added to his general forcefulness alchemy, and to alchemy something like magic, only made him a more picturesque figure. And when, after a rather prolonged contemplation of his picture in the hall, Mr. Wraxall set out on his homeward way, his mind was full of the thought of Count Magnus. He had no eyes for his surroundings, no perception of the evening scents of the woods or the evening light on the lake, and when all of a sudden he pulled up short, he was astonished to find himself already at the gate of the churchyard, and within a few minutes of his dinner. His eyes fell on the mausoleum. "Ah," he said, "Count Magnus, there you are. I should dearly like to see you." Like many solitary men, he writes, I have a habit of talking to myself aloud, and, unlike some of the Greek and Latin particles, I do not expect an answer. Certainly, and perhaps fortunately in this case, There was neither voice nor any that regarded. Only the woman who, I suppose, was cleaning up the church, dropped some metallic object on the floor, whose clang startled me. Count Magnus, I think, sleeps sound enough. That same evening, the landlord of the inn, who had heard Mr. Raxall say that he wished to see the clerk, or deacon, as he would be called in Sweden, of the parish, introduced him to that official in the inn parlour. A visit to the Delegard tomb house was soon arranged for the next day, and a little general conversation ensued. Mr. Raxall, remembering that one function of Scandinavian deacons is to teach candidates for confirmation, thought he would refresh his own memory on a biblical point. "Can you tell me," he said, "anything about Karazin?" The deacon seemed startled, but readily reminded him how that village had once been denounced. "To be sure," said Mr. Raxall, "it is, I suppose, quite a ruin now." "So I expect," replied the deacon. "I have heard some of our old priests say that Antichrist is to be born there, and there are tales—" "Ah, what tales are those?" Mr. Raxall put in. "Tales, I was going to say, which I have forgotten," said the deacon, and soon after that he said good night. The landlord was now alone, and at Mr. Raxall's mercy, and that inquirer was not inclined to spare him. "Herr Nielsen," he said, "I have found out something about the Black Pilgrimage. You may as well tell me what you know. What did the Count bring back with him?" Swedes are habitually slow, perhaps, in answering, or perhaps the landlord was an exception. I am not sure, but Mr. Raxall notes that the landlord spent at least 1 minute in looking at him before he said anything at all. Then he came close up to his guest, and with a good deal of effort he spoke. "Mr. Raxall, I can tell you this one little tale, and no more, not any more. You must not ask anything when I have done. In my grandfather's time, that is 92 years ago, there were 2 men who said, 'The Count is dead. We do not care for him. We will go tonight and have a free hunt in his wood, the long wood on the hill that you have seen behind Roebeck.' Well, those that heard them say this, they said, 'No, do not go. We are sure you will meet with persons walking who should not be walking. They should be resting, not walking.' These men laughed. There were no forestmen to keep the wood, because no one wished to live there. The family were not here at the house. These men could do what they wished. Very well, they go to the wood that night. My grandfather was sitting here in this room. It was the summer, and a light night. With the window open, he could see out to the wood, and hear. So he sat there, and 2 or 3 men with him, and they listened. At first they hear nothing at all. Then they hear someone. You know how far away it is. They hear someone scream, just as if the most inside part of his soul was twisted out of him. All of them in the room caught hold of each other, and they sat so for 3/4 of an hour. Then they hear someone else, only about 300 ells off. They hear him laugh out loud. It was not one of those 2 men that laughed, and, indeed, they have all of them said that it was not any man at all. After that, they hear a great door shut. Then, when it was just light with the sun, they all went to the priest. They said to him, 'Father, put on your gown and your ruff and come to bury these men, Anders Bjornson and Hans Thorbjorn.' You understand that they were sure these men were dead, so they went to the wood. My grandfather never forgot this. He said they were all like so many dead men themselves. The priest, too, he was in a white fear. He said when they came to him, 'I heard one cry in the night, and I heard one laugh afterwards. If I cannot forget that, I shall not be able to sleep again.' So they went to the wood, and they found these men on the edge of the wood. Hans Thorbjorn was standing with his back against a tree, and all the time he was pushing with his hands, pushing something away from him which was not there. So he was not dead, and they led him away, and took him to the house at Nice shopping, and he died before the winter, but he went on pushing with his hands. Also, Anders Bjornsson was there, but he was dead. And I tell you this about Anders Bjornsson, that he was once a beautiful man, but now his face was not there, because the flesh of it was sucked away off the bones. You understand that? My grandfather did not forget that. And they laid him on the bier which they brought, and they put a cloth over his head, and the priest walked before, and they began to sing the psalm for the dead as well they could. So, as they were singing the end of the first verse, one fell down, who was carrying the head of the bier, and the others looked back, and they saw that the cloth had fallen off, and the eyes of Anders Bjornsson were looking up, because there was nothing to close over them, and this they could not bear. Therefore the priest laid the cloth upon him, and sent for a spade, and they buried him in that place. The next day Mr. Wraxall records that the deacon called for him soon after his breakfast, and took him to the church and mausoleum. He noticed that the key of the latter was hung on a nail just by the pulpit, and it occurred to him that, as the church door seemed to be left unlocked as a rule, it would not be difficult for him to pay a second and more private visit to the monuments if there proved to be more of interest among them than could be digested at first. The building, when he entered it, he found not unimposing. The monuments, mostly large erections of the 17th and 18th centuries, were dignified if luxuriant, and the epitaphs and heraldry were copious. The central space of the domed room was occupied by 3 copper sarcophagi, covered with finely engraved ornament. 2 of them had, as is commonly the case in Denmark and Sweden, a large metal crucifix on the lid. The third, that of Count Magnus, as it appeared, had instead of that a full-length effigy engraved upon it, and round the edge were several bands of similar ornament representing various scenes. One was a battle, with cannon belching out smoke, and walled towns and troops of pikemen. Another showed an execution. In a third, among trees, was a man running at full speed, with flying hair and outstretched hands. After him followed a strange form. It would be hard to say whether the artist had intended it for a man, and was unable to give it the requisite similitude, or whether it was intentionally made as monstrous as it looked. In view of the skill with which the rest of the drawing was done, Mr. Wraxall felt inclined to adopt the latter idea. The figure was unduly short, and was for the most part muffled in a hooded garment which swept the ground. The only part of the form which projected from that shelter was not shaped like any hand or arm. Mr. Wraxall compares it to the tentacle of a devilfish, and continues, "On seeing this, I said to myself, this then, which is evidently an allegorical representation of some kind, a fiend pursuing a hunted soul, may be the origin of the story of Count Magnus and his mysterious companion. Let us see how the huntsman is pictured. Doubtless it will be a demon blowing his horn." But, as it turned out, there was no such sensational figure, only the semblance of a cloaked man on a hillock, who stood leaning on a stick and watching the hunt with an interest which the engraver had tried to express in his attitude. Mr. Wraxall noted the finely worked and massive steel padlocks, 3 in number, which secured the sarcophagus. One of them, he saw, was detached, and lay on the pavement. And then, unwilling to delay the deacon longer or to waste his own working time, he made his way onward to the manor house. It is curious, he notes, how, on retracing a familiar path, one's thoughts engross one to the absolute exclusion of surrounding objects. Tonight, for the second time, I had entirely failed to notice where I was going. I had planned a private visit to the tomb house to copy the epitaphs, when I suddenly, as it were, awoke to consciousness and found myself, as before, turning in at the churchyard gate, and, I believe, singing or chanting some such words as, "Are you awake, Count Magnus? Are you asleep, Count Magnus?" And then something more which I have failed to recollect. It seemed to me that I must have been behaving in this nonsensical way for some time. He found the key of the mausoleum where he had expected to find it, and copied the greater part of what he wanted. In fact, he stayed until the light began to fail him. I must have been wrong, he writes, in saying that one of the padlocks of my Count's sarcophagus was unfastened. I see tonight that 2 are loose. I picked both up and laid them carefully on the window ledge, after trying unsuccessfully to close them. The remaining one is still firm, and though I take it to be a spring lock, I cannot guess how it is opened. Had I succeeded in undoing it, I am almost afraid I should have taken the liberty of opening the sarcophagus. It is strange, the interest I feel in the personality of this, I fear, somewhat ferocious and grim old noble. The day following was, as it turned out, the last of Mr. Wraxall's stay at Roebuck. He received letters connected with certain investments which made it desirable that he should return to England. His work among the papers was practically done, and travelling was slow. He decided, therefore, to make his farewells, put some finishing touches to his notes, and be off. These finishing touches and farewells, as it turned out, took more time than he had expected. The hospitable family insisted on his staying to dine with them. They dined at 3, and it was verging on 6:30 before he was outside the iron gates of Roebuck. He dwelt on every step of his walk by the lake, determined to saturate himself, now that he trod it for the last time, in the sentiment of the place and hour. And when he reached the summit of the churchyard knoll, he lingered for many minutes, gazing at the limitless prospect of woods near and distant, all dark beneath a sky of liquid green. When at last he turned to go, the thought struck him that surely he must bid farewell to Count Magnus, as well as the rest of the Delagardes. The church was but 20 yards away, and he knew where the key of the mausoleum hung. It was not long before he was standing over the great copper coffin, and, as usual, talking to himself aloud. "You may have been a bit of a rascal in your time, Magnus," he was saying, "but for all that I should like to see you, or rather—" Just at that instant, he says, I felt a blow on my foot. Hastily enough I drew it back, and something fell on the pavement with a clash. It was the third, the last of the 3 padlocks which had fastened the sarcophagus. I stooped to pick it up, and heaven is my witness that I am writing only the bare truth. Before I had raised myself there was a sound of metal hinges creaking, and I distinctly saw the lid shifting upwards. I may have behaved like a coward, but I could not for my life stay for 1 moment. I was outside that dreadful building in less time than I can write, almost as quickly as I could have said the words, and what frightens me yet more, I could not turn the key in the lock. As I sit here in my room noting these facts, I ask myself, it was not 20 minutes ago, whether that noise of creaking metal continued, and I cannot tell whether it did or not. I only know that there was something more than I have written that alarmed me, but whether it was sound or sight I am not able to remember. What is this that I have done? Poor Mr. Wraxall! He set out on his journey to England on the next day, as he had planned, and he reached England in safety. And yet, as I gather from his changed hand and inconsequent jottings, a broken man. One of the several small notebooks that have come to me with his papers gives, not a key to, but a kind of inkling of, his experiences. Much of his journey was made by canal boat, and I find not less than 6 painful attempts to enumerate and describe his fellow passengers. The entries are of this kind. 24. Pastor of village in Skane. Usual black coat and soft black hat. 25. Commercial traveller from Stockholm going to Trollhättan. Black coat, brown hat. 26. Man in long black coat, broad-leafed hat, very old-fashioned. This entry is lined out, and a note added, perhaps identical with number 13. Have not yet seen his face. On referring to number 13, I find that he is a Roman priest in a cassock. The net result of the reckoning is always the same. 28 people appear in the enumeration, one being always a man in a long black cloak and broad hat, and another a short figure in dark cloak and hood. On the other hand, it is always noted that only 26 passengers appear at meals, and that the man in the cloak is perhaps absent, and the short figure is certainly absent. On reaching England, it appears that Mr. Wraxall landed at Harwich, and that he resolved at once to put himself out of the reach of some person or persons whom he never specifies, but whom he had evidently come to regard as his pursuers. Accordingly, he took a vehicle. It was a closed fly, not trusting the railway, and drove across country to the village of Belchamp St. Paul. It was about 9 o'clock, on a moonlight August night, when he neared the place. He was sitting forward, and looking out of the window at the fields and thickets. There was little else to be seen, racing past him. Suddenly, he came to a crossroad. At the corner 2 figures were standing motionless. Both were in dark cloaks. The taller one wore a hat, the shorter a hood. He had no time to see their faces, nor did they make any motion that he could discern. Yet the horse shied violently and broke into a gallop, and Mr. Wraxall sank back into his seat in something like desperation. He had seen them before. Arrived at Belchamp St. Paul, he was fortunate enough to find a decent furnished lodging, and for the next 24 hours he lived, comparatively speaking, in peace. His last notes were written on this day. They are too disjointed and ejaculatory to be given here in full, but the substance of them is clear enough. He is expecting a visit from his pursuers. How or when, he knows not, and his constant cry is, "What has he done?" and "Is there no hope?" Doctors, he knows, would call him mad. Policemen would laugh at him. The parson is away. What can he do but lock his door and cry to God? People still remember last year at Belchamp St. Paul, how a strange gentleman came one evening in August years back, and how the next morning but one he was found dead, and there was an inquest, and the jury that viewed the body fainted. 7 of 'em did, and none of 'em wouldn't speak to what they see, and the verdict was visitation of God, and now the people as kept the house moved out that same week, and went away from that part. But they do not, I think, know that any glimmer of light has ever been thrown, or could be thrown, on the mystery. It so happened that last year the little house came into my hands as part of a legacy. It had stood empty since 1863, and there seemed no prospect of letting it, so I had it pulled down, and the papers of which I have given you an abstract were found in a forgotten cupboard under the window in the best bedroom. The Silver Coffin by Robert Barber Johnson. "Careful, sir," the old man warned me. "Tread cautiously, for these old stairs are worn away and slippery here, and the tunnel itself is very low and narrow. 'Tis better so, of course, for 'tis less conspicuous. Only a couple of the cemetery men know that it's down here at all, sir, below the other vaults. And neither of them knows where it leads to, nor what lies down here in the old crypt." He lifted his lantern. I saw a vast stone chamber ahead, the walls dank with moisture and covered with strange lichens that were like a pale leprosy over everything. The silence of death was about us as we stood there. "Here we are, sir," the old man said. "Here's the spot where I've kept vigil all these years. How have I stood it? 'Tis a question I've often asked myself, sir. But I guess what we must do we'll find the strength to do, hard though it be. And then, you see, I'm what you might call bred to the thing. 'Twas me father's task before me, and he did it well. It makes a sort of tradition in the family, you see, a legacy we daren't relinquish. There's my own son, sir, Paul. He's just turned 20 this year. He'll have to take me place down here in the crypt when I'm too old to carry on. He knows about it already, and he's resigned. But sometimes I can see the shadow of the future on his young face, and it troubles me, sir. Troubles me more than I can say. But then he could be worse off, you know. He'll have a sure job and good wages throughout his life, just as I've had, and all just for watching down here at night. In these evil times a man could be much worse off. The Holt Trust Fund takes care of the pay, guarantees it through all time. And as for a raise, why, bless you, sir, I could ask for 10 times the money I'm getting now, and there'd never be a question. Why don't I, then? Well, it's like I said, sir. I feel that this thing is a duty, and not a job. Somehow even talking about more money for doing it seems, sir, I was about to say sacrilege. Funny, isn't it? For the good Lord knows there's nothing sacred about this business. It savours more of the other place, if you take my meaning. The shadows crawled like crippled rats about us. You see, sir, the croaking voice went on, there must be always a guard down here. Someone has to watch night after night. Someone who has discretion and patience and courage, if I do say it myself, I shouldn't. Those were me father's virtues before me, and I've copied them as best I could. And you know, sir, a man just wouldn't last down here unless he was fairly steady. You get the strangest thoughts sometimes in the long hours before dawn, when there's no sound but the drip of moisture from the old arches, and that other sound that you'll be hearing in just a moment, sir. That sound that hasn't ceased in half a century, and that may never cease until judgment's trumpet sounds to end the horror, along with all else. You understand, of course, that the Holts aren't just another family. They are the best, if you know what I mean, sir. They're proud, and they've a right to be proud. They were nobility back in England, sir, and they've been noble folk here, too, since Virginia was still a royal fief. There was General Ebenezer Holt, who fought beside Washington all through the Revolution, and Abijah Holt, him as was with Perry on Lake Erie, and, a lot of others just as distinguished. The Holts are a mighty line, sir. Stiff-necked, some call 'em, but 'tis their blood that makes them so. And so, of course, this stain has to be kept a secret, at all costs. There's even some of the family that don't know. They've just heard that something queer was amiss. Only the head of each generation ever comes down in the vault, and then only on occasional inspection tours to be sure that all's well. Young Mr. Gerald Holt, though he's not so young by now, I reckon, time gets away from you down here. Mr. Gerald had his hair turn grey at the temples the first time he saw the vault. So I guess I've naught to complain of at that. I'm not touched personally by the thing, you see. It's only objective horror to me, of course, just as 'twill be only objective to my son when I'm gone. But the horror that waits for each young Holt when he comes of age, why, it turns you sick just thinking about it, sir. Of course, the whole secret has been well kept all these years. The Holts themselves own the cemetery. I'm supposed to be just one of the regular guards. I wear the uniform, and I help out a bit at grave digging and funerals now and then, so that there'll be no suspicion of me. 'Tis generally believed that I'm watching this place because of the silver casket. That would be a prize to robbers, now wouldn't it, sir? Although, of course, there's no danger of robbery now. 'Tis for quite a different purpose I watch down here from dusk till dawn, sir. Not to keep something out, but to keep something in, if you take me meaning. You didn't know about the Silver Coffin? Why, yes, sir. It's the only one ever made, so far as I know. The old man ordered it made himself in his will. He'd great faith in it, they say. You see, silver has always figured strong in the legends about them, sir. Silver bullets was the only things potent against their unholy lives. And this, sir, this was a silver bullet 7 feet long, welded into a solid mass. I've never seen a sight so amazing as that coffin was. I used to raise the pall sometimes at night and look at it. It'd make me feel safer to see that gleaming surface between me and the horror through long night watches. They say, sir, it was old Andrew Holt himself who collected the silver that went into it. He was abroad for many years on his smuggling trips, and he picked up a lot of foreign stuff, candlesticks and vases, and even silver crucifixes, they say, that he melted down into ingots. But thousands and thousands of silver dollars went into the ingots, too. They found a fortune in metal bricks in the old man's room when he died, hidden under a cloth. That's how they knew the curse was on him, you see, by that and by the will he left, providing for the making of the coffin and for the preparation of this crypt and for the trust fund for perpetual care, which is me now, sir, and which was my father, old Andrew's butler he was in his youth, you see, and which will be my son who comes after me. And his son, too, I suppose, unless the blight be lifted by then. I shall rest quietly in a silver coffin, my father told me old Holt said in his will. There will be no need to fear, so long as there be no chink or rift in the metal. I have conned well the lore of these things, and I know. So it is my final prayer that no stake through the heart, no mutilation or ceremonial wounding shall desecrate my body after it be interred. So let my unnatural enduring go on until the taint that is in me shall perish through lack of nourishment for its unholy life. For without the blood there surely must be eventually a death, even for the undying. The Holts carried out his wishes to the letter. They built this vault for him and set my father to watch over him in his silver casket. And the years went by without incident of any kind. Throughout my father's lifetime, old Andrew's grave was just another grave by day, though God alone knows what went on down here during the long night watches. My father's hair turned white long before his time, but he lived to be more than 70, sir, and died at last peacefully in his bed. The Holts had him buried in their own plot, and put a headstone at his grave that reads, "Well done, thou good and faithful servant." I shall sleep there beside him when my turn comes to go. Mr. Gerald tells me, for the debt my family owes to you and yours, he says, can never be repaid. He was referring, of course, to that business of a few years ago, when the horror sort of boiled over, you know, and it was me alone that first found out about it. And of course, that's my job, to watch for just such things. That's why I'm down here in the night. But strangely enough, 'twas not by being on duty in the vault that I learned about it. 'Twas by reading local newspapers at my home uptown during the day. I don't know yet why I should have been so interested in those children and their mysterious disease. Just a presentiment, I suppose. All my life I've been fearful that such a thing might happen, even though the coffin seemed a safeguard. And after all those long years of safety. But I realized at once the significance of that epidemic that broke out among the poor wretched little brats in the Minsport tenements scarcely a mile away from here. Pernicious anemia, the doctors insisted it was. Child after child sickened and wasted away, their little bodies growing each day more pallid and bloodless and wan, until finally death ended their sufferings. 1, 2, 3, a dozen of them, all taken the same way in so many days, or rather nights, crying out to their parents of queer, wild dreams, complaining of pains in their little throats each morning on awakening from troubled sleep, but Dying, sir, slowly dying, despite everything that science could do to save them. Wasting away to little cold corpses that were dumped like sacks into the potter's field in this very cemetery. God knows how long it had been going on before it came to my notice, but when at last I knew, I went at once to Mr. Gerald with the story. "It's come at last," I told him, "the horror that we've been dreading all these years." I showed him the items in the papers. "You recognize the symptoms, sir?" I asked. For a moment I thought he was going to faint. It's no joke, sir, seeing a healthy man's face go white as marble and his breath cut off by sheer overwhelming shock. But, he stammered at last, "it can't be true. It can't be. You've been there watching every night. You would have seen." I shook my head. "You don't see them if they will it otherwise, sir," I told him. "That's what all the books I've ever read agree on. They come and go like ghosts. Only they aren't ghosts, but something far, far worse. The silver in that casket must have cracked, Mr. Gerald. Some flaw has come in it. You'll see." He didn't want to believe me, of course, but I finally persuaded him to go and look at one of the poor little victims laid out for burial in the local morgue. And there could be no doubting the truth then. No doubt at all. Blind or mad the doctors must have been to prate of anemia and overlook those marks that were so plain on the dead babe's white throat. The swollen, livid marks where needle-sharp teeth had pressed home to drain away the lifeblood and leave the little form so wasted and thin that it might almost have been some grotesque rag doll that lay there before us on the slab. "Nosferatu," the master muttered as he turned away. "Nosferatu, the undying." Somehow I never really believed it until now. I've carried out grandfather's wishes because it was his will that I do so. But my sanity always clung to the hope that it was all only the madness of a childish old man, out of his head with the wild tales and superstitions he'd picked up in his Balkan wanderings. I read in his will of the thing he said had bitten him in the night. It sucked his blood and made him into what he said he was, but I never really believed. I shook my head sadly. "You'd believe," I told him, "if you could be down here in the vault with me at night, sir, if you could hear what I've heard and see what I've seen. But until now I believed that no harm could come to anyone, that the casket was proof. But now, don't you see, sir? We daren't trust it longer. We must act at once. The thing gains strength and cunning with each little life it takes. We must lay it once and for all. I know how 'tis done. I've read the olden rituals for laying them 1,000 times over, and I've had all the needful things ready for just such an emergency." But poor Mr. Gerald held back. "No stake through the heart," he quoted to me. "No mutilation or ceremonial wounding shall desecrate my body after it be interred. Our pledge to poor grandfather has been carried out all these years. Your family as well as mine has served in it. Must all our efforts go for nothing now, just because of one little rift in the coffin? Surely we can find that crack, seal it up." "But in time there'd be another, sir," I reminded him, "and another. Even the silver is not strong enough to hold against the eternal struggling of that which never dies, which never ceases in its blind efforts to escape and find its unholy nourishment." And then, suddenly, Mr. Gerald's face lit up. "Strength," he gasped. "That's it, more strength. The silver's potency is unimpaired. All it needs is support, the reinforcement of something harder. Man alive, there are other metals harder than silver nowadays. We've the resources of modern science to pit against this horror out of the past. I tell you, we may yet be able to seal it up for all eternity. Wait and see." The very next day the workmen came, sir, from Bessemer, came with their weird apparatus and their scaffoldings and blow-torches. For days this old vault was lit with hissing blue flame like a spot in hell, sir, and resounded with such hammering and pounding as quite to drown out, well, whatever other sounds there might have been. And when the men had done their job and gone away again, look, sir, that's what they left behind. He held the lantern high. What was that vast black shape its rays lit lambently at the vault's far end? That monstrous gleaming shape on stone trestles? A coffin? But surely it was larger than any coffin ever shaped by the hand of man. "They tell me it's a new alloy they use for battleships, sir," the old man said proudly. "An outer casing of stainless steel welded solidly to the silver coffin itself. Soldered, the outer and the inner layers, so that the magic power of the white metal, whatever queer potency it has to hold evil at bay, will be eternally supported by the strongest steel on earth. I doubt that a bolt of lightning could so much as dent that shining surface, sir. Seamless and airtight, it'll endure 1,000 years, even with what still struggles inside it." "Yes, sir. I heard it too, sir. Of course I heard it. 'Tis no novelty to me, all these long-dragging years I've been hearing it down here in the night's hush. But I was wondering when you'd first notice it, sir. 'Tis plain enough when your attention is called to it, for all 'tis so muffled it might be coming from miles off. But it's right here in the crypt with us, that sound, only filtered through the silver and the steel. There's really nothing at all human about it, is there, sir? It might be the howling of a wolf, or almost anything savage and bestial, and yet sometimes there's such a note of human misery and despair in it as to fair bring tears to your eyes, sir. Only tonight there's more of menace in it somehow, sir, more than I've ever heard in all these years. You know, sir, I'm wondering if— Good God, sir, look there! The coffin, it moved. I know you think me mad. That thing weighs a score of tons. Your strength and mine united could not as much as tip it. And yet I saw it move a bit. There, again. You see, sir, 'tis not just the wavering of the lantern light. Can't you feel the vibrations of it in the very walls about us, and the very stones about us as it shakes? Oh, God, sir, it's all my fault. I should never have fetched you down here. I never thought. It's your blood, of course, that maddens him. The smell of your blood is used to mine from all these years of familiarity. But you, young and strong, he'd burst himself to bits to get at you, sir. All these long years he's had no slaking for his hideous thirst. He's dying, sir, of a starvation so slow and so hideous it don't bear even thinking about. And now, fresh blood, your blood. No, sir, we daren't flee from him. There's no running from things quicker than light, swifter than an adder's pounce. We must fight him, sir. Here, take this. I know 'tis but an aspen stake, well sharpened, but a better weapon you'll find it than any gun against what no gun could ever hit, sir. And here, wind this string of garlic about your throat. Now stand, sir, and we'll defy him together. We'll fight all hell if need be. Oh, heavens, sir, how that coffin does shake, how it rocks and lurches on its stone trestles, all those tons of weight quivering like a jelly. I tell you, sir, I never saw the like of it before. The blind fury and malignity. Can he break out? Oh, God, sir, I don't know. I never saw him like this before. We can only pray. Crash! And that awful sound of rock splintering to powder, those clouds of dust arising to choke us. That was the coffin fallen, sir. I saw it teetering just at the very edge of the trestles. Then it toppled. But now you can't see anything, sir. Not even your hand before your eyes. And this dust gets in a man's nostrils, cuts off his breath. And all the while that howling and screeching rises to a very devil's paean of triumph in our ears. Stand firm, sir. Pray to whatever God you believe in, and be ready. We've our stakes here, and we'll strike with them at the heart of anything we see in the dust cloud. The evil heart that only an aspen stake can pierce, that an aspen stake should have pierced long ago. We'll defy him together, d'ye hear? Hell thing that was once old Andrew Holt, we defy ye. Take it easy, sir. Don't try to get up yet. Just rest there for a moment. I guess you must have fainted, sir. I caught you as you fell. You must forgive an old man's nerves, sir. It's these long years of solitude and long night vigils. I'm not the man I was once, and the shock of the thing... But of course there never was any actual danger. How could there be? Did I not say that nothing could possibly damage that coffin, sir? See, there it lies, still there on the floor's cracked old slab, safe and sound for all its battering, though the Lord knows how we'll ever get it back on those trestles, sir. It may be that it will have to stay always half-propped like that, for I doubt that 20 men could lift it. Sure, the struggle with it exhausted even him, sir. There's been no sound from him, no movement since that last frenzied effort. I wonder, sir. Of course, there must be natural laws governing these things, just as governs ourselves, sir. And too much effort may be, well, fatal to them as to us. Perhaps you've seen the last dying struggle of that which should never have lived at all, sir. Perhaps you've seen peace come at last to the soul of old Andrew Holt. And if not now, surely it must come at last, sir. Mayhap not in my time, or even in my son's time, but in the end. Steady, sir. We'll go this way. He helped me stagger toward the old stairs through the leprous dark. I, the Vampire, by Henry Kuttner. 1. Chevalier Fontaine. The party was dull. I had come too early. There was a preview that night at Grauman's Chinese, and few of the important guests would arrive until it was over. Indeed, Jack Hardy, ace director at Summit Pictures, where I worked as assistant director, hadn't arrived yet, and he was the host. But Hardy had never been noted for punctuality. I went out on the porch and leaned against a pillar, sipping a cocktail and looking down at the lights of Hollywood. Hardy's place was on the summit of a hill overlooking the film capital, near Falcon Lair, Valentino's famous turreted castle. I shivered a little. Fog was sweeping in from Santa Monica, blotting out the lights to the west. Jean Hubbard, who was an ingenue at Summit, came up beside me and took the glass out of my hand. "Hello, Mart," she said, sipping the liquor. "Where have you been?" "Down with the Murder Desert troupe, on location in the Mojave," I said. "Miss me, honey?" I drew her close. She smiled up at me, her tilted eyebrows lending a touch of diablerie to the tanned, lovely face. I was going to marry Jean, but I wasn't sure just when. "Missed you lots," she said, and held up her lips. I responded. After a moment, I said, "What's this about the vampire man?" She chuckled. "Oh, the Chevalier Fontaine. Didn't you read Lolly Parsons' write-up in Script? Jack Hardy picked him up last month in Europe. Silly rot, but it's good publicity." "3 cheers for publicity," I said. Look what it did for Birth of a Nation. But where does the vampire angle come in? Mystery man. Nobody can take a picture of him. Scarcely anybody can see him. Weird tales are told about his former life in Paris. Gonna play in Jack's Red Thirst. The kind of build-up Universal gave Karloff for Frankenstein. The Chevalier Fontaine. She rolled out the words with amused relish. Is probably a singing waiter from a Paris cafe. I haven't seen him, but the deuce with him anyway. Mart, I want you to do something for me. For Deming. Hess Deming? I raised my eyebrows in astonishment. Hess Deming, Summit's biggest box office star, whose wife, Sandra Coulter, had died 2 days before. She too had been an actress, although never the great star her husband was. Hess loved her, I knew, and now I guessed what the trouble was. I said, I noticed he was a bit wobbly. He'll kill himself, Jean said, looking worried. I feel responsible for him somehow, Mart. After all, he gave me my start at Summit, and he's due for the DTs any time now. Well, I'll do what I can, I told her, but that isn't a great deal. After all, getting tight is probably the best thing he could do. I know if I lost you, Jean. I stopped. I didn't like to think of it. Jean nodded. See what you can do for him anyway. Losing Sandra that way was pretty terrible. What way? I asked. I've been away, remember? I read something about it, but she just died, Jean said. Pernicious anemia, they said. But Hess told me the doctor really didn't know what it was. She just seemed to grow weaker and weaker, until she passed away. I nodded, gave Jean a hasty kiss, and went back into the house. I'd just seen Hess Deming walk past, a glass in his hand. He turned as I tapped his shoulder. Oh, Mart, he said, his voice just a bit fuzzy. He could hold his liquor, but I could tell by his bloodshot eyes that he was almost at the end of his rope. He was a handsome devil, all right, well-built, strong-featured, with level grey eyes and a broad mouth that was usually smiling. It wasn't smiling now. It was slack, and his face was bedewed with perspiration. You know about Sandra? He asked. Yeah, I said. I'm sorry, Hess. He drank deeply from the glass, wiped his mouth with a grimace of distaste. I'm drunk, Mart, he confided. I had to get drunk. It was awful, those last few days. I've got to burn her up. I didn't say anything. Burn her up? Oh, my God, Mart. That beautiful body of hers crumbling to dust, and I've got to watch it. She made me promise I'd watch to make sure they burned her. I said, Cremation's a clean ending, Hess, and Sandra was a clean girl and a damned good actress. He put his flushed face close to mine. Yeah, but I've got to burn her up. It'll kill me, Mart. Oh, God. He put the empty glass down on a table and looked around dazedly. I was wondering why Sandra had insisted on cremation. She'd given an interview once in which she stressed her dread of fire. Most write-ups of stars are apple sauce, but I happen to know that Sandra did dread fire. Once, on the set, I'd seen her go into hysterics when her leading man lit his pipe too near her face. Excuse me, Mart, Hess said. I've got to get another drink. Wait a minute, I said, holding him. You want to watch yourself, Hess. You've had too much already. It still hurts, he said. Just a little more, and maybe it won't hurt so much. But he didn't pull away. Instead, he stared at me with the dullness of intoxication in his eyes. Clean, he said presently. She said that too, Mart. She said burning was a clean death. But, God, that beautiful white body of hers, I can't stand it, Mart. I'm going crazy, I think. Get me a drink like a good fellow. I said, Wait here, Hess. I'll get you one. I didn't add that it would be watered considerably. He sank down in a chair, mumbling thanks. As I went off, I felt sick. I'd seen too many actors going on the rocks to mistake Hess's symptoms. I knew that his box office days were over. There would be longer and longer waits between pictures, and then personal appearances, and finally Poverty Row and serials. and in the end maybe a man found dead in a cheap-hole bedroom on Main Street, with the gas on. There was a crowd around the bar. Somebody said, "Here's Mart. Hey, come over and meet the vampire." Then I got a shock. I saw Jack Hardy, my host, the director with whom I'd worked on many a hit. He looked like a corpse, and I'd seen him looking plenty bad before. A man with a hangover or a marijuana jag isn't a pretty sight, but I'd never seen Hardy like this. He looked as though he was keeping going on his nerve alone. There was no blood in the man. I'd last seen him as a stocky, ruddy blonde who looked like nothing so much as a wrestler, with his huge biceps, his ugly, good-natured face, and his bristling crop of yellow hair. Now he looked like a skeleton, with skin hanging loosely on the big frame. His face was a network of sagging wrinkles. Pouches bagged beneath his eyes, and those eyes were dull and glazed. About his neck, a black silk scarf was knotted tightly. "Good God, Jack!" I exclaimed. "What have you been doing to yourself?" He looked away quickly. "Nothing," he said brusquely. "I'm all right. I want you to meet the Chevalier Foutaine. This is Mart Prescott." "Pierre," a voice said. "Hollywood is no place for titles. Mart Prescott, the pleasure is mine." I faced the Chevalier Pierre Foutaine. We shook hands. My first impression was of icy cold and a slick kind of dryness, and I let go of his hand too quickly to be polite. He smiled at me. A charming man, the Chevalier, or so he seemed. Slender, below medium height, his bland round face seemed incongruously youthful. Blonde hair was plastered close to his scalp. I saw that his cheeks were rouged, very deftly, but I know something about makeup. And under the rouge I read a curious, deathly pallor that would have made him a marked man had he not disguised it. Some disease, perhaps, had blanched his skin, but his lips were not artificially reddened, and they were as crimson as blood. He was clean-shaved, wore impeccable evening clothes, and his eyes were black pools of ink. "Glad to know you," I said. "You're the vampire, eh?" He smiled. "So they tell me. But we all serve the dark god of publicity, eh, Mr. Prescott? Or is it Mart?" "It's Mart," I said, still staring at him. I saw his eyes go past me, and an extraordinary expression appeared on his face, an expression of amazement, disbelief. Swiftly it was gone. I turned. Jean was approaching, was at my side as I moved. She said, "Is this the Chevalier?" Pierre Foutaine was staring at her, his lips parted a little. Almost inaudibly, he murmured, "Sonia." And then, on a note of interrogation, "Sonia?" I introduced the two. Jean said, "You see, my name isn't Sonia." The Chevalier shook his head, an odd look in his black eyes. "I once knew a girl like you," he said softly. "Very much like you. It is strange." "Will you excuse me?" I broke in. Jack Hardy was leaving the bar. Quickly I followed him. I touched his shoulder as he went out the French windows. He jerked out a startled oath, turned a white death mask of a face to me. "Damn you, Mart," he snarled. "Keep your hands to yourself." I put my hands on his shoulders and swung him around. "What the devil has happened to you?" I asked. "Listen, Jack, you can't bluff me or lie to me. You know that. I've straightened you out enough times in the past, and I can do it again. Let me in on it." His ruined face softened. He reached up and took away my hands. His own were ice cold, like the hands of the Chevalier Foutaine. "No," he said. "No use, Mart. There's nothing you can do. I'm all right, really. Just overstrain. I had too good a time in Paris." I was up against a blank wall. Suddenly, without volition, a thought popped into my mind and out of my mouth before I knew it. "What's the matter with your neck?" I asked abruptly. He didn't answer. He just frowned and shook his head. "I've a throat infection," he told me. "Caught it on the steamer." His hand went up and touched the black scarf. There was a croaking, harsh sound from behind us, a sound that didn't seem quite human. I turned. It was Hess Demming. He was swaying in the portal, his eyes glaring and bloodshot, a little trickle of saliva running down his chin. He said in a dead, expressionless voice that was somehow dreadful, "Sandra died of a throat infection, Hardy." Jack didn't answer. He stumbled back a step. Hess went on dully. "She got all white and died, and the doctor didn't know what it was, although the death certificate said anemia. Did you bring back some filthy disease with you, Hardy? Because if you did, I'm gonna kill you." "Wait a minute," I said. "A throat infection? I didn't know." There was a wound in her throat. 2 little marks, close together. That couldn't have killed her unless some loathsome disease. "You're crazy, Hess," I said. "You know you're drunk. Listen to me. Jack couldn't have had anything to do with that." Hess didn't look at me. He watched Jack Hardy out of his bloodshot eyes. He went on in that low, deadly monotone. "Will you swear Mart's right, Hardy? Will you?" Jack's lips were twisted by some inner agony. I said, "Go on, Jack. Tell him he's wrong." Hardy burst out, "I haven't been near your wife. I haven't seen her since I got back. "That's not the answer I want," Hess whispered. And he sprang for the other man, reeled forward rather. Hess was too drunk and Jack too weak for them to do each other any harm, but there was a nasty scuffle for a moment before I separated them. As I pulled them apart, Hess's hand clutched the scarf about Jack's neck, ripped it away, and I saw the marks on Jack Hardy's throat. 2 red, angry little pits, white-rimmed, just over the left jugular. Two, the cremation of Sandra. It was the next day that Jean telephoned me. "Mart," she said, "we're going to run over a scene for Red Thirst tonight at the studio. Stage 6. You've been assigned as assistant director on the pick, so you should be there. And I had an idea Jack might not tell you. He's been so odd lately." "Thanks, honey," I said. "I'll be there, but I didn't know you were in the flicker." "Neither did I, but there's been some wire pulling. Somebody wanted me in it, the Chevalier, I think, and the big boss phoned me this morning and let me in on the secret. I don't feel up to it, though. Had a bad night." "Sorry," I sympathized. "You were okay when I left." "I had a nightmare," she said slowly. "It was rather frightful, Mart. It's funny, though, I can't remember what it was about." "Well, you'll be there tonight?" I said I would, but as it happened, I was unable to keep my promise. Hess Deming telephoned me, asking if I'd come out to his Malibu place and drive him into town. He was too shaky to handle a car himself, he said, and Sandra's cremation was to take place that afternoon. I got out my roadster and sent it spinning west on Sunset. In 20 minutes, I was at Deming's beach house. The houseboy let me in, shaking his head gravely as he recognized me. "Miss Deming, pretty bad," he told me. "All morning drinking gin straight." From upstairs, Hess shouted, "That's you, Mart? Okay, I'll be down right away. Come up here, Jim." The Japanese, with a meaning glance at me, pattered upstairs. I wandered over to a table, examining the magazines upon it. A little breath of wind came through the half-open window, fluttering a scrap of paper. A word on it caught my eye, and I picked up the note, for that's what it was. It was addressed to Hess, and after one glance I had no compunction about scanning it. "Hess, dear," the message read, "I feel I'm going to die very soon, and I want you to do something for me. I've been out of my head, I know, saying things I didn't mean. Don't cremate me, Hess. Even though I were dead, I'd feel the fire. I know it. Bury me in a vault in Forest Lawn, and don't embalm me. I shall be dead when you find this, but I know you'll do as I wish, dear. And, alive or dead, I'll always love you." The note was signed by Sandra Coulter, Hess's wife. This was odd. I wondered whether Hess had seen it yet. There was a little hiss of indrawn breath from behind me. It was Jim, the houseboy. He said, "Mr. Prescott, I find that note last night. Miss Hess not seen it. Miss Coulter's writing." He hesitated, and I read fear in his eyes, sheer, unashamed fear. He put a brown forefinger on the note. "See that, Mr. Prescott?" He was pointing to a smudge of ink that half obscured the signature. I said, "Well?" "I do that, Miss Prescott. When I pick up the note, the ink not dry." I stared at him. He turned hastily at the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Hess Demming was coming down, rather shakily. I think it was then that I first realized the horrible truth. I didn't believe it, though, not then. It was too fantastic, too incredible, yet something of the truth must have crept into my mind, for there was no other explanation for what I did then. Hess said, "What do you got there, Mart?" "Nothing," I said quietly. I crumpled the note and thrust it into my pocket. Nothing important, anyway. "Ready to go?" He nodded, and we went to the door. I caught a glimpse of Jim staring after us, an expression of, was it relief, in his dark, wizened face. The crematory was in Pasadena, and I left Hess there. I would have stayed with him, but he wouldn't have it. I knew he didn't want anyone to be watching him when Sandra's body was being incinerated, and I knew it would be easier for him that way. I took a shortcut through the Hollywood Hills, and that's where the trouble started. I broke an axle. Recent rains had gullied the road, and I barely saved the car from turning over. After that, I had to hike miles to the nearest telephone, and then I wasted more time waiting for a taxi to pick me up. It was nearly 8 o'clock when I arrived at the studio. The gateman let me in, and I hurried to stage 6. It was dark. Cursing under my breath, I turned away and almost collided with a small figure. It was Forrest, one of the cameramen. He let out a curious squeal and clutched my arm. "That you, Mart? Listen, will you do me a favor? I want you to watch a print." "Haven't time," I said. "Seen Jean around here? It's about that," Forrest said. He was a shriveled, monkey-faced little chap, but a mighty good cameraman. "They've gone, Jean and Hardy and the Chevalier. There's something funny about that guy." "Think so? Well, I'll phone Jean. I'll look at your rushes tomorrow." "She won't be home," he told me. "The Chevalier took her over to the Grove." "Listen, Mart, you've got to watch this. Either I don't know how to handle a grinder anymore, or that Frenchman is the damnedest thing I've ever shot. Come over to the theater, Mart. I've got the reel ready to run. Just developed the rough print myself." "Oh, all right," I assented, and followed Forrest to the theater. I found a seat in the dark little auditorium and listened to Forrest moving about in the projection booth. He clicked on the amplifier and said, "Hardy didn't want any pictures taken. Insisted on it, you know. But the boss told me to leave one of the automatic cameras going, not to bother with the sound, just to get an idea how the French guy would screen. Lucky it wasn't one of the old Rattler cameras, or Hardy would have caught on. Here it comes, Mart." I heard a click as the amplifier was switched off. White light flared on the screen. It faded, gave place to a picture, the interior of stage 6. The set was incongruous, a mid-Victorian parlor with overstuffed plush chairs, gilt-edged paintings, even a particularly hideous whatnot. Jack Hardy moved into the range of the camera. On the screen, his face seemed to leap out at me like a death's head, covered with sagging, wrinkled skin. Following him came Jean, wearing a tailored suit. No one dresses for rehearsals. And behind her, I blinked, thinking that my eyes were tricking me. Something like a glowing fog, oval, tall as a man, was moving across the screen. You've seen the nimbus of light on the screen when a flashlight is turned directly on the camera? Well, it was like that, except that its source was not traceable. And, horribly, it moved forward at about the pace a man would walk. The amplifier clicked again. Forrest said, "When I saw it on the negative, I thought I was screwy, Mart. I saw the take. There wasn't any funny light there. Look." The oval, glowing haze was motionless beside Jean, and she was looking directly at it, a smile on her lips. "Mart, when that was taken, Jean was looking right at the French guy," I said, somewhat hoarsely. "Hold it, Forrest, right there." The images slowed down, became motionless. Jean's left profile was toward the camera. I leaned forward, staring at something I had glimpsed on the girl's neck. It was scarcely visible save as a tiny discolored mark on Jean's throat above the jugular, but unmistakably the same wound I had seen on the throat of Jack Hardy the night before. I heard the amplifier click off. Suddenly the screen showed blindingly white, and then went black. I waited a moment, but there was no sound from the booth. "Forrest," I called. "You okay?" There was no sound. The faint whirling of the projector had died. I got up quickly and went to the back of the theatre. There were two entrances to the booth, a door which opened on stairs leading down to the alley outside, and a hole in the floor reached by means of a metal ladder. I went up this swiftly, an ominous apprehension mounting within me. Forrest was still there, but he was no longer alive. He lay sprawled on his back, his wizened face staring up blindly, his head twisted at an impossible angle. It was quite apparent that his neck had been broken almost instantly. I sent a hasty glance at the projector. The can of film was gone, and the door opening on the stairway was ajar a few inches. I stepped out on the stairs, although I knew I would see no one. The white-lit broad alley between stages 6 and 4 was silent and empty. The sound of running feet came to me, steadily growing louder. A man came racing into view. I recognized him as one of the publicity gang. I hailed him. "Can't wait," he gasped, but slowed down nevertheless. I said, "Have you seen anyone around here just now? The Chevalier Foutaine?" He shook his head. "No, but—" His face was white as he looked up at me. "Hess Deming's gone crazy. I've got to contact the papers." Ice gripped me. I raced down the stairs, clutched his arm. "What do you mean?" I snapped. "Hess was all right when I left him. A bit tight, that's all." His face was glistening with sweat. "It's awful. I'm not sure yet what happened. His wife, Sandra Coulter, came to life while they were cremating her. They saw her through the window, screaming and pounding at the glass while she was being burned alive. Hess got her out too late. He went stark raving mad. Suspended animation, they say. I've got to get to a phone, Mr. Prescott." He tore himself away, sprinted in the direction of the administration buildings. I put my hand in my pocket and pulled out a scrap of paper. It was the note I had found in Hess Deming's house. The words danced and wavered before my eyes. Over and over I was telling myself, it can't be true. Such things can't happen. I didn't mean Sandra Coulter's terrible resurrection during the cremation. That alone might be plausibly explained, catalepsy perhaps. But taken in conjunction with certain other occurrences, it led to one definite conclusion, and it was a conclusion I dared not face. What had poor Forrest said? That the Chevalier was taking Jean to the Coconut Grove? Well, the taxi was still waiting. I got in. "The ambassador," I told the driver grimly. $20 if you hit the green lights all the way. "3. The Black Coffin." All night I had been combing Hollywood without success. Neither the Chevalier Foutaine nor Jean had been to the Grove, I discovered, and no one knew the Chevalier's address. The telephone call to the studio, now ablaze with excitement over the Hess Deming disaster and the Forrest killing, netted me exactly nothing. I went the rounds of Hollywood nightlife vainly. The Trocadero, Sardi's, all three of the Brown Derbies, the smart, notorious clubs of the Sunset 80s, nowhere could I find my quarry. I telephoned Jack Hardy a dozen times, but got no answer. Finally, in a private club in Culver City, I met with my first stroke of good luck. "Mr. Hardy's upstairs," the proprietor told me, looking anxious. "Nothing wrong, I hope, Mr. Prescott? I heard about Deming." "Nothing," I said. "Take me up to him." "He's sleeping it off," the man admitted. "Tried to drink the place dry, and I put him upstairs where he'd be safe." "Not the first time, eh?" I said with an assumption of lightness. "Well, bring up some coffee, will you?" black. I've got to talk to him. But it was half an hour before Hardy was in any shape to understand what I was saying. At last he sat up on the couch, blinking, and a gleam of realization came into his sunken eyes. "Prescott," he said, "can't you leave me alone?" I leaned close to him, articulating carefully so he would be sure to understand me. "I know what the Chevalier Fontaine is," I said. And I waited for the dreadful, impossible confirmation, or for the words which would convince me that I was an insane fool. Hardy looked at me dully. "How did you find out?" he whispered. An icy shock went through me. Up to that moment I had not really believed, in spite of all the evidence. But now Hardy was confirming the suspicions which I had not let myself believe. I didn't answer his question. Instead, I said, "Do you know about Hess?" He nodded, and at sight of the agony in his face, I almost pitied him. Then the thought of Jean steadied me. "Do you know where he is now?" I asked. "No. What are you talking about?" he flared suddenly. "Are you mad, Mart? Do you—" "I'm not mad, but Hess Demming is." He looked at me like a cowering, whipped dog. I went on grimly. "Are you going to tell me the truth? How you got those marks on your throat? How you met this creature and where he's taken Jean?" "Jean?" He looked genuinely startled. "Has he got... I didn't know that, Mart. I swear I didn't. You've been a good friend to me, and I'll tell you the truth, for your sake and Jean's, although now it may be too late." My involuntary movement made him glance at me quickly. Then he went on. "I met him in Paris. I was out after new sensations, but I didn't expect anything like that. A Satanist club, devil worshippers they were. The ordinary stuff, cheap, furtive blasphemy. But it was there that I met him. He can be a fascinating chap when he tries. He drew me out, made me tell him about Hollywood, about the women we have here. I bragged a little. He asked me about the stars, whether they were really as beautiful as they seemed. His eyes were hungry as he listened to me, Mart. Then, one night I had a fearful nightmare. A monstrous black horror crept in through my window and attacked me. Bit me in the throat, I dreamed, or thought I did. After that, I was in his power. He told me the truth. He made me a slave and I could do nothing. His powers are not human." I licked dry lips. Hardy continued. "He made me bring him here, introducing him as a new discovery to be starred in Red Thirst. I'd mentioned the picture to him before I knew. How he must have laughed at me. He made me serve him, keeping away photographers, making sure there were no cameras, no mirrors near him. And for a reward, he let me live." I knew I should feel contempt for Hardy, pander to such a loathsome evil, but somehow I couldn't. I said quietly, "What about Jean? Where does the Chevalier live?" He told me. "But you can't do anything, Mart. There's a vault under the house where he stays during the day. Can't be opened except with a key he always keeps with him, a silver key. He had a door specially made, and then did something to it so that nothing can open it but that key. Even dynamite wouldn't do it, he told me." I said, "Such things can be killed." "Not easily. Sandra Coulter was a victim of his. After death, she too became a vampire, sleeping by day and living only at night. The fire destroyed her, but there's no way to get into the vault under Fontaine's house." "I wasn't thinking of fire," I said. "A knife." "Through the heart," Hardy interrupted almost eagerly. "Yes, and decapitation. I've thought of it myself, but I can do nothing. I'm a slave, Mart." I said nothing, but pressed the bell. Presently the proprietor appeared. "Can you get me a butcher knife?" I measured with my hands. "About so long? A sharp one?" Accustomed to strange requests, he nodded. "Right away, Mr. Prescott." As I followed him out, Hardy said weakly, "Mart." I turned. "Good luck," he said. The look on his wrecked face robbed the words of their pathos. "Thanks," I forced myself to say. "I don't blame you, Jack, for what's happened. I'd have done the same." I left him there, slumped on the couch, staring after me with eyes that had looked into hell. It was past daylight when I drove out of Culver City, a long razor-edged knife hidden securely inside my coat, and the day went past all too quickly. A telephone call told me that Jean had not yet returned home. It took me more than an hour to locate a certain man I wanted, a man who had worked for the studio before on certain delicate jobs. There was little about locks he did not know, as the police had sometimes ruefully admitted. His name was Axel Ferguson, a bulky, good-natured Swede, whose thick fingers seemed more adapted to handling a shovel than the mechanisms of locks. Yet he was as expert as Houdini. Indeed, he had at one time been a professional magician. The front door of Foutaine's isolated canyon home proved no bar to Ferguson's fingers and the tiny sliver of steel he used. The house, a modern two-story place, seemed deserted, but Hardy had said below the house. We went down the cellar stairs and found ourselves in a concrete-lined passage that ran down at a slight angle for perhaps 30 feet. There the corridor ended in what seemed to be a blank wall of bluish steel. The glossy surface of the door was unbroken, save for a single keyhole. Ferguson set to work. At first he hummed under his breath, but after a time he worked in silence. Sweat began to glisten on his face. Trepidation assailed me as I watched. The flashlight he had placed beside him grew dim. He inserted another battery, got out unfamiliar-looking apparatus. He buckled on dark goggles and handed me a pair. A blue, intensely brilliant flame began to play on the door. It was useless. The torch was discarded after a time, and Ferguson returned to his tools. He was using a stethoscope, taking infinite pains in the delicate movements of his hands. It was fascinating to watch him, but all the time I realized that the night was coming, that presently the sun would go down, and that the life of the vampire lasts from sunset to sunrise. At last Ferguson gave up. "I can't do it," he told me, panting as though from a hard race. "And if I can't, nobody can. Even Houdini couldn't have broken this lock. The only thing that'll open it is the key." "All right, Axel," I said dully. "Here's your money." He hesitated, watching me. "You going to stay here, Mr. Prescott?" "Yeah," I said. "You can find your way out. I'll wait a while." "Well, I'll leave the light with you," he said. "You can let me have it sometime, eh?" He waited, and, as I made no answer, he departed, shaking his head. Then utter silence closed around me. I took the knife out of my coat, tested its edge against my thumb, and settled back to wait. Less than half an hour later, the steel door began to swing open. I stood up. Through the widening crack I saw a bare, steel-lined chamber, empty, save for a long black object that rested on the floor. It was a coffin. The door was wide. Into view moved a white, slender figure, Jean, clad in a diaphanous silken robe. Her eyes were wide, fixed, and staring. She looked like a sleepwalker. A man followed her, a man wearing impeccable evening clothes. Not a hair was out of place on his sleek blonde head, and he was touching his lips delicately with a handkerchief as he came out of the vault. There was a little crimson stain on the white linen where his lips had brushed. "4. I, the vampire." Jean walked past me as though I didn't exist, but the Chevalier Foutaine paused, his eyebrows lifted. His black eyes pierced through me. The handle of the knife was hot in my hand. I moved aside to block Foutaine's way. Behind me came a rustle of silk, and from the corner of my eye, I saw Jean pause hesitatingly. The Chevalier eyed me, toying negligently with his handkerchief. "Mart," he said slowly. "Mart Prescott." His eyes flickered toward the knife, and a little smile touched his lips. I said, You know why I'm here, don't you?" "Yes," he said. "I heard you. I was not disturbed. Only one thing can open this door." From his pocket he drew a key, shining with a dull silver sheen. "Only this," he finished, replacing it. "Your knife is useless, smart Prescott." "Maybe," I said, edging forward very slightly. "What have you done to Jean?" A curious expression, almost of pain, flashed into his eyes. "She is mine," he shot out half angrily. "You can do nothing for—" I sprang then, or at least I tried to. The blade of the knife sheared down, straight for Foutaine's white shirt front. It was arrested in mid-air, yet he had not moved. His eyes had bored into mine suddenly, terribly, and it seemed as though a wave of fearful energy had blasted out at me, paralyzing me, rendering me helpless. I stood rigid. Veins throbbed in my temples as I tried to move, to bring down the knife. It was useless. I stood as immovable as a statue. The Chevalier brushed past me. "Follow," he said almost casually, and like an automaton I swung about, began to move along the passage. What hellish hypnotic power was this that held me helpless? Foutaine led the way upstairs. It was not yet dark, although the sun had gone down. I followed him into a room, and at his gesture dropped into a chair. At my side was a small table. The Chevalier touched my arm gently, and something like a mild electric shock went through me. The knife dropped from my fingers, clattering to the table. Jean was standing rigidly nearby, her eyes dull and expressionless. Foutaine moved to her side, put an arm about her waist. My mouth felt as though it were filled with mud, but somehow I managed to croak out articulate words. "Damn you, Foutaine! Leave her alone!" He released her and came toward me, his face dark with anger. "You fool! I could kill you now very easily. I could make you go down to the busiest corner of Hollywood and slit your throat with that knife. I have the power. You found out much, apparently. Then you know my power." "Yes," I muttered thickly. "I know that. You devil, Jean is mine." The face of a beast looked into mine. He snarled, "She is not yours, nor is she Jean. She is Sonia." I remembered what Foutaine had murmured when he had first seen Jean. He read the question in my eyes. "I knew a girl like that once, very long ago. That was Sonia. They killed her, put a stake through her heart, long ago in Thurn. Now that I've found this girl, who might be a reincarnation of Sonia, they are so alike, I shall not give her up. Nor can anyone force me." "You've made her a devil like yourself," I said through half-paralyzed lips. "I'd rather kill her." Foutaine turned to watch Jean. "Not yet," he said softly. "She is mine. Yes, she bears the stigmata, but she is still alive. She will not become vampire until she has died, or until she has tasted the red milk. She shall do that tonight." I cursed him bitterly, foully. He touched my lips, and I could utter no sound. Then they left me, Jean and her master. I heard a door close quietly. The night dragged on. Futile struggles had convinced me that it was useless to attempt escape. I could not even force a whisper through my lips. More than once I felt myself on the verge of madness, thinking of Jean and remembering Foutaine's ominous words. Eventually agony brought its own surcease, and I fell into a kind of coma, lasting for how long I could not guess. Many hours had passed, I knew, before I heard footsteps coming toward my prison. Jean moved into my range of vision. I searched her face with my eyes, seeking for some mark of a dreadful metamorphosis. I could find none. Her beauty was unmarred, save for the terrible little wounds on her throat. She went to a couch and quietly lay down. Her eyes closed. The Chevalier came past me and went to Jean's side. He stood looking down at her. I have mentioned before the incongruous youthfulness of his face. That was gone now. He looked old beyond imagination. At last he shrugged and turned to me. His fingers brushed my lips again, and I found that I could speak. Life flooded back into my veins, bringing lancing twinges of pain. I moved an arm experimentally. The paralysis was leaving me. The Chevalier said, "She is still clean." I could not do it. Amazement flooded me. My eyes widened in disbelief. Fontaine smiled wryly. "It is quite true. I could have made her as myself, undead, but at the last moment I forbade her." He looked toward the windows. "It will be dawn soon." I glanced at the knife on the table beside me. The Chevalier put out a hand and drew it away. "Wait," he said. "There is something I must tell you, Mart Prescott. You say that you know who and what I am." I nodded. "Yet you cannot know," he went on. "Something you have learned and something you have guessed, but you can never know me. You are human and I am the undead. Through the ages I have come, since first I fell victim to another vampire, for thus is the evil spread. Deathless and not alive, bringing fear and sorrow always, knowing the bitter agony of Tantalus, I have gone down through the weary centuries. I have known Richard and Henry and Elizabeth of England, and ever have I brought terror and destruction in the night, for I am an alien thing. I am the undead." The quiet voice went on, holding me motionless in its weird spell. "I, the vampire, I, the accursed, the shining evil, negotium perambulans in tenebris. But I was not always thus. Long ago in turn, before the shadow fell upon me, I loved a girl, Sonia. But the vampire visited me, and I sickened and died, and awoke. Then I arose. It is the curse of the undead to prey upon those they love. I visited Sonia. I made her my own. She too died. For a brief while we walked the earth together, neither alive nor dead. But that was not Sonia. It was her body, yes, but I had not loved her body alone. I realized too late that I had destroyed her utterly. One day they opened her grave, and the priest drove a stake through her heart and gave her rest. Me they could not find, for my coffin was hidden too well. I put love behind me then, knowing that there was none for such as I. Hope came to me when I found Jean. Hundreds of years have passed since Sonia crumbled to dust, but I thought I had found her again. And I took her. Nothing human could prevent me." The Chevalier's eyelids sagged. He looked infinitely old. "Nothing human, yet in the end I found that I could not condemn her to the hell that is mine. I thought I had forgotten love. But long and long ago I loved Sonia. And because of her, and because I know that I would only destroy as I did once before, I shall not work my will on this girl." I turned to watch the still figure on the couch. The Chevalier followed my gaze and nodded slowly. "Yes, she bears the stigmata. She will die unless—" He met my gaze unflinchingly. "Unless I die. If you had broken into the vault yesterday, if you had sunk that knife into my heart, she would be free now." He glanced at the windows again. "The sun will rise soon." Then he went quickly to Jean's side. He looked down at her for a moment. "She is very beautiful," he murmured. "Too beautiful for hell." The Chevalier swung about, went toward the door. As he passed me, he threw something carelessly on the table, something that tinkled as it fell. In the portal he paused, and a little smile twisted the scarlet lips. I remembered him thus, framed against the black background of the doorway, his sleek blonde head erect and unafraid. He lifted his arm in a gesture that should have been theatrical, but somehow wasn't. "And so farewell. I am about to die." He did not finish. In the faint greyness of dawn I saw him striding away, heard his footsteps on the stairs, receding and faint, heard a muffled clang as of a great door closing. The paralysis had left me. I was trembling a little, for I realized what I must do soon. But I knew I would not fail. I glanced down at the table. Even before I saw what lay beside the knife, I knew what would be there. A silver key. The Return of the Undead by Arthur Leeds. That the ghastly extremes of agony are endured by man the unit, and never by man the mass. For this let us thank a merciful God. Edgar Allan Poe, The Premature Burial. 1. To have died, and yet to be undead. What a horrible thought, and yet what a fascinating story, albeit one that fairly set every nerve in my pain-racked body trembling with the frightful suggestion contained in it. And to think that this book that I had just finished reading told, in the form of fiction, what the poor devil of a German also had told me, as he lay there beside me in a shell-scarred no-man's land, waiting for his ticket to go west only a few months before. Yes, there are werewolves, he assured me solemnly, his face contorted with pain the while he talked, in his own language, which I spoke almost as well as himself. They are the slaves of the vampires, the undead, those beings who claim their victims after death, and who carry on their terrible act of mutilation and desecration. He paused to cross himself and murmur a word of prayer. Forever and forever. Doubt it not, comrade. My brother now knew a man, an Austrian, who had met a werewolf at midnight in the forest district of his own homeland. Shortly after that, in our own Black Forest, my brother himself encountered a werewolf. In the following year, my brother died, and as he lay on his deathbed, he called me to his side. Carl, he declared, laying his hand on my arm, remember what I have told you in the past. The undead are as swift in their movements and as immune to harm from human hands as were the Valkyries of old. I am marked by a being, a vampire, one of the undead host, an overlord of werewolves, and it, has given me the sign. Therefore, brother of mine, heed what I say, and as you love me, carry out this, my last request, even as you hope for the death of a Christian and for salvation after death. After they have buried me, you must take my body out of the ground, on the day of my burial, remember, and before sunset. Do not forget that, before sunset. You must have help. Heinrich Arndt will assist you. I have spoken to him as I am now speaking to you. Take me from the coffin and plunge the old sword of our great-great-grandfather straight through my heart. Leave the sword in my body, bind it there with wire. Then bind the crucifix in the clasp of both my dead hands. Return my body to the grave, and rest content that you have done what I most desire in life and death, for so only can you save me from everlasting torment. I had been unconscious from the pain of my wound, and from the horrible thirst, when the scouting party picked me up that night. The dead German was left where he had fallen. When I returned to consciousness, it all seemed like a bad dream, and when sober realization of all that I had been through and all that he had told me came to me, the poor fellow's story seemed to be only the raving of a thirst-tortured brain. Human vampires! Beings that lived forever upon the blood of others. Werewolves, the damnable clan of the undead. Such things never were, I assured myself, in heaven, earth, or hell itself. And yet now, in this small-town hospital in New York State, where a sudden attack of appendicitis had been the cause of my enforced confinement to a hospital cot for the second time in my career, I had again come upon that horrible suggestion. "You have read Bram Stoker's Dracula? Nothing that Poe or Doyle or Ambrose Bierce or even Marion Crawford ever wrote quite equals it in undiluted horror. It deals, in case you have not read it, with the strange and terrible adventures of a young Englishman who goes into the mountains of Carpathia to purchase for the firm by which he is employed a certain extensive estate belonging to a Count Dracula, a mysterious individual who lives secluded in his ancient castle in the mountains. Dracula is greatly disturbed by the sight of blood when his guest happens to cut himself in his host's presence while shaving. He warns the young man never to let him see blood of any kind, asserting that it has a terrible effect upon him. Subsequently, his visitor learns to his horror that the Count is one of what the author, like my acquaintance of the battlefield, refers to as the Undead. Throughout the day, Dracula lies in an open coffin in the vaults of the castle. At night, as soon as the sun has set, he, as it were, returns to life, when he becomes, while retaining his human form, a blood-sucking vampire with the power to climb the outer walls of the castle after the manner of a fly, and to transport himself, as if by magic, from place to place about the countryside. The undead, the story explains, nightly seek a victim, from whom, while asleep, they suck the lifeblood, drawing it from two minute holes which they bite in the throat. When the person eventually dies as a result of this draining of the vital fluid, the operation of sucking the blood is not completed in one night, but continues perhaps for a week or more. The victim also, after death, becomes one of the horrible society of the undead, and, although buried, nightly comes from the tomb to draw the lifeblood from others, men, women, and little children, thus always increasing the terrible breed of human vampires and propagating their hellish practices. My reading of this absorbing though terrifying book had been greatly disturbed by the unending cries, moans, and uncontrolled expostulations of a child in the outer ward. The little hospital was crowded to the limit, an epidemic of typhoid having broken out in the town only a few weeks before my admission. My own case being an unusually acute and dangerous one, requiring, as the doctors agreed, a great deal of special treatment preliminary to the operation, Dr. Spaulding had insisted upon a private room, and the only one then vacant was situated just off the women's general ward, which was on the upper floor of the little two-story building. To enter my room, one had to pass through this ward, crowded with beds filled with girls and women, ranging in age from 3 and 4 years up. The starvation treatment for typhoid was still in use among the physicians in the town, and from early morning until the hour when the lights were extinguished in the evening, a constant source of annoyance was the incessant conversation of the younger patients in connection with what they were going to eat when they got better. Restricted in diet as they were, this was only natural, but the repeated discussion of their gastronomic abilities and inclinations, which had at first been highly diverting, was beginning to get on my nerves. Every sound from this outer ward was distinctly audible in my room, whereas I had to call pretty loudly if, instead of merely ringing the bell on the cord at the head of my bed, I wished to summon a nurse. Finally, since there was no escape from it, I grew resigned to the situation, and tried to read without noticing them. Then, about a week before the day which had been set for my operation arrived, this child of whom I have spoken, Martha Walton, was brought into the ward. Her parents were poor people, and very ignorant. As the night nurse, Miss Richards, remarked to me, their idea of taking care of a sick child evidently was to be as good to it as they knew how, and to indulge its every wish so far as lay in their power. Consequently, the nurse had learned from the doctor, when the parents discovered that the little one was very ill, before calling in medical aid, they had stuffed her with all the goodies for which she cried, and had done a dozen other things to heighten the fever and hurry the case to a crisis. The result was that when the child was admitted to the hospital, she was in a much more critical condition than any of the others. Added to this, she was but 10 years old, with no understanding of her trouble. A child who, constantly petted and given into at home, made the very worst kind of a typhoid patient. Now, hospital romances have been one of the interesting features of the Great War, but my hospital romance was not a part of my experience in France. I had loved my present little day nurse, Viola Manning, ever since she first came into my room with a few sympathetic words, which were the preliminary to another of those abominable ice caps beneath which the doctor insisted I was to be kept half-buried. She had agreed with me that it was pretty tough to have to take the count with an attack of appendicitis after pulling through an operation on my head where the shrapnel splinter had got me, and also recovering from the effects of a gassing, between which and appendicitis I felt there was little choice, administered by the ever-attentive Huns. She loved me for the dangers I had passed, and I loved her that she did pity them. She was, well, just a real old-fashioned womanly girl who understood her chosen work and carried it on with the alertness and expedition of an army nurse, combined with the tenderness of a woman who is born to mother. To paraphrase another and more up-to-date dramatist, who was also a songwriter, if I came out of the ether after the operation, and I would come out, there'd be a real girl waiting for me. On the day following Martha's arrival, Viola had come into my room and opened the door wide, so that I could see out into the women's ward. "There's the little nuisance, poor little thing, who's been giving us all so much trouble since yesterday afternoon," she said, pointing to a cot set in an angle of the ward directly across from my own door. "I'm afraid she has only one chance in 1,000 of ever getting better. Just look at the poor little creature, Frank." The youngster was hardly any larger than a properly developed child of 7, and her long, straight, straw-colored hair accentuated the pallor of her wan little face, even with the fever at its height. As she lay there, for the moment with only her face turned toward me, the watery grey eyes seemed to shine with a kind of pinkish glow, reminding me of the eyes of an animal seen in the dark. She was frightfully thin, the arms and hands mere bones covered with yellow, parchment-like skin. The poor little cheeks were deeply sunken, while the thin lips seemed constantly to tremble, giving a consequent tremolo sound to her continual crying and muttering. Altogether, she reminded me of a very old and decrepit woman instead of a child of 10. But I had small opportunity to study the features, for she tossed almost continually, meanwhile keeping up the unending, whimpering cry that had so affected everyone about her, and which filled me with a peculiar, nameless fear rather than with pity for her condition. "If that sort of thing has disturbed your reading, it has almost driven the other patients crazy," remarked Viola, watching the child as I was doing. At first they only laughed at her, teasing her in a friendly way, but when the temper that is still raging in that nerve-racked little body let itself go, as it did last night, you remember, they soon changed their tactics and tried to reason with her, telling her to try, for her own sake, to be as quiet as possible, so she'd get well sooner. But Martha showed them that she won't listen to anyone, and the matron and her doctor are no exceptions. So the other children, advised by us and by the older patients, are now disregarding her utterly, and the poor little thing just tosses and cries, although she's always ready almost to fight with the nurses when they go near her. I've never had a case get on my nerves as this one has. The child just doesn't seem human. I can't explain the way I feel about her." "Why don't they give her a hypodermic?" I inquired. "Morphine? She's had enough morphine to quiet 2 grown-ups," my little nurse replied. "You must have heard her terrible screams when they gave her the first injection yesterday, just after they brought her in. If we had a single private room that we could use for her, we'd take her out of the ward in a minute, in justice to the other patients. Even during her short periods of sleep, she tosses and mutters nearly all the time. I only hope—" She had been looking at me and studying my face while speaking, and now she stopped dead, looking at me with reproachful eyes. "Oh, Frank, how could you after my last warning?" she almost gasped. "Why, what do you mean?" I came back. "Now, my dear, don't attempt to deceive me. You can't do it. I know. That beastly Holloway has been up here again, and he's managed to get some more morphine. I'm going to tell Miss Gregory, as sure as I hope to see you get well, and have him removed from the hospital." How could you, Frank?" I might have known that it was no use to try to lie to my little nurse. No physician had a sharper eye for certain signs of a patient's condition than had this little girl who had promised to marry me. It hurt, but I confessed. "You're right. But don't blame poor old Holloway. I don't know just how he got it, but I do know that I had almost to swear my life away and beg for half an hour before he'd come through with a few tablets. I needed them, girlie, really I did. I'd had a simply rotten day with pain and nerves, and I wanted so much just to sleep soundly through one night." "Nonsense," she cried sharply. "You had too much of the dreadful stuff over in France. You've become too used to it. But you'll positively not get more than 1/8 of a grain, without Dr. Spaulding's orders, if I can help it. How much did Holloway give you?" Then, confound me, I did lie to her. So it is with the man or woman upon whom morphine has set its grip. The drug makes you lie, and you do so with an easy conscience, unblushingly and wholeheartedly. 6 quarter-grain tablets. They lasted me all night. I woke up 3 times, but I feel fine, comparatively speaking, this morning. And never again, honey, I promise. Never again if I can prevent it, she assured me solemnly. I may not speak to Miss Gregory now, but I'll find a way to keep Holloway down in the men's ward. He should have been discharged before this anyway, and he knows very well he has no right even to visit on this floor without special permission. That's the worst of these little institutions. Rules are made only to be broken. Promise me, Frank, dear, that you'll obey the doctor's orders without question, and not even ask for more morphine than he prescribes. You know, don't you, what your recovery means to me?" I promised, and I meant to try to keep my promise. I kissed her, and she went out into the ward, but what I did not tell her was that, safely hidden in the pocket of my nightgown, wrapped in a handkerchief, was a small brown bottle, as yet unopened, containing an even 100 half-grain morphine tablets. Exactly how Holloway had managed to get hold of them, I had no idea, but that is exactly what he had done, and had stolen them, probably, with no more compunction than any other drug addict has in getting his favorite dope in any way that presents itself. I say drug addict advisedly, for the difference between those sick people who manage to get more than is prescribed for them and those others on the outside who use it regularly as the result of an unconquerable habit is a difference of degree rather than of kind. Both of us, Holloway especially, I know, felt the urgent need of the drug, and regardless of hospital or hygienic rules, we, possessing it, were making use of it. Holloway had simply declared that the drug cabinet in the anesthetizing room was as good as wide open. The great thing was to have it on hand when the crying need for its soothing influence asserted itself. I would go easy in the future, if I was not able to content myself with my allowance of the drug. At least Viola must not know that I was breaking my promise to her. And soon, I felt certain, I would be through with the operation, convalescent, well again, and out of the hospital, ready to claim Viola as my wife. Then I would be through with the accursed drug forever. But it was not accursed to me now. Let Barry sing the praises of his Lady Nicotine. For just a little while I would have 2 loves, Viola and my Lady Morphia. But a word or two is necessary in connection with the effect of the drug upon me. Each night I was allowed the 1/8 of a grain injection, which alone produced no effect whatsoever. I had long since passed the 1/8 of a grain stage. It was what I managed to obtain through Holloway that soothed my aching nerves during the night. And the direct effect of the drug was to so greatly accelerate the brain action as to entirely drive sleep away, leaving me lying there throughout the long hours with my mind a strange panorama of fantasies. There were times during these nocturnal mental ramblings when my soul seemed to be entirely separated from my body. I appeared to stand apart and watch, fascinated, that part of me, the physical body containing the disordered mind which lay there on the bed. And this very mental condition, the fascinating guesswork as to what new pictures would unfold themselves each night, the mystery and uncertainty of it all, irresistibly enticing to a mind such as mine, these were the things that made me cling to my little bottle of white tablets as the drowning man clings to the proverbial straw. But I had given Viola my promise, and for her dear sake I would try to keep it. 2. Why seek to battle with forces which one knows one cannot combat successfully, unaided? I do not believe that anyone, unaided, has ever successfully flung off the grip of a drug habit, such as that which now held me in its power. Every night preceding the operation I had had a little, just a little, extra morphine. Enough, as it were, to feed the desire for it. Not enough to show itself, or at any rate Viola made no comment that led me to believe that she had noticed anything. If she had, I suppose I should have done my best to lie out of it, and felt justified in so doing. And now the operation was successfully over. 2 days had passed since they carried me back into my little room and congratulated me upon having won out against death again, coming through an operation that was, and I believe remains, unique in the history of operations upon that annoying physical excess baggage known as the vermiform appendix. It would be another month, perhaps, before I could get up. 2 weeks, probably, before I even could take solid food. My guardian angel, Viola, was with me during the day, just as much as proper attention to her other duties would permit her to be. And the craving for the morphine was upon me again, stronger than ever. My nerves constantly cried out for the rest-producing, though never sleep-inducing, drug. I slept, actually slept, throughout the day, mostly in the morning, but hardly at all during the night. And at night I used the morphine just as much as I actually dared to do, without leaving myself in such a state as to draw the attention of the girl to whom I had given my promise. Indeed, I was aware that I was doing for my conscience, my better self, just what the drug was intended to do with my mind and body. I was gradually producing what might be termed a state of somnipathy of the soul. Next to the way in which my mind constantly speculated upon the possibilities of increasing the doses of the morphine, I seemed to be interested most morbidly, I realized, in the way in which the child, Martha, clung tenaciously to life. To my left, as I lay in bed, was a large bow window overlooking the hospital grounds. Since the operation, I was allowed to sit up in bed more than formerly, and, the hospital being situated on the outskirts of the little town, beyond the white brick wall surrounding the not very extensive grounds, I could see the open, snow-covered country. In the extreme southwestern corner of the yard stood 2 grey stone buildings, the larger one, I had been informed, being the ice house. There was always a well-trodden path leading to it through the snow. The porter, Jennings, was kept busy carrying ice into the hospital for the fever patients. To the other building there was no path, and this fact, somehow, seemed to disturb me. Why, I asked myself, had nobody died in the hospital since the last snowfall? For this smaller building, Viola had rather reluctantly explained, was a sort of private morgue. Viola, I felt sure, had wished to keep my mind free from gloomy thoughts, which was why at first she had hesitated about answering my question in regard to this particular outbuilding. But since finding out what it really was, my first act each morning after my blind was raised was to lift myself gently until I could see out of the window, and then to look for the long-anticipated track through the snow to the door of what I fantastically termed the House of the Dead. Today, I would say each morning upon starting to look out, there will be a path to the door. But in these 2 days, there had been no change. Snow had fallen once, covering the path to the ice house, but it was quickly trodden down where that path led. Only in front of the smaller grey building, the snow remained undisturbed. And then, that same night, Martha died. My light had been turned out, as usual, about 10 o'clock, and I lay there in the darkened room under the spell of the morphine, though far from being inclined to sleep. The blinds were drawn down to within an inch or two of the bottom of the window, but beneath them there entered the reflection of a bright, full moon. I could just make out the time by the little travelling clock on the table. It was 20 minutes to 1. The door of my room was standing open halfway, as I always asked to have it left after the children had quieted down for the night. I could hear the single night nurse on that floor, Miss Richards, moving about in the ward kitchen. Martha had not been asleep since early in the evening. She lay there, tossing as was her habit, and moaning in a way that caused my nerves fairly to dance, although the peculiar fascination I felt in watching her made me bear with the annoyance. I listened to the monotonous, jarring sounds until I was on the point of ringing for the nurse to come and close my door. My hand reached out for the bell cord. Then, abruptly, all sounds from the child ceased. Instinctively, I knew what the sudden silence meant, and involuntarily I shuddered. I had never feared death, and God knows I had faced it often enough during the past 2 years. But how strangely, with what terrific suddenness death had come to this poor, tortured child. A sharp intake of the breath, the suggestion of a final low moan, and that was the end. The silence of the next minute or two was doubly oppressive. My heart sounded like the beating of a drum. Apparently, the other children slept peacefully on. Then, my hand still holding the button on the bell cord, I rang once, very gently. A couple of minutes passed. Then Miss Richards came to the door and looked in. "What do you want, Mr. Herndon? I thought you'd be sound asleep hours ago. Or did you just wake up?" "Miss Richards," I said quietly, "I think you had better call Jennings and have him carry Martha's body out of the ward before any of the others wake up. She died about 5 minutes ago." She looked at me in utter astonishment, but said nothing. Evidently, she could see that I was quite in earnest, and that I was sure of my statement being correct. Leaving my room, I heard her tiptoe across to the corner of the ward, where Martha's bed stood, and I knew that, in the darkness, she was making a hurried examination of the body. A moment later, I heard her going softly down the stairs. When she returned with the porter, he carried the child's body out of the ward. I heard him stumble once as, half asleep, he descended the stairway. The nurse made up the cot, and in the morning the other occupants of the ward were told that Martha had been removed during the night to a private room, in order that she should no longer disturb those about her. The children accepted the explanation, apparently well satisfied to be rid of such an uncongenial companion. And Martha, as I knew, was indeed occupying a private room. All the rest of that night, though, I had lain there, speculating that in the morning there would be a path to the door of the little grey building. And, sure enough, there was. It was a bright, sunny morning, and Viola, more radiant to my eyes than sun or moon, sat beside me on the edge of the bed as we talked of Martha's merciful release from human pain and suffering. But while we talked, and even as the bright morning sun seemed to light the whole world with the promise of health regained and happiness won, the glory of the early morning seemed to fade into a misty vista of a Transylvanian forest at sunset, and my mind continually reverted to the lost soul Dracula, the fiery-eyed werewolves, and the undead host who, like Dracula, haunted the world of the living. Just after my light lunch, the sun was obscured by clouds, and about 4 o'clock it commenced to snow heavily. "Isn't this fine?" laughed Viola, coming into my room. "It will be simply grand for sleighing in the morning, and I'll get Dr. Spaulding to take me into town tomorrow night, after I've got off duty when he makes his evening call. And don't be jealous, you old silly, because he thinks Mrs. Spaulding is the only woman worth talking about in the whole world." "I'm not jealous," I answered. "But I was just thinking the snow will cover all the paths again, won't it?" "Of course," replied Viola. "Why?" "Nothing," I said, settling back again on the pillow. "I guess I'll just rest again until Dr. Spaulding shows up." And, calling me an old sleepyhead, Viola, after kissing me, quietly left the room. 3. "Miss Murray," I said, addressing the new night nurse, "won't you please give me a half-grain injection tonight? I'm frightfully jumpy, and just about dead for a sound sleep. Miss Richards does, occasionally, when she sees that I really need it." Her reply, after looking at me intently for a moment, was to load the hypodermic syringe as I had requested. Then a child called to her from the ward, and as she left the room, I picked up the little phial she had left lying on the table, uncorked it, and dropped 6 or 8 of the tablets it contained into my left hand. When she came back a moment or two later, she failed to notice that the phial had been moved. Every grain counted to add to my depleted store of the drug. "I wish you'd raise the blind so the moonlight can come in," I said. "It won't keep me awake. It seems to be a lovely night. It's beautiful outside now. But Jennings will have some snow cleaning to do in the morning. Please try to get right to sleep, Mr. Herndon. Miss Manning says that you're inclined to lie awake after getting your hypodermic, and then sleep during the day. Nothing like the good before midnight sleep, you know. If you need me, give one short ring. Good night." Just as I told her Miss Richards always did, she left my door open as she went out, but a little more than halfway. The lights in the ward were all out, and now that the unfortunate little Martha was no more, there was hardly a sound to be heard in the building. Even outside, there was no wind. My own breathing and the beating of my heart alone were audible. Then I gave myself up wholly to the wooing of my false goddess, Morphia. How much of the drug I swallowed during the next 2 hours I have not the faintest idea, but many times I took one of the tiny white tablets from my little bottle. My nerves were throbbing. My muscles seemed continually to relax and contract. It appeared that the spinal cord was being slowly petrified. My neck, at the base of the brain, felt as if a steel band which was being slowly tightened encircled it. Through it all, 1,000 strange, unnatural visions swept through my brain. The moonlight in the room seemed to become a variegated color display, reminding me of the northern lights that I had often seen in northern Ontario while on hunting trips before the war. At some distance from the hospital, a dog howled mournfully. It was the first sound to break the perfect stillness of the winter night, and instantly the thought of Dracula's werewolves, with their frothing, blood-dripping fangs and fiery eyes, returned to me. My mind centered on that silent, mysterious castle in the Carpathian Mountains, the subterranean vaults, the open coffin with the chalk-faced count lying in it, his wide-open, glassy eyes gazing at nothing, the half-parted, blood-red lips exposing the needle-pointed teeth, bound in the trance of death, but yet undead, waiting only for the setting of the sun to free him from death's grasp before setting forth on his horrible nightly mission. The moonlight, falling across a large, potted rubber plant standing just beside the window, threw ghostly black shadows on the wall opposite. Then Of a sudden, there was a terrific, whirring sound within my head, accompanied by a sound like the far-away tinkling of bells, and everything went dark. How long this sleep or unconscious state lasted, I have no idea. But when next I opened my eyes, it seemed to me that I had been awakened by hearing a noise, as of someone fumbling with a lock or bolt at some considerable distance, and, apparently, outside the hospital. Then, and this occasioned me no small amount of wonder, I raised myself without any effort to a sitting position. Up to now, I had been unable to raise myself except very slowly on account of the pain in the region of the operation wound. I looked out of the window. All outdoors was still bathed in a flood of moonlight, though now the moon was sinking lower. A white mantle of glittering snow spread over fields, hospital grounds, and distant hills. There was not even a path to the ice house. Suddenly, one of the children in the ward commenced muttering in her sleep. From mere curiosity, I lay back, trying to catch her disconnected words. Altogether, it was perhaps 5 minutes before I again sat upright, feeling moved, by what force I cannot say, to look out of the window. As my gaze turned toward the corner of the yard, the blood in my veins seemed suddenly transformed into ice, while my heart, for a second or two, apparently stopped beating. The moonlight had suddenly and most strangely taken on almost the brilliancy of early morning sunlight. Every object in the grounds was distinctly visible, and, horror unutterable, the door of the house of the dead was flung wide open, and from the doorway there ran a single track made by a pair of naked feet, the prints pointing, as the track ran, toward the hospital. 5 minutes before, I had seen the door closed, the snow in the yard smooth and undisturbed. Then I recalled the noise, as of the rattling lock or bolt, which sound apparently had awakened me. A thought flashed into my mind that caused me to reach out for the bell cord, but my arm fell as if paralyzed. I tried to call out, to scream, but no sound came from my dry, contracted throat. Martha had come back, but as what? The silence in the hospital was as of the grave itself. I lay like one already dead. The brain alone remained living and conscious of the awful horror of the situation. God, this was maddening. Surely, helplessness in the presence of such terror is the climax of human agony. Then an added dread made itself manifest. Horripilation swept over me. Distinctly, I heard the patter of naked feet steadily approaching, up the main stairway, across the short hallway, then into and across the ward toward the open door of my room. I could not cry out, could not even pray. Thought itself was almost impossible. I closed my eyes and waited. A board in the floor squeaked faintly. I had heard it do so often when stepped upon. Against my will, yet compelled by a power I could in no way control, I again opened my eyes. In the doorway, plainly seen in the moonlight, stood the dead child. Dead, did I say? This being was alive, or, rather, horrible as the realization was to me, it was undead. The long, yellow hair hung straight down over the drooping, bony shoulders. The nightgown in which the child had been carried into the dead house clung to her damply, as though death had been a matter of only a few minutes ago, and as though the fever sweat had been unaffected by the chill of the winter night. And yet it gave out a noxious, musty effluvium, as of the tomb itself. The parchment-like skin of the face was more tightly drawn than ever. Its pallor contrasted sharply with the scarlet lips, thin and cruel-looking. that now seemed drawn back in a sort of venomous smile, exposing the irregular and, in life, badly cared-for teeth. Only the canines appeared to have escaped decay, or to have been replaced since death had occurred. I noticed that they were unusually long and sharply pointed. But the eyes, can I ever forget those terrible eyes? Sunken in the head until they appeared almost like empty sockets, they yet burned with a fearsome red glow, baleful and horrifying. But, in another way, the face upon which I gazed was changed. Not alone was it the awful pallor of it that showed the work of the hand of death. There was in it something terrifying to behold, soul-withering in its awful suggestion. A new life, a new mission had been given to this innocent child, returned from the grave. No longer a living mortal, yet undead, Martha had returned to begin the horrible dual existence of which Dracula, the vampire, was only another unwilling propagandist. For therein lay the horror of the situation, the dread work of propagation in this terrible society of the undead was an act at which, even while they carried it on, their undying souls revolted. Death, true, lasting death, was the one thing for which each and every one of them longed, yet forever and forever they must live on in the undead state, carrying out their awful work, adding to their dread clan, helpless and deathless. A cloud passed across the face of the moon. At the same moment, the creature advanced to the bedside and bent its horrible, loathsome face over mine. A sickening sensation entered my soul. The breath of it was detestable, nauseating. The body reeked of the charnel house, but the breath was of blood. A bony hand reached out and, grasping my chin, tilted my head back upon the pillow. Closer came the horrid mouth. The fetid breath overpowered me like an anesthetic. The skeleton-like hands held me pinned down, helpless. The teeth touched my throat. Again, everything went black. 4. I opened my eyes. It was morning. The position of the sun in the heavens told me that it must be about noon. Viola, with tear-stained eyes, sat on the chair beside my bed, watching me as a physician might watch the expected signs of life in one who had been apparently drowned. I turned my head slowly and tried to speak. "Not now," she said quietly. "Just rest and be quiet. I'll get you some strong coffee now. When Dr. Spaulding comes, he'll be here any minute. You must tell him the truth. He'll know what to do. I've taken away your little bottle and the tablets that remained. I don't want your promise never to do it again, for you never will. After the doctor has fixed you up, you'll be broken off the morphine as quickly as possible. Holloway has been discharged from the hospital. I heard enough of your wild mutterings to show me what kind of a night you must have had. I'll keep my promise to you, dear, because I know what you've been through, and because I understand what the craving is. But you're through with that devil's drug, a wonderful aid to healing only when rightly used. From now on, or as quickly as you can be relieved from actually needing it. Now, I'll go for the coffee." Bending to kiss me again, as I turned to look out upon the bright world of living things, she slipped out of the room and softly closed the door. I lay there, my nerves still tingling from the reaction of the morphine and the unforgettable memory of the frightful experience through which I had passed. Through with that devil's drug, indeed I was. Nothing on earth, not even the most exquisite physical agony, could ever make me willingly take another quarter grain of it into my system. Could the imps of hell itself have devised a more soul-shattering torture than that which I had brought upon myself only a few hours earlier? And poor little Martha, to have her in that terrible fantasy of darkness and death brought back to earth, to a world where, toward the end, Her frail body had been so racked with pain, her poor little brain so distraught by the dread of the hypodermic needle, which I had learned to look upon as a nepenthic solace for which one might almost willingly die. And to be brought back in that appalling form. Thank God. She was now as good as in her resting grave. Today she would be laid in it, and her sorrowing parents would pray for the repose of the soul of the little one whose death, though they probably would never realize it, was at least partly traceable to their own misguided but well-meant efforts to be good to her. Voices outside my door. I turned over on my back and, with considerable effort, raised my head from the pillow, the better to catch the words. Not the children in the ward talking together. It was Viola's voice, and then, in vehement response, that of Jennings, the porter. Every word they uttered seemed to be burning into my very brain. But I tell you, it's impossible. There isn't a child in the whole ward who has strength enough to stand alone at present, let alone walk about. Not one of them could leave her bed without assistance. And you surely don't think that Miss Murray goes about her night work in her bare feet, I hope? I don't think anything so silly, I heard the porter respond. And I tell you again, they were small footprints, a little one's tracks. Maybe one of the little boys could have come upstairs. Maybe one of your little girls walked down in her sleep, spite of what you say. Whoever it was, the tracks went both ways, and showed up plain on my clean steps. I shined 'em up pretty with the oil mop about 1 o'clock this morning, same as I always do. Miss Murray's felt slippers don't track up my clean floors. Well, I wiped the stairs off again, while you was down in the kitchen a while ago. If you didn't have so many rugs scattered around this floor, I bet you could tell which cot the tracks led to. And I bet you it was the little Ryan girl. Miss Richards told me she's always wanting to get up and go downstairs to talk to her big brother. This typhoid's the craziest disease I ever heard of. It gets 'em all, old and young, and makes 'em all silly in the head. I bet you it was the little Ryan girl. Their voices died out as they walked across the ward. I dropped my head back on the pillow. A thought that was almost unthinkable was creeping into my brain, chilling my heart, withering my soul. For I was certain that if Jennings really had seen the prints of a child's feet on the stairs, I knew only too well whose tracks they were. And they were not those of the little Ryan girl, though perhaps they might some morning be traced to her bed. Slowly my right hand crept up to feel at my throat. With my left, I reached out for the electric push button. I wanted to ask Viola to bring me a mirror. The Vampire Maid by Hume Nisbet. It was the exact kind of abode that I had been looking after for weeks, for I was in that condition of mind when absolute renunciation of society was a necessity. I had become diffident of myself and wearied of my kind. A strange unrest was in my blood, a barren dearth in my brains. Familiar objects and faces had grown distasteful to me. I wanted to be alone. This is the mood which comes upon every sensitive and artistic mind when the possessor has been overworked or living too long in one groove. It is nature's hint for him to seek pastures new, the sign that a retreat has become needful. If he does not yield, he breaks down and becomes whimsical and hypochondriacal, as well as hypercritical. It is always a bad sign when a man becomes overcritical and censorious about his own or other people's work, for it means that he is losing the vital portions of work, freshness and enthusiasm. Before I arrived at the dismal state of criticism, I hastily packed up my knapsack, and taking the train to Westmoreland, I began my tramp in search of solitude, bracing air, and romantic surroundings. Many places I came upon during that early summer wandering that appeared to have almost the required conditions, yet some petty drawback prevented me from deciding. Sometimes it was the scenery that I did not take kindly to. At other places I took sudden antipathies to the landlady or landlord, and felt I would abhor them before a week was spent under their charge. Other places which might have suited me I could not have, as they did not want a lodger. Fate was driving me to this cottage on the moor, and no one can resist destiny. One day I found myself on a wide and pathless moor near the sea. I had slept the night before at a small hamlet, but that was already 8 miles in my rear, and since I had turned my back upon it I had not seen any signs of humanity. I was alone with a fair sky above me, a balmy ozone-filled wind blowing over the stony and heather-clad mounds, and nothing to disturb my meditations. How far the moor stretched I had no knowledge. I only knew that by keeping in a straight line I would come to the ocean cliffs, then perhaps after a time arrive at some fishing village. I had provisions in my knapsack, and being young did not fear a night under the stars. I was inhaling the delicious summer air, and once more getting back the vigor and happiness I had lost. My city-dried brains were again becoming juicy. Thus hour after hour slid past me with the paces, until I had covered about 15 miles since morning, when I saw before me in the distance a solitary stone-built cottage with roughly slated roof. "I'll camp there, if possible," I said to myself as I quickened my steps towards it. To one in search of a quiet, free life, nothing could have possibly been more suitable than this cottage. It stood on the edge of lofty cliffs, with its front door facing the moor and the backyard wall overlooking the ocean. The sound of the dancing waves struck upon my ears like a lullaby as I drew near. How they would thunder when the autumn gales came on, and the seabirds fled shrieking to the shelter of the sedges. A small garden spread in front, surrounded by a dry stone wall just high enough for one to lean lazily upon when inclined. This garden was a flame of colour, scarlet predominating, with those other soft shades that cultivated poppies take on in their blooming, for this was all that the garden grew. As I approached, taking notice of this singular assortment of poppies and the orderly cleanness of the windows, the front door opened, and a woman appeared who impressed me at once favourably as she leisurely came along the pathway to the gate and drew it back as if to welcome me. She was of middle age, and when young must have been remarkably good-looking. She was tall and still shapely, with smooth, clear skin, regular features, and a calm expression that at once gave me a sensation of rest. To my inquiries, she said that she could give me both a sitting and bedroom, and invited me inside to see them. As I looked at her smooth black hair and cool brown eyes, I felt that I would not be too particular about the accommodation. With such a landlady, I was sure to find what I was after here. The room surpassed my expectation. Dainty white curtains and bedding with the perfume of lavender about them, a sitting room homely yet cozy without being crowded. With a sigh of infinite relief, I flung down my knapsack and clinched the bargain. She was a widow, with one daughter, whom I did not see the first day, as she was unwell and confined to her own room, but on the next day she was somewhat better, and then we met. The fare was simple, yet it suited me exactly for the time. Delicious milk and butter with homemade scones, fresh eggs and bacon. After a hearty tea, I went early to bed in a condition of perfect content with my quarters. Yet happy and tired out as I was, I had by no means a comfortable night. This I put down to the strange bed. I slept, certainly, but my sleep was filled with dreams, so that I woke late and unrefreshed. A good walk on the moor, however, restored me, and I returned with a fine appetite for breakfast. Certain conditions of mind with aggravating circumstances are required before even a young man can fall in love at first sight, as Shakespeare has shown in his Romeo and Juliet. In the city, where many fair faces passed me every hour, I had remained like a stoic, yet no sooner did I enter the cottage after that morning walk than I succumbed instantly before the weird charms of my landlady's daughter, Ariadne Brunel. She was somewhat better this morning, and able to meet me at breakfast, for we had our meals together while I was their lodger. Ariadne was not beautiful in the strictly classical sense. her complexion being too lividly white and her expression too set to be quite pleasant at first sight. Yet, as her mother had informed me, she had been ill for some time, which accounted for that defect. Her features were not regular. Her hair and eyes seemed too black with that strangely white skin, and her lips too red for any except the decadent harmonies of an Aubrey Beardsley. Yet my fantastic dreams of the preceding night, with my morning walk, had prepared me to be enthralled by this modern poster-like invalid. The loneliness of the moor, with the singing of the ocean, had gripped my heart with a wistful longing. The incongruity of those flaunting and evanescent poppy flowers, dashing the giddy tints in the face of that sober heath, touched me with a shiver as I approached the cottage. And lastly, that weird embodiment of startling contrasts completed my subjugation. She rose from her chair as her mother introduced her, and smiled while she held out her hand. I clasped that soft snowflake, and as I did so, a faint thrill tingled over me and rested on my heart, stopping for the moment its beating. This contact seemed also to have affected her as it did me. A clear flush like a white flame lighted up her face, so that it glowed as if an alabaster lamp had been lit. Her black eyes became softer and more humid as our glances crossed, and her scarlet lips grew moist. She was a living woman now, while before she had seemed half a corpse. She permitted her white, slender hand to remain in mine longer than most people do at an introduction, and then she slowly withdrew it, still regarding me with steadfast eyes for a second or two afterwards. Fathomless, velvety eyes these were. Yet before they were shifted from mine, they appeared to have absorbed all my willpower and made me her abject slave. They looked like deep, dark pools of clear water, yet they filled me with fire and deprived me of strength. I sank into my chair almost as languidly as I had risen from my bed that morning. Yet I made a good breakfast, and although she hardly tasted anything, this strange girl rose much refreshed, and with a slight glow of colour on her cheeks, which improved her so greatly that she appeared younger and almost beautiful. I had come here seeking solitude, but since I had seen Ariadne, it seemed as if I had come for her only. She was not very lively. Indeed, thinking back, I cannot recall any spontaneous remark of hers. She answered my questions by monosyllables and left me to lead in words, yet she was insinuating and appeared to lead my thoughts in her direction and speak to me with her eyes. I cannot describe her minutely. I only know that from the first glance and touch she gave me, I was bewitched and could think of nothing else. It was a rapid, distracting, and devouring infatuation that possessed me. All day long I followed her about like a dog. Every night I dreamed of that white glowing face, those steadfast black eyes, those moist scarlet lips, and each morning I rose more languid than I had been the day before. Sometimes I dreamt that she was kissing me with those red lips, while I shivered at the contact of her silky black tresses as they covered my throat. Sometimes that we were floating in the air, her arms about me, and her long hair enveloping us both like an inky cloud, while I lay supine and helpless. She went with me after breakfast on that first day to the moor, and before we came back I had spoken my love and received her assent. I held her in my arms and had taken her kisses in answer to mine, nor did I think it strange that all this had happened so quickly. She was mine, or rather I was hers without a pause. I told her it was fate that had sent me to her, for I had no doubts about my love, and she replied that I had restored her to life. Acting upon Ariadne's advice, and also from a natural shyness, I did not inform her mother how quickly matters had progressed between us. Yet although we both acted as circumspectly as possible, I had no doubt Mrs. Brunel could see how engrossed we were in each other. Lovers are not unlike ostriches in their modes of concealment. I was not afraid of asking Mrs. Brunel for her daughter, for she already showed her partiality towards me, and had bestowed upon me some confidences regarding her own position in life, and I therefore knew that, so far as social position was concerned, there could be no real objection to our marriage. They lived in this lonely spot for the sake of their health, and kept no servant because they could not get any to take service so far away from other humanity. My coming had been opportune and welcome to both mother and daughter. For the sake of decorum, however, I resolved to delay my confession for a week or two and trust to some favourable opportunity of doing it discreetly. Meanwhile, Ariadne and I passed our time in a thoroughly idle and lotus-eating style. Each night I retired to bed meditating starting work next day. Each morning I rose languid from those disturbing dreams with no thought for anything outside my love. She grew stronger every day, while I appeared to be taking her place as the invalid, yet I was more frantically in love than ever, and only happy when with her. She was my lone star, my only joy, my life. We did not go great distances, for I liked best to lie on the dry heath and watch her glowing face and intense eyes while I listened to the surging of the distant waves. It was love made me lazy, I thought, for unless a man has all he longs for beside him, he is apt to copy the domestic cat and bask in the sunshine. I had been enchanted quickly. My disenchantment came as rapidly, although it was long before the poison left my blood. One night, about a couple of weeks after my coming to the cottage, I had returned after a delicious moonlight walk with Ariadne. The night was warm and the moon at the full, therefore I left my bedroom window open to let in what little air there was. I was more than usually fagged out, so that I had only strength enough to remove my boots and coat before I flung myself wearily on the coverlet and fell almost instantly asleep without tasting the nightcap draught that was constantly placed on the table, and which I had always drained thirstily. I had a ghastly dream this night. I thought I saw a monster bat, with the face and tresses of Ariadne, fly into the open window and fasten its white teeth and scarlet lips on my arm. I tried to beat the horror away, but could not, for I seemed chained down and enthralled also with drowsy delight as the beast sucked my blood with a gruesome rapture. I looked out dreamily and saw a line of dead bodies of young men lying on the floor, each with a red mark on their arms, on the same part where the vampire was then sucking me, and I remembered having seen and wondered at such a mark on my own arm for the past fortnight. In a flash I understood the reason for my strange weakness, and at the same moment a sudden prick of pain roused me from my dreamy pleasure. The vampire, in her eagerness, had bitten a little too deeply that night, unaware that I had not tasted the drugged draught. As I woke, I saw her fully revealed by the midnight moon, with her black tresses flowing loosely, and with her red lips glued to my arm. With a shriek of horror, I dashed her backwards, getting one last glimpse of her savage eyes, glowing white face, and blood-stained red lips. Then I rushed out to the night, moved on by my fear and hatred, nor did I pause in my mad flight until I had left miles between me and that accursed cottage on the moor. Doom of the House of Duryea by Earl Pierce, Jr. 1. Arthur Duryea, a young, handsome man, came to meet his father for the first time in 20 years. As he strode into the hotel lobby, long strides, which had the spring of elastic in them, idle eyes lifted to appraise him, for he was an impressive figure, somehow grim with exultation. The desk clerk looked up with his habitual smile of expectation. "How do you do, Mr. So-and-so?" and his fingers strayed to the green fountain pen which stood in a holder on the desk. Arthur Duryea cleared his throat, but still his voice was clogged and unsteady. To the clerk he said, "I'm looking for my father, Dr. Henry Duryea. I understand he is registered here. He has recently arrived from Paris." The clerk lowered his glance to a list of names. Dr. Duryea is in Suite 600, 6th floor." He looked up, his eyebrows arched questioningly. "Are you staying too, sir, Mr. Duryea?" Arthur took the pen and scribbled his name rapidly. Without a further word, neglecting even to get his key and own room number, he turned and walked to the elevators. Not until he reached his father's suite on the 6th floor did he make an audible noise, and this was a mere sigh which fell from his lips like a prayer. The man who opened the door was unusually tall, his slender frame clothed in tight-fitting black. He hardly dared to smile. His clean-shaven face was pale, an almost livid whiteness against the sparkle in his eyes. His jaw had a bluish luster. "Arthur." The word was scarcely a whisper. It seemed choked up quietly, as if it had been repeated time and again on his thin lips. Arthur Duryea felt the kindliness of those eyes go through him, and then he was in his father's embrace. Later, when these two grown men had regained their outer calm, they closed the door and went into the drawing room. The elder Duryea held out a humidor of fine cigars, and his hand shook so hard when he held the match that his son was forced to cup his own hands about the flame. They both had tears in their eyes, but their eyes were smiling. Henry Duryea placed a hand on his son's shoulder. "This is the happiest day of my life," he said. "You can never know how much I have longed for this moment." Arthur, looking into that glance, realized with growing pride that he had loved his father all his life, despite any of those things which had been cursed against him. He sat down on the edge of a chair. I don't know how to act," he confessed. "You surprise me, Dad. You're so different from what I had expected." A cloud came over Dr. Duryea's features. "What did you expect, Arthur?" he demanded quickly. "An evil eye, a shaven head, and knotted jowls?" "Please, Dad, no." Arthur's words clipped short. "I don't think I ever really visualized you. I knew you would be a splendid man, but I thought you'd look older, more like a man who has really suffered." "I have suffered, more than I can ever describe, but seeing you again and the prospect of spending the rest of my life with you is more than compensated for my sorrows. Even during the 20 years we were apart, I found an ironic joy in learning of your progress in college and in your American game of football." "Then you've been following my work?" "Yes, Arthur. I've received monthly reports ever since you left me. From my study in Paris, I've been really close to you, working at your problems as if they were my own. And now that the 20 years are completed, the ban which kept us apart is lifted forever. From now on, son, we shall be the closest of companions, unless your Aunt Cecilia has succeeded in her terrible mission." The mention of that name caused an unfamiliar chill to come between the two men. It stood for something in each of them which gnawed their minds like a malignancy. But to the younger Duryea, in his intense effort to forget the awful past, her name as well as her madness must be forgotten. He had no wish to carry on this subject of conversation, for it betrayed an internal weakness which he hated. With forced determination and a ludicrous lift of his eyebrows, he said, "Cecilia is dead, and her silly superstition is dead also. From now on, Dad, we're going to enjoy life as we should. Bygones are really bygones in this case." Dr. Duryea closed his eyes slowly, as though an exquisite pain had gone through him. "Then you have no indignation?" he questioned. "You have none of your aunt's hatred?" "Indignation? Hatred?" Arthur laughed aloud. "Ever since I was 12 years old, I have disbelieved Cecilia's stories. I have known that those horrible things were impossible, that they belonged to the ancient category of mythology and tradition. How, then, can I be indignant, and how can I hate you? How can I do anything but recognize Cecilia for what she was, a mean, frustrated woman, cursed with an insane grudge against you and your family? I tell you, Dad, that nothing she has ever said can possibly come between us again." Henry Duryea nodded his head. His lips were tight together, and the muscles in his throat held back a cry. In that same soft tone of defense, he spoke further, doubting words. "Are you so sure of your subconscious mind, Arthur? Can you be so certain that you are free from all suspicion, however vague? Is there not a lingering premonition which warns of peril?" No, Dad, no! Arthur shot to his feet. I don't believe it. I've never believed it. I know, as any sane man would know, that you are neither a vampire nor a murderer. You know it too, and Cecilia knew it, only she was mad. That family rot is dispelled, Father. This is a civilized century, and belief in vampirism is sheer lunacy. Why, it's too absurd even to think about. You have the enthusiasm of youth, said his father, in a rather tired voice. But have you not heard the legend? Arthur stepped back instinctively. He moistened his lips, for their dryness might crack them. The legend? He said the word in a curious hush of awed softness, as he had heard his Aunt Cecilia say it many times before. That awful legend that I eat my children. Oh, God, Father! Arthur went to his knees as a cry burst through his lips. Dad, that's ghastly. We must forget Cecilia's ravings. You are affected, then? Asked Dr. Duryea bitterly. Affected? Certainly I'm affected, but only as I should be at such an accusation. Cecilia was mad, I tell you. Those books she showed me years ago and those folk tales of vampires and ghouls, they burned into my infantile mind like acid. They haunted me day and night in my youth and caused me to hate you worse than death itself. But in heaven's name, Father, I've outgrown those things as I've outgrown my clothes. I'm a man now, do you understand that? A man with a man's sense of logic. Yes, I understand. Henry Duryea threw his cigar into the fireplace and placed a hand on his son's shoulder. We shall forget Cecilia, he said. As I told you in my letter, I have rented a lodge in Maine where we can go to be alone for the rest of the summer. We'll get in some fishing and hiking and perhaps some hunting, but first, Arthur, I must be sure in my own mind that you are sure in yours. I must be sure you won't bar your door against me at night and sleep with a loaded revolver at your elbow. I must be sure that you're not afraid of going up there alone with me and dying. His voice ended abruptly, as if an age-long dread had taken hold of it. His son's face was waxen, with sweat standing out like pearls on his brow. He said nothing, but his eyes were filled with questions which his lips could not put into words. His own hand touched his father's and tightened over it. Henry Duryea drew his hand away. I'm sorry, he said, and his eyes looked straight over Arthur's lowered head. This thing must be thrashed out now. I believe you when you say that you discredit Cecilia's stories, but for a sake greater than sanity, I must tell you the truth behind the legend. And believe me, Arthur, there is a truth. He climbed to his feet and walked to the window which looked out over the street below. For a moment he gazed into space, silent. Then he turned and looked down at his son. You have heard only your aunt's version of the legend, Arthur. Doubtless it was warped into a thing far more hideous than it actually was, if that is possible. Doubtless she spoke to you of the inquisitorial stake in Carcassonne, where one of my ancestors perished. Also, she may have mentioned that book, Vampires, which a former Duryea is supposed to have written. And certainly she told you about your 2 younger brothers, my own poor motherless children, who were sucked bloodless in their cradles. Arthur Duryea passed a hand across his aching eyes. Those words, so often repeated by that witch of an aunt, stirred up the same visions which had made his childhood nights sleepless with terror. He could hardly bear to hear them again, and from the very man to whom they were accredited. Listen, Arthur, the elder Duryea went on quickly, his voice low with the pain it gave him. You must know that true basis to your aunt's hatred. You must know of that curse of vampirism which is supposed to have followed the Duryeas through 5 centuries of French history, but which we can dispel as pure superstition, so often connected with ancient families. But I must tell you that this part of the legend is true. Your 2 young brothers actually died in their cradles, bloodless, and I stood trial in France for their murder. And my name was smirched throughout all of Europe with such an inhuman damnation that it drove your aunt and you to America. and has left me childless, hated, and ostracized from society the world over. I must tell you that on that terrible night in Duryea Castle, I had been working late on historic volumes of Crespit and Prynne, and on that loathsome tome, Vampires. I must tell you of the soreness that was in my throat, and of the heaviness of the blood which coursed through my veins, and of that presence which was neither man nor animal, but which I knew was someplace near me, yet neither within the castle nor outside of it, and which was closer to me than my heart, and more terrible to me than the touch of the grave. I was at the desk in my library, my head swimming in a delirium which left me senseless until dawn. There were nightmares that frightened me. Frightened me, Arthur, a grown man who had dissected countless cadavers in morgues and medical schools. I know that my tongue was swollen in my mouth, and that brine moistened my lips, and that a rottenness pervaded my body like a fever. I can make no recollection of sanity or of consciousness. That night remains vivid, unforgettable, yet somehow completely in shadows. When I had fallen asleep, if in God's name that it was sleep, I was slumped across my desk. But when I awoke in the morning, I was lying face down on my couch. So you see, Arthur, I had moved during that night, and I had never known it. What I'd done and where I'd gone during those dark hours will always remain an impenetrable mystery. But I do know this. On the morrow I was torn from my sleep by the shrieks of maids and butlers, and by that mad wailing of your aunt. I stumbled through the open door of my study, and in the nursery I saw those two babies there, lifeless, white, and dry like mummies, and with twin holes in their necks that were caked black with their own blood. Oh, I don't blame you for your incredulousness, Arthur. I cannot believe it yet myself, nor shall I ever believe it. The belief of it would drive me to suicide, and still the doubting of it drives me mad with horror. All of France was doubtful, and even the savants who defended my name at the trial found that they could not explain it nor disbelieve it. The case was quieted by the Republic, for it might have shaken science to its very foundation and split the pedestals of religion and logic. I was released from the charge of murder, but the actual murder has hung about me like a stench. The coroners who examined those tiny cadavers found them both dry of all their blood, but could find no blood on the floor of the nursery nor in the cradles. Something from hell stalked the halls of Duryea that night, and I should blow my brains out if I dared to think deeply of who that was. You too, my son, would have been dead and bloodless if you hadn't been sleeping in a separate room with your door barred on the inside. You were a timid child, Arthur. You were only 7 years old, but you were filled with the folklore of those mad Lombards and the decadent poetry of your aunt. On that same night, while I was someplace between heaven and hell, you also heard the padded footsteps on the stone corridor, and heard the tugging at your door handle. For in the morning you complained of a chill, and of terrible nightmares which frightened you in your sleep. I only thank God that your door was barred. Henry Duryea's voice choked into a sob, which brought the stinging tears back into his eyes. He paused to wipe his face, and to dig his fingers into his palm. You understand, Arthur, that for 20 years, under my sworn oath at the Palace of Justice, I could neither see you nor write to you. 20 years, my son, while all of that time you had grown to hate me and to spit at my name. Not until your aunt's death have you called yourself a Duryea, and now you come to me at my bidding and say you love me as a son should love his father. Perhaps it is God's forgiveness for everything. Now at last we shall be together, and that terrible unexplainable past will be buried forever. He put his handkerchief back into his pocket and walked slowly to his son. He dropped to one knee, and his hands gripped Arthur's arms. My son, I can say no more to you. I've told you the truth as I alone know it. I may be, by all accounts, some ghoulish creation of Satan on earth. I may be a child killer, a vampire, some morbidly diseased specimen of Rhycolicus. Things which science cannot explain. Perhaps the dreaded legend of the Duryea is true. Autiel Duryea was convicted of murdering his brother in that same monstrous fashion in the year 1576, and he died in flames at the stake. Francois Duryea, in 1802, blew his head apart with a blunderbuss on the morning after his youngest son was found dead, apparently from anemia. And there are others of whom I cannot bear to speak that would chill your soul if you were to hear them. So you see, Arthur, there is a hellish tradition behind our family. There is a heritage which no sane God would ever have allowed. The future of the Duryeas lies in you, for you are the last of the race. I pray with all of my heart that Providence will permit you to live your full share of years and to leave other Duryeas behind you. And so if ever again I feel that presence as I did in Duryea Castle, I am going to die as Francois Duryea died, over 100 years ago. He stood up, and his son stood up at his side. If you are willing to forget, Arthur, we shall go up to that lodge in Maine. There is a life we've never known awaiting us. We must find that life, and we must find the happiness which a curious fate snatched from us on those Lombard Sourlands 20 years ago. 2. Henry Duryea's tall stature, coupled with a slenderness of frame and a sleekness of muscle, gave him an appearance that was unusually gaunt. His son couldn't help but think of that word as he sat on the rustic porch of the lodge, watching his father sunning himself at the lake's edge. Henry Duryea had a kindliness in his face, at times an almost sublime kindliness which great prophets often possess. But when his face was partly in shadows, particularly about his brow, there was a frightening tone which came into his features, for it was a tone of farness, of mysticism and conjuration. Somehow, in the late evenings, he assumed the unapproachable mantle of a dreamer and sat silently before the fire, his mind ever off in unknown places. In that little lodge there was no electricity, and the glow of the oil lamps played curious tricks with the human expression, which frequently resulted in something unhuman. It may have been the dusk of night, the flickering of the lamps, but Arthur Duryea had certainly noticed how his father's eyes had sunken further into his head, and how his cheeks were tighter, and the outline of his teeth pressed into the skin about his lips. It was nearing sundown on the second day of their stay at Timber Lake. 6 miles away, the dirt road wound on toward Houghton, near the Canadian border. So it was lonely there, on a solitary little lake hemmed in closely with dark evergreens and a sky which drooped low over dusty summited mountains. Within the lodge was a homey fireplace, and a glossy elk's head which peered out above the mantel. There were guns and fishing tackle on the walls, shelves of reliable American fiction, Mark Twain, Melville, Stockton, and a well-worn edition of Bret Harte. A fully supplied kitchen and a wood stove furnished them with hearty meals which were welcome after a whole day's tramp in the woods. On that evening, Henry Duryea prepared a select French stew out of every available vegetable and a can of soup. They ate well, then stretched out before the fire for a smoke. They were outlining a trip to the Orient together, when the back door blew open with a terrific bang, and a wind swept into the lodge with a coldness which chilled them both. "A storm," Henry Duryea said, rising to his feet. "Sometimes they have them up here, and they're pretty bad. The roof might leak over your bedroom. Perhaps you'd like to sleep down here with me." His fingers strayed playfully over his son's head as he went out into the kitchen to bar the swinging door. Arthur's room was upstairs next to a spare room filled with extra furniture. He'd chosen it because he liked the altitude, and because the only other bedroom was occupied. He went upstairs swiftly and silently. His roof didn't leak. It was absurd even to think it might. It had been his father again, suggesting that they sleep together. He had done it before, in a jesting, whispering way, as if to challenge them both if they dared to sleep together. Arthur came back downstairs dressed in his bathrobe and slippers. He stood on the 5th stair, rubbing a 2 days' growth of beard. "I think I'll shave tonight," he said to his father. "May I use your razor?" Henry Duryea, draped in a black raincoat and with his face haloed in the brim of a rain hat, looked up from the hall. A frown glided obscurely from his features. "Not at all, son. Sleeping upstairs?" Arthur nodded and quickly said, "Are you going out?" "Yes, I'm going to tie the boats up tighter. I'm afraid the lake will rough it up a bit." Duryea jerked back the door and stepped outside. The door slammed shut, and his footsteps sounded on the wood flooring of the porch. Arthur came slowly down the remaining steps. He saw his father's figure pass across the dark rectangle of a window, saw the flash of lightning that suddenly printed his grim silhouette against the glass. He sighed deeply, a sigh which burned in his throat, for his throat was sore and aching. Then he went into the bedroom, found the razor lying in plain view on a birch tabletop. As he reached for it, his glance fell upon his father's open Gladstone bag, which rested at the foot of the bed. There was a book resting there, half hidden by a grey flannel shirt. It was a narrow, yellow-bound book, oddly out of place. Frowning, he bent down and lifted it from the bag. It was surprisingly heavy in his hands, and he noticed a faintly sickening odor of decay which drifted from it like a perfume. The title of the volume had been thumbed away into an indecipherable blur of gold letters, but pasted across the front cover was a white strip of paper on which was typewritten the word Infantifagi. He flipped back the cover and ran his eyes over the title page. The book was printed in French, an early French, yet to him wholly comprehensible. The publication date was 1580 in Canal. Breathlessly, he turned back a second page, saw a chapter headed Vampires. He slumped to one elbow across the bed. His eyes were 4 inches from those mildewed pages. His nostrils reeked with the stench of them. He skipped long paragraphs of pedantic jargon on theology. He scanned brief accounts of strange blood-eating monsters, Vricolaicus and leprechauns. He read of Jeanne d'Arc, of Ludwig Prynne, and muttered aloud the Latin snatches from Episcopi. He passed pages in quick succession, his fingers shaking with the fear of it, and his eyes hanging heavily in their sockets. He saw vague reference to Enoch, and saw the terrible drawings by an ancient Dominican of Rome. Paragraph after paragraph he read, the horror-striking testimony of Nida's anthill, the testimony of people who died shrieking at the stake, the recitals of grave tenders, of jurists and hangmen. Then, unexpectedly, among all of this monumental vestige, there appeared before his eyes the name of Aleksey Tolstoy, and he stopped reading as though invisibly struck. Thunder clapped near the lodge and rattled the window panes. The deep rolling of bursting clouds echoed over the valley, but he heard none of it. His eyes were on those 2 short sentences which his father, someone, had underlined with dark red crayon. The execution, 4 years ago, of Aleksey Tolstoy does not end the Duryea controversy. Time alone can decide whether the demon has claimed that family from its beginning to its end. Arthur read on about the trial of Aleksey Tolstoy before Veneti, the Carcassonnian Inquisitor General, read with mounting horror the evidence which had sent that far-gone Duryea to the pillar, the evidence of a bloodless corpse who had been Aleksey Tolstoy's young brother. Unmindful now of the tremendous storm which had centered over Timber Lake, unheeding the clatter of windows and the swish of pines on the roof, even of his father who worked down at the lake's edge in a drenching rain, Arthur fastened his glance to the blurred print of those pages, sinking deeper and deeper into the garbled legends of a dark age. On the last page of the chapter, he again saw the name of his ancestor, Aleksey Tolstoy. He traced a shaking finger over the narrow lines of words, and when he finished reading them, he rolled sideways on the bed, and from his lips came a sobbing, mumbling prayer. God, oh God in heaven, protect me. For he had read, as in the case of Aleksey Tolstoy, we observe that this specimen of Vricolaicus preys only upon the blood in its own family. It possesses none of the characteristics of the undead vampire, being usually a living male person of otherwise normal appearances, unsuspecting in inherent demonism. But this Vrykolakus cannot act according to its demoniacal possession unless it is in the presence of a second member of the same family, who acts as a medium between the man and its demon. This medium has none of the traits of the vampire, but it senses the being of this creature, when the metamorphosis is about to occur, by reason of intense pains in the head and throat. Both the vampire and the medium undergo similar reactions, involving nausea, nocturnal visions, and physical disquietude. When these two outcasts are within a certain distance of each other, the coalescence of inherent demonism is completed, and the vampire is subject to its attacks, demanding blood for its sustenance. No member of the family is safe at these times, for the Vrykolakus, acting in its true agency on earth, will unerringly seek out the blood. In rare cases, where other victims are unavailable, the vampire will even take the blood from the very medium which made it possible. This vampire is born into certain aged families, and naught but death can destroy it. It is not conscious of its blood madness, and acts only in a psychic state. The medium, also, is unaware of its terrible role, and when these two are together, despite any lapse of years, the fusion of inheritance is so violent that no power known on earth can turn it back. 3. The lodge door slammed shut with a sudden, interrupting bang. The lock grated, and Henry Duryea's footsteps sounded on the planked floor. Arthur shook himself from the bed. He had only time to fling that haunting book into the Gladstone bag before he sensed his father standing in the doorway. You're not shaving, Arthur." Duryea's words, spliced hesitantly, were toneless. He glanced from the tabletop to the Gladstone and to his son. He said nothing for a moment, his glance inscrutable. Then, "It's blowing up quite a storm outside." Arthur swallowed the first words which had come into his throat, nodded quickly. "Yes, isn't it? Quite a storm." He met his father's gaze, his face burning. I don't think I'll shave, Dad. My head aches." Duryea came swiftly into the room and pinned Arthur's arms in his grasp. "What do you mean, your headaches? How? Does your throat?" "No." Arthur jerked himself away. He laughed. "It's that French stew of yours. It hit me in the stomach." He stepped past his father and started up the stairs. "The stew?" Duryea pivoted on his heel. "Possibly. I think I feel it myself." Arthur stopped, his face suddenly white. "You, too?" The words were hardly audible. Their glances met, clashed like dueling swords. For 10 seconds, neither of them said a word or moved a muscle. Arthur from the stairs looking down, his father below gazing up at him. In Henry Duryea the blood drained slowly from his face and left a purple etching across the bridge of his nose and above his eyes. He looked like a death's head. Arthur winced at the sight and twisted his eyes away. He turned to go up the remaining stairs. "Son!" He stopped again, his hand tightened on the banister. "Yes, Dad?" Duryea put his foot on the first stair. "I want you to lock your door tonight. The wind would keep it banging." "Yes," breathed Arthur, and pushed up the stairs to his room. Dr. Duryea's hollow footsteps sounded in steady, unhesitant beats across the floor of Timberlake Lodge. Sometimes they stopped, and the crackling hiss of a sulphur match took their place. Then perhaps a distended sigh, and again footsteps. Arthur crouched at the open door of his room. His head was cocked for those noises from below. In his hands was a double-barrel shotgun of violent gauge. Thud, thud, thud. Then a pause, the clinking of a glass and the gurgling of liquid. The sigh, the tread of his feet over the floor. "He's thirsty," Arthur thought. Thirsty. Outside, the storm had grown into fury. Lightning zigzagged between the mountains, filling the valley with weird phosphorescence. Thunder, like drums, rolled incessantly. Within the lodge, The heat of the fireplace piled the atmosphere thick with stagnation. All the doors and windows were locked shut. The oil lamps glowed weakly, a pale, anemic light. Henry Duryea walked to the foot of the stairs and stood looking up. Arthur sensed his movements and ducked back into his room, the gun gripped in his shaking fingers. Then Henry Duryea's footsteps sounded on the first stair. Arthur slumped to one knee. He buckled a fist against his teeth as a prayer tumbled through them. Duryea climbed a second step, and another, and still one more. On the fourth stair he stopped. "Arthur!" His voice cut into the silence like the crack of a whip. "Arthur, will you come down here?" "Yes, Dad." Bedraggled, his body hanging like cloth, young Duryea took 5 steps to the landing. "We can't be zanies," cried Henry Duryea. "My soul is sick with dread. Tomorrow we're going back to New York. I'm going to get the first boat to open sea. Please come down here." He turned about and descended the stairs to his room. Arthur choked back the words which had lumped in his mouth. Half-dazed, he followed. In the bedroom, he saw his father stretched face up along the bed. He saw a pile of rope at his father's feet. "Tie me to the bedposts, Arthur," came the command. "Tie both my hands and both my feet." Arthur stood gaping. "Do as I tell you." "Dad, what? Don't be a fool. You read that book. You know what relation you are to me. I'd always hoped it was Cecilia, but now I know it's you. I should have known it on that night 20 years ago when you complained of a headache and nightmares. Quickly, my head rocks with pain. Tie me!" Speechless, his own pain piercing him with agony, Arthur fell to that grisly task. Both hands he tied, and both feet, tied them so firmly to the iron post that his father could not lift himself an inch off the bed. Then he blew out the lamps, and without a further glance at that Prometheus, he reascended the stairs to his room and slammed and locked his door behind him. He looked once at the breech of his gun and set it against a chair by his bed. He flung off his robe and slippers, and within 5 minutes he was senseless in slumber. 4. He slept late, and when he awakened his muscles were as stiff as boards, and the lingering visions of a nightmare clung before his eyes. He pushed his way out of bed, stood dazedly on the floor. A dull, numbing cruciation circulated through his head. He felt bloated, coarse and running with internal mucus. His mouth was dry, his gums sore and stinging. He tightened his hands as he lunged for the door. "Dad!" he cried, and he heard his voice breaking in his throat. Sunlight filtered through the window at the top of the stairs. The air was hot and dry, and carried in it a mild odor of decay. Arthur suddenly drew back at that odor, drew back with a gasp of awful fear. For he recognized it, that stench, the heaviness of his blood, the rawness of his tongue and gums. Age-long it seemed, yet rising like a spirit in his memory. All of these things he had known and felt before. He leaned against the banister, and half slid, half stumbled down the stairs. His father had died during the night. He lay like a waxen figure tied to his bed, his face done up in knots. Arthur stood dumbly at the foot of the bed for only a few seconds. Then he went back upstairs to his room. Almost immediately, he emptied both barrels of the shotgun into his head. The tragedy at Timberlake was discovered accidentally 3 days later. A party of fishermen, upon finding the 2 bodies, notified state authorities, and an investigation was directly underway. Arthur Duryea had undoubtedly met death at his own hands. The condition of his wounds and the manner with which he held the lethal weapon at once foreclosed the suspicion of any foul play. But the death of Dr. Henry Duryea confronted the police with an inexplicable mystery. For his trussed-up body, unscathed except for 2 jagged holes over the jugular vein, had been drained of all its blood. The autopsy protocol of Henry Duryea laid death to undetermined causes, and it was not until the yellow tabloids commenced an investigation into the Duryea family history that the incredible and fantastic explanations were offered to the public. Obviously, such talk was held in popular contempt, yet in view of the controversial war which followed, the authorities considered it expedient to consign both Duryeas to the crematory. Four Wooden Stakes by Victor Rowan. There it lay on the desk in front of me, that missive so simple in wording, yet so perplexing, so urgent in tone. Jack, come at once for old time's sake. I'm all alone. Will explain upon arrival. Remsen. Having spent the past 3 weeks in bringing to a successful termination a case that had puzzled the police and 2 of the best detective agencies in the city, I decided I was entitled to a rest. So I ordered 2 grips packed and went in search of a timetable. It was several years since I had seen Remsen Holroyd. In fact, I had not seen him since we had matriculated from college together. I was curious to know how he was getting along, to say nothing of the little diversion he promised me in the way of a mystery. The following afternoon found me standing on the platform of the little town of Charing, a village of about 1,500 souls. Remsen's place was about 10 miles from there, so I stepped forward to the driver of a shay and asked if he would kindly take me to the Holroyd estate. He clasped his hands in what seemed to be a silent prayer, shuddered slightly, then looked at me with an air of wonder, mingled with suspicion. "I don't know what he wants to go out there for, stranger, but if you'll take the advice of a God-fearing man, you'll turn back where you come from. There'll be some mighty fearful tales concerning that place floating around, and more than one tramp's been found near there, so weak from loss of blood and fear he could hardly crawl. There's something there. Be it man or beast, I don't know, but as for me, I wouldn't drive you out there for $100, cash." This was not at all encouraging, but I was not to be influenced by the talk of a superstitious old gossip, so I cast about for a less impressionable rustic who would undertake the trip to earn the ample reward I promised at the end of the ride. To my chagrin, they all acted like the first. Some crossed themselves fervently, while others gave me one wild look and ran, as if I were in alliance with the devil. By now my curiosity was thoroughly aroused, and I was determined to see the thing through to a finish if it cost me my life. So, casting a last contemptuous look on those poor, misguided souls, I stepped out briskly in the direction pointed out to me. However, I had gone but a scant 2 miles when the weight of the valises began to tell, and I slackened pace considerably. The sun was just disappearing beneath the treetops when I caught my first glimpse of the old homestead, now deserted but for its one occupant. Time and the elements had laid heavy hands upon it, for there was hardly a window that could boast its full quota of panes, while the shutters banged and creaked with a noise dismal enough to daunt even the strong of heart. About 100 yards back, I discerned a small building built of grey stone, pieces of which seemed to be lying all around it, partly covered by the dense growth of vegetation that overran the entire countryside. On closer observation, I realized that the building was a crypt, while what I had taken to be pieces of the material scattered around were really tombstones. Evidently, this was the family burying ground. But why had certain members been interred in a mausoleum, while the remainder of the family had been buried in the ground in the usual manner? Having observed thus much, I turned my steps toward the house, for I had no intention of spending the night with naught but the dead for company. Indeed, I began to realize just why those simple country folk had refused to aid me, and a hesitant doubt began to assert itself as to the expediency of my being here, when I might have been at the shore or at the country club, enjoying life to the full. By now, the sun had completely slid from view, and in the semi-darkness the place presented an even drearier aspect than before. With a great display of bravado, I stepped upon the veranda, slammed my grips upon a seat very much the worse for wear, and pulled lustily at the knob. Peal after peal reverberated throughout the house, echoing and re-echoing from room to room, till the whole structure rang. Then all was still once more, save for the sighing of the wind and the creaking of the shutters. A few minutes passed, and the sound of footsteps approaching the door reached my ears. Another interval, and the door was cautiously opened a few inches, while a head, shrouded by the darkness, scrutinized me closely. Then the door was flung wide, and Remsen, I hardly knew him, so changed was he, rushed forward and, throwing his arms around me, thanked me again and again for heeding his plea, till I thought he would go into hysterics. I begged him to brace up, and the sound of my voice seemed to help him, for he apologized rather shamefacedly for his discourtesy, and led the way along the wide hall. There was a fire blazing merrily away in the sitting-room, and after partaking generously of a repast, for I was famished after my long walk, I was seated in front of it, facing Remsen, and waiting to hear his story. "Jack," he began, "I'll start at the beginning, and try to give you the facts in their proper sequence. 5 years ago, my family circle consisted of 5 persons. My grandfather, my father, 2 brothers, and myself, the baby of the family. My mother died, when I was a baby. Now..." His voice broke, and for a moment he was unable to continue. "There's only myself left," he went on, "and so help me God, I'm going too, unless you can solve the damnable mystery that hovers over this house and put an end to that something which took my kin and is gradually taking me. Grandad was the first to go. He spent the last few years of his life in South America. Just before leaving there, he was attacked while asleep by one of those huge bats. Next morning, he was so weak he couldn't walk. That awful thing had sucked his lifeblood away. He arrived here, but was sickly until his death a few weeks later. The medicos couldn't agree as to the cause of death, so they laid it to old age and let it go at that. But I knew better. It was his experience in the South that had done for him. In his will, he asked that a crypt be built immediately, and his body interred therein. His wish was carried out, and his remains lie in that little grey vault that you may have noticed if you cut around behind the house. Then my dad began failing and just pined away until he died. What puzzled the doctors was the fact that right up until the end, he consumed enough food to sustain 3 men, yet he was so weak he lacked the strength to drag his legs over the floor. He was buried, or rather interred, with Grandad. The same symptoms were in evidence in the cases of George and Fred. They are both lying in the vault. And now, Jack, I'm going too, for of late my appetite has increased to alarming proportions. Yet I am as weak as a kitten. "Nonsense," I chided. "We'll just leave this place for a while and take a trip somewhere. And when you return, you'll laugh at your fears. It's all a case of overwrought nerves, and there is certainly nothing strange about the deaths you speak of. Probably due to some hereditary disease. More than one family has passed out in a hurry just on that account." "Jack, I only wish I could think so. But somehow I know better. And as for leaving here, I just can't. Understand, I hate the place. I loathe it. But I can't get away. There is a morbid fascination about the place which holds me. If you want to be a real friend, just stick around for a couple of days, and If you don't find anything, I'm sure the sight of you and the sound of your voice will do wonders for me." I agreed to do my best, although I was hard put to keep from smiling at his fears, so apparently groundless were they. We talked on other subjects for several hours. Then I proposed bed, saying that I was very tired after my journey and subsequent walk. Remsen showed me to my room, and, after seeing that everything was as comfortable as possible, he bade me good night. As he turned to leave the room, the flickering light from the lamp fell on his neck, and I noticed 2 small punctures in the skin. I questioned him regarding them, but he replied that he must have beheaded a pimple, and that he hadn't noticed them before. He again said good night, and left the room. I undressed and tumbled into bed. During the night I was conscious of an overpowering feeling of suffocation, as if some great burden was lying on my chest which I could not dislodge, and in the morning, when I awoke, I experienced a curious sensation of weakness. I arose, not without an effort, and began divesting myself of my sleeping suit. As I folded the jacket, I noticed a thin line of blood on the collar. I felt my neck, a terrible fear overwhelming me. It pained slightly at the touch. I rushed to examine it in the mirror. 2 tiny dots rimmed with blood, my blood, and on my neck. No longer did I chuckle at Remsen's fears, for the thing, had attacked me as I slept. I dressed as quickly as my condition would permit, and went downstairs thinking to find my friend there. He was not about, so I looked about outside, but he was not in evidence. There was but one answer to the question. He had not yet arisen. It was 9 o'clock, so I resolved to awaken him. Not knowing which room he occupied, I entered one after another in a fruitless search. They were all in various stages of disorder, and the thick coating of dust on the furniture showed that they had been untenanted for some time. At last, in a bedroom on the north side of the 3rd floor, I found him. He was lying spread-eagle fashion across the bed, still in his pajamas, and as I leaned forward to shake him, my eyes fell on 2 drops of blood splattered on the coverlet. I crushed back a wild desire to scream, and shook Remsen rather roughly. His head rolled to one side, and the hellish perforations on his throat showed up vividly. They looked fresh and raw, and had increased to much greater dimensions. I shook him with increased vigor, and at last he opened his eyes stupidly and looked around. Then, seeing me, he said in a voice loaded with anguish, resignation, and despair, "It's been here again, Jack. I can't hold out much longer. May God take my soul when I do." So saying, he fell back again from sheer weakness. I left him, and went about preparing myself some breakfast. I had thought it best not to destroy his faith in me by telling him that I, too, had suffered at the hands of his persecutor. A walk brought me some peace of mind, if not a solution, and when I returned about noon to the big house, Remsen was up and around. Together we prepared a really excellent meal. I was hungry, and did justice to my share. But after I had finished, my friend continued eating until I thought he must either disgorge or burst. Then, after putting things to rights, we strolled about the long hall, looking at the oil paintings, many of which were very valuable. At one end of the hall, I discovered a portrait of an old gentleman, evidently a Beau Brummel in his day. He wore his hair in the long, flowing fashion adopted by the old school, and sported a carefully trimmed moustache and Van Dyke beard. Remsen noticed my interest in the painting, and came forward. "I don't wonder that picture holds your interest, Jack. It has a great fascination for me also. At times I sit for hours studying the expression on that face. I sometimes think he has something to tell me. But of course that's all tommy rot. But I beg your pardon. I haven't introduced the old gent yet, have I? This is my granddad. He was a great old boy in his day, and he might be living yet but for that cursed bloodsucker. Perhaps it is such a creature that's doing for me. What do you think?" "I wouldn't like to venture an opinion, Remsen, but unless I'm badly mistaken, we must dig deeper for an explanation. We'll know tonight, however. You retire as usual, and I'll keep a close watch, and we'll solve the riddle or die in the attempt." Remsen said not a word, but silently extended his hand. I clasped it in a firm embrace, and in each other's eyes we read complete understanding. To change the trend of thought, I questioned him on the servant problem. "I've tried time and again to get servants that would stay," he replied. "But about the third day they would begin acting queer, and the first thing I'd know they'd have skipped bag and baggage." That night, I accompanied my friend to his room, and remained until he had disrobed and was ready to retire. Several of the window panes were cracked, and one was entirely missing. I suggested boarding up the aperture, but he declined, saying that he rather enjoyed the night air, so I dropped the matter. As it was still early, I sat by the fire in the sitting room and read for an hour or two. I confess that there were many times when my mind wandered from the printed page before me, and chills raced up and down my spine as some new sound was borne to my ears. The wind had risen, and was whistling through the trees with a peculiar whining sound. The creaking of the shutters tended to further the eerie effect, and in the distance could be heard the hooting of numerous owls mingled with the cries of miscellaneous night-fowl and other nocturnal creatures. As I ascended the 2 flights of steps, the candle in my hand casting grotesque shadows on the walls and ceiling, I had little liking for my job. Many times in the course of duty I had been called upon to display courage, but it took more than mere courage to keep me going now. I extinguished the candle and crept forward to Remsen's room, the door of which was closed. Being careful to make no noise, I knelt and looked in at the keyhole. It afforded me a clear view of the bed and 2 of the windows in the opposite wall. Gradually, my eye became accustomed to the darkness, and I noticed a faint, reddish glow outside one of the windows. It apparently emanated from nowhere. Hundreds of little specks danced and whirled in the spot of light, and as I watched them, fascinated, they seemed to take on the form of a human face. The features were masculine, as was also the arrangement of the hair. Then the mysterious glow disappeared. So great had the strain been on me that I was wet from perspiration, although the night was quite cool. For a moment, I was undecided whether to enter the room or to stay where I was and use the keyhole as a means of observation. I concluded that to remain where I was would be the better plan, so I once more placed my eye to the hole. Immediately, my attention was drawn to something moving where the light had been. At first, owing to the poor light, I was unable to distinguish the general outline and form of the thing. Then I saw. It was a man's head. So help me God, it was the exact reproduction of that picture I had seen in the hall that very morning. But oh, the difference in expression! The lips were drawn back in a snarl, disclosing 2 sets of pearly white teeth, the canines overdeveloped and remarkably sharp. The eyes, an emerald green in color, stared in a look of consuming hate. The hair was sadly disarranged, while on the beard was a large clot of what seemed to be congealed blood. I noticed thus much. Then the head melted from my sight, and I transferred my attention to a great bat that circled round and round, his huge wings beating a tattoo on the panes. Finally, he circled around the broken pane and flew straight through the hole made by the missing glass. For a few moments he was shut off from my view. Then he reappeared and began circling around my friend, who lay sound asleep, blissfully ignorant of all that was occurring. Nearer and nearer it drew, then swooped down and fastened itself on Remsen's throat, just over the jugular vein. At this, I rushed into the room and made a wild dash for the thing that had come night after night to gorge itself on my friend. But to no avail. It flew out of the window and away, and I turned my attention to the sleeper. "Remsen, old man, get up!" He sat up like a shot. "What's the matter, Jack? Has it been here?" "Never mind just now," I replied. "Just dress as hurriedly as possible. We have a little work before us this evening." He glanced questioningly toward me, but followed my command without argument. I turned and cast my eye about the room for a suitable weapon. There was a stout stick lying in the corner, and I made toward it. "Jack!" I wheeled about. "What is it? Damn it all, haven't you any sense, almost scaring a man to death?" He pointed a shaking finger toward the window. "There! I swear I saw him. It was my granddad, but oh, how disfigured." He threw himself upon the bed and began sobbing. The shock had completely unnerved him. "Forgive me, old man," I pleaded. "I was too quick. Pull yourself together and we may get to the bottom of things tonight yet." I handed him my flask. He took a generous swallow and squared up. When he had finished dressing, we left the house. There was no moon out, and it was pitch dark. I led the way, and soon we came to within 10 yards of the little grey crypt. I stationed Remsen behind a tree, with instructions to just use his eyes, and I took up my stand on the other side of the vault, after making sure that the door into it was closed and locked. For the greater part of an hour, we waited without results, and I was about ready to call it off, when I perceived a white figure flitting between the trees about 50 feet away. Slowly it advanced, straight toward us, and as it drew closer I looked, not at it, but through it. The wind was blowing strongly, yet not a fold in the long shroud quivered. Just outside the vault it paused and looked around. Even knowing as I did about what to expect, it was a decided shock when I looked into the eyes of the old Holroyd, deceased these past 5 years. I heard a gasp, and knew that Remsen had seen too, and recognized. Then the spirit, ghost or whatever it was, passed into the crypt through the crack between the door and the jamb, a space not 1/16 of an inch wide. As it disappeared, Remsen came running forward, his face wholly drawn of color. "What was it, Jack? What was it? I know it resembled Grandad, but it couldn't have been he. He's been dead 5 years." "Let us go back to the house," I answered, "and I'll do my best to explain things to the best of my ability. I may be wrong, of course, but it won't hurt to try my remedy. Remsen, what we're up against is a vampire. Not the female species usually spoken of today, but the real thing. I noticed you had an old edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica. If you'll bring me volume 24, I'll be able to explain more fully the meaning of the word." He left the room and returned, carrying the desired book. Turning to page 52, I read, "Vampire, a term apparently of Servian origin, originally applied in Eastern Europe to blood-sucking ghosts, but in modern usage transferred to one or more species of blood-sucking bats inhabiting South America. In the first mentioned meaning, a vampire is usually supposed to be the soul of a dead man which quits the buried body by night to suck the blood of living persons. Hence, when the vampire's grave is opened, his corpse is found to be fresh and rosy from the blood thus absorbed. They are accredited with the power of assuming any form they may so desire, and often fly about as specks of dust, pieces of down or straw, etc. To put an end to his ravages, a stake is driven through him, or his head cut off, or his heart torn out, or boiling water and vinegar poured over the grave. The persons who turn vampires are wizards, witches, suicides, and those who have come to a violent end. Also, the death of anyone resulting from these vampires will cause that person to join their hellish throng. See Calumet's dissertation on the vampires of Hungary. I looked at Remsen. He was staring straight into the fire. I knew that he realized the task before us and was steeling himself to it. Then he turned to me. "Jack, we'll wait until morning." That was all. I understood, and he knew. There we sat, each struggling with his own thoughts, until the first faint glimmers of light came struggling through the trees and warned us of approaching dawn. Remsen left to fetch a sledgehammer and a large knife with its edge honed to a razor-like keenness. I busied myself making 4 wooden stakes shaped like wedges. He returned bearing the horrible tools, and we struck out toward the crypt. We walked rapidly, for had either hesitated an instant, I verily believe both would have fled incontinently. However, our duty lay clearly before us. Remsen unlocked the door and swung it outward. With a prayer on our lips, we entered. As if by mutual understanding, we both turned toward the coffin on our left. It belonged to the grandfather. We unplaced the lid, and there lay the old Holroyd. He appeared to be sleeping. His face was full of colour, and he had none of the stiffness of death. The hair was matted, the moustache untrimmed, and on the beard were matted stains of a dull brownish hue. But it was his eyes that attracted me. They were greenish, and they glowed with an expression of fiendish malevolence such as I had never seen before. The look of baffled rage on the face might well have adorned the features of the devil in his hell. Remsen swayed and would have fallen, but I forced some whiskey down his throat, and he took a grip on himself. He placed one of the stakes directly over its heart, then shut his eyes and prayed that the good God above take this soul that was to be delivered unto him. I took a step backward, aimed carefully, and swung the sledge with all my strength. It hit the wedge squarely, and a terrible scream filled the place, while the blood gushed out of the open wound, up and over us, staining the walls and our clothes. Without hesitating, I swung again and again and again, while it struggled vainly to rid itself of that awful instrument of death. Another swing, and the stake was driven through. The thing squirmed about in the narrow confines of the coffin, much after the manner of a dismembered worm, and Remsen proceeded to sever the head from the body, making a rather crude but effectual job of it. As the final stroke of the knife cut the connection, a scream issued from the mouth, and the whole corpse fell away into dust, leaving nothing but a wooden stake lying in a bed of bones. This finished, we dispatched the remaining 3. Simultaneously, as if struck by the same thought, we felt our throats. The slight pain was gone from mine, and the wounds had entirely disappeared from my friends, leaving not even a scar. I wished to place before the world the whole facts contingent upon the mystery and the solution, but Remsen prevailed upon me to hold my peace. Some years later, Remsen died a Christian death, and with him went the only confirmation of my tale. However, 10 miles from the little town of Charing, there sits an old house, forgotten these many years, and near it is a little grey crypt. Within are 4 coffins, and in each lies a wooden stake stained a brownish hue, and bearing the fingerprints of the deceased Remsen Holroyd. Dracula's Guest by Bram Stoker. When we started for our drive, the sun was shining brightly on Munich, and the air was full of the joyousness of early summer. Just as we were about to depart, Herr Dielbruck, the maitre d'hotel of the Quatre Saisons where I was staying, came down bareheaded to the carriage and, after wishing me a pleasant drive, said to the coachman, still holding his hand on the handle of the carriage door, "Remember you are back by nightfall. The sky looks bright, but there is a shiver in the north wind that says there may be a sudden storm. But I am sure you will not be late." Here he smiled, and added, "For you know what night it is." Johann answered with an emphatic, "Ja, mein Herr," and touching his hat, drove off quickly. When we had cleared the town, I said, after signalling to him to stop, "Tell me, Johann, what is tonight?" He crossed himself as he answered laconically, "Walpurgisnacht." Then he took out his watch, a great, old-fashioned German silver thing as big as a turnip, and looked at it with his eyebrows gathered together and a little impatient shrug of his shoulders. I realized that this was his way of respectfully protesting against the unnecessary delay, and sank back in the carriage, merely motioning him to proceed. He started off rapidly, as if to make up for lost time. Every now and then, the horses seemed to throw up their heads and sniff the air suspiciously. On such occasions, I often looked round in alarm. The road was pretty bleak, for we were traversing a sort of high, windswept plateau. As we drove, I saw a road that looked but little used, and which seemed to dip through a little winding valley. It looked so inviting that, even at the risk of offending him, I called Johann to stop, and when he had pulled up, I told him I would like to drive down that road. He made all sorts of excuses, and frequently crossed himself as he spoke. This somewhat piqued my curiosity, so I asked him various questions. He answered fencingly, and repeatedly looked at his watch in protest. Finally I said, "Well, Johann, I want to go down this road. I shall not ask you to come unless you like, but tell me why you do not like to go, that is all I ask." For answer he seemed to throw himself off the box, so quickly did he reach the ground. Then he stretched out his hands appealingly to me, and implored me not to go. There was just enough of English mixed with the German for me to understand the drift of his talk. He seemed always just about to tell me something, the very idea of which evidently frightened him, but each time he pulled himself up, saying, as he crossed himself, "Walpurgisnacht." I tried to argue with him, but it was difficult to argue with a man when I did not know his language. The advantage certainly rested with him, for although he began to speak in English of a very crude and broken kind, he always got excited and broke into his native tongue, and every time he did so he looked at his watch. Then the horses became restless and sniffed the air. At this he grew very pale, and, looking around in a frightened way, he suddenly jumped forward, took them by the bridles, and led them on some 20 feet. I followed, and asked why he had done this. For answer, he crossed himself, pointed to the spot we had left, and drew his carriage in the direction of the other road, indicating a cross, and said, first in German, then in English, "Buried him what killed themselves." I remembered the old custom of burying suicides at crossroads. Ah, I see, a suicide. How interesting. But for the life of me I could not make out why the horses were frightened. Whilst we were talking, we heard a sort of sound between a yelp and a bark. It was far away, but the horses got very restless, and it took Johann all his time to quiet them. He was pale, and said, "It sounds like a wolf, but yet there are no wolves here now." "No?" I said, questioning him. "Isn't it long since the wolves were so near the city?" "Long, long," he answered. "In the spring and summer, but with the snow the wolves have been here not so long." Whilst he was petting the horses and trying to quiet them, dark clouds drifted rapidly across the sky. The sunshine passed away, and a breath of cold wind seemed to drift past us. It was only a breath, however, and more in the nature of a warning than a fact, for the sun came out brightly again. Johann looked under his lifted hand at the horizon and said, "The storm of snow. He comes before a long time." Then he looked at his watch again, and straightway holding his reins firmly, for the horses were still pawing the ground restlessly and shaking their heads. He climbed to his box as though the time had come for proceeding on our journey. I felt a little obstinate and did not at once get into the carriage. "Tell me," I said, "about this place where the road leads." And I pointed down. Again he crossed himself and mumbled a prayer before he answered, "It is unholy." "What is unholy?" I inquired. "The village." "Then there is a village?" No one lives there hundreds of years." My curiosity was piqued. "But you said there was a village." "There was." "Where is it now?" Whereupon he burst out into a long story in German and English, so mixed up that I could not quite understand exactly what he said. But roughly I gathered that long ago, hundreds of years, men had died there and been buried in their graves, and sounds were heard under the clay. And when the graves were opened, men and women were found rosy with life and their mouths red with blood. And so, in haste to save their lives, aye, and their souls, and here he crossed himself, those who were left fled away to other places, where the living lived and the dead were dead, and not something. He was evidently afraid to speak the last words. As he proceeded with his narration, he grew more and more excited. It seemed as if his imagination had got hold of him, and he ended in a perfect paroxysm of fear, white-faced, perspiring, trembling, and looking round him, as if expecting that some dreadful presence would manifest itself there in the bright sunshine on the open plain. Finally, in an agony of desperation, he cried, "Walpurgisnacht," and pointed to the carriage for me to get in. All my English blood rose at this, and, standing back, I said, "You're afraid, Johann. You are afraid. Go home. I shall return alone. The walk will do me good." The carriage door was open. I took from the seat my oak walking stick, which I always carry on my holiday excursions, and closed the door, pointing back to Munich, and said, "Go home, Johann. Walpurgisnacht doesn't concern Englishmen." The horses were now more restive than ever, and Johann was trying to hold them in while excitedly imploring me not to do anything so foolish. I pitied the poor fellow. He was deeply in earnest, but all the same I could not help laughing. His English was quite gone now. In his anxiety he had forgotten that his only means of making me understand was to talk my language, so he jabbered away in his native German. It began to be a little tedious. After giving the direction, home, I turned to go down the crossroad into the valley. With a despairing gesture, Johann turned his horses towards Munich. I leaned on my stick and looked after him. He went slowly along the road for a while. Then there came over the crest of the hill a man, tall and thin. I could see so much in the distance. When he drew near the horses, they began to jump and kick about, then to scream with terror. Johann could not hold them in. They bolted down the road, running away madly. I watched them out of sight, then looked for the stranger, but I found that he too was gone. With a light heart I turned down the side road through the deepening valley to which Johann had objected. There was not the slightest reason that I could see for his objection, and I dare say I tramped for a couple of hours without thinking of time or distance, and certainly without seeing a person or a house. So far as the place was concerned, it was desolation itself. But I did not notice this particularly till, on turning a bend in the road, I came upon a scattered fringe of wood. Then I recognized that I had been impressed unconsciously by the desolation of the region through which I had passed. I sat down to rest myself and began to look around. It struck me that it was considerably colder than it had been at the commencement of my walk. A sort of sighing sound seemed to be around me, with, now and then, high overhead, a sort of muffled roar. Looking upwards, I noticed that great thick clouds were drifting rapidly across the sky from north to south at a great height. There were signs of coming storm in some lofty stratum of the air. I was a little chilly, and, thinking that it was the sitting still after the exercise of walking, I resumed my journey. The ground I passed over was now much more picturesque. There were no striking objects that the eye might single out, but in all there was a charm of beauty. I took little heed of time, and it was only when the deepening twilight forced itself upon me that I began to think of how I should find my way home. The brightness of the day had gone. The air was cold, and the drifting of clouds high overhead was more marked. They were accompanied by a sort of far-away rushing sound, through which seemed to come at intervals that mysterious cry which the driver had said came from a wolf. For a while I hesitated. I had said I would see the deserted village, so on I went, and presently came on a wide stretch of open country, shut in by hills all around. Their sides were covered with trees which spread down to the plain, dotting in clumps the gentler slopes and hollows which showed here and there. I followed with my eye the winding of the road, and saw that it curved close to one of the densest of these clumps, and was lost behind it. As I looked, there came a cold shiver in the air, and the snow began to fall. I thought of the miles and miles of bleak country I had passed, and then hurried on to seek the shelter of the wood in front. Darker and darker grew the sky, and faster and heavier fell the snow, till the earth before and around me was a glistening white carpet, the further edge of which was lost in misty vagueness. The road was here but crude, and when on the level its boundaries were not so marked as when it passed through the cuttings, and in a little while I found that I must have strayed from it, for I missed underfoot the hard surface, and my feet sank deeper in the grass and moss. Then the wind grew stronger, and blew with ever-increasing force, till I was fain to run before it. The air became icy cold, and in spite of my exercise I began to suffer. The snow was now falling so thickly and whirling around me in such rapid eddies that I could hardly keep my eyes open. Every now and then the heavens were torn asunder by vivid lightning, and in the flashes I could see ahead of me a great mass of trees, chiefly yew and cypress, all heavily coated with snow. I was soon amongst the shelter of the trees, and there, in comparative silence, I could hear the rush of the wind high overhead. Presently, the blackness of the storm had become merged in the darkness of the night. By and by, the storm seemed to be passing away. It now only came in fierce puffs or blasts. At such moments, the weird sound of the wolf appeared to be echoed by many similar sounds around me. Now and again, through the black mass of drifting cloud, came a straggling ray of moonlight, which lit up the expanse and showed me that I was at the edge of a dense mass of cypress and yew trees. As the snow had ceased to fall, I walked out from the shelter and began to investigate more closely. It appeared to me that, amongst so many old foundations as I had passed, there might be still standing a house in which, though in ruins, I could find some sort of shelter for a while. As I skirted the edge of the copse, I found that a low wall encircled it, and following this I presently found an opening. Here, the cypresses formed an alley leading up to a square mass of some kind of building. Just as I caught sight of this, however, the drifting clouds obscured the moon, and I passed up the path in darkness. The wind must have grown colder, for I felt myself shiver as I walked, but there was hope of shelter, and I groped my way blindly on. I stopped, for there was a sudden stillness. The storm had passed, and perhaps in sympathy with nature's silence, my heart seemed to cease to beat. But this was only momentarily, for suddenly the moonlight broke through the clouds, showing me that I was in a graveyard, and that the square object before me was a great massive tomb of marble, as white as the snow that lay on and all around it. With the moonlight, there came a fierce sigh of the storm, which appeared to resume its course with a long, low howl, as of many dogs or wolves. I was awed and shocked, and felt the cold perceptibly grow upon me, till it seemed to grip me by the heart. Then, while the flood of moonlight still fell on the marble tomb, the storm gave further evidence of renewing, as though it was returning on its track. Impelled by some sort of fascination, I approached the sepulchre to see what it was, and why such a thing stood alone in such a place. I walked around it, and read, over the Doric door, in German, Countess Dollingen of Graz in Styria, sought and found death, 1801. On the top of the tomb, seemingly driven through the solid marble, for the structure was composed of a few vast blocks of stone, was a great iron spike or stake. On going to the back I saw, graven in great Russian letters, "The dead travel fast." There was something so weird and uncanny about the whole thing that it gave me a turn and made me feel quite faint. I began to wish, for the first time, that I had taken Johann's advice. Here a thought struck me, which came under almost mysterious circumstances and with a terrible shock. This was Walpurgis night. Walpurgis night, when, according to the belief of millions of people, the devil was abroad, when the graves were opened and the dead came forth and walked, when all evil things of earth and air and water held revel. This very place the driver had specially shunned. This was the depopulated village of centuries ago. This was where the suicide lay, and this was the place where I was alone, unmanned, shivering with cold in a shroud of snow with a wild storm gathering again upon me. It took all my philosophy, all the religion I had been taught, all my courage, not to collapse in a paroxysm of fright. And now a perfect tornado burst upon me. The ground shook, as though thousands of horses thundered across it. And this time the storm bore on its icy wings not snow, but great hailstones which drove with such violence that they might have come from the thongs of Balearic slingers, hailstones that beat down leaf and branch and made the shelter of the cypresses of no more avail than though their stems were standing corn. At the first I had rushed to the nearest tree, but I was soon fain to leave it and seek the only spot that seemed to afford refuge, the deep Doric doorway of the marble tomb. There, crouching against the massive bronze door, I gained a certain amount of protection from the beating of the hailstones, for now they only drove against me as they ricocheted from the ground and the side of the marble. As I leaned against the door, it moved slightly and opened inwards. The shelter of even a tomb was welcome in that pitiless tempest, and I was about to enter it, when there came a flash of forked lightning that lit up the whole expanse of the heavens. In the instant, as I am a living man, I saw, as my eyes were turned into the darkness of the tomb, a beautiful woman with rounded cheeks and red lips, seemingly sleeping on a bier. As the thunder broke overhead, I was grasped as by the hand of a giant and hurled out into the storm. The whole thing was so sudden that, before I could realize the shock, moral as well as physical, I found the hailstones beating me down. At the same time, I had a strange, dominating feeling that I was not alone. I looked towards the tomb. Just then, there came another blinding flash, which seemed to strike the iron stake that surmounted the tomb and to pour through to the earth, blasting and crumbling the marble as in a burst of flame. The dead woman rose for a moment of agony while she was lapped in the flame, and her bitter scream of pain was drowned in the thunder crash. The last thing I heard was this mingling of dreadful sound, as again I was seized in the giant grasp and dragged away, while the hailstones beat on me, and the air around seemed reverberant with the howling of wolves. The last sight that I remembered was a vague, white, moving mass, as if all the graves around me had sent out the phantoms of their sheeted dead, and that they were closing in on me through the white cloudiness of the driving hail. Gradually, there came a sort of vague beginning of consciousness, then a sense of weariness that was dreadful. For a time I remembered nothing, but slowly my senses returned. My feet seemed positively racked with pain, yet I could not move them. They seemed to be numbed. There was an icy feeling at the back of my neck, and all down my spine, and my ears, like my feet, were dead, yet in torment. But there was in my breast a sense of warmth which was, by comparison, delicious. It was as a nightmare, a physical nightmare, if one may use such an expression, for some heavy weight on my chest made it difficult for me to breathe. This period of semi-lethargy seemed to remain a long time, and as it faded away I must have slept or swooned. Then came a sort of loathing, like the first stage of seasickness, and a wild desire to be free from something, I knew not what. A vast stillness enveloped me, as though all the world were asleep or dead, only broken by the low panting as of some animal close to me. I felt a warm rasping at my throat. Then came a consciousness of the awful truth, which chilled me to the heart and sent the blood surging up through my brain. Some great animal was lying on me and now licking my throat. I feared to stir, for some instinct of prudence bade me lie still, but the brute seemed to realize that there was now some change in me, for it raised its head. Through my eyelashes I saw above me the two great flaming eyes of a gigantic wolf. Its sharp white teeth gleamed in the gaping red mouth, and I could feel its hot breath fierce and acrid upon me. For another spell of time I remembered no more. Then I became conscious of a low growl, followed by a yelp, renewed again and again. Then, seemingly very far away, I heard a holler, holler, as of many voices calling in unison. Cautiously, I raised my head and looked in the direction whence the sound came, but the cemetery blocked my view. The wolf still continued to yelp in a strange way, and a red glare began to move round the grove of cypresses, as though following the sound. As the voices drew closer, the wolf yelped faster and louder. I feared to make either sound or motion. Nearer came the red glow, over the white pall which stretched into the darkness around me. Then all at once, from beyond the trees, there came at a trot a troop of horsemen bearing torches. The wolf rose from my breast and made for the cemetery. I saw one of the horsemen, soldiers by their caps and their long military cloaks, raise his carbine and take aim. A companion knocked up his arm, and I heard the ball whiz over my head. He had evidently taken my body for that of the wolf. Another sighted the animal as it slunk away, and a shot followed. Then, at a gallop, the troop rode forward, some towards me, others following the wolf as it disappeared amongst the snow-clad cypresses. As they drew nearer, I tried to move, but was powerless, although I could see and hear all that went on around me. 2 or 3 of the soldiers jumped from their horses and knelt beside me. One of them raised my head and placed his hand over my heart. "Good news, comrades," he cried. "His heart still beats." And some brandy was poured down my throat. It put vigor into me, and I was able to open my eyes fully and look around. Lights and shadows were moving among the trees, and I heard men call to one another. They drew together, uttering frightened exclamations, and the lights flashed as the others came pouring out of the cemetery pell-mell, like men possessed. And the further ones came close to us. Those who were around me asked them eagerly, "Well, have you found him?" The reply rang out hurriedly, "No, no. Come away, quick, quick. This is no place to stay, and on this of all nights." "What was it?" was the question, asked in all manner of keys. The answer came variously and all indefinitely, as though the men were moved by some common impulse to speak, yet were restrained by some common fear from giving their thoughts. It, indeed," gibbered one, whose wits had plainly given out for the moment. "A wolf, and yet not a wolf," another put in shudderingly. "No use trying for him without the sacred bullet," a third remarked in a more ordinary manner. "Serve us right for coming out on this night. Truly we have earned our 1,000 marks," were the ejaculations of a fourth. "There was blood on the broken marble," another said after a pause. "The lightning never brought that there. And for him, is he safe? Look at his throat. See, comrades, the wolf has been lying on him and keeping his blood warm." The officer looked at my throat and replied, "He is all right. The skin is not pierced. What does it all mean? We should never have found him but for the yelping of the wolf." "What became of it?" asked the man who was holding up my head, and who seemed the least panic-stricken of the party, for his hands were steady and without tremor. On his sleeve was the chevron of a petty officer. "It went to its home," answered the man, whose long face was pallid, and who actually shook with terror as he glanced around him fearfully. "There are graves enough there in which it may lie. Come, comrades, come quickly. Let us leave this cursed spot." The officer raised me to a sitting posture, as he uttered a word of command. Then several men placed me upon a horse. He sprang to the saddle behind me, took me in his arms, gave the word to advance, and, turning our faces away from the cypresses, we rode away in swift military order. As yet my tongue refused its office, and I was perforce silent. I must have fallen asleep, for the next thing I remembered was finding myself standing up, supported by a soldier on each side of me. It was almost broad daylight, and to the north a red streak of sunlight was reflected, like a path of blood over the waste of snow. The officer was telling the men to say nothing of what they had seen, except that they found an English stranger, guarded by a large dog. "Dog? That was no dog," cut in the man who had exhibited such fear. "I think I know a wolf when I see one." The young officer answered calmly, "I said a dog." "Dog," reiterated the other, ironically. It was evident that his courage was rising with the sun, and, pointing to me, he said, "Look at his throat. Is that the work of a dog, master?" Instinctively, I raised my hand to my throat, and as I touched it, I cried out in pain. The men crowded round to look, some stooping down from their saddles, and again there came the calm voice of the young officer. "A dog, as I said. If aught else were said, we should only be laughed at." I was then mounted behind a trooper, and we rode on into the suburbs of Munich. Here we came across a stray carriage, into which I was lifted, and it was driven off to the Quatre Saisons, the young officer accompanying me, whilst a trooper followed with his horse, and the others rode off to their barracks. When we arrived, Herr Dielbruck rushed so quickly down the steps to meet me that it was apparent he had been watching within. Taking me by both hands, he solicitously led me in. The officer saluted me, and was turning to withdraw, when I recognized his purpose, and insisted that he should come to my rooms. Over a glass of wine, I warmly thanked him and his brave comrades for saving me. He replied simply that he was more than glad, and that Herr Dielbruck had at the first taken steps to make all the searching party pleased. At which ambiguous utterance the maître d'hôtel smiled, while the officer pleaded duty and withdrew. "But, Herr Dielbruck," I inquired, "how and why was it that the soldiers searched for me?" He shrugged his shoulders, as if in depreciation of his own deed, as he replied, "I was so fortunate as to obtain leave from the commander of the regiment in which I served to ask for volunteers." "But how did you know I was lost?" I asked. "The driver came hither with the remains of his carriage, which had been upset when the horses ran away." "But surely you would not send a search party of soldiers merely on this account?" "Oh, no," he answered. "But even before the coachman arrived, I had this telegram from the boyar whose guest you are." And he took from his pocket a telegram, which he handed to me, and I read, "Bistritz. Be careful of my guest. His safety is most precious to me. Should aught happen to him, or if he be missed, spare nothing to find him and ensure his safety. He is English, and therefore adventurous. There are often dangers from snow and wolves and night. Lose not a moment if you suspect harm to him. I answer your zeal with my fortune. Dracula." As I held the telegram in my hand, the room seemed to whirl around me, and, if the attentive maître d'hôtel had not caught me, I think I should have fallen. There was something so strange in all this, something so weird and impossible to imagine, that there grew on me a sense of my being in some way the sport of opposite forces, the mere vague idea of which seemed in a way to paralyze me. I was certainly under some form of mysterious protection. From a distant country had come, in the very nick of time, a message that took me out of the danger of the snow sleep and the jaws of the wolf. The Family of the Vourdalag by Aleksey Tolstoy. Translated by Nina Zumel. In the year 1815, all the great heads of Europe were gathered in Vienna, the continent's brightest minds and most brilliant diplomats. Our tale begins towards the conclusion of this historic congress. The royalist émigrés were preparing to return to their chateaux, and the Russian warriors to return to their forsaken homes. A few disgruntled Poles hoped to shelter their desire for freedom under the dubious independence granted to Krakow by Prince Metternich, Prince Hardenberg, and Count Nesselrode. It was like the waning hours of a lively ball. The once vibrant crowds that filled the streets and establishments of the city had dwindled to a small number of people still seeking diversion, still fascinated by the charms of the Austrian ladies, reluctant to pack up and go their separate ways. This pleasant company, of which I was part, would meet twice a week in the castle of the Dowager Princess of Schwarzenberg, a few miles from the city, beyond a small village named Hitzing. Our hostess's aristocratic manner, her gracious kindness, and the nobility of her spirit and of her intellect made our sojourns to her castle quite agreeable indeed. Our mornings were spent on pleasant rambles. In the afternoon we dined together in the castle or within its environs. In the evenings, sitting by a good fire, we amused ourselves in conversation and storytelling. Discussion of politics was strictly forbidden. Everyone had had enough. The stories we told were borrowed from the legends of our respective countries, or from our own memories. One evening everyone had been telling ghost stories, and our minds were in a restless, uneasy state that was increased by the evening's darkness and silence. The Marquis d'Urfey, an old émigré whom we all loved for his youthful gaiety, and for the colourful stories he told of his adventures and various changes of fortune, took advantage of a moment of silence and spoke. "Your stories, gentlemen," he said, "are no doubt amazing, but in my opinion they lack an essential quality. I mean that of authenticity. I don't think that any of you have seen with his own eyes the wonderful things that you narrate, nor can you attest to their truth with your word as gentlemen." This we were obliged to admit, and the old man continued, straightening his cravat. "As for me, gentlemen, I have had but a single adventure of this kind, but it is so strange, so horrible, and, yes, true, that it will strike terror in even the most incredulous among you. I was unfortunately both witness and actor, and though I normally don't like to remember it, I would be happy to tell you the story, if it pleases the ladies to allow me." The approval was unanimous. A few of us glanced nervously around at the moonlit tiles of the parquet floor, and our circle drew closer to listen to the Marquis's tale. Marquis d'Urfey took a pinch of snuff, sniffed, and slowly began with these words. "First of all, mesdames, I beg your pardon if I mention the affairs of my heart more often in my story than a man my age should, but the romance is an essential part of the narrative. Besides, old age has its moments of forgetfulness, and it's your fault, mesdames, that you are all so beautiful that I forget that I'm no longer a young man. So let me begin. In 1759, I was madly in love with the beautiful Duchess de Gramont. This passion, which seemed so deep and enduring at the time, gave me no rest day or night, and the way that the Duchess played the coquette, as many beautiful women do, only added to my torment. Finally, in a moment of despair, I sought out and obtained a diplomatic mission to the Gospodar of Moldavia, who was in negotiations with Versailles over business that it would bore you to hear about. On the eve of my departure, I presented myself to the Duchess. She received me less teasingly than usual, and said to me, with some emotion, "D'Urfey, you are committing a great folly, but I know you, and I know you'll never change your mind. So I ask you only one thing. Please accept this small cross as a token of my friendship, and carry it with you until you return. It's a family relic that we value highly." With a gallantry that was perhaps misplaced at such a moment, I kissed not the relic, but the charming hand that she gave me, and I passed the cross around my neck, and have worn it ever since. I won't bore you, mesdames, with the details of my trip, or with my observations of the Hungarians and Serbs, those poor but brave and honest people. Even enslaved by the Turks, they never forget their dignity or their former independence. Suffice it to say that, having learned a little Polish during a visit I made to Warsaw, I was also able to acquire a bit of Serbian, as these two languages, and Russian and Bohemian as well, are, as you probably know, so many branches of a single language called Slavonic. And so I knew enough of the language to make myself understood, when one day I arrived in a village whose name will not interest you much. I arrived on a Sunday, a day which the Serbian people generally devote to amusements like dancing, sharpshooting, wrestling, and so on. So you can imagine my surprise when I reached the house where I planned to stay and found the inhabitants in an extremely anxious state. Guessing that the situation was due to some recent misfortune, I started to withdraw from the house when a man of about 30, a tall and imposing figure, approached me and took me by the hand. "Enter, stranger. Please, come in," he said. "Don't be alarmed at our sorrow. You'll understand when you know the cause." He then told me that, on rising one morning several days before, his elderly father, Gorcha, a restless and stubborn man, had taken from the wall a long Turkish musket. "Children," he said to his 2 sons, one named Dord, the other Peter, "I'm going up to the mountains to join the brave men who are chasing this dog Alabek." This was a Turkish robber who had been ravaging the countryside for some time. "Wait for me 10 days, and if I don't return by the 10th, have a mass said for my soul, because I'll be dead." Then old Gorcha added, in a deadly serious tone, "But if, God forbid, I come back after 10 days, for your own sakes do not let me in. If this happens, I command you to forget that I was your father, no matter what I say or do, and to impale my heart with an aspen stake, because I will be a cursed Vourdalak, returning to suck your blood." I should explain to you, mesdames, that Vourdalaks, as the Slavic peoples call vampires, are believed in those countries to be dead bodies that come out of their graves to suck the blood of the living. Their habits are similar to those of all vampires, from any country, but they have one characteristic that makes them even more dreadful. The Vourdalaks, mesdames, prefer to suck the blood of their closest relatives and dearest friends who, once dead, become vampires in turn. They claim that in Bosnia and Hungary, entire villages have become Vourdalaks. Father Augustin Calme, in his curious book on ghosts and apparitions, cites many frightening examples. Several times the emperors of Germany have appointed commissions to investigate outbreaks of vampirism. The commissioners tell of exhuming bodies engorged with blood, which they stake in the heart and then burn in the village squares. The magistrates who were present at these executions attest, with oaths and signed statements, that they heard the dead howl at the moment that the stake was plunged into their hearts. Knowing this, it will be easy to understand, mesdames, the effect that old Gorcha's words had on his sons. They both threw themselves at his feet and begged him to let them go in his place. In reply, he turned his back and left, humming the refrain of an old war song. The day I arrived in the village was precisely the end of the 10 days, which of course explained his family's concern. They were a good and honest family. Dord, the eldest son of the 2, seemed a serious and resolute man. He was married with 2 children. His brother Peter, a handsome young man of 18 years, had a face full of gentleness and courage, and was evidently the favorite of their younger sister, Stenka, a classic Slavic beauty. I was struck not only by Stenka's undeniable loveliness, but also by a certain resemblance she had to the Duchess de Gramont. They both had a delicate line on their foreheads, a characteristic that I've only ever noticed on these 2 women. This feature may not seem very appealing at first, but the more you noticed it, the more irresistible it became. Perhaps it was because I was so young then, but this resemblance, combined with Stenka's charming and naive air, was truly irresistible. I'd only known Stenka for 2 minutes, but already I felt a sympathy for her that threatened to become a more tender emotion if I lingered too long in the village. We were all gathered in front of the house, around a table topped with cheese and bowls of milk. Stenka spun. Her sister-in-law was preparing supper. The children were playing in the sand. Peter whistled nonchalantly as he cleaned his yataghan, or Turkish long knife. Dord sat silently with his elbows on the table and his head in his hands. His eyes devoured the highway. I felt overcome by the general melancholy, and could only watch sadly as the evening clouds framed the golden background of the sky and the silhouette of a monastery half hidden by the black pine forest. This monastery, as I learned later, had once been famous for a miraculous image of the Virgin, which, according to legend, was brought by angels and placed on an oak. But when the Turks invaded the country at the beginning of the last century, they slaughtered the monks and ransacked the monastery. All that was left were the walls, and a chapel served by a mysterious hermit. He gave tours of the ruins to the curious, and sheltered pilgrims who, as they travelled on foot from one holy site to another, liked to stop at the shrine of Our Lady of the Oak. As I said, I learned this all much later. That night, I had other things on my mind, besides Serbian archaeology. As often happens when you let your mind wander, I thought back to times past, to my childhood, to the beautiful France that I had left behind for this remote, wild country. I thought of the Duchess de Gramont, and why not admit it? I also thought of other ladies, contemporaries of your grandmother's, whose images, without my knowledge, had crept into my heart, following the image of the lovely Duchess. Soon I had forgotten my hosts and their worries. Suddenly, Dord broke the silence. "Woman," he asked his wife, "what time did the old man leave?" "At 8 o'clock, his wife answered. "I heard the monastery bell." "Good," said Dord. "It can't be later than 7:30. And he fell silent, fixing his eyes again on the highway, which disappeared into the forest. I forgot to tell you, mesdames, that when the Serbs suspect someone of vampirism, they avoid calling him by name or referring to him directly, for fear it will summon him from the grave. So, for some time, when speaking of his father, Dord had only called him the old man. A few moments of silence passed. Suddenly, one of the children tugged on Stenka's apron. "Auntie, when is Grandpa coming home?" A blow from Dord was the answer to this untimely question. The child began to cry, but his brother said, with an expression of surprise and fear, "Father, why can't we ask about Grandpa?" Another blow silenced the child. The two children began to bawl, and the rest of the family crossed themselves. At this point, I heard the monastery clock begin slowly to strike 8. Hardly had the first chime sounded in our ears than we saw a human form emerge from the woods and advance towards us. "That's him! God be praised!" cried Stenka, Peter, and their sister-in-law at once. "God keep us," Dord said solemnly. "How do we know if the 10 days have passed or not?" Everyone looked at him fearfully. Still the figure advanced towards us. He was a tall old man with a silver moustache and a pale, stern face, limping painfully along with a stick. As he approached, Dord's face became darker. When the newcomer was near us, he stopped and surveyed his family with eyes that seemed to look right through them. They were so dull and sunken in their sockets. "Well," he said in a hollow voice, "no one stands up to greet me. What is this silence? Don't you see that I'm hurt?" And then I noticed that the old man's left side was bloodied. "Help your father," I said to Dord. "And you, Stenka, bring him some spirits. He's about to faint." "Father," Dord said as he approached Gorcha, "show me your injury. I will try to help you." He tried to open Gorcha's coat, but the old man pushed Dord away roughly, holding both hands over his side. "Clumsy oaf," he said. "You're hurting me." "You've been wounded near the heart," cried Dord, his face pale. "Take off your coat. Now. You must, I tell you." The old man stood up straight and stiff. "Watch yourself," he said in a low voice. "If you touch me, you'll regret it." Peter got between Dord and his father. "Let him be," he said. "Can't you see he's in pain?" "Don't defy him," said Dord's wife. "You know he won't tolerate that." At that moment we saw a cloud of dust. It was the herd returning home from their grazing. Perhaps the dog that accompanied them didn't recognize her old master, or maybe she was agitated for other reasons. But as soon as she saw Gorcha, she stopped, hair bristling, and began to growl as if she saw something uncanny. "What is wrong with that dog?" said the old man, looking more and more annoyed. "What does all this mean? Have I become a stranger in my own home? Have 10 days in the mountains changed me so much that my own dogs don't recognize me?" "Do you hear?" Dord said to his wife. "What? He admits that the 10 days have passed." "But didn't he return at the appointed time?" "Yes, well, I know what has to be done." "The damned dog is still barking. Kill it!" cried Gorcha. "Well, did you hear me?" Dord did not move, but Peter stood up with tears in his eyes, and seizing the musket from his father, he shot the dog, who fell, rolling in the dust. "She was my favorite dog," Peter whispered. "I don't know why father wanted her killed." "Because that's what she deserved," said Gorcha. "It's getting cold. I want to go inside." While this was going on outside, Stenka had prepared for the old man a drink made from pears, honey, and raisins, but her father refused it in disgust. He showed the same aversion to a mutton rice dish that Dord offered him, and went to sit by the hearth, muttering between his teeth unintelligibly. A pine fire crackled in the fireplace, casting its flickering light on the figure of the old man, who was so pale that, without the fire's glow, he could have been taken for dead. Stenka sat down beside him. "Father," she said, "you don't want anything to eat, and you don't want to rest. Perhaps you can tell us your adventures in the mountains." The girl knew that she could get on his good side by asking that, because the old man liked to talk about his battles and exploits. A kind of smile appeared on his colourless lips, though without reaching his eyes. He ran his hand through her beautiful blonde hair. "Yes, my daughter. Yes, Stenka. I will tell you what happened to me in the mountains, but some other time, because I'm tired today. But I will tell you that Alabek is no more, and that it was by my hand he perished. If anyone doubts this," continued the old man, looking around at his family, "here is the proof." He opened a bag that hung behind the two of them, and pulled out a head, pale and bloody, though not quite as pale as his own. We turned away in horror, but Gorcha handed it to Peter. "Here," he said, "hang it over the door, so that everyone who passes will know that Alabek is dead, and the roads are purged of robbers. Except, of course, the Sultan's janissaries." Peter obeyed, picking up the head with revulsion. "Now I understand," he said. "The poor dog that I killed was upset because she smelled dead flesh." "Yes, she smelled dead flesh," replied Dord gloomily. He had slipped away without anyone noticing, and now he entered the house, holding in his hand an object that he placed in a corner, and which looked to me like a stake. "Dord," his wife said in a low voice, "you don't intend, I hope?" "My brother," said his sister, "what are you planning to do? But no, you won't do anything, will you?" "Let me be," said Dord. "I know what I have to do, and I won't do anything that isn't necessary." When night fell, the family went to bed. The part of the house where they slept was separated from my room by a very thin wall. I confess that what I'd observed that evening had affected my imagination. With the lights out, the full moon shone into the room through a small low window close to my bed, casting a pale glow on the floor and walls, much as it does now, mesdames, in this room where we sit. I tried to sleep, but couldn't. I attributed my insomnia to the moonlight, and I looked for something to serve as a curtain over the window, but I found nothing. Then, hearing muffled voices behind the wall, I began to listen. "Go to bed, woman," said Dord. "And Peter and Stenka, you too. Don't worry about anything. I'll keep watch." "No, Dord," said his wife. "I should watch. You worked until late last night, and you must be tired. Besides, I have to watch our oldest. You know he's been ill since yesterday." "Be quiet and go to bed," said Dord. "I'll keep watch for both of us." "But, brother," said Stenka in her softest voice, "there's no need to watch. Father is already asleep. See how calm and peaceful he looks." "You don't know what you're talking about, either of you," Dord said in a tone that brooked no argument. "I told you to go to bed and let me watch." There fell a profound silence. Soon I felt my eyelids droop, and sleep overcame me. I thought I saw my door open slowly, and old Gorcher appear on the threshold. It was very dark in that corner of the room. I couldn't really see him, but only suspected that the figure was his. His eyes followed the movement of my breath, and seemed to be trying to guess my thoughts. Cautiously, he crept towards me, on tiptoe. Suddenly, he loomed above me at the side of my bed. I felt an inexpressible fear, but some invisible force held me there, immobile. The old man leaned over me, his livid face so close to mine that I thought I could feel his cadaverous breath. With a supreme effort, I forced myself awake, bathed in sweat. There was no one in my room, but, glancing out the window, I clearly beheld old Gorcher with his face against the pane, staring at me with dreadful eyes. I had the strength to suppress a scream, and the presence of mind to lie calmly, as if I had not seen anything. However, it seemed the old man only wanted to make sure that I was asleep, because he made no attempt to get in, but walked away from the window after scrutinizing me. I heard footsteps in the next room. Dord was asleep, snoring to shake the walls. The child coughed at that moment, and I could make out Gorcher's voice. "You're not sleeping, little one?" he said. "No, Grandpa," said the child, "and I want to talk to you." "And what shall we talk about?" "I want you to tell me how you fought the Turks. I want to go fight the Turks too." "Yes, I thought so, child. And I brought you a little yataghan that I'll give you tomorrow." "Oh, Grandpa, give it to me now." "But why, my little one, did you not talk to me when it was daylight?" "Because Father wouldn't let me." "Is cautious, your father? So you want to have your little yataghan?" "Oh, yes, I would, but not here, in case Father wakes up." "But where, then?" "If we go outside, I promise to be careful and not make any noise." I seemed to hear Gorcher chuckle as the child got out of bed. I did not believe in vampires, but my nightmare had frayed my nerves. Wanting nothing to reproach myself for later, I got up and slammed my fist against the wall between myself and the room where the others were. The noise should have been enough to wake the 7 sleepers, but I heard no response. I rushed for the door, determined to save the child, but I discovered that it was closed and locked and would not yield to my efforts to open it. As I tried in vain to escape, I could see the old man through my window, leaving with the boy in his arms. "Get up! Get up!" I shouted with all my strength, pounding the wall, which shook with the force of my blows. Only then did Dord wake up. "Where's the old man?" he called. "Quickly!" I shouted at him. "He just took your son." With a kick, Dord burst open the front door, which, like mine, had been barred from the outside, and ran in the direction of the woods. I finally managed to wake up Peter and Stenka. We gathered in front of the house, and after a few minutes' wait, we saw Dord return, carrying his son. He'd found the boy unconscious by the side of the road. The child soon recovered, and seemed no worse for the experience. To our questions, he said that his grandfather had done him no harm. They had gone outside together to be more at ease. Once outside, he had lost consciousness, without remembering how. As for Gorcher, he was gone. The rest of the night, as you might imagine, passed without sleep. The next day I learned that the Danube, which cut the main road a mile from the village, had begun to freeze over, which always happens in that region in the late fall and early spring. This prevented travel for a few days, and I had to delay my planned departure. Yet, even if I could have left, curiosity, combined with a more powerful attraction, would have kept me there. The more I saw Stenka, the more I loved her. I am not one of those romantics, Madame, who believe in the sudden and irresistible passion that we read about in novels, but I think there are cases where love blossoms more quickly than usual. Stenka so remarkably reminded me of the Duchesse de Gramont, with that faint line traced on her forehead, the same line that, in France, had made me suicidal with longing. I'd fled Paris to escape her, and yet here she was again, in picturesque costume and speaking a harmonious foreign tongue. It was this resemblance, together with the strangeness of my situation and the mysteries that surrounded me, that kindled in me a desire that, in other circumstances, would have been vague and fleeting. In the course of the day, I overheard Stenka talking to her younger brother. "What do you think of all this?" she asked him. "Do you also suspect our father?" "I dare not suspect him," replied Peter, "especially since the boy said that he wasn't hurt. As for father's disappearance, you know that he never tells us of his comings and goings." "I know," Stenka said, "but something must be done, because you know, Dord—" "Yes, I know. It would be useless to try and talk him out of it, but if we hide the stake, he can't get another one, because there's not a single aspen on this side of the mountains." "Yes, let's hide the stake, but don't tell the children because they might tell Dord." "We'll keep it to ourselves," said Peter, and they parted. Night came, still no news of old Gorcha. I lay awake, sprawled out on my bed, watching the moon shining brightly into my room. As sleep began to blur my thoughts, I suddenly felt, as if by instinct, the old man's approach. I opened my eyes and saw his ghastly face pressed against my window. This time I tried to get up, but it was impossible. It seemed as if all my limbs were paralyzed. After watching me carefully, the old man slipped away. I heard him go around the house and gently tap at the window of the room where Dord and his wife slept. The child rolled over in his bed and moaned in his sleep. A few minutes of silence passed. Then again I heard a knock at the window. The child moaned again and woke up. "Is that you, Grandpa?" he asked. "It's me," a low voice replied. "I've brought your little Yataghan. But I daren't go out. Father's forbidden me to." "You needn't go out. Just open the window so you can come kiss me." The child got up and I heard him open the window. Calling upon all my energy to break my paralysis, I jumped out of bed and pounded on the wall. In a minute, Dord was awake. I heard him swear. His wife shrieked. Soon, the whole house was gathered around the unconscious child. Gorcha had disappeared again. Our ministrations managed to revive the child, but he was weak and could hardly breathe. The poor boy did not know why he had fainted. His mother and Stenka blamed it on the fear of being caught talking to his grandfather. I said nothing. After the child grew quiet, everyone except Dord went back to bed. Toward dawn, I heard him wake his wife. The two talked quietly. Stenka joined them, and I heard the two women sobbing. The child was dead. I needn't speak of the family's despair. No one yet attributed the death to old Gorcha. At least, no one spoke of it openly. Dord was silent, but his still, dark expression had taken on a terrible quality. For 2 days, the old man did not reappear. On the night after the 3rd day, the day of the child's funeral, I thought I heard footsteps around the house and a voice of an old man who called out to the deceased boy's younger brother. For a moment, I seemed to see Gorcha's figure outlined against my window, but I could not tell if it was reality or my imagination, because that night the moon was covered by clouds. In any case, I thought it my duty to tell Dord. He asked the boy, who replied that, yes, he had heard his grandfather calling him, and had seen him looking through the window. Dord sternly ordered his son to wake him if the old man appeared again. Even all these circumstances did not stop my love for Stenka from growing even more. In the day, I couldn't speak with her without the others overhearing. When night came, the thought of my imminent departure pierced my heart. Stenka's room was separated from mine by a passage that overlooked the street on one side and the courtyard on the other. One evening, as the household retired for the evening, I decided to take a walk in the countryside to distract myself before sleeping. As I passed through the passage from my room, I saw that Stenka's door was ajar. I stopped involuntarily. The familiar rustling of her dress made my heart pound. I heard words sung in a whisper. It was the song of a Serbian king about to leave for battle, bidding his beloved farewell. "Oh, my young poplar," said the old king, "I'm off to war, and you will forget me. Your waist is more lissom than the slender young trees that grow at the foot of the mountain. Your lips are redder than rowan berries, and I'm like an old oak stripped of leaves. My beard is whiter than the foam of the Danube. You will forget me, oh my soul, and I shall die of grief, for the enemy will not dare to kill the old king." And the beautiful maid replied, "I swear to be faithful to you and to never forget you, and if I break my oath, may you wake from the dead to suck all the blood from my heart." And the old king said, "So be it," and he went to war, and how soon his lover forgot him. Here Stenka stopped, as if she were afraid to finish the song. I couldn't contain myself any longer. Her voice, so sweet, so expressive, was the voice of the Duchess de Gramont. Impulsively, I pushed open the door and entered. Stenka had removed her overblouse. She wore nothing but a chemise embroidered in gold and red silk that clung to her waist, and a simple checkered skirt. Her beautiful blonde tresses were unbraided, and her undress made her appear even more ravishing. Instead of being irritated at my sudden entrance, she seemed confused and blushed slightly. "What are you doing here? What will they think if they catch us?" "Stenka, my soul," I said. "Don't worry, everyone is asleep. Only the crickets in the grass and the beetles in the air can hear us. Oh, my friend, fly, fly! If my brother catches us, I'm lost. Stenka, I'll go when you promise to love me forever, like the beautiful maiden promised her king in the ballad. I'm leaving soon, Stenka. Who knows when we shall meet again? I love you more than my soul, more than my salvation. My life and my blood are yours. Can't you give me 1 hour in exchange?" "Many things can happen in an hour," Stenka said thoughtfully, but she left her hand in mine. "You don't know my brother," she continued with a shudder. "I have a feeling he'll find us." "Calm yourself, my Stenka," I told her. "Your brother is tired from his day's work. He sits drowsing to the sound of the wind playing in the trees. His sleep is deep, the night is long, and I only ask you for a single hour, and then farewell, perhaps forever." "Oh no, not forever," Stenka cried, then recoiled as if afraid of her own voice. "Oh, Stenka," I cried, "when I see you, when I hear you, I can't control myself. I obey a superior force. Forgive me, Stenka." And like a fool, I pressed her to my heart. "Oh, you're not my friend," she said, breaking free of my arms and escaping deeper into her room. I don't know how I replied to her, because I was confused by my audacity. Not that sometimes, on similar occasions, it hasn't worked for me, but despite my passion, I still had a sincere respect for Stenka's innocence. In fact, I started to regale her with those dashing phrases that had always worked so well for me with beautiful ladies. But then, ashamed of myself, I stopped. The girl's simplicity kept her from understanding what I hinted at, though all of you ladies, as I see by your smiles, have easily guessed. So I stood there before her, unsure what to say, when suddenly I saw her flinch and stare at the window with a look of terror. I followed the direction of her eyes and distinctly saw the motionless figure of Gorcha watching us from outside. At that moment, I felt a heavy hand on my shoulder. I turned. It was Dord. "What are you doing here?" he asked. Rattled by his brusque question, I pointed to his father peering in at us through the window. Gorcha disappeared as soon as Dord saw him. "I heard the old man and I came to warn your sister," I said. Dord's stare bored through me, as if he were reading the depths of my soul. He took me by the arm and led me to my room, then left without a word. The next day, the family was gathered in front of the house around a table laden with milk and cheese. "Where is the boy?" asked Dord. "In the courtyard," said his mother, playing his favorite game of fighting the Turks. Hardly had she uttered these words when, to our great surprise, we saw Gorcha's imposing form coming from the bottom of the woods and walking slowly towards us. He sat down at the table as he had done on the day that I arrived. "Father, welcome," murmured his daughter-in-law in a barely audible voice. "Welcome, father," repeated Stenka and Peter quietly. "Father," Dord said in a firm voice, though his face had lost its color, "we'd like you to say grace." The old man turned away, frowning. "Say grace this instant," repeated Dord, "and make the sign of the cross, or by St. George." Stenka and her sister-in-law leaned toward the old man and begged him to say the prayers. "No, no, no," said the old man. "He has no right to order me around, and if he insists, then I curse him." Dord got up and ran into the house. Soon he returned with fury in his eyes. "Where is the steak?" he cried. "Where did you hide the steak?" Stenka and Peter exchanged glances. "You dead thing," Dord said to the old man. "What have you done with my eldest boy? Why did you kill my child? Give me back my son, you corpse." And as he spoke, he became increasingly pale, and his eyes blazed. The old man glared at him, motionless. "The steak! Where is the steak?" cried Dord. "May all our misfortune fall on the head of whoever hid it." At that moment, we heard the merry laughter of the youngest child, and we saw him come towards us, riding the big steak like a horse, and raising his little voice in the battle cry of the Serbs. Dord's eyes lit up. He snatched the steak from the child and rushed towards his father. The creature screamed and ran in the direction of the wood with a speed practically supernatural for his age. Dord chased him through the fields, and we soon lost sight of them. The sun had set by the time Dord came home, deathly pale, with his hair disheveled. As he sat by the fire, I seemed to hear his teeth chattering. Nobody dared question him. By the hour when the family was accustomed to retire for the evening, he seemed to recover his energy. Taking me aside, he said in the most natural way, "My dear sir, I have just seen the river. The ice is cleared. There is nothing to prevent your departure. There's no need," he added, glancing at Stenka, "to say goodbye to my family. On their behalf, I wish you all the happiness in the world, and I hope that you also remember us fondly. Tomorrow, at daybreak, you will find your horse saddled and ready to follow your lead. Farewell. Remember your host sometimes, and forgive him if your stay here has not been as trouble-free as he would have liked." At that moment, the hard lines of Dord's face took on an almost cordial expression. He escorted me to my room and shook my hand one last time. Then he shivered, and his teeth chattered as if from the cold. Left alone, I was too preoccupied to sleep, as you can imagine. I had loved many women in my life, I had experienced tenderness and spite and jealousy, but never, not even when leaving the Duchess de Gramont, had I felt the intense sadness that tore my heart at that moment. Before the sun had appeared, I put on my travelling clothes, hoping for one last conversation with Stenka. But Dord was waiting for me in the hallway. Any chance to say farewell to her was gone. I jumped on my horse and rode away, promising myself that I would return to the village on my way back from Jassy. My anticipation for the future, as distant as it was, gradually drove away my worries. I imagined my return with satisfaction, picturing all the details of a future meeting with Stenka. Suddenly, my horse started, almost throwing me out of the saddle. The beast stopped short, its forelegs braced, and snorted in alarm, as if danger were nearby. Looking around, I saw a wolf about 100 paces in front of me, digging in the earth. Hearing me, it fled. Spurring my horse forward to the spot that the wolf had abandoned, I saw a fresh grave. I thought I could distinguish the tip of a stake protruding a few inches above the earth that the wolf had disturbed. I didn't stay to make sure, but quickly rode away. Here the Marquis paused and took a pinch of snuff. "Is that all?" asked the ladies. "Unfortunately, no," replied Marquis Durfy. "The rest of the story is a painful memory for me, one I would give much to be free of. The business that brought me to Jassy kept me there longer than I'd expected, a full 6 months. What can I say? It is a sad truth to admit, but a truth nonetheless, that there are few lasting emotions on this earth. The success of my negotiations, the encouragement I received from the cabinet of Versailles, in a word, all the unpleasant politics that have annoyed us so much of late. In all of this, my memory of Stenka soon began to fade. And then there was the wife of the Gospodar, a very beautiful woman who speaks our language perfectly, and who had honored me on my arrival by singling me out from all the other young foreigners who were staying in Jassy. As steeped as I am in the principles of French gallantry, my Gallic blood would have revolted at the idea of repaying the kindness she showed me with ingratitude. So I responded obligingly to her advances, and, to put myself in a position to advance the interests and rights of France, I devoted myself to her as attentively as if I were the Gospodar himself. When I was recalled to France, I took the same route back that had led me to Jassy. I was not thinking of Stenka or her family, when one night, riding through the countryside, I heard a church bell strike 8. The sound seemed familiar, and my guide told me there was a monastery nearby. I asked him the name, and he told me that it was the Virgin of the Oak. I urged my horse on, and soon we were knocking at the door of the monastery. The hermit opened the door and led us to the guest house. It was so full of pilgrims that I had no urge to spend the night there, so I asked if I could find a house in the village. "You can find more than one," the hermit replied with a deep sigh. "Thanks to that infidel Gorcha, there is no shortage of empty houses." "What does that mean?" I demanded of him. "Is Gorcha still alive?" "Oh no, he's well and truly buried, with a stake through his heart. But he sucked the blood of Dord's son. The child came back one night, crying at the door, saying he was cold and wanted to come in. His foolish mother, although she had seen him buried with her own eyes, didn't have the courage to send him back to the cemetery and open the door. The boy threw himself on her and drained her blood until she died. They buried her as well, but she returned to suck the blood of her younger son, and then her husband, and then that of his brother. All are dead." "And Stenka?" I said. "She went mad with grief, poor child. Let's not speak of her." The hermit's answer was not encouraging, and I didn't have the courage to repeat my question. "Vampirism is contagious," continued the hermit, crossing himself. "Many families in the village have been affected. Many families have been completely killed off. And if you want my advice, You'll stay the night in the monastery, for though in the village you may not be devoured by Vourdalaks, the dread will be enough to turn your hair white before I finish ringing the call to the morning mass. I'm just a poor hermit, he continued, but the generosity of travelers has enabled me to provide for their needs. I have exquisite cheeses, raisins that will make your mouth water just to look at them, and a few bottles of Tokay as fine as the wine of His Holiness the Patriarch. It seemed to me at this point that the hermit had turned into an innkeeper. I suspected that he was purposely telling me fairy tales to convince me to stay, and to make myself agreeable to heaven by imitating the generosity of those travelers who enabled the holy man to meet their needs. But the word fear has always affected me like a bugle affects a war-horse. I would have been ashamed of myself if I had not left for the village immediately. My guide, trembling, asked permission to stay at the monastery, which I willingly granted. It took me about half an hour to reach the village. I found it deserted. Not a light shone in any of the windows. Not a sound or a song could be heard. I passed in silence before all these houses, most of which I recognized, and finally arrived at Dord's home. Whether from sentimental memory or from the recklessness of youth, I decided to spend the night there. I dismounted and knocked at the gate. Nobody answered. I pushed on the gate. It opened, creaking on its hinges. I entered the yard. I tied my horse, still saddled, in a shed, where I found a sufficient supply of oats for one night. Then I walked resolutely towards the house. All the doors were open, yet all the rooms seemed uninhabited. Stenka's room locked, as if it had been abandoned only the day before. Some of her clothes were still lying on the bed. On a table, I saw some jewelry that I had given her, shining in the moonlight. I recognized a small enamel cross that I had bought in Budapest. I could not deny to myself, though my heart sank at the thought, that my love for her was a thing of the past. Still, I wrapped myself in my coat and lay on her bed. Soon, sleep overcame me. I don't remember the details of my dream, but I know that I saw Stenka, as beautiful, innocent, and loving as before. I blame myself for my selfishness and fickleness. I wondered how I could have abandoned this poor child who loved me, how I could have forgotten her. In my dream, her image merged with the Duchess de Gramont, until I saw the two of them as one and the same person. I threw myself at her feet and begged her forgiveness. All of my being, all of my soul, was filled with an ineffable feeling, a mixture of melancholy and happiness. I was deep in my dream, and I was half awakened by a melodious sound, like the rustling of a wheat field in the breeze. The rustling wheat seemed to mingle with birdsong, with a rolling waterfall, with whispering trees. Then all these confused sounds resolved themselves into the rustle of a woman's skirt, and, as that thought came to me, I awoke. I opened my eyes and saw Stenka near my bed. The moon shone so brightly that I could see every detail, adorable traits that were once so dear to me, and which in my dream I had prized even more. Stenka seemed more beautiful and alluring than I remembered. She wore the same attire as before, the simple chemise embroidered with gold and silk thread, and a skirt that wrapped tightly around her hips. "Stenka," I said, as I sat up in the bed. "Is it really you, Stenka?" "Yes, it's me," she replied in a soft, sad voice. "It's your Stenka, whom you had forgotten. Oh, why didn't you come sooner? It's too late now. You must go. A moment longer and you're lost. Farewell, my friend. Goodbye forever." "Stenka," I said, "so much has happened. I've been told of your tragedies. Come, let's talk together. Let me comfort you." "Oh, my friend," she said, "don't believe everything they say about us, but go as quickly as possible, because if you stay here, Your doom is certain. But Stenka, what danger threatens me? Can't you give me an hour, just 1 hour, to spend with me?" Stenka started, and a strange change came over her features. "Yes," she said, an hour, just like when I sang the ballad of the old king, and you walked into this room. Is that what you mean? Oh yes, I will give you an hour. But no," she said, recovering herself. Go away. Go, why don't you? I tell you, run away. Flee while you can." A wild energy animated her features. I didn't understand the reason for her words to me, but she was so beautiful that I decided to stay in spite of what she said. Finally, yielding to my entreaties, she sat down next to me, recalling old times and blushingly telling me that she had loved me from the day that I arrived. Gradually, though, I noticed a change in her. Her former reserve had given way to a strange recklessness. Her eyes, once so shy, were now rather bold. At last, I realized with surprise that her manner towards me was far from the ladylike modesty of the past. Is it possible, I thought, that Stenka was not the pure and innocent young girl she seemed to be 6 months ago? Had she only worn that guise because she was afraid of her brother? Could I have been so grossly deceived? But then why did she beg me to go? Was this just a more subtle form of coquetry? I wondered, but it didn't matter. If Stenka wasn't the Diana that I thought she was, well, I would compare her to another goddess, one no less charming, thank God, and I preferred the role of Adonis to Actaeon. If these classical references seem old-fashioned, mesdames, please remember that what I have the honor to tell you happened in the year of our Lord 1758. Mythology was then all the rage, and I prided myself on being with the times. Things have changed since then, and it was not so long ago that the Revolution overthrew the relics of paganism, along with the Christian religion, putting the goddess of reason in their place. This goddess, mesdames, was never my mistress when I found myself in your presence, and at the time of which I speak, I was even less inclined to offer her sacrifices. I surrendered without hesitation to my desire for Stenka, and went joyously into her arms. Some time had passed in sweet intimacy when, amusing myself by adorning Stenka with all her jewelry, I tried to put the small enamel cross that I had given her around her neck. When I moved to do so, Stenka recoiled with a shudder. "Enough of that childishness, my friend," she said. "Let those trinkets alone, and tell me about what has been happening with you." Her reaction started me thinking. Looking at her more carefully, I realized that she no longer wore around her neck, as she had in the past, the numerous little icons, relics, and sachets of incense that the Serbs wear from childhood to the grave. "Stenka," I said, "where are the icons around your neck?" "I've lost them," she replied impatiently, and immediately changed the subject. A vague foreboding, of I knew not what, dawned on me. I wanted to leave, but Stenka stopped me. "What is this?" she demanded. "You asked me for an hour, and now you're leaving after only a few minutes." "Stenka," I said, "you were right to ask me to leave. I thought I heard a noise, and I'm afraid that someone will catch us." "Don't worry, my friend. Everyone is sleeping. Only the crickets in the grass and the beetles in the air can hear us." "No, Stenka, I must leave." Stop, Stenka said. "I love you more than my soul, more than my salvation. You told me that your life and your blood were mine. But your brother, Stenka, what if he catches us?" "Calm yourself, my soul. My brother is drowsing to the sound of the wind playing in the trees. His sleep is deep, the night is long, and I only ask you for an hour." As she said that, Stenka looked so beautiful that the vague terror that had been agitating me began to give way to my desire to stay with her. A mixture of fear and indescribable pleasure filled my whole being. As I faltered, Stenka's manner became even more tender. I gave in, promising myself all the while to be on my guard. But as I said earlier, I've never been good at doing things by halves, and when Stenka, noticing my reserve, suggested that we chase away the chill of the evening with a few generous glasses of wine that she told me she had gotten from the good hermit, I accepted her offer with an eagerness that made her smile. The wine had its effect. By the second glass, the bad feeling I had over the cross and the missing icons had vanished completely. Stenka, half-dressed, with her hair unbraided and her jewelry glittering in the moonlight, seemed irresistible. Unable to contain myself, I took her into my arms. And then, mesdames, there occurred one of those mysterious miracles that I cannot explain, but whose existence my experiences have forced me to believe in, as much as I hate to admit it. The force with which I'd embraced Stenka drove the point of the cross I was wearing, the one that the Duchess de Gramont had given me, into my chest. The sharp pain went through me like a bolt of lightning. I looked at Stenka and saw that her features, though still beautiful, were as stiff as death, that her eyes seemed not to see me, and that her smile was convulsed like the grin of a corpse. At the same time, I noticed in the room a nauseating stench, like that of a poorly sealed crypt. The awful truth stood before me in all its ugliness, and I remembered too late the hermit's warnings. I realized, too, how precarious my position was. Everything depended on my courage and composure. I turned away from Stenka to conceal the horror on my face. My eyes fell on the window, and I saw the infamous Gorcha leaning on a bloodied stake and staring at me with the eyes of a hyena. At the other window I saw Dord's pale face, bearing at that moment a frightening resemblance to his father. Both of them were watching my movements, and I had no doubt that they would attack me if I made the slightest attempt to escape. I pretended not to see them, and making a violent effort, I continued, yes, mesdames, I continued to caress Stenka just as I had been before my terrible discovery. Meanwhile, I anxiously planned my escape. I noticed that Gorcha and Dord exchanged impatient glances with Stenka. From outside, I heard the voice of a woman and the cries of children, frightful howls like those of wild cats. It's time to go, I thought, and the sooner the better. I said to Stenka, in a voice loud enough for her hideous kin to hear, I'm quite tired, my child. I'd like to lie down and sleep for a few hours, but first I should make sure that my horse has been fed. Stay here and wait for me. I kissed her cold, pale lips and went out. In the shed, I found my horse agitated and covered with foam. He had not touched his oats, but his neighing as he saw me coming made me afraid that he might give me away. Luckily, the vampires had heard my conversation with Stenka and weren't alarmed. I checked that the gate was open, sprang into the saddle, and dug my spurs into the flanks of my horse. As I passed out the gate, I had time to see the large band gathered around the house with their faces pressed against the windows. The suddenness of my exit must have kept them from noticing right away, because for some time all I could hear in the silence of the night was the steady gallop of my horse. I was congratulating myself on my escape when I heard a sound behind me, like a storm beating against the mountains. 1,000 confused voices shouted, screamed, and seemed to argue with each other. Then everything fell silent all at once, and I heard a trampling behind me like a troop of infantry approaching at a run. I urged my mount on, my spurs tearing into his flanks. My heart beat, and I burned as if with fever, desperately trying to keep my presence of mind. Behind me, I heard a voice calling out, "Stop, stop, my friend. I love you more than my soul. I love you more than my salvation. Stop, stop, your blood is mine." At the same time, a cold breath brushed my ear, and I felt Stenka throw herself onto my horse behind me. "My heart, my soul!" she said to me. "When I see you, when I hear you, I can't control myself. I obey a superior force. Forgive me, my friend. Forgive me." And wrapping her arms around me, she tried to pull me to her and bite me in the throat. A terrible struggle ensued between us. Finally, I managed to grab Stenka by her braids in one hand, with my other arm around her waist. Bracing myself on my stirrups, I threw her down. Immediately my strength left me, and delirium seized me. 1,000 insane, terrible, grimacing images pursued me. First Dord and his brother Peter skimmed the road and tried to bar my way. They failed, and rejoicing, I turned and saw old Gorcha hurtling down the road, using his stake like the Tyrolean mountaineers use poles to propel themselves across chasms. Him, too, I left in the dust. Then his daughter-in-law, who dragged her children after her, threw one of her boys onto the point of his stake. Using the stake as a throwing stick, Gorcha flung the child at me with all his strength. I avoided getting hit, but with truly bulldog-like instinct, the little toad clamped his jaws onto the neck of my horse. I pulled him off with difficulty. The other boy was hurled at me the same way, but he fell beyond the horse and was crushed under its hooves. I don't remember anything else or how I survived, but when I came to, it was broad daylight, and I found myself lying on the road next to my dying steed. And so ended, Mesdames, a love affair that should have cured me forever of the desire for romance. Some of the contemporaries of your grandmothers could tell you whether I was any wiser in the future. I still shudder to think that if I had succumbed to my enemies, I would have become a vampire as well. But heaven did not allow that to happen, and far from thirsting for your blood, Mesdames, I ask nothing better than that, old as I am, I should still shed mine in your defense. The Fire Vampires by Donald Wandre. This is a tale of war and terror and tyranny and flaming death. It is a story that begins in the bleak abysses of space and ends upon the earth. It is the story of all mankind over a period of 2 decades. Yet it is also the story of one man and one devil out of monstrous voids. But I anticipate. I, Alan Marsdale, venerable historian to the United Federation of Nations, have been deputed in this, the year of our Lord 2341, to chronicle the coming of the comet, but I cannot set the facts down as dead history, for the very deeds burn before my eyes and the strangeness of it all lives again. No man now existing could tell this story and remain unmoved, nor can I, though my work lies with files that gather dust, and papers that brown with age. I shall begin with the beginning, or as much of it as we are likely to know, and I shall unfold the events as they were unfolded to us who lived through the disaster. As we look back now with wisdom bought at the dearest sacrifice man has ever made, we wonder how we could have been so blind, could not have put together matters that were linked. But we did not, nor are we sure how much it would have helped if we had. The new comet was discovered by Norby, Gustav Norby, the authority on cosmic life forms. Men had laughed at some of his speculations in the old days, but they do not laugh now. It was Norby who saw the comet on July the 7th, 2321. It was Norby who plotted its course and sent out the news that it would pass closer to Earth than any heavenly body had ever come. It was Norby who predicted that there might be danger, that attendant phenomena would be widespread, that the very existence of Earth was conceivably imperiled, and it was Norby who, by right of discovery, gave his name to the new comet. When first seen, Norby's comet lay approximately 5 light-years beyond the solar system. At its estimated speed of 50,000 miles per second, it would require about 18 years to reach Earth. Consequently, the prognostications of future danger weighed lightly on the public mind. 18 years? Why, that was too far ahead to worry about. Astronomers watched the distant comet through all of July and part of August. It showed up clearly as a curved nucleus with a fan-shaped tail streaming away millions upon millions of miles behind it. Aside from its phenomenal speed, it was noticeable chiefly for its faint coloring of reddish blue. On August 10th, as the new comet was nearing the region of Alpha Centauri, astronomers were electrified by its mysterious disappearance. Not the slightest trace of it remained. It was gone, vanished as though it had never been. The public jeered. Scientists looked puzzled as they tried to explain and could not. On August 14th, the world was stunned by the information that Norby's comet lay less than 1 billion miles beyond Pluto and was approaching the Sun at its former speed of 50,000 miles per second. Within 16 hours, it would be passing the Earth. Had it crossed more than 4 light-years of space in 4 days? Impossible, answered the wise men. The world stared. Scientists everywhere were in a frenzy. It must be another comet. But how could any comet approach so close without having been observed? At midnight of August 14th came the famous bulletin from Norby at the Mount Wilson Observatory. It deserves to be quoted in full. New comet is definitely Norby's comet. First observed on July 7th. Speed again calculated to be 50,000 miles per second. Reconstruction of theoretical path brings it to last point at which Norby's comet was seen on August 10th. Only 2 possible explanations. 1, faulty previous observation. Unacceptable because of number of independent observers and witnesses. 2, comet suddenly increased its speed far beyond that of light and leaped across 5 light-years of space so fast that light rays have not yet reached us and will not for years. Hence mysterious apparent disappearance of comet. Comet was present, but approaching so much faster than light that rays had not arrived. Intelligent control of comet by living organisms forecast. Its action otherwise unaccountable by any known laws. Signed, Gustav Norby. Plainly visible without the aid of glasses, the new comet drew the attention of anxious eyes wherever weather conditions permitted. Men felt uneasy or apprehensive. This could be no ordinary comet. Even its peculiar reddish-blue tint was different. Where primitive beliefs still survived in Africa and India and the jungles of South America, the coming of the comet was attended by a sort of wild hysteria. And in great metropolises, men could not look at the newcomer without emotions of wonder and doubt and awe. Hour by hour, Norby's comet grew brighter, drew closer. It swung past Pluto, hurtling steadily toward the Sun. Rapid calculations showed that it would come dangerously close to the Earth. Its mass was not sufficient to disrupt the solar system, but there was the very gravest danger of collision, and the possibility that fatal gases would poison Earth's atmosphere. By dawn, the comet was traversing the orbit of Neptune. Radio broadcasts and television had spread the news, but the morning papers of August 15th sold like gold bricks, so eager was the public to read every shred of information about the menacing invader. Full-page headlines and flaring streamers told the story. The prophecies of disaster, the warnings of catastrophe were printed. Norby sprang into instant fame. But what good was fame, men asked, if this were the end? Who could predict what would happen next? A strange hush brooded over the great cities throughout a sultry day. When the shadows of twilight darkened on the ground, men went out singly and in groups by millions to watch the newcomer. And long before darkness came, long before the first star shone, Norby's comet blazed forth bluish and brilliant, terribly near in the zenith, its tail sweeping fanwise in a majestic but awe-inspiring streamer of tremendous length. It was a marvel of the heavens, an omen, a prodigy that men compared to the dark star, which had swept out of space in the 20th century. Would it wreck the Earth? Would it plunge onward in its wild rush and crash flaming down upon a continent? Would it weld with the sun and cause who knew what disasters of collision or immeasurable heat? Humanity shivered at the terrifying and menacing beauty of the comet, so near, so dreadfully near, and so radiant that all the stars were outshone, and the moon gleamed wan and feeble. A murmur of voices swelled along city streets. In the open country was heard the restless rustle of animals, the shrill whinny of frantic horses. Night turned to a kind of day, gigantic and supernal. The comet visibly drew nearer, grew brighter, shining like a second and larger sun, with a swath of splendor trailing away millions of miles behind it. The murmur of humanity was hushed for a minute, and swelled to a babel as television and newspapers broadcast the latest bulletin from Norby. Unaccountable change in path of Norby's comet. At 10:41 p.m. Western Standard Time, comet turned at right angles from course toward Earth. Estimated distance less than 500,000 miles. Present course in direction opposite that of Earth's rotation. Too early to state whether it will become permanent satellite circling Earth or continue on a new trajectory and pass out of solar system. No explanation for sudden deviation except control by rational beings. Norby. As night raced westward, around the world, so raced the intruder. America was lighted as if by a dim day. The comet shone, reflected from the Pacific like a sunken volcanic fire. It swept across Asia, while priests and fakirs knelt in supplication. Nothing else within memory brought out such vast crowds in the capitals of Europe. Livid and flaming, it hurtled ever westward. The passengers on transatlantic liners saw it flare up from the east and blaze high overhead. It followed darkness around the world, and when it reached America again, anxious eyes saw it burn above, but farther away. At midnight it was very faint over the Mississippi Valley. People on the western plains could hardly discern it. They were not disappointed, for they had seen Norby's latest communication. Comet swinging away from Earth after complete circling of globe. New path will carry it out of solar system toward region of Antares. Phenomenon inexplicable. Nothing in history of astronomy to parallel it. All danger past. Norby. On the morning of August 16th, two men were engaged in angry conversation at the Mount Wilson Observatory. Gustav Norby wore a look of confidence. His young assistant, Hugh Arver, was alternately skeptical and irritated. "It's preposterous," he burst out. "Just because a comet acts as no comet ever has behaved, you think that it is controlled by intelligent beings. Why, man can no more control his own world than I can wish myself onto Mars merely by wishing." "Perhaps man will control every movement of Earth some day, Hugh," answered the older man quietly. "Remember, our civilization is only 5,000 years old, and our scientific achievements are the product of only 600 or 700 years. There is no reason for thinking that our world alone contains life." "That may be, but the surface temperature of the comet you yourself placed at about 1100 centigrade. Why, nothing could live in such heat." "Nothing that we know could, but what of things that we do not know? How do you explain these?" Norby picked up a pile of newspapers, telegrams, and radiograms. "Here are the accounts of more than 15,000 mysterious deaths last night from every country that lay under the path of the comet. America, the Philippines, China, Russia, Germany, France, Spain, a dozen others. Every death was exactly alike, a flash in the air like lightning, a man or woman who suddenly burst into flames as though by spontaneous combustion, and then only a heap of bones. There are 15,000 instances of that fiery death already known, and the reports are still coming in. How do you account for them, Hugh? Does it not seem strange that they all occurred precisely when the comet arrived?" "What if they did? Everyone expected danger if it came too close. It might easily have loosed gases or energy that somehow struck down those thousands of people." Did you ever hear of a gas that picked one man out of a crowd, killed him, and left the others unharmed? Did you ever hear of lightning that drifted toward a man, suddenly shot around him and consumed him instantly, and then drifted on again? No, no, Hugh. There was method behind this. Method and purpose. What? Whose? Norby shrugged. I don't know. Wait and see. The comet's gone. You can't prove anything. The comet is gone, as you say. But suppose it returns. Hugh stared for a minute. Then he brightened. It won't in our lifetime. History does not record its previous appearance. The course it followed as it left would not bring it back again for nearly 1,000 years, if at all. If it proceeded according to natural laws. But it didn't. It crossed nearly 5 light-years of space in 4 days. It turned at right angles to its trajectory and circled Earth like a satellite. Then it shot off on a still different course. It behaved as one might imagine a spaceship from Mars would behave, increasing its speed to reach Earth, circling Earth to survey it, and then departing home or continuing to other worlds, after sampling the provisions of Earth. "Norby, you're mad!" came Hugh's startled cry. I am not sure. Can you offer a better explanation? Hugh was silent. He was skeptical, as everyone else was skeptical. Yet he thought, as hundreds of other far-sighted individuals thought, trying to understand this riddle of the skies. The comet was the greatest news item of the year, of centuries. Its mysterious arrival and departure, the peculiar and terrifying death that slew thousands of human beings in its wake, the lightning that was not lightning, exerted a spell on the imagination, and yet baffled the mind with facts that were not put together. Who could put them together? It seems so easy now, and yet... On another hot August day, 6 years later, Norby and Hugh were descending from the observatory in early afternoon. They had taken dozens of photographs by the new 800-inch reflector the preceding night, and had spent the late morning in an examination of the pictures. That new telescope is certainly a marvel, Norby was saying. Why, its range is dozens of times that which the old telescope had, and Pletska's force tube, which creates a vacuum through Earth's atmosphere, does away with heat waves and all the distortions which used to trouble astronomers. Why, they would never have been able to see that new star in the Antares cluster. It's strange that the star didn't appear in earlier photographs. The two men had reached the outer door and emerged into daylight. A couple of workmen were passing some 100 yards distant. We ought to be getting a storm tonight, remarked Hugh after gazing at the sky. There seems to be a lot of heat lightning around. Look at that fireball over by those trees. Norby was already staring intently at the trees. A bluish, striated light seemed to envelop them. Strictly speaking, it was not a fireball so much as a curiously motionless network of electricity. There's something unnatural about that lightning, said Norby. I've never seen any. Great God! The bluish network suddenly leaped across to the passing workmen and flung itself around them in coils of fire, with 2 fingers of light crackling into each man's head. A tortured shriek burst from them, as from one man. An intenser flicker momentarily irradiated the network. There came 2 spurts of blinding, livid flame, 2 volumes of yellow smoke issuing up, and where the men had stood lay 2 calcined skeletons. For only an instant the odd lightning hung, poised over the bones. Without warning it flashed toward Norby and Hugh, but the door to the observatory was sealed against it. Some deep instinct had caused them to dash inside and fasten the door, even as the lightning flashed. Hugh's face was white. "Good heavens!" he gasped. "What was it? Why, that thing acted as if it were alive, like an animal springing after prey. Those men, I'll never forget them." Norby had a strained, queer look in his eyes as he answered, "I'm afraid you're right, Hugh. Horribly right. An animal after prey." "But it can't be. It can't be. That was lightning." "Was it? Did you ever see lightning act like that? Have you forgotten?" Recognition flashed into Hugh's eyes. "Norby's comet." "Yes. Do you recall the epidemic of deaths that occurred when the comet came in 21? Thousands and thousands of them. And the reports, the deaths must have come about much in the same fashion as these two did. That comet has returned, Hugh, and I'm afraid for the worst. It departed toward Antares, you know, and last night we found a new star in the region of Antares. Probably it was the comet. It may be within striking distance of the Earth already. It must be. What can we do? How can we escape if you're right? We can do nothing but stay here so long as we are sealed in. The other deaths all occurred outdoors. I think we are safe for the present. Throughout the afternoon, they remained inside, yet they heard and saw the tragedy that swept its fantastic way around the world. Television brought them pictures of additional deaths. They heard the story of an electric plague that seemed to have broken out everywhere. Hour by hour, the total of lives lost mounted. Men, women, and children were stricken down in city streets, enveloped as they emerged from buildings, burned as they worked in fields, incinerated on the public highways, and aboard ships at sea, slain even in aircraft. Nowhere on sea or land or in the sky was there safety. Every country in the world, from Alaska to Antarctica, from Europe to Australia, reported the fiery death. Not a city of any size escaped the striated networks and the consuming bolts. But it was at nightfall that the accumulating panic and terror swept to a climax. It was at nightfall, beginning along the Atlantic coast and following darkness ever westward around the earth, that the incredible, monstrous, appalling truth flamed in the heavens in mile-high letters of fire. Norby and Hugh heard the broadcast, which announced that Norby's comet had again been sighted, moving across China. They heard in stunned incredulity the account of that new phenomenon, which had also made its first appearance over China. But they could not believe, they would not believe, until the afternoon had worn away, and nightfall came. Then they saw it, the comet streaking up from the east, brilliant and bluish-red and strange, with a corona haloing it, and its tail fanning away behind in a vast curve. They saw the striations and streaks of lightning that moved innumerably through the entire heavens, so that the stars were outshone and freaked by lines of fire, lines that moved and formed themselves into letters, words, and a message, a mile high, miles long, shining in terrible flame against the darkness behind. Awed and speechless, Norby stared, while a strained look settled on Hugh's face. They watched the message spell itself out, a message so simple and yet of such stupendous import to mankind. "People of Earth," it began, "you are ours by right of conquest. Henceforth and forever you belong to us, of Katinga, known to you as Norby's comet. You cannot fight us, nor defeat us, nor evade us. We are superior to you in every way. At irregular intervals we shall return and claim as our due from 20 to 50,000 of your inhabitants. We desire nothing else, but we insist upon the payment, and we shall take it. If you resist, we shall take more. On our next visit, we shall claim John Hanby, the President of the Federated Nations, Axel Grunow, Master Scientist of the World, Sinlo Hoy, Commander-in-Chief of the International Army, and Gustav Norby of the Mount Wilson Observatory. These men must place themselves in the evening of August 27th, 2332, at the peak of Mount Wilson. If they are not there, we shall take 100,000 lives instead of 20. For Thagur, Lord of Katinga." "What can it mean?" gasped Hugh. "It's mad. It's unbelievable. Norby, why should you be chosen? It's all a hoax." "Easy, Hugh," answered Norby to his excited assistant. "The danger is apparently over for the present, and we have a full 5 years to talk. It is not a hoax." "For God's sake, what is it?" The older man looked tired as he replied gently, "What I have long feared and warned the public about has happened. We are threatened by invaders from outside. This may mark the passing of mankind." "Impossible! We'll fight!" "With what?" Hugh was silent. Norby continued. "We can't even reach the comet, and how are we going to fight a wholly alien form of life of which we so far know virtually nothing? If it is life, it is, and life of a vicious and frightening kind." "It must be a hoax, it must be! How could the creatures have known English? What sort of thing could they be? Why, there's nothing on earth to account for them." "True, but you forget. The message we saw appeared in Spanish over Spain, French over France, Russian over Russia, and so on. Each country read the message in its own language. Was that a joke? It was a miraculously intelligent joke if it was. Don't forget the earlier visit of the comet. I had a theory then that no one would accept. Briefly, Hugh, the comet is controlled by life of a sort with which we are unfamiliar, possessing knowledge and power far beyond ours. They are electrical things, pure energy, that has an intelligence and reason. Somehow they feed on human life, human energy. They killed thousands on their first visit. They sucked out life from living men. Vampires. Fire vampires. That's what they are. And they sucked out knowledge too, mind and soul and brain, so that they were able to study and master the nature of Earth before they returned a second time. Don't ask me how they did it. I can only look at the results and guess. Somehow they feed on our life force, spirit, energy, call it what you will. In so doing, they also absorb the entire knowledge of the victim. From the tens of thousands of people that they have now slain, they have obtained new energy for themselves, and a great cross-section of not virtually all the knowledge of Earth. Man is doomed. Earth has been made into a slave planet, owned by fire vampires. God knows where the comet's headed now, out toward its other slave planets, I suppose, or to explore for new, inhabited worlds to subjugate. It's easy to see why they picked out Hanby and Gruno and Hoy. They are 3 leading minds of Earth today, information that the vampires could have sucked from almost any one of their victims. But it's also easy to see that they could not seek out and find specific victims. Otherwise, they would not have ordered these 3 individuals to be segregated in an isolated place. But why you, Norby? I can't understand that. I think it's because they fear me. No one believed my theories and warnings, Hugh, but many people read them. The fire vampires probably reasoned that if I was several jumps ahead of the world in knowing about them, I might also find some means to thwart them. They could have waited while we 4 sacrifices were brought together and claimed us now, but they must have had urgent reasons for departing, or else they are so confident of their power that they merely want our lives as a precaution and can afford to wait a few years. What can be done? What is there to be done? I don't know, Hugh, but I'm going to need you. We have 5 years, and a short enough time it is. On August 27th, 2332, Norby stood again in the observatory. The intervening years had been crowded with labors and plans and projects that seemed to get nowhere. The immediate panic created by the comet had worn off the world by now, and a myriad explanations had been advanced to account for the phenomenon. The eve of its return was approaching, and excitement swelled along all the highways and cities of the world once more. Excitement and uncertainty, and fear. Norby peered out from the protection of a heavy green curtain as if he were expecting someone. He looked 10 years older, and a grim weight had taken its place on his shoulders. His hair was fast whitening. Wrinkles furrowed his face and forehead. All at once, his countenance brightened faintly. A few minutes later, Hugh rapped cautiously on the unused storeroom that concealed Norby. The scientist admitted him. "Did you carry it through successfully?" he asked anxiously. "Yes, I spread word that you had fallen into the river while on an outing with me, that you had failed to come up, that I could not reach you because of the steep banks, and that all points were to be watched for your body. I was detained several hours by the police for questioning, which delayed me, but finally released on my own recognizance." "Good work. You are sure that my death is firmly implanted in everyone's mind?" "Yes, The television broadcasts have already gone out." "Did you learn anything further?" "Hanby, Hoy, and Gruno are on their way. They will be at the appointed spot by noon, without you, and firmly convinced of your death." "If there were anything to gain, Hugh, I would be out there with them. But there isn't. In 5 years, the world hasn't been able to accomplish one definite thing toward repelling the fire vampires. If the deaths of those 3 men will save a needless waste of life, their martyrdom will not be wasted. The whole race is periled, Hugh, and no one man can think of himself first. But I have hopes. It's a long shot I'm taking, and if I lose, the blood of thousands will stain my hands. But if I win, the danger will be over, and your help is essential. You know you can count on me." Hugh walked to the one window of their hiding place and pulled back one edge of the curtain to peer outside. As he did so, it rolled up with a snap. "Quick!" Norby shouted. "Pull it down again before someone sees us." He was too late. Hugh jerked at the recalcitrant curtain, but a member of the staff passing by outside glanced up. Norby dived for a dark corner, hoping he had not been seen. Vain hope. A smile of recognition lighted the face of the man outside, a smile that turned to a writhe of agony, as a whirling network of fire flung itself in rippling striations around him. "They've come again!" gasped Hugh. "And the damage is done," said Norby, with a tight hardening of the lines around his mouth. "But don't blame yourself," he added, as he saw the downcast look on Hugh's face. "I should have known better than to rely on those antiquated curtains." How terribly right he was, he found out as the day wore on. 20,000 lives if Norby, Gruno, Hoy, and Hanby were sacrificed, so the message had said. 100,000 if the instructions were not obeyed. By nightfall, 100,000 and countless more had perished in America alone. The whole fury of the fire vampires seemed concentrated on the country where one of their intended victims lived, and Norby knew that the fire vampires, in absorbing the life of the man who recognized him, had absorbed also his last impression, the figures of Hugh and himself in the storeroom. Fate had beaten him, but he would not yet give in, not even when, after nightfall, he saw another message flame in the sky, a message that announced the next return of the creatures on July 17th, 2339, and threatened the extinction of all human life on the North American continent, unless Norby was sacrificed. He was requested to go on that day to the same spot where Gruno and his companions had met death. Norby regarded the message with cold, murderous eyes. With a deadly calm, he called Hugh to him then, and they prepared for part of their work. They adjusted the giant reflector to follow the comet that now blazed triumphantly in the zenith. They released Pletzka's force tube, which created an 800-inch vacuum through the air blanket above the telescope. And when Norby finally looked at the comet, immeasurably magnified, and nearer by far than even the moon, he uttered a cry of surprise. "Hugh, there's a vast structure of some sort on that white-hot surface." Together they stared. Dim through the aura of the comet gleamed its almost molten surface, and on it loomed a great darker spot of fantastic architecture, dreamlike, unreal, with curved angles and alien geometry of sinister beauty. But of other buildings there was no sign, and there was no trace of the fire vampires. After long scrutiny, and after hundreds of photographs had been taken, Norby commented with a puzzled air, "There is something curious about this. I don't understand it. If only I could put things together." "What's the trouble?" asked Hugh. "Why, there's only one building on the comet. It's as large as a city, of course, and could house many thousands of the fire vampires, but it seems strange. Again, isn't it rather odd that they would raid the earth and still leave no one behind, not even a guard?" "Not so strange," said Hugh. "There may be a large number of the things still contained in the structure, where of course we wouldn't be able to see them." Norby shook his head doubtfully. Somewhere in these facts lay the weakness of the fire vampires, the weakness that they feared he would discover, But where? And for that matter, how could he tell, among the countless photographs of the fire vampires, which had been taken in various parts of the world, which one was for Thagur, Lord of Katinga? "I have it!" he suddenly shouted to Hugh. "I found it!" Hugh looked as if he thought his superior had gone mad under the strain. "Found what?" he queried. "The weakness. All the fire vampires are reddish, except for Thagur, the blue one that we ourselves saw." "Well?" But more than that, Norby refused to divulge. I must leave to others the story of the social and economic collapse that disorganized the world between 2332 and 2339. It is safe to say, generally, that civilization was plunged halfway toward the mire out of which it had so painfully risen. Most people came to regard the next arrival of the comet as doomsday, a sense of fatalism combined with a desire to extract every possible pleasure from the remaining years, and created a prevailing chaos in which lawlessness, disorder, crime, and vice of every sort were universal. Scientists, it is true, worked feverishly in efforts to devise new weapons of destruction, to break down the atom, to control the laws of stellar mechanics, to invent space transports, which in a last resort might convey the population of Earth to another planet. But the time was too short. Throughout the period, a tremendous exodus from America was underway, resulting in serious overpopulation of the nearest countries, and causing almost continual riots, struggles, and intermittent warfare. Norby had plans, secret plans, partly because he was gambling on a long chance, partly because secrecy was imperative to his success, and partly because his life was constantly in danger. Branded as a coward and a traitor for not sacrificing himself with Gruno, Hamby, and Loy, accused of being directly responsible for 100,000 deaths, he found his work seriously hampered. Somehow, with that indomitable courage that man achieves in his deepest despair, and despite the white hair which now hung above his haggard face, he carried on. There were rumors of blasting operations around Mount Wilson, but the entire mountain was now forbidden territory by governmental decree. There were trainload after trainload of apparatus that wound their way toward the observatory. Long-needed repairs were being made, was the official word. But all the crowded events of those years must be left for other hands to record. I passed to that fateful day of July 17th, 2339. "Are you sure you have all the directions straight?" asked Norby anxiously, as he and Hugh stood on the peak of Mount Wilson. "Yes," and Hugh briefly repeated them. The white-haired man nodded, and they went to their stations. In the former peak of Mount Wilson now lay a deep crater, as though a volcanic explosion had blown its tip off. The careful dynamiting and patient camouflage that were man-made had succeeded in creating an illusion of natural eruption. Near the center of this pit was what looked like a large, flat boulder, upon which Norby took his stand. The walls of the crater rose almost sheer for 500 feet, and were lined to the top with a series of irregular projections and ledges. Toward the biggest of these, at the base, Hugh made his way. An observer would have been startled to watch him apparently walk through the solid rock and disappear. From the shadow and protection of a cavern, Hugh looked out at Norby, who stood impassively on the boulder. Behind him was a labyrinth of machinery, including enormous dynamos that droned with a dull rhythm. In front of him were several instruments, an electro-interferometer for detecting the electrical charge of the atmosphere within a radius of 10 miles, and a staggered triple switch being the most important. The hours crawled by. A hot sun beat down on the crater. The silent waiting wrought upon the tense nerves of both men. They felt the burden of this last attempt to defeat the fire vampires, felt it more because they were going so largely on deduction. One slip, and the human sacrifices, the living bait that was Norby, would meet flaming death. One error, and millions of human beings would perish, as an entire continent was depopulated. So the portentous day waned, and the sun drifted overhead and burned westward, and shadows crept out farther from the western walls of the crater and lengthened upon the jagged floor, and twilight approached. Still, there had come no trace of the fire vampires. Into Hugh's thoughts came a hope. Perhaps they would not come. Perhaps the comet had broken apart in the outer reaches of space. Perhaps it had been defeated by a superior race somewhere in the cosmic voids. Perhaps it had even put up a bluff and had never intended to return. As darkness came on, Hugh's hope grew stronger. The strain of the day had been great. He felt very tired, and every passing minute meant an increasing chance of safety. He glanced again at the mercury mirror that, beneath tons of rock, still reflected the heavens. And there shone the comet, flashing into sight, huge and brilliant, as though it had materialized out of nothing. "Norby, it's come!" he shouted. His weariness dropped from him like magic. He looked at the electro-interferometer. Its pointer was jumping and swinging madly. Then he looked up across the crater, and his heart skipped a beat. A vast mass of bluish lightning drifted ominously above the pit, as though suspicious, yet hungry for prey. In the darkness, Hugh could not make out Norby's reaction, and if the worst happened, he did not want to witness Norby's fate. The sinister thing poised far above its victim, contracted, and like light hurtled downward to fling coils of living fire around Norby. Hugh's hand, already resting on the staggered switch, threw it shut with a convulsive movement that brought 3 sharp staccato clicks. At the first click, Norby dropped from sight through a trapdoor, while streamers of bluish energy ravened furiously where their prey had vanished. At the second click, a solid sheet of fire shot across the upper rim of the crater, closing it completely with a roof of blazing incandescence. The bluish fire vampire suddenly sensed danger and leaped upward. Too late. Like a trapped animal, it halted at the solid flame that shut it in. A sound like a piercing cry, a noise like a hiss, emanated from it. At the third click, from 100 points on those jagged ledges shot 100 roaring bolts of electricity, 10 million volt streams that thundered and spluttered and crackled, crisscrossing the entire crater with a hell of surging power. In that mad and frightful glare, to the deafening crash of giant bolts, Fthagur, the blue fire vampire, twisted in a frantic effort to escape. Only for an instant were its thrashings visible, only till that moment when the roaring electricity crackled through it, and there came a titanic flash, as of a cosmic short-circuit, and a blackness of blackness followed. And all over the world there swept a flash in the skies, and a flame on the ground. Every fire vampire was seen to writhe in torment, and disappear in a spurt of diffused incandescence. Thus the fire vampires passed away forever, leaving behind them only the comet that is now a satellite of Earth, with an identical rotation period, so that every night it blazes above the eastern horizon and trails high across the heavens. Before me, as I write, lies a communication from Norby in answer to a request of mine. It seems most fitting to close this record by an extract from that missive. "You ask me how the fire vampires were beaten," he replies. "I can only say that it was by guesswork and good fortune as much as by knowledge. Several facts that I had gathered impressed me. Why was there only one building on the comet? Why were there no guards left behind? Why were all the fire vampires red, except one that was blue? A thought came to me, one of those guesses in the dark. The answer is, I said to myself, that the blue vampire is Fthagur, Lord of Katinga, and there is only one fire vampire in all. Somehow this monstrous abhuman entity grew up as a unit composed of individuals, a disconnected organism, that nevertheless might die if its main member were killed. That main member, I reasoned, Must be Fthagur. All the red fire vampires were limbs, tentacles, parts, as it were, able to behave like separate individuals within a limited territory, but bound by invisible ties of energy to the parent. If my speculations were true, then we would only need to destroy Fthagur, and the other countless parts of this weird organism would of necessity likewise perish. And since the thing was pure energy, I reasoned that pure energy might short-circuit it, or diffuse it, ground it, in the terms of earth science. Together, Hugh and I worked out the details, concealing anodes and cathodes for carrying an enormous charge all around the crater. The results you know. The danger is past, yet I cannot help feeling a certain respect for an entity that almost made good its huge bluff, that almost succeeded in its pretense that there were millions of fire vampires, when there was really only one, Fthagur, Lord of Katinga. The Canal by Everil Worrell. 1. Past the sleeping city, the river sweeps. Along its left bank, the old canal creeps. I did not intend that to be poetry, although the scene is poetic. Somberly, gruesomely poetic, like the poems of Poe. Too well I know it. Too often have I walked over the grass-grown path beside the reflections of black trees and tumble-down shacks and distant factory chimneys in the sluggish waters that moved so slowly and ceased to move at all. I shall be called mad, and I shall be a suicide. I shall take no pains to cover up my trail, or to hide the thing that I shall do. What will it matter afterward what they say of me? If they knew the truth, if they could vision even dimly the beings with whom I have consorted, if the faintest realization might be theirs of the thing I am becoming, and of the fate from which I am saving their city, then they would call me a great hero. But it does not matter what they call me, as I have said before. Let me write down the things I am about to write down, and let them be taken as they will be taken, for the last ravings of a madman. The city will be in mourning for the thing I shall have done, but its mourning will be of no consequence beside that other fate from which I shall have saved it. I have always had a taste for nocturnal prowling. We as a race have grown too intelligent to take seriously any of the old instinctive fears that preserved us through preceding generations. Our sole remaining salvation, then, has come to be our tendency to travel in herds. We wander at night, but our objective is somewhere on the brightly lighted streets, or still somewhere where men do not go alone. When we travel far afield, it is in company. Few of my acquaintance, few in the whole city here, would care to ramble at midnight over the grass-grown path I have spoken of, not because they would fear to do so, but because such things are not being done. Well, it is dangerous to differ individually from one's fellows. It is dangerous to wander from the beaten road, and the fears that guarded the race in the dawn of time and through the centuries were real fears, founded on reality. A month ago, I was a stranger here. I had just taken my first position. I was graduated from college only 3 months before, in the spring. I was lonely, and likely to remain so for some time, for I've always been of a solitary nature, making friends slowly. I had received one invitation out, to visit the camp of a fellow employee in the firm for which I worked, a camp which was located on the farther side of the wide river, the side across from the city in the canal, where the bank was high and steep and heavily wooded, and little tents blossomed all along the water's edge. At night, these camps were a string of sparkling lights and tiny leaping campfires, and the tinkle of music carried faintly far across the calmly flowing water. That far bank of the river was no place for an eccentric, solitary man to love, but the near bank, which would have been an eyesore to the campers had not the river been so wide, the near bank attracted me from my first glimpse of it. We embarked in a motorboat at some distance downstream, and swept up along the near bank, and then out and across the current. I turned my eyes backward. The murk of stagnant water that was the canal, the jumble of low buildings beyond it, the lonely, low-lying waste of the narrow strip of land between canal and river, the dark, scattered trees growing there. I intended to see more of these things. That weekend bored me, but I repaid myself no later than Monday evening, the first evening when I was back in the city, alone and free. I ate a solitary dinner immediately after leaving the office. I went to my room and slept from 7 until nearly midnight. I wakened naturally then, for my whole heart was set on exploring the alluring solitude I had discovered. I dressed, slipped out of the house and into the street, started the motor in my roadster which I had left parked at the curb, and drove through the lighted streets. I left behind that part of town which was thick with vehicles carrying people home from their evening engagements, and began to thread my way through darker and narrower streets. Once I had to back out of a cul-de-sac, and once I had to detour around a closed block. This part of town was not alluring, even to me. It was dismal without being solitary. But when I had parked my car on a rough, cobbled street that ran directly down into the inky waters of the canal and crossed a narrow bridge, I was repaid. A few minutes set my feet on the old towpath where mules had drawn riverboats up and down only a year or so ago. Across the canal now, as I walked upstream at a swinging pace, the miserable shacks where miserable people lived seemed to march with me, and then fell behind. They looked like places in which murders might be committed, every one of them. The bridge I had crossed was near the end of the city going north, as the canal marked its western extremity. 10 minutes of walking, and the dismal shacks were quite a distance behind. The river was farther away, and the strip of wasteland much wider and more wooded, and tall trees across the canal marched with me, as the evil-looking houses had done before. Far and faint, the sound of a bell in the city reached my ears. It was midnight. I stopped, enjoyed the desolation around me. It had the savor I had expected and hoped for. I stood for some time looking up at the sky, watching the low drift of heavy clouds which were visible in the dull reflected glow from distant lights in the heart of the city, so that they appeared to have a lurid phosphorescence of their own. The ground under my feet, on the contrary, was utterly devoid of light. I had felt my way carefully, knowing the edge of the canal partly by instinct, partly by the even more perfect blackness of the water in it, and even holding pretty well to the path, because it was perceptibly sunken below the ground beside it. Now, as I stood motionless in this spot, my eyes upcast, my mind adrift with strange fancies, suddenly my feelings of satisfaction and well-being gave way to something different. Fear was an emotion unknown to me, for those things which make men fear I had always loved. A graveyard at night was to me a charming place for a stroll and meditation. But now the roots of my hair seemed to move upright on my head, and along all the length of my spine I was conscious of a prickling, tingling sensation, such as my forefathers may have felt in the jungle when the hair on their backs stood up as the hair of my head was doing now. Also, I was afraid to move, and I knew that there were eyes upon me, and that was why I was afraid to move. I was afraid of those eyes, afraid to see them, to look into them. All this while I stood perfectly still, my face up tilted toward the sky. But after a terrible mental effort, I mastered myself. Slowly, Slowly, with an attempt to propitiate the owner of the unseen eyes by my casual manner, I lowered my own. I looked straight ahead, at the softly swaying silhouette of the treetops across the canal, as they moved gently in the cool night wind, at the mass of blackness that was those trees and the opposite shore, at the shiny blackness, where the reflections of the clouds glinted vaguely and disappeared, that was the canal. And again I raised my eyes a little, for just across the canal, where the shadows massed most heavily, there was that at which I must look more closely. And now, as I grew accustomed to the greater blackness and my pupils expanded, I dimly discerned the contours of an old boat or barge half sunken in the water. An old, abandoned canal boat. But was I dreaming, or was there a white-clad figure seated on the roof of the low cabin aft, a pale, heart-shaped face gleaming strangely at me from the darkness, the glow of two eyes seeming to light up the face and to detach it from the darkness? Surely there could be no doubt as to the eyes. They shone as the eyes of animals shine in the dark, with a phosphorescent gleam and a glimmer of red. Well, I had heard that some human eyes have that quality at night. But what a place for a human being to be, a girl too, I was sure. That daintily heart-shaped face was the face of a girl, surely. I was seeing it clearer and clearer, either because my eyes were growing more accustomed to peering into the deeper shadows, or because of that phosphorescence in the eyes that stared back at me. I raised my voice softly, not to break too much the stillness of the night. "Hello, who's there? Are you lost or marooned, and can I help?" There was a little pause. I was conscious of a soft lapping at my feet. A stronger night wind had sprung up, was ruffling the dark waters. I had been overwarm, and where it struck me, the perspiration turned cold on my body, so that I shivered uncontrollably. "You can stay and talk a while if you will. I am lonely, but not lost. I live here." I could hardly believe my ears. The voice was little more than a whisper, but it had carried clearly. A girl's voice, sure enough. And she lived there, in an old, abandoned canal boat, half submerged in the stagnant water. "You are not alone there?" "No, not alone. My father lives here with me, but he is deaf, and he sleeps soundly." Did the night wind blow still colder, as though it came to us from some unseen, frozen sea, or was there something in her tone that chilled me, even as a strange attraction drew me toward her? I wanted to draw near to her, to see closely the pale, heart-shaped face, to lose myself in the bright eyes that I had seen shining in the darkness. I wanted to hold her in my arms, to find her mouth with mine, to kiss it. With a start, I realized the nature of my thoughts, and for an instant lost all thought in surprise. Never in my 22 years had I felt love before. My fancies had been otherwise directed. A moss-grown, fallen gravestone was a dearer thing to me to contemplate than the fairest face in all the world. Yet, surely, what I felt now was love. I took a reckless step nearer the edge of the bank. "Could I come over to you?" I begged. "It's warm, and I don't mind a wetting. It's late, I know, but I would give a great deal to sit beside you and talk, if only for a few minutes before I go back to town. It's a lonely place here for a girl like you to live. Your father should not mind if you exchange a few words with someone occasionally." Was it the unconventionality of my request that made her next words sound like a long-drawn shudder of protest? There was a strangeness in the tones of her voice that held me wondering every time she spoke. "No, oh no. You must not swim across." "Then could I come tomorrow or some day soon in the daytime? And would you let me come on board then, or would you come on shore and talk to me, perhaps? Not in the daytime, never in the daytime. Again, the intensity of her low-tone negation held me spellbound. It was not her sense of the impropriety of the hour, then, that had dictated her manner. For surely, any girl with the slightest sense of the fitness of things would rather have a tryst by daytime than after midnight. Yet there was an inference in her last words that if I came again, it should be again at night. Still feeling the spell that had enthralled me, as one does not forget the presence of a drug in the air that is stealing one's senses, even when those senses begin to wander and to busy themselves with other things, I yet spoke shortly. Why do you say, never in the daytime? Do you mean that I may come more than this once at night, though now you won't let me cross the canal to you at the expense of my own clothes, and you won't put down your plank or drawbridge or whatever you come on shore with and talk to me here for only a moment? I'll come again if you'll let me talk to you instead of calling across the water. I'll come again any time you will let me, day or night. I don't care. I want to come to you. But I only ask you to explain. If I came in the daytime and met your father, wouldn't that be the best thing to do? Then we could be really acquainted. We could be friends. In the night-time, my father sleeps. In the daytime, I sleep. How could I talk to you, or introduce you to my father then? If you came on board this boat in the daytime, you would find my father, and you would be sorry. As for me, I would be sleeping. I could never introduce you to my father, do you see? You sleep soundly, you and your father. Again, there was pique in my voice. Yes, we sleep soundly. And always at different times? Always at different times. We're on guard. One of us is always on guard. We have been hardly used down there in your city, and we have taken refuge here, and we are always, always on guard. The resentment vanished from my breast, and I felt my heart go out to her anew. She was so pale, so pitiful in the night. My eyes were learning better and better how to pierce the darkness. They were giving me a more definite picture of my companion, if I could think of her as a companion, between myself and whom stretched the black water. The sadness of the lonely scene, the perfection of the solitude itself, these things contributed to her pitifulness. Then there was that strangeness of atmosphere of which, even yet, I had only partly taken note. There was the strange, shivering chill, which yet did not seem like the healthful chill of a cool evening. In fact, it did not prevent me from feeling the oppression of the night, which was unusually sultry. It was like a little breath of deadly cold that came and went, and yet did not alter the temperature of the air itself, as the small ripples on the surface of water do not concern the water even a foot down. And even that was not all. There was an unwholesome smell about the night, a dank, mouldy smell that might have been the very breath of death and decay. Even I, the connoisseur in all things dismal and unwholesome, tried to keep my mind from dwelling overmuch upon that smell. What it must be to live breathing it constantly in, I could not think. But no doubt the girl and her father were used to it, and no doubt it came from the stagnant water of the canal, and from the rotting wood of the old, half-sunken boat that was their refuge. My heart throbbed with pity again. Their refuge, what a place! And my clearer vision of the girl showed me that she was pitifully thin, even though possessed of the strange face that drew me to her. Her clothes hung around her like old rags, but hers was no scarecrow aspect. Although little flesh clothed her bones, her very bones were beautiful. I was sure the little pale, heart-shaped face would be more beautiful still, if I could only see it closely. I must see it closely. I must establish some claim to consideration as a friend of the strange, lonely crew of the half-sunken wreck. This is a poor place to call a refuge. I said finally. One might have very little money, and yet do somewhat better. Perhaps I might help you. I am sure I could. If your ill treatment in the city was because of poverty, I am not rich, but I could help that. I could help you a little with money, if you would let me. Or in any case, I could find a position for you. I'm sure I could do that. The eyes that shone fitfully toward me like two small pools of water intermittently lit by a cloud-swept sky seemed to glow more brightly. She had been half crouching, half sitting on top of the cabin. Now she leaped to her feet with one quick, sinuous, abrupt motion, and took a few rapid, restless steps to and fro before she answered. When she spoke, her voice was little more than a whisper, yet surely rage was in its shrill sibilance. "Fool! Do you think you'd be helping me to tie me to a desk, to shut me behind doors, away from freedom, away from the delight of doing my own will, of seeking my own way? Never, never would I let you do that. Rather this old boat, rather a deserted grave under the stars for my home." A boundless surprise swept over me, and a positive feeling of kinship with this strange being, whose face I had hardly seen, possessed me. So I myself might have spoken, so I had often felt, though I had never dreamed of putting my thoughts so definitely, so forcibly. My regularized daytime life was a thing I thought little of. I really lived only in my nocturnal prowlings. Why, this girl was right. All of life should be free, and spent in places that interested and attracted. How little I knew that night that dread forces were tugging at my soul, were finding entrance to it and easy access through the morbid weakness of my nature. How little I knew at what a cost I deviated so radically from my kind, who herd in cities and love well-lit ways and the sight of man, and sweet and wholesome places to be solitary in, when the desire for solitude comes over them. That night it seemed to me that there was but one important thing in life, to allay the angry passion my unfortunate words had aroused in the breast of my beloved, and to win from her some answering feeling. "I understand, much better than you think," I whispered tremulously. "What I want is to see you again, to come to know you, and to serve you in any way that I may. Surely there must be something in which I can be of use to you. All you have to do from tonight on forever is to command me. I swear it." "You swear that? You do swear it?" Delighted at the eagerness of her words, I lifted my hand toward the dark heavens. "I swear it. From this night on forever. I swear it." "Then listen. Tonight you may not come to me, nor I to you. I do not want you to board this boat, not tonight, not any night, and most of all, not any day. But do not look so sad. I will come to you. No, not tonight, perhaps not for many nights, yet before very long. I will come to you there, on the bank of the canal, when the water in the canal ceases to flow." I must have made a gesture of impatience or of despair. It sounded like a way of saying, "Never, for why should the water in the canal cease to flow?" She read my thoughts in some way, for she answered them. "You do not understand. I am speaking seriously. I am promising to meet you there on the bank, and soon. For the water within these banks is moving slower, always slower. Higher up, I have heard that the canal has been drained. Between these lower locks, the water still seeps in and drops slowly, slowly downstream. But there will come a night when it will be quite stagnant. And on that night I will come to you. And when I come, I will ask of you a favor, and you will keep your oath." 2. It was all the assurance I could get that night. She had come back to the side of the cabin, where she had sat crouched before, and she resumed again that posture and sat still and silent, watching me. Sometimes I could see her eyes upon me, and sometimes not. But I felt that their gaze was unwavering. The little cold breeze, which I had finally forgotten while I was talking with her, was blowing again, and the unwholesome smell of decay grew heavier before the dawn. She would not speak again, nor answer me when I spoke to her, and I grew nervous and strangely ill at ease. At last I went away, and in the first faint light of dawn I slipped up the stairs of my rooming house and into my own room. I was deadly tired at the office next day, and day after day slipped away, and I grew more and more weary. For a man cannot wake day and night without suffering, especially in hot weather, and that was what I was doing. I haunted the old towpath and waited night after night on the bank opposite the sunken boat. Sometimes I saw my lady of the darkness, and sometimes not. When I saw her, she spoke little, but sometimes she sat there on the top of the cabin and let me watch her till the dawn, or until the strange uneasiness that was like fright drove me from her and back to my room, where I tossed restlessly in the heat and dreamed strange dreams, half waking, till the sun shone in on my forehead, and I tumbled into my clothes and down to the office again. Once I asked her why she had made the fanciful condition that she would not come ashore to meet me until the waters of the canal had ceased to run. How eagerly I studied those waters! How I stole away at noontime more than once, not to approach the old boat, but to watch the almost imperceptible downward drift of bubbles, bits of straw, twigs, rubbish. My questioning displeased her, and I asked her that no more. It was enough that she chose to be whimsical. My part was to wait. It was more than a week later that I questioned her again, this time on a different subject, and after that I curbed my curiosity relentlessly. Never speak to me of things you do not understand about me. Never again, or I will not show myself to you again. And when I walk on the path yonder, it will not be with you. I had asked her what form of persecution she and her father had suffered in the city that had driven them out to this lonely place, and where in the city they had lived. Frightened, seriously, lest I lose the ground I was sure I had gained with her, I was about to speak of something else. But before I could find the words, her low voice came to me again. It was horrible, horrible. Those little houses below the bridge, those houses along the canal. Tell me, are they not worse than my boat? Life there was shut in and furtive. I was not free as I am now, and the freedom I will soon have will make me forget the things I have not yet forgotten. The screaming, the reviling and cursing, fear and flight. As you pass back by those houses, think how you would like to be shut in one of them, and in fear of your life, and then think of them no more, for I would forget them, and I will never speak of them again. I dared not answer her. I was surprised that she had vouchsafed me so much. But surely her words meant this, that before she had come to live on the decaying, water-rotted old boat, she had lived in one of those horrible houses I passed by on my way to her. Those houses, each of which looked like the predestined scene of a murder. As I left her that night, I felt that I was very daring. 1 or 2 nights more and you will walk beside me, I called to her. I have watched the water at noon, and it hardly moves at all. I threw a scrap of paper into the canal, and it whirled and swung a little where a thin skim of oil lay on the water down there. Oil from the big, dirty city you are well out of. But though I watched and watched, I could not see it move downward at all. Perhaps tomorrow night, or the night after, you will walk on the bank with me. I hope it will be clear and moonlight, and I will be near enough to see you clearly, as well as you seem always to see me in darkness or moonlight, equally well, and perhaps I will kiss you, but not unless you let me. And yet The next day, for the first time, my thoughts were definitely troubled. I had been living in a dream. I began to speculate concerning the end of the path on which my feet were set. I had conceived from the first such a horror of those old houses by the canal. They were well enough to walk past, nursing gruesome thoughts for a midnight treat. But, much as I loved all that was weird and eerie about the girl I was wooing so strangely, it was a little too much for my fancy that she had come from them. By this time, I had become decidedly unpopular in my place of business. Not that I had made enemies, but that my peculiar ways had caused too much adverse comment. It would have taken very little, I think, to have made the entire office force decide that I was mad. After the events of the next 24 hours, and after this letter is found and read, they will be sure that they knew it all along. At this time, however, they were punctiliously polite to me, and merely let me alone as much as possible, which suited me perfectly. I dragged wearily through day after day, exhausted for lack of sleep, conscious of their speculative glances, living only for the night to come. But on this day, I approached the man who had invited me to the camp across the river, who had unknowingly shown me the way that led to my love. Have you ever noticed the row of tumble-down houses along the canal on the city side? I asked him. He gave me an odd look. I suppose he sensed the significance of my breaking silence after so long to speak of them, sensed that in some way I had a deep interest in them. "You have odd tastes, Morton," he said after a moment. "I suppose you wander into strange places sometimes. I've heard you speak of an enthusiasm for graveyards at night. But my advice to you is to keep away from those houses. They're unsavory, and their reputation is unsavory. Positively, I think you'd be in danger of your life if you go poking around there. They have been the scene of several murders, and a dope den or two has been cleaned out of them. Why in the world you should want to investigate them?" "I don't expect to investigate them," I said testily. "I was merely interested in them from the outside. To tell you the truth, I'd heard a story, a rumor, never mind where. But you say there have been murders there. I suppose this rumor I heard may have had to do with an attempted one. There was a girl who lived there with her father once, and they were set upon there, or something of the sort, and had to run away. Did you ever hear that story?" Barrett gave me an odd look, such as one gives in speaking of a past horror so dreadful that the mere speaking of it makes it live terribly again. "What you say reminds me of a horrible thing that was said to have happened down there once," he said. "It was all in the papers. A little child disappeared in one of those houses, and a couple of poor lodgers who lived there, a girl and her father, were accused of having made away with it. They were accused. Oh, well, I don't like to talk about such things. It was too dreadful. The child's body was found. Part of it was found. It was mutilated, and the people in the house seemed to believe it had been mutilated in order to conceal the manner of its death. There was an ugly wound in the throat, it finally came out, and it seemed as if the child might have been bled to death. It was found in the girl's room, hidden away. The old man and his daughter escaped before the police were called. The countryside was scoured for them. The whole country was scoured, but they were never found. Why, you must have read it in the papers several years ago." I nodded with a heavy heart. I had read it in the papers, I remembered now. And again, a terrible questioning came over me. Who was this girl? What was this girl, who seemed to have my heart in her keeping? Why did not a merciful God let me die then? Befogged with exhaustion, bemused in a dire enchantment, my mind was incapable of thought. And yet, Some soul process akin to that which saves the sleepwalker poised at perilous heights sounded its warning now. My mind was filled with doleful images. There were women, I had heard and read, who slew to satisfy a bloodlust. There were ghosts, spectres, call them what you will. Their names have been legion in the dark pages of that lore which dates back to the infancy of the races of the earth, who retained even in death this bloodlust. Vampires, they had been called that. I had read of them. Corpses by day, spirits of evil by night, roaming abroad in their own forms, or in the forms of bats or unclean beasts, killing body and soul of their victims. For whoever dies of the repeated kiss of the vampire, which leaves its mark on the throat and draws the blood from the body, becomes a vampire also. Of such beings I had read. And, horror of horrors, in that last cursed day at the office, I remembered reading of these vampires, these undead, that in their nocturnal flights they had one limitation. They could not cross running water. That night I went my usual nightly way with tears of weakness on my face, for my weakness was supreme, and I recognized fully at last the misery of being the victim of an enchantment stronger than my feeble will. But I went. I approached the neighborhood of the canal boat as the distant city clock chimed the first stroke of 12. It was the dark of the moon, and the sky was overcast. Heat lightning flickered low in the sky, seeming to come from every point of the compass, and circumscribe the horizon, as if unseen fires burned behind the rim of the world. By its fitful glimmer, I saw a new thing. Between the old boat and the canal bank stretched a long, slim, solid-looking shadow. A plank had been let down. In that moment, I realized that I had been playing with powers of evil which had no intent now to let me go, which were indeed about to lay hold upon me with an inexorable grasp. Why had I come tonight? Why, but that the spell of the enchantment laid upon me was a thing more potent and far more unbreakable than any wholesome spell of love. The creature I sought out, oh, I remembered now, with the cold perspiration beading my brow, the lore hidden away between the covers of the dark old book which I had read so many years ago and half forgotten, until dim memories of it stirred within me this last day and night. My lady of the night, no woman of wholesome flesh and blood and odd perverted taste that matched my own, but one of the undead. In that moment I knew it, and knew that the vampires of old legends polluted still, in these latter days, the fair surface of the earth. And on the instant, behind me in the darkness, there was the crackle of a twig, and something brushed against my arm. This, then, was the fulfillment of my dream. I knew, without turning my head, that the pale, dainty face with its glowing eyes was near my own, that I had only to stretch out my arm to touch the slender grace of the girl I had so longed to draw near. I knew, and should have felt the rapture I had anticipated. Instead, the roots of my hair prickled coldly, unendurably, as they had on the night when I had first sighted the old boat. The miasmic odors of the night, heavy and oppressive with heat and unrelieved by a breath of air, all but overcame me, and I fought with myself to prevent my teeth clicking in my head. The little waves of coldness I had felt often in this spot were chasing over my body, yet they were not from any breeze. The leaves on the trees hung down motionless, as though they were actually wilting on their branches. With an effort, I turned my head. 2 hands caught me around my neck. The pale face was so near that I felt the warm breath from its nostrils fanning my cheek. And, suddenly, all that was wholesome in my perverted nature rose uppermost. I longed for the touch of the red mouth, like a dark flower opening before me in the night. I longed for it, and yet more I dreaded it. I shrank back, catching in a powerful grip the fragile wrists of the hands that strove to hold me. I must not yield to the faintness that I felt stealing languorously over me. I was facing down the path toward the city. A low rumble of thunder, the first, broke the torrid hush of the summer night. A glare of lightning seemed to tear the night asunder, to light up the whole universe. Overhead, the clouds were careening madly in fantastic shapes, driven by a wind that swept the upper heavens without as yet causing even a trembling in the air lower down. And far down the canal, that baleful glare seemed to play around and hover over the little row of shanties, murder-cursed and haunted by the ghost of a dead child. My gaze was fixed on them, while I held away from me the pallid face and fought off the embrace that sought to overcome my resisting will. And so a long moment passed. The glare faded out of the sky, and a greater darkness took the world. But there was a near, more menacing glare fastened upon my face, the glare of two eyes that watched mine, that had watched me as I, unthinking, stared down at the dark houses. This girl, this woman who had come to me at my own importunate requests, did not love me, since I had shrunk from her. She did not love me, but it was not only that. She had watched me as I gazed down at the houses that held her dark past, and I was sure that she divined my thoughts. She knew my horror of those houses. She knew my newborn horror of her, and she hated me for it, hated me more malignantly than I had believed a human being could hate. And at that point in my thoughts, I felt my skin prickle and my scalp rise again. Could a human being cherish such hatred as I read, trembling more and more in those glowing fires, lit with what seemed to me more like the fires of hell than any light that ought to shine in a woman's eyes? And through all this, not a word had passed between us. So far, I have written calmly. I wish that I could write on so, to the end. If I could do that, there might be one or two of those who will regard this as the document of a maniac who would believe the horrors of which I am about to write. But I am only flesh and blood. At this point in the happenings of the awful night, my calmness deserted me. At this point I felt that I had been drawn into the midst of a horrible nightmare from which there was no escape, no waking. As I write, this feeling again overwhelms me, until I can hardly write at all, until, were it not for the thing which I must do, I would rush out into the street and run, screaming, until I was caught and dragged away, to be put behind strong iron bars. Perhaps I would feel safe there. Perhaps. I know that, terrified at the hate I saw confronting me in those redly gleaming eyes, I would have slunk away. The two thin hands that caught my arm again were strong enough to prevent that, however. I had been spared her kiss. I was not to escape from the oath I had taken to serve her. "You promised. You swore," she hissed in my ear, "and tonight you are to keep your oath." I felt my senses reel. My oath, yes. I had an oath to keep. I had lifted my hand toward the dark heavens and sworn to serve her in any way she chose. Freely and of my own volition I had sworn. I sought to evade her. "Let me help you back to your boat," I begged. "You have no kindly feeling for me, and you have seen it. I love you no longer. I will go back to the city. You can go back to your father and forget that I broke your peace." The laughter that greeted my speech I shall never forget. Not in the depths under the scummy surface of the canal, not in the empty places between the worlds where my tortured soul may wander. "So you do not love me, and I hate you, fool! Have I waited these weary months for the water to stop only to go back now? After my father and I returned here and found the old boat rotting in the drained canal and took refuge in it, when the water was turned into the canal while I slept, so that I could never escape until its flow should cease, because of the thing that I am, even then I dreamed of tonight. When the imprisonment we still shared ceased to matter to my father, come on board the deserted boat tomorrow and see why, if you dare. Still I dreamed on of tonight. I have been lonely, desolate, starving. Now the whole world shall be mine, and by your help. I asked her somehow what she wanted of me, and a madness overcame me so that I hardly heard her reply. Yet somehow I knew that there was that on the opposite shore of the great river, where the pleasure camps were, that she wanted to find. In the madness of my terror, she made me understand and obey her. I must carry her in my arms across the long bridge over the river, deserted in the small hours of the night. The way back to the city was long tonight, long. She walked behind me, and I turned my eyes neither to right nor left. Only as I passed the tumble-down houses, I saw their reflection in the canal and trembled so that I could have fallen to the ground at the thoughts of the little child this woman had been accused of slaying there, and at the certainty I felt that she was reading my thoughts. And now the horror that engulfed me darkened my brain. I know that we set our feet upon the long, wide bridge that spanned the river. I know the storm broke there, so that I battled for my footing, almost for my life it seemed, against the pelting deluge. And the horror I had invoked was in my arms, clinging to me, burying its head upon my shoulder. So increasingly dreadful had my pale-faced companion become to me, that I hardly thought of her now as a woman at all, only as a demon of the night. The tempest raged still as she leaped down out of my arms on the other shore, and again I walked with her against my will, while the trees lashed their branches madly around me, showing the pale undersides of their leaves in the vivid, frequent flashes that rent the heavens. On and on we went, branches flying through the air and missing us by a miracle of ill fortune. Such as she and I are not slain by falling branches. The river was a welter of whitecaps, flattened down into strange shapes by the pounding rain. The clouds, as we glimpsed them, were like devils flying through the sky. Past dark tent after dark tent we stole, and past a few where lights burned dimly behind their canvas walls, and at last we came to an old quarry. Into its artificial ravine she led me, and up to a crevice in the rock wall. "Reach in your hand and pull out the loose stone you will feel," she whispered. "It closes an opening that leads into deep caverns. A human hand must remove that stone. Your hand must move it." Why did I struggle so to disobey her? Why did I fail? It was as though I knew, but my failure was foreordained. I had taken oath. If you who read have believed that I have set down the truth thus far, the little that is left you will call the ravings of a madman overtaken by his madness. Yet these things happened. I stretched out my arm, driven by a compulsion I could not resist. At arm's length in the niche in the rock, I felt something move. The loose rock, a long, narrow fragment, much larger than I had expected. Yet it moved easily, seeming to swing on a natural pivot. Outward it swung, toppling toward me. A moment more, and there was a swift rush of the ponderous weight I had loosened. I leaped aside and went down, my forehead grazed by the rock. For a brief moment I must have been unconscious, but only for a moment. My head a stabbing agony of pain, unreal lights flashing before my eyes. I yet knew the reality of the storm that beat me down as I struggled to my feet. I knew the reality of the dark, loathsome shapes that passed me in the dark, crawling out of the orifice in the rock and flapping through the wild night along the way that led to the pleasure camps. So the caverns I had laid open to the outer world were infested with bats. I had been inside unlit caverns, and had heard there the squeaking of the things, felt and heard the flapping of their wings, but never in all my life before had I seen bats as large as men and women. Sick and dizzy from the blow on my head and from disgust, I crept along the way they were going. If I touched one of them, I felt that I should die of horror. Now, at last, the storm abated, and a heavy darkness made the whole world seem like the inside of a tomb. Where the tent stood in a long row, the number of the monster bats seemed to diminish. It was as though, horrible thought, they were creeping into the tents with their slumbering occupants. At last I came to a lighted tent, and paused, crouching so that the dim radiance that shone through the canvas did not touch me in the shadows. And there I waited, but not for long. There was a dark form silhouetted against the tent, a movement of the flap of the tent, a rustle and confusion, and the dark thing was again in silhouette, but with a difference in the quality of the shadow. The dark thing was inside the tent now, its bat wings extending across the entrance through which it had crept. Fear held me spellbound, and as I looked, the shadow changed again, imperceptibly, so that I could not have told how it changed. But now it was not the shadow of a bat, but of a woman. The storm! The storm! I am lost, exhausted. I crept in here to beg for refuge until the dawn. That low, thrilling, sibilant voice, too well I knew it. Within the tent I heard a murmur of acquiescent voices. At last I began to understand. I knew the nature of the woman I had carried over the river in my arms, the woman who would not even cross the canal until the water should have ceased utterly to flow. I remembered books I had read, Dracula, other books and stories. I knew they were true books and stories now. I knew those horrors existed for me. I had indeed kept my oath to the creature of darkness. I had brought her to her kind, under her guidance. I had let them loose in hordes upon the pleasure camps. The campers were doomed, and through them, others. I forgot my fear. I rushed from my hiding place up to the tent door, and there I screamed and called aloud, "Don't take her in! Don't let her stay, nor the others that have crept into the other tents. Wake all the campers, they will sleep on to their destruction. Drive out the interlopers, drive them out quickly. They are not human. No, and they are not bats. Do you hear me? Do you understand?" I was fairly howling, in a voice that was strange to me. "She is a vampire. They are all vampires. Vampires!" Inside the tent, I heard a new voice. "What can be the matter with that poor man?" the voice said. It was a woman's, and gentle. "Crazy. Somebody out of his senses, dear," a man's voice answered. "Don't be frightened." And then the voice I knew so well. So well. I saw a falling rock strike a man on the head in the storm. He staggered away, but I suppose it crazed him. I waited for no more. I ran away madly through the night and back across the bridge to the city. Next day, today, I boarded the sunken canal boat. It is the abode of death. No woman could have lived there, only such an one as she. The old man's corpse was there. He must have died long, long ago. The smell of death and of decay on the boat was dreadful. Again, I felt that I understood. Back in those awful houses, she had committed the crime when first she became the thing she is. And he, her father, less sin-steeped and less accursed, attempted to destroy the evidence of her crime, and fled with her, but died without becoming like her. She had said that one of those two was always on watch. Did he indeed divide her vigil on the boat? What more fitting, the dead standing watch with the undead? And no wonder that she would not let me board the craft of death, even to carry her away. And still I feel the old compulsion. I have been spared her kiss, but for a little while. Yet I will not let the power of my oath to her draw me back, till I enter the caverns with her and creep forth in the form of a bat to prey upon mankind. Before that can happen, I too will die. Today in the city, I heard that a horde of strange insects or small animals infested the pleasure camps last night. Some said, with horror-bated breath, that they perhaps were rats. None of them was seen, but in the morning nearly every camper had a strange, deep wound in his throat. I almost laughed aloud. They were so horrified at the idea of an army of rats creeping into the tents and biting the sleeping occupants on their throats. If they had seen what I saw, if they knew that they are doomed to spread corruption. So my own death will not be enough. Today, I bought supplies for blasting. Tonight, I will set my train of dynamite from the hole I made in the cliff where the vampires creep in and out, along the row of tents as far as the last one. Then I shall light my fuse. It will be done before the dawn. Tomorrow, the city will mourn its dead and execrate my name. And then, at last, in the slime beneath the unmoving waters of the canal, I shall find peace. But perhaps it will not be peace, for I shall seek it midway between the old boat with its cargo of death and the row of dismal houses, where a little child was done to death when first she became the thing she is. That is my expiation. The Hollow Moon by Everil Worrell. Soon it will be the end. I believe it might be possible to survive longer here than any of us will in fact live. There is the old question of the will to live. We are a miserable sextet of castaways, and each of us has his or her own reason to wish for death, aside from the fact that this half-life or life in death, in which we count the hours and days and wearily and constantly expect extinction, prompts one toward suicide and toward murder. Gibbs's yacht struck on a submerged pinnacle of the rock on which we are slowly dying at about midnight 2 weeks ago last night. This chronicle will probably never be seen by anyone after the last of us is gone. I have here, however, a bottle which formerly contained gin, and it corks stoutly. I will do the usual honours, keep our record as long as I can, put it into the gin bottle, cork it, and throw it into the Pacific Ocean. Perhaps sometime. The yacht reposes on the floor of the Pacific, and got there not long after she struck, but we took a few things off. Gibbs is responsible for the gin bottle, and for several other bottles of various brands. What we saved of food is gone, and we are living on dew and limpets. We even have water. I salvaged a couple of large pieces of canvas, and in these we nightly collect dew. I have read of this expedient, and it is amazing how much is really available. Enough to make up the loss by broiling endured during the days, I think. I say this guardedly, and after much thought. We are dying, and in part dying of thirst. But if our thirst for water alone were killing us, we would be by this time far worse off than we are. We are dying of rebellion against the constant longing for more water, the constant fear of a night when no dew will gather in sufficient quantities, but our tongues do not swell and protrude. And then there are in each of us those individual seeds of destruction of which I spoke in the beginning. We are gaunt, enfeebled living skeletons. We are worse off in physical condition than Terence McSweeney of Ireland and Mahatma Gandhi of India, after longer periods of total food and water starvation. But we are devoted to no cause, and our weakness does not grow progressively worse. If our sufferings were as serious as they are intense, as I said, we would be past writing, past quarrelling. We all hate each other. Gibbs drinks. Lisa, his beautiful wife, who reminds me of Poe's exquisitely lovely Ligeia, she who could not be conquered by death, more or less keeps him company. Ah, but the thing they did yesterday was horrible, considering they really love each other. And yet sometimes they seem to hate each other too. Yet without each other, life would be for each of them the desert in which no rose blooms. Put all that together, and you have tragedy. So yesterday, at high noon here on our desert rock island, they went off together to a little cavern we have found on the north side of the rock, low down toward the water. They took a bottle of wine with them. They said they wanted to drink a toast to the voyage that ended on a rock, and to each other. I went after them a little later. I thought they had acted strangely when they went away together. I thought, what if they have gone off together to commit double suicide? But it was not that. They were in the little cavern. They lay unconscious there, lit by dancing rays of cold light reflected from the moving waters. I looked around a little, and saw a white powder scattered on the rock floor of the cavern. I tasted it. Bitter. Chloral hydrate, I thought. I remembered Gibbs showing me some after we got our things together on the rock. The wine bottle was barely touched. Lisa's mouth showed an encrustation of white. Chloral hydrate. Her wrist was cut, and blood was oozing. I heard about that later, but the bleeding didn't amount to much, to so little, and the action of her heart was so faint at first I thought she was dead. I went to work. Not nice work. I carry a ball of twine around with me, and I caught limpets by diving, and hurried back and tied the string to a limpet, and stroked and forced the limpet down Lisa's throat, and after a little pulled the string. She had some automatic reflexes left, and the chloral was swimming in considerable wine after all, so a good bit of it came up. Then I did the same by Gibbs. I walked them around a bit then, first one and then the other. After a while both of them came to. I sank down just where I was and lay still for so long I thought maybe it would be forever. But after another while, the three of us helped each other back to what I may call camp. We told our story too, just as I am writing it down. Gibbs and Lisa supplied what I didn't know about. It was not a suicide pact. They had had an unusually bitter quarrel, and had each felt that nothing but murder would make them feel better. We are all so overwrought here, and they the worst of us. Gibbs then had cut Lisa's wrist, because he wanted to hurt her more, but he went to sleep himself about the time he started, and had only scratched the surface. They're doing very nicely today, and to think I have saved them, for God knows what fate. At best, another death. Perhaps it was well done. I, Michael Sidney, scientific explorer, delver into hidden secrets and hidden places, I am up against ultimate values which are beyond my judging. I want, for some reason, to find Valerie Dawn, whom I cannot see from where I am sitting. I dislike Valerie. I should like to know why I dislike her so much. We are highly antagonistic, and I should like to analyze that. But another writing will do for that. I want to know where she is, to talk to her. I want, I suppose, before both of us are gone forever from this earth, to change her. I don't know why it should matter, but it does. There is something about Valerie Dawn that I want to break and shatter, as Gibbs wanted to cut Lisa's wrist before he died. But I dislike Valerie, and everything about her, and the thing between us is a purely mental thing. Valerie! I meant to call her, not to write her name. The sun is near the horizon, and the swift red and black of the tropic sunset fading into night is upon us. Before the lurid darkness descends, I want her with the others, safe, and where I can see her. Record of the hours between sunset and midnight. In perusing diaries of the desperate class, I have always thought it the height of idiocy to read the calendar headings. August 1940. For us, for the present, time is dead. As a matter of fact, I know it is still August. It must be, but that other August, in which we sailed the South Seas and expected our voyage to follow a certain set and expected course, is millennia ago. Einstein's space-time curve has thrown us off. Of course, I mean this figuratively. We have had such dizzying events in the last hours that all of us have strange feelings. A sort of mental wandering that had heretofore spared us has dizzied our minds. But I want to make this a straight narration. Last evening, then, as the hour of sunset swooped down out of the sky, I went in search of Valerie. I found her soon enough, seated in a lonely place she frequents behind a sort of pinnacle of rock, where she has what privacy the rock affords. Valerie is needlessly conceited. I, for instance, have done what few could dream of. Valerie has never done anything noteworthy that I know of. She is unusual, and her thoughts are unusual, but neither she nor her thoughts are worth much. That is why I do not like her. I invaded her sacred privacy. Come back to the others. The rock gets lonely, desolately lonely, when the daylight fades, I told her. She turned her strange eyes upon me. Those eyes are wide and darkly shadowed, but I doubt if they have any authentic color of their own. They must reflect things, lights and colors around her, moods and thoughts of her own. I can swear at times that they are a light gray that is almost colorless, again that they are black, and sometimes they hold an undefined depth of color. Also, she is ageless. At times she is 15, or even younger, sometimes any age, old, too experienced, not, however, ever tired. Something behind those eyes is always burning, shining. I hate women who think too much. If we were back in the world of men and women and I met her everywhere, I should make it a point never to see her when I could help it. She is an utterly antipathetic type, interesting, but repellent. When you and the others are out of sight, this rock is as good as any other place, she said. I don't have to watch you meeting death halfway, eating it, drinking it, thinking it. I can be normal if I don't see any of you. Death is only a change in life anyway. When I am dead, as you would say, I will be alive as Carrie has been for 6 years. And tonight I intend to break your arbitrary ruling, Your Majesty. I am not rejoining the others. I am sleeping here, alone. I left her, hating her a little more than usual. Carrie was her husband. He had died 6 years ago, and he is far more of a personality to Valerie than any of us. Yes, to Valerie, death resembles a rather handsome dark man in a grey business suit. Carrie Dawn had walked across the street on his way to work in New York. He had not absent-mindedly strolled in front of a truck, but he had leaped there to push a child out of the way, and of course that made him a hero. But it hardly made him a living hero after 6 years. But to Valerie, it did. I left her with Carrie after telling her that she is a thanatophile, in love with death. Where Carrie Dawn is, he is not worrying about her anymore. And I went back to the others, who were drawn close together with the falling of darkness. For now it was dark, very dark. We talked a little. After all, I remember pretty tough camping trips. To think we attempted a little cheer that night, last night, the night of ultimate horror. The others slept, one by one. I must have dozed, for I thought we were all still together, except for Valerie, when I heard her scream. It was late, and a slightly gibbous moon hung, lopsided and swollen-looking, low in the sky. The top of the rock was bleak and bare and visible, all but the part hidden by Valerie's sheltering column of rock. To that I raced, forgetting weakness and the pounding of my heart. And around on the other side of that rock column, I saw again the surface of the rock, bleak and bare, with no one visible upon it. I listened, but heard no sound. There were only two possibilities. She had plunged into the glassy, moonlit waters, screaming as she leaped or fell, or she was in the only really concealed place on the whole rock, the cavern, where a few hours ago horror had lurked, because our two lovers had attempted double murder there. I scrambled and stumbled down to it again, and it was as though the horror reached out for me, met me, drew me by the hand. The mouth of the cave was lit by a truly ghastly, quivering reflected light, for it was on the moonward side of the little island. The back of the cave was in darkness and silence, and yet something was there, something living or something dead. Again, horror and tragedy. I, Michael Sidney, was afraid, partly for myself, partly for Valerie. Back in that dismal darkness she was, perhaps, and perhaps not alone. I do not know what form my thoughts were taking. I hesitated to go back there. I was feeling my weakness again, and not for myself alone. I dreaded the blow in the dark that might mean my sudden finish. Yet forward I must go, and into the unseen and unguessable. Then the surprising thing happened. A light flashed on, back there in the darkness. Before I saw his face, my fancy conjured up Gibbs's image, for of us all he alone had saved a flashlight. And it was Gibbs, and Valerie lay apparently senseless at his feet. He spoke quickly, after the long wait, while he must have been looking out of the darkness at me, as I stood there limned against the moonlit water. "Don't get this wrong, Sidney," he said. "I've done what I could for her, see? And it was necessary to cut a little. A snake, she came here to sleep alone, I think, and the snake bit her right in the throat. I cut out a little with my penknife and sucked the wound. I've done what I could, but the throat looks a bit lurid." He dipped the flashlight so that its brightest circle of light illuminated Valerie's white face and upturned throat. Yes, it looked lurid, to use his word. Blood was trickling from a swollen wound. She looked like... what? God, the old vampire tales. Then Gibbs doubled over so that his own face entered the paler circle of light around the central brilliant aura, and he looked like Dracula. I walked over and picked Valerie up in my arms. I had to carry her away from this place at once. At once. I said only one thing. A snake? Gibbs was in darkness again, but I could almost see and feel the look on his face, the slow flush that went with it. "Queer, on a bare rock in the mid-Pacific. I saw it, though. It made for the water. A sea snake. Sea serpent, Sidney. You see?" He was insane and a liar, and I was about to tell him so. But just then he screamed and swung the flashlight in a wild gesture that seemed to signal me to turn around. and I turned. God! The memory of that moment would live 100 years if my life lasted that long. A snake, after all, as big and thick as a man, limned against the moonlit water beyond the mouth of the cavern behind me, crawling up the sheer side of the rock and over the ledge that was the mouth of the cavern, as big and thick as a man. I felt a scream strangle in my own throat, and then I got a hold of myself. For my eyes were playing me tricks, and now I saw that what I had thought was some impossible kind of face in the snake's head was a face all right, only it was in the head of a man. Yes, a man was climbing up out of the sea and into our cavern, and I couldn't see how he made it, especially as a sort of cape seemed hanging from his shoulders, which, being wet and slinkily clinging, had given him the serpentine effect. Then, was he shipwrecked as we were? He must be, and so would be of no help to us, since no man having a boat that would stay afloat would come near a barren rock, let alone swim to it and climb over it. Gibbs screamed again. I suppose he was, as often, on the border of DT anyway, and if he had seen this man and frightened him away by screaming at him before, and if he had really taken him to be a sea serpent, he probably thought now that he saw fangs and heard hisses. "Shut up, Gibbs," I said crossly. "You're crazy drunk, and I don't know what you've done to Valerie, but after what you did to Lisa today, it isn't going to be good for you if her condition is serious. This is a man and not a snake, and he must have come off of another wrecked boat, even though there has been no storm. He can help us carry Valerie, since he's strong enough to wriggle up the face of a cliff. Pull yourself together while I talk to him. He must speak English, French, Spanish, German, Russian, or some other—" The next moment I almost went down on my knees thanking God, although the new arrival was definitely of the sneering and supercilious order. "I see you speak practically every language," he said, too suavely. "Don't spend time naming any more of them. I speak all of them myself, but since you and your friends speak English usually, let us stick to that. I have a boat, not wrecked. I was moved to investigate this rock, which seemed, as you might put it, not quite right. My yacht will take care of you all nicely, just as soon as you can board her." I hated him from the start. But Gibbs was crazy, and Valerie perhaps dying, and all of us expecting no future but slow death. So one can easily imagine how glad I was. I'm a man of the world, hardened, stoical, sophisticated. I could die. I wouldn't beg for life. I could take it as it came. We were saved. We were saved. I could have kissed his feet, whether I hated him or not. I could have run around in circles, laughing and crying. I went over and touched Gibbs's arm, and he was shaking and shivering with a nervous fit, and that helped me to cover up my own emotion. "Get hold of yourself, man," I said to brace him. "Valerie will get over what you did to her, I hope. We need you to help with her, and to tell the others, and Gibbs will sleep on board a ship." But did I say it was a night of horror? We told the others, yes. Lisa and Jones, who had been cook on Gibbs's yacht, were hysterical with joy, but it was too late for Galen, who had been mechanic on the yacht. We almost fell over him on the other side of the rock in Valerie's hideaway, a place where Galen had never bothered to go. He lay in the moonlight with his face turned up and his throat stretched, and so much blood had run out of him that he had a shriveled look. And at that there were only blood smears, not really much blood. That must have been because of the hunger and thirst. His throat was like Valerie's, but so very much worse, as though with Galen someone had had plenty of time. I looked at Gibbs with more distaste than I have ever looked at any man, and then, in his eyes, I read a blank amazement that had the look of utter, if drunken, innocence. Well, a drunk may commit murder and know nothing of it, even 2 or 3 murders sometimes. Yet Gibbs looked a bit like a little boy accused of breaking a window he hasn't been near. Well, it would all have to be thrashed out later. We had to get on the yacht and take care of Valerie. Tomorrow I will go on with this. Tomorrow? By my watch, which, being waterproof, has never stopped, it is tomorrow. By optical evidence, it still is night. Either the watch is bewitched, or these waters through which we sail, and the sky over us as well, or all of us. Valerie lives. She is weak, but improving. We all had a ghastly kind of meal on board the strange yacht, which should have been breakfast by my watch. The food consisted of one dish, of which our host alone partook with much gusto. I don't care for meat at breakfast, and while I sometimes like high seasoning, I didn't like this. But I suppose my state of mind affected my appetite. A special sort of wine was served Valerie, which seemed to do her good. She had almost to be carried to the table, and seemed half fainting when she got there. But after having some of that wine, she rallied tremendously. At our table were Gibbs and Lisa, Valerie and myself, and our host and captain, who calls himself Le Noir. The name suits him only too well. In fact, he resembles the Black One of legend, or in other words, the devil himself. He is swarthy, and his heavy brows meet in a V. His skull is long and narrow, and I don't like his looks. Valerie, sweet girl, has already managed to tell me that I dislike him because I'm afraid he knows more than I do. I told her truthfully that I am sure he does, and that I imagine some of his knowledge to be of a kind no decent man would want. Yet perhaps that was rather a foolish remark. I know nothing against Le Noir. He saved us, I suppose. That is, he took us off the rock. But I wish I knew where he is taking us. He has made no promises to port. We asked him if he was bound for any port in North or South America. We would have gone down on our knees in gratitude had he mentioned San Francisco. Instead, he said he was on a longish trip, which was off the steamer routes. Except for the fact that water is churning under our keel, I could imagine our course lay off the earth altogether. That sounds like an insane statement, but let me set down the facts. They are insane. The facts. Or say, indeed, that the very skies above us and waters beneath are all crazy and impossible. But the facts. It is, by my watch, 9 o'clock of an August morning, and I haven't skipped 12 hours or anything like that. Gibbs was awake while I took a short nap, and he assures me that it was a short one, of perhaps 2 hours' duration only. Well. Later. Well, to bring this up to the present moment again, let me try to describe the indescribable. I walk to the nearest port, which is heavily glassed. There are no decks on this little ship. We walked into it as into a submarine. Once in, we're in, and sealed away, it seems, from both outer air and freedom. I look out, up, down, a little forward and a little back toward our wake, and what I see is not so very strange, just natural enough, yet unnatural enough, to make me doubt my sanity. I know in the first place that it ought to be, by this time, nearly 10 in the morning. But above I see stars, and in the water that streams darkly and vaguely back I see stars once more. That in itself is not as I have ever seen it. As a ship rushes through ocean water, throwing it aside into ripples and furrows in even the calmest sea, it is impossible to see reflections of stars. Yet they are there beneath us. Nor are these reflections as broken as you would suppose. They are dim and faint, and the water seems to flow over them. Indeed, it is as though those reflections were other stars which shone upward from beneath the water over which we travel. The stars above us, on the contrary, are large and clear, and burning beyond anything I should have thought possible, even in the tropics. They quiver and sparkle a little, a very little indeed. Otherwise every star would have the appearance of a planet, so large and near they are. The nebulae are so brilliantly clear that to follow their convolutions gives me a feeling of dizzy sickness, as though I were too vividly imagining those unplumbable depths of the abyss. In fact, I dare not look out of the porthole long at a time, either downward or upward, because of the sickness that overwhelms me. It is all a part of the strangeness of the aspect of what should be a well-accustomed scene at sea. Granting that I must be wrong in the first place about it being 10 o'clock in the morning, granting that I must have lost a period of time. There it is. I am losing my grip on myself entirely. I did not sleep. It is morning. No, that way madness lies. One cannot look at the night sky, the night sea, and repeat that it is morning. Well, let that pass. I tear my dizzy eyes away from the awful beauty outside the port. That sky, in the starless tunnels between the nebulae, the awful, unparalleled blackness of it. The waters beneath our keel, those waters in which faint star images shine impossibly upward, those misty, milkily violet waters that seem to hold an unknown phosphorescence, that resemble drifting vapor quite as much as water. He is approaching, with Valerie. My God, I thought her face was white when we carried her on board this ship. Now it is whiter still, and in her eyes, those indescribable eyes of no color and many colors, there is some sure and dreadful knowledge. She sways as she walks, and his arm goes around her, and I start forward. But the dizzy sickness I have been fighting overcomes me. The floor of the cabin swings upward, and for a little everything was black. I see that I have carried the present tense a bit too far in rendering legible the lines immediately before this. I fainted for a brief time, and then I was unable to write for a little, but I have found it possible to hold a pen again. He says the attacks of utter prostration will be intermittent, and each recovery more complete in the case of those of us who survive, and less complete in the case of those who will die. Let me write as fast as possible while I can. It seems to me that all of us will die. Our sufferings in the last half hour have been too intense. We are sailing, not the seas, but the skies. I have done with conjectures. I am recording things as they happen. This deadly sickness which overcomes us is space sickness, the name Lenoir gives it. It is the result of shifting from one gravity zone to another. This shift is, I suppose, in the nature of a fairly smooth gradient, although there may be variance beyond my calculation. We are leaving Earth and approaching the Moon. Of course, there are small comets, groupings of dark matter, too, everywhere in space, and these set up minor shifts of magnetic attraction. I think much of the wave-like procession of our attacks of nausea and utter prostration is due, however, to the efforts of our systems at adaptation. On board ship, you know, if one is seasick, one can withstand it for a while. One is submerged in misery and emerges, simply turns his head and is abjectly ill again. All of us have read fanciful accounts of space travel. Everything in the ship floats at a certain point. The nose of the ship directs itself forward toward the goal, but at a given place in the journey, up becomes down, and the drag of gravity which has had to be overcome changes to an accelerating force. It is all true, so far as it goes. But no writer of things imagined has ever even touched on the deadly shifting of the organs within the body, the very blood within the veins. The bottom of the spaceship is the bottom of the world, so far as you are concerned. Yes, but there is that gradual and sometimes lurching sense of shifting which is real. The reaction to everything out here where the drag of Earth and Moon are approaching equilibrium, and accordingly neither one a governing force. Out of 5 passengers, Lenoir has predicted that 1 or 2 of us will die. He has made captures such as this before. The mystery of the Mary S., the schooner whose crew disappeared with dinner cooking on the galley, is not a mystery to him. He has hinted at a fate which makes me pray almost for death for all of us. But the suffering. I am going under once more. My nose bleeds, my stomach and heart are bursting. Pressure is kept constant in the ship, but the pull from outside of things that are bigger than this little world of ours, things that shift and hurtle by unseen in the dark, too small to be seen as shooting stars from Earth, and too lightless, but large enough to tear us in pieces like bullets which need not enter the body to do their deadly work. Spears of gravity pull that invade us and are gone. I can write no more. Perhaps never another line. Thank God, whatever happens, we're definitely within the governance of the moon's gravitational field now, and able to think and reason, even if all we can do is to face things bravely. Lenoir states coolly things I, having heard much, have heard of, but things few people have heard stated or formulated. Things about our solar system, so pleasantly and safely lifeless in space around our teeming Earth. Lenoir makes it seem to me very silly that the real minds of Earth unite in believing our planet likely to be the only one inhabited in the universe. Not that I ever thought that a very sensible idea, if only because of averages. What has happened once is likely, in the course of a million chances, to happen more than once. And since more than those millions of stars inhabit space, and among them are certainly at least some planets, and we know nothing about these stars or planets or the ability of life to adapt itself, well, it does seem quite possible that somewhere besides on Earth, something or some things live. Some things live on the moon, according to Lenoir. He himself lives there, when business does not take him to Earth, or to Saturn, home of disintegrating souls. But the moon is our present concern. I perhaps am loath to write of the moon, after listening to Lenoir. The things which inhabit the moon do not live on it, says Lenoir, not at least to any great extent. His kingdom is not on the moon. Astronomers are not right in saying nothing ever moves on the light or dark faces of the moon, but they approach the truth more nearly in saying that than when they put it that the moon is uninhabited. There is a ghastly kingdom inside of the moon. You, who read or never read, have read vampire stories? Then you have heard mild stories meant for children. Vampires, you know, inhabit dark places, the dirt in which they are buried. They live by the blood of the living. They walk abroad only in the night. But on earth, there is always their enemy, the sun. Men dwell on the earth, and earth's heavy atmosphere diffuses the sun's rays even into the deepest shadows on the sunward side. But even on the hemisphere of the moon's surface, lit glaringly by the sun, there are utterly black shadows, inky crater shadows into whose black depths no heavy air conveys the diffused sun rays, which are death to vampires. And you see that, day or night, there is no place on or in the moon where vampires may not find easy refuge. Now, consider those unlit caverns within the moon, its hollow center, with fissures extending to the surface, and you have something only too much like that hell our scientists know is impossible, because they have found in all the universe no place where they think it can be. They haven't thought much about the moon in this connection. Lenoir says there are many hells, as we might describe them. Many hells, perhaps then even a few heavens. It seems our scientists haven't gotten so far with their definite knowledge, but of course I never thought they had. It is so childish, their little fabric of what can and what cannot be, so pitifully childish when you think how near the earth is to the moon, not very far from Saturn even, and nothing but cold emptiness between Earth and other places that are worse. Lenoir hints at these horrors till I think he hopes we may go insane. Jones is dead, died of the space sickness. Lisa's bleeding wrist, wounded by Gibbs, who loves her, was the thing that brought Lenoir's attention to us, that invited him among us. And Galen's death on the rock. Lenoir did that before he began on Valerie, and then came Gibbs. That horrible first breakfast on his ship. There was blood in that, which made us easier victims of his intended doom for us, for he wants to break our wills, to bring us willingly into his moon caverns of hell. For our blood and our souls Lenoir had hovered near, and I think over the rock that was a hell on earth, waiting the darker horrors of crime, murder, madness, cannibalism, to prepare the way for him to reach our very souls. Lisa interrupted me here. She has read what I have written on the ship. She says she likes Lenoir, that he has been telling tales for fools, and that we're in good hands. Space travel? You lunatic, she said gaily. Seasickness and gullibility. You can see the water under the ship, overside out the port. You can see a sort of liquid air which has clung to our ship as she tore out through Earth's atmosphere, which grew heavy and visible in the cold of outer space. Lenoir says that a slight seepage of warmth from out the ship has kept it liquid, or it would be ice, and through it, through that water beneath our keel, if we have a keel, you can see the fixed stars of outer space. Over the ship the air is thin, like a thin veil of vapor. See how the stars burn up there through that little film of air? The bottom of the ship swings toward wherever gravity is pulling us, or downward. Whether down for the moment means the earth we left, the moon we approach, or some small lump of matter wandering through space. And so the heaviest and most liquid air swings down, too, beneath us, giving the illusion of water, of strange water, through which we see empty space and stars. You see, Lisa? Anyone on Earth would know that you're crazy, Michael, she said. You take Lenoir seriously, don't you? I like him. When we get to Frisco, I'll have you taken to a hospital. You need rest. A gong sounds through the ship, which seems to rock in space with the sonorous vibration. I've been writing only a little after each incident, each discovery. Now I feel that I will have to put these notes by. I shall fold them compactly and place them in my vest pocket. Fortunately, my handwriting is very small. The end of the journal. At Lenoir's summons, we all went forward into that part of his spaceship which he has heretofore excluded us from. The whole curved, streamlined front of the vessel is made of heavy glass, and we're able to see ahead of us. God, the awful glory of the sight. We were fast approaching the moon on its bright side. The curved, luminous shield stretched out until it filled the sky from horizon to horizon. What had been only a few moments before a fantastically near, tremendous heavenly orb was become a landscape, but a landscape such as was never seen on Earth. Brilliance beyond all power of description, the practically airless, arid desert reflecting the bright fury of the sun's rays clear as they traverse the empty ether. And yet shadows huge and monstrous, knife-keen and goblin-esque, shadows of those awful mountains of the moon, those dizzy declivities and craters fit for man's nightmares, but not his mortal seeing. This, then, is why I have headed this last short bit of my hopeless journal, The End. This and what comes after. With unexpected ease, Lenoir's spaceship slowed and drifted like a cloud. Lower she swung, and settled easily as a falling feather into the mouth of one of the black craters, and so on down, down. I thought we were going direct to that awful moon center of which Lenoir had spoken. But for some reason, he delays bringing us to what I think of now as the ultimate hell. This is because he wants to break us utterly, to weaken us all with suspense. And there are probably factors involved of which I cannot even dream. One thing I know, Valerie resists him with a strength which neither he nor any of her companions had expected. Each look that has passed between them in this last hour has been like the crossing of swords. Well, as I said, Lenoir delayed our ultimate descent. The spaceship came to rest on a ledge only a little way below the surface of the moon, and he has left us and gone on down the crater, which leads, he said, into the very center of the moon. He opened the hatch of the ship, and heavy, damp, but quite breathable air poured in. What keeps it here inside the moon, since none to speak of is on the moon's surface? I asked him that, as he prepared to leave the ship. His answer was like the blow which I half expected to accompany it. Gravity, fool! The moon is hollow, I've told you. Having far greater viscosity than the atmosphere of Earth, toward the center the air is very dense. You will all suffer new pangs in descending. Be ready to accompany me when I come back. If you seek escape, the way back to the surface is clear, but there is no air up there. Of course there is suicide, but it is not supposed to have God's blessing even on more blessed planets. While there is life, hope on. Hope, all of you, for the unspeakable joys of dwelling with ghouls and vampires. He laughed. I have never heard such laughter. On Earth it would be insane, but it fits this place well enough. He went a little further down and passed into a side tunnel, and as he went from sight, I swear that the serpentine look returned to him, which he had when I first saw him, and then the shadows of wings extended from his cloak, so that he was both serpent and winged thing, with the wings of a bat. I should call him Satan himself, but he has said that there are many hells in space, so perhaps there are many devils. None of us will ever see any other place than this, but I pray to God that there may be in the universe as well places that are bright and lovely, and as blessed as this place is accursed. This is the end of the journal, I know, but not the end it seemed to be. Here in this ghoul-haunted horror we have found, not hope, but courage, not escape, but in the very face of death a glimpse of paradise. Valerie, whom I have tried to hate, Valerie, who has lived in the past for the sake of a vanished love, came to me with a strange light upon her face. "Is this your true self, Michael?" she asked, and there was something like awe in her voice. "I have never imagined anything finer or braver. You spoke out loud. You said you prayed that there might be in the universe places lovely and bright, which we would never see. Your prayer seemed to put a new heart in me. At the worst, last moment, there must be something better than despair. Suicide, Lenoir spoke of. The death that is accursed. But what if we die fighting, trying to escape? Even if there is not one chance in a million, that is not suicide. Michael, I have told you, and you have laughed at me, that I can hear Carey, especially in times of crisis. He is dead, you always say and sneer. But I hear him, not his voice exactly, his thought. Just now it was courage which I drew from you, that cleared my mind so that I felt his presence. I have been hearing, really hearing with my auditory sense, I mean, a strange, rushing noise. Haven't you? We have been miserable, preoccupied, but it is clear, a sound like the rushing of water or a great wind. I want to follow the sound, to find out what it is, if only because Lenoir spoke of no such thing, and so it can't be of great interest to him. Besides, in the noise there is a sound like music, sublime, deep-toned, like an organ note, a chord on a mighty organ. Possibly even he did not want us to know what it is, or to notice it. But when my mind cleared just now, I felt that a beginning to whatever resistance we can make, or effort to hide. Something there must be which we can attempt. I must follow that sound, find what it leads to. Will you come, Lisa and Gibby? You will, won't you? Anything is better than to wait for Lenoir's return. And you, Michael, you will go with me? Yes, I would go with her, although Lisa and Gibbs were far too broken, too uncertain. They were both hopeless and resigned. Maybe Lenoir was not so hideously bad. Were ghouls and vampires and hell within the white moon possible? Yet, was it possible to have come where we had come, away from Earth to her bleak satellite? There was nothing to do then. Wait, and see how bad things were. So I went with Valerie, who cried over Gibbs and Lisa, not over us. We were seeking a grail. Escape there is none, so call it that. We dare to seek escape where there is none, a victory that cannot be. The crater's sides were steep and almost dark. There was a dim phosphorescence, however, and we found that the sides of the crater were honeycombed with tunnels like the one Lenoir had disappeared in. We did not follow him, but followed the sound Valerie had spoken of, and it was indeed like the rushing of water, or a mightier wind than any I had ever heard. The rocky structure of the moon is different from that of Earth. Composed, as we know, of the same elements, they are somehow differently textured, for there is a transparence about the moon. Incredible as it seems, at one place in the tunnel, where the ceiling must have been very thin, I had felt that when we were ascending, I saw dimly but clearly the glowing orb of the sun, and even tinier glittering points of light that were the far stars. And there was a place where the rock floor beneath our feet was thin too, and we looked with unspeakable horror into what must have been a part of Lenoir's hell. Imagine murderers, degenerates, such dregs of humanity as we call human fiends. Imagine them hurtling on their downward path of disintegration until they are in truth inhuman, until nature conforms their bodies to their black minds, and sneering features and monstrous deformities portray the spirits that inform them. Imagine the cast-off species of the long, winding trail of evolution, monsters in the animal kingdom dating back to the age of the behemoths, back to the reptilian forms of old Earth, back farther to jelly-like amorphous monstrosities unnamed and undreamed of. Imagine these freaks, too horrid to survive on Earth, having established themselves within our near neighbor, the moon, and bred and changed strangely there, crossing themselves with the cast-off spawn of humanity that inhabits here with them, a world of men and monsters and demons mixed together, having one thing in common, a constant reiteration of the serpent and bat types, however grotesquely altered, always that. Limned against a dim phosphorescence from below, through the dark, clear, glass-like ledge beneath our feet, we looked down upon this, and shuddered and clung together, nearly fainting, I as well as Valerie, when a huge winged reptile that was yet man and monster both swooped upward toward us in wild gyrations, bearing gripped in its slavering jaws a dangling corpse, and one we'd recognized, newly born, unknown to us, to this place by Lenoir, Galen, brought here from the rock where last we saw his mutilated body, Galen making a feast for the winged dark thing that tittered. Even the sound came to our ears, echoing in the silence. It was Valerie who partly recovered first, and drew me on. The rushing sound came to us, close ahead in the darkness. Down a second tunnel we darted, and felt a current of air drawing us on, growing into a wind, into a steady, strong gale. I said that this was the end of the journal. Now, at last, it is. The very end. We are going on with the rushing wind. We are going to hurl ourselves into the crater shaft ahead, up which we can see and we believe understand it roars. The crater shaft ahead is visible to us now, in wonder and horror visible. Its sides are smooth as glass and as reflectant. They are so worn by the upward rush of air, which at this point escapes under pressure from within the planet, out into space itself. They're iridescent, shimmering, mother of pearl. No, they are like the shifting glimmer that inhabits the moonstone. They seem to reflect the changes in the shifting of sound in the mighty diapason of the organ chord of the air, rushing up the crater shaft from the very center of the moon. We have spoken together, clinging to each other here just where the onward sweep of air might still be resisted. From the terrific force of that upward current, we believe it rushes out into space with sufficient velocity to bear our bodies, it may be, and we pray, beyond the reach of the moon's gravity pull. To wander out on the airless surface of the moon, that was merely suicide and hardly worthwhile. Lenoir himself suggested it. I think he would have captured us and dragged us back. Perhaps not even dead. Perhaps there is, after all, enough air out there to sustain existence for a little while. In any case, he would have brought us back, our bodies, if we died there. And there would be the fate of Galen, whose corpse we saw in the horrible jaws of the tittering monster. No. This way ahead lies hope, hope of a death that is clean. We have prayed that our surmise may be right. We hope only for this, escape, clasped in each other's arms, into the utterly lifeless void between the planets, there to be forever unknown, unguessed, undreamed of, frozen meteors that were a man and woman locked together. I am about to wrap the twine which I still carry, and which is very strong, about us, hoping that it will help us cling together as the mighty current sweeps us into space. We want to stay together as we are going. Valerie suggests that I fling my finely written and now completed manuscript ahead of us, corked in the flat gin bottle, which I have all this time carried with the ball of twine. No reason, only to watch its going as a little preliminary before we ourselves go. The ball of twine. Last time I used it, it was to save Lisa's life by tying it to a limpet and forcing the limpet down her throat after she had swallowed poison. I pulled the twine and saved her life, and now she is back there in the spaceship as she preferred, she and Gibby half believing in Lenoir, because it is the easiest thing to do. Like Valerie, I am sorrier for them than for us. I think we have found a clean death, and there have been other lovers commemorated in the sky as constellations. We will not be exactly that, and no one will know of our fate, but it is not an ignoble one. And so I will proceed to seal this within the bottle, and hurl it into the outward-bound cyclone, and locked in each other's arms, we will walk forward until it takes us. Editorial comment by editor of The Investigator. Speculation will be rife concerning the foregoing document. Michael Sidney's is too prominent a name to be discredited in the world of letters, whatever be the material appended to it. Yet the foregoing is of a nature utterly unparalleled, even in the world of imaginative fiction, to which many will wish to consign this against the author's express denial that it is anything but the truth. Sidney's graphic account of the deadly space sickness from gravity shifting, his description of a world within a hollow moon, his account of an upward geyser of air escaping into space with such force that human bodies are borne by it beyond the reach of the moon's gravity attraction, and to link Sidney's foregoing story with the sequel as told to the press by many and diverse reporters into the field of Earth's magnetic attraction. To take up the only phase of the affair on which Sidney makes no comment, since he himself has learned of it only through the accounts of others. On the night of August 30th, 3 urgent communications were received by groups of spiritualists holding meetings at the 3 largest Pacific Coast ports of the United States: Seattle, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. These communications were beyond all precedent, according to those attending these widely separated seances, urgent and clear. They purported to be given by one who called himself Carrie Dawn. They gave a specific latitude and longitude in the South Pacific Ocean, and urged that rescue parties be sent there with all haste for the rescue of Mrs. Valerie Dawn, the widow of Carrie Dawn, Michael Sidney, explorer, and possibly Arthur Kay and Lisa Gibbs. So unusual and insistent were the communications, given in one case by rappings, in another by trance mediumship, and in a third by what was claimed to be a partially materialized control speaking for Carrie Dawn from the other world, that long-distance telephone calls were exchanged between the 3 spiritualistic societies. Before morning, these were supplemented by hasty investigations, which established the truth as to identity of the relationship between Valerie and Carrie Dawn, and also the protracted absence of such a party as was described on the sailing yacht of Arthur K. Gibbs, owner. The Coast Guard was appealed to and declined to take action. However, one of the members of the group in Seattle was very wealthy and a partner in a shipping concern, and before noon the next day managed to have a fast steam yacht dispatched to the latitude and longitude given in the 3 diversely received messages. The result of this expedition has been widely read and lightly credited. This is because we simply do not believe things we are not prepared to believe. Even I, John Graham, editor of The Investigator, offer no personal opinion. But the evidence of all on board the rescue ship is as follows. On arriving at the given latitude and longitude at a point in the South Pacific, all on board were amazed to see 2 small icebergs floating in the warm waters of the sea, not far from each other. On investigation, it was found that within each iceberg, frozen in the center, were a couple, a man and woman, clinging to each other, and having on their faces expressions of utter terror. The ice was gently and carefully chipped and melted by artificial heat, supplementing the action of the sun and warm Pacific water, which had already acted upon it, of course. The man and woman encased in each iceberg were carefully removed to the deck of the Northbound, and watched with the closest anxiety. After a little, life returned to the apparently inanimate corpses. All 4 were perfectly rational, and exhibited in the beginning a delirious joy at finding themselves on the yacht Northbound, and immediately afterward an intense desire to relate the events detailed in Sidney's manuscript, in every point of which the 4 agree. The identity of the 4 was, of course, easily established. This practically completes the case, except for one very interesting detail. While melting away the ice encasing Sidney and Valerie Dawn, the flat gin bottle containing the manuscript, just as he had thrown it before him into the geyser of air, was taken out. Hence, the foregoing is not furnished by Michael Sidney from memory, but is verbatim his diary, as recorded from time to time during the moon journey, the shipwreck, and the sojourn on the moon and flight from Lenoir's spaceship. I have discussed the theoretical and scientific features of the whole thing with Sidney, over a dinner for 2 that lasted until the dawn. The air which bore them up the moon crater and far into outer space solidified around them, liquefying and freezing with terrific rapidity in the absolute cold into which they entered. The bodies of all 4 were frozen, of course, and preserved alive in the frozen condition in the same manner in which, experimentally, dogs have been frozen and later thawed and revived in the laboratory. The gin bottle was frozen into the large berg containing Sidney and Valerie Dawn because its small volume offered so little surface to the uprushing air that it moved upward slowly, and was overtaken by the bodies of the man and woman who shortly afterward hurled themselves, clasped in each other's embrace, into the uprushing air geyser. The friendship between the four who were rescued in the South Pacific is of a nature which might in itself testify to shared experiences of unparalleled beauty and terror, horror and victory over almost certain destruction. Valerie Dawn and Michael Sidney repeatedly expressed their delight that Gibbs and his wife had followed them during the voyage back to Seattle on the northbound. It is hard not to digress into the personal and human side of a story, an experience so breathtaking, but to return again to the scientific features or theories of Sidney's manuscript and account. The encasing shroud of frozen air was large enough to protect the bodies of the four men and women in a state of suspended animation through the encounter with the Earth's atmosphere and the plunge deep into the waters of the ocean, through which the bergs rose again upward to float on the surface of the water until the advent of the northbound. In space travel fiction, anything plunging with meteor speed into the Earth's atmosphere flames and burns to an ash, unless it be a spaceship of resistant metal. We have here, however, the unprecedented hard coldness of space-frozen air. We have, likewise, in defense of Sidney's explanation of events otherwise utterly inexplicable, the oft-reiterated accounts in the late Charles Fort's writings of apports from the sky. Small animals, often of the lower orders such as periwinkles, snakes, and toads, each being encased in a sheath of ice. Here, then, is a definite check of a highly evidential nature. But it is, I predict, one which will not interest scientists. The hollow moon, the ancient, brittle satellite, drying and cracking, leaving great internal fissures, and then a hollow center into which gravity draws down as by a great sucking process the atmosphere which encircled it as it first was torn from earth. What could be more reasonable? In its very reasonableness I find another check, but I offer no opinion. The investigator publishes authenticated accounts of unusual happenings, and quotes the reasonable explanations offered in their substantiation. Beyond that, it does not go. Before this issue of the Investigator goes to press, the newspapers will have announced the marriage of Michael Sidney and Valerie Dawn. Open letter to readers of the Investigator. To you, the readers, I have been permitted by my friend Mr. Graham, editor of The Investigator, to write these few words directly. The Investigator is the journal of the open-minded, and Mr. Graham's editorial comments are fair in the extreme. However, I feel that the facts in the above truthfully recorded document demand something more. These few words are in the nature of an appeal, of an attempt to awaken Earth from her dream of security, an entreaty to arrive at some real knowledge of the moon. Only after understanding and knowledge can come even the remotest policy of a planned defense, and defense against such terrible neighbors we must have. There is much which I had no time to write in my journal, much that haunts my memory, waking and sleeping. There is the remembered vision of the brilliantly glaring orb hanging in the sky before our approaching spaceship, of things noted swiftly and in terror that live again more clearly in the memory. The vampire demons, the monster ghouls who inhabit the moon, our near neighbor in the heavens, have, I think, given a ghastly life in death to the satellite herself, as maggots creeping in the bare skull of a corpse vivify it. The face of the man in the moon, when it hung before us it grinned like the face of a skull, and toward an orifice lined with tooth-like crags did the spaceship sink, and into it enter, as into a ghastly maw. The mighty gust of air that swept us out of a connected crater was like the exhalation of a giant's breath, incalculably prolonged. May there be in turn a long inhalation, when air diffused through nearby space is drawn in again through dreadful crater nostrils? Those dread forms of nightmare life, Lenoir and his kingdom of monsters, what do they resemble so much as nightmare forms materialized? They inhabit the hollow center of the skull in its vampire death in life, the skull that is the moon. Only in the realm of metaphysics might one even conjecture the nature of the relationship between moon and moon monsters. This is the wildest conjecture only. I have come to feel that our dead satellite is in itself a wicked, menacing thing. Have we not always felt it? Do not astronomers regard our moon with unease and point out that some day she will perhaps fall toward the earth to our destruction? Do not poets paint word pictures attributing malign influences to the orb of night, even while they recognize the sentimental potency of her white light? There was the moon of Oscar Wilde's Salome, that moon that rode the sky in quest of dead things. My space is limited. I feel that never again will I or mine be in extreme peril from Lenoir and those who inhabit the moon, though as to that only God knows. But I cry out to the world to waken from the dream of false security into which they strike at times, and may strike more widely and terribly. At least let us be on guard. Michael Sidney. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time,